which cements or ferments our position in society. And there's a problem with that, right? That's actually what we want freedom from when we step toward Yah, which is the all-knowing, all-understanding, unconditional love that we are supposedly meant to have between us and our parents, right? This is why it's something that we are insurmountable next to ourselves. It's something that includes interaction that we ourselves cannot have back with that thing. We will fail it, but that will provide it continually and thus not remove itself from it. That includes that it cannot at some point, okay, have impressed or be impressed or have a reaction to the impressed thing, right? Because if it did, it would then necessarily include that Yah would at one point be closer to you than another. And actually, it's needed that he would be at his closest to you while you're at your worst. So that whole thing with being pleased, I feel like, is often where people fall short in terms of like having self-confidence within God, within Yah, in their relationship, and then their sin actually becomes something that is a marker of their fallen relationship with Yah himself. And that is not a good place to psychologically be in. We're meant to be freed from that sort of self-condemnation. We're justified by the blood of Yahushua. So
now, along the lines of what Crack and Flatpuss mentioned, that's why I want to finish the retort, my rebuttal against SE and the supposed third option of an apathetic God, along the lines of being concerned of how to have a relationship with the God who made the world. If the God is apathetic, let's just specify it to humans, then that's the nature of the relationship. You're trying to care about the God don't care about you. So then you don't have anyone who is infallibly able to guarantee you utter hope and blessedness. So why bother trying to please him? He doesn't care about you anyway, which includes anything you do, anything you say, anything you think. So the reason I'm rebutting this,
can I rebut that?
To finish, let me finish.
Sure.
So number one, the supposed apathetic God is one of two things. Either this God is unable to evaluate, or this God is a self-contradictory supposition of the God. Number one, apathy is an evaluation. Okay? It's an evaluation that presupposes that evaluation is real and possible, that presupposes a standard by which you adjudicate other things to be of this or that value. So if the God is supposedly apathetic, either he's having this apathetic attitude referring to himself as the standard, or someone else. If it's someone else, then that's really not the God, is he? So that's a God who has evaluated according to his own character. If he's presupposing his own character as the standard, he's omnibenevolent. Okay? So there is no third option. There is no third option. The God is either omnibenevolent, supremely good in character, or not. If not, then inferior. Inferior to what? The standard.
Okay, we got it now. We got it. Now let me rebut what you just said. Okay? There's a girl or a young man right now in a hospital ward that has cancer. They're like 7, 8 years old. They're dying. They did nothing. They didn't ask for this. This did not happen. How can your benevolent God allow this to happen? Now try
what do you mean they did
not
nothing?
to preach. Hold on. Try not to preach. Try not to tell me a whole bunch of bullshit. Just answer the question directly, please.
What do you mean by nothing? They did nothing. What do you mean?
God, why is God allowing the person that is in a hospital bed right now dying of cancer, a little girl, a little boy, and not interacting and not intervening? Why is this benevolent God of yours allowing this? First of all, why did he allow them to get cancer in the first place?
You're not listening to me. I asked you the question, what do you mean by they did nothing?
You're wasting your time.
What I mean is your God is doing nothing, watching this child dying.
Is this guy serious?
Yeah, this is just
do you have comprehension skills problems?
Look, I would like.
This is
I'd like
too high level of a convo, Gregory.
This has been a long time now, right? Like this has been a really long time, and
so just admit, man, you have no answer. You have no answer.
Okay, you're right, SE. You can judge the creator.
Austin, please finish and let me answer him.
Be humble, man. That's all. Be fucking humble.
You're saying us to be humble as you morally judge the creator.
Yeah, dude, like you're so lost right now. It's unreal. I'm not gonna like
No,
that's
I'm
why
not
If you want to
judging the
think that, that's
creator. I'm
fine, dude.
judging the
That's your own opinion.
created.
the
I'm
reason
judging
Austin,
you
please
guys.
finish and let me finish answering him.
But this is like pearls before swine at this
Yeah.
point. I'm not gonna lie. That's why we've stopped talking.
If you're interested in an
That's
answer,
another
after
preaching of the
somebody
Bible
else
you just
goes,
used, bro. You just
am
preached
I
to me
fucking
on
muted or
swine
something?
thing.
No, you're not
Nope.
muted at all.
Okay. I just want to make sure I can be heard. Yeah, Gregory, if you want to answer that, please do so. And SC, if his answer is not satisfactory, I'd love to take a swing at it.
Okay.
Of course, bro.
So the answer that I'm trying to finish, I'm going to stop asking him the question because obviously dodging the question. He can clearly hear me asking him, what does he mean when he says the girls did nothing? He can clearly hear that he's dodging the question.
I didn't
So
say
he's
the
presuming
girls.
that the girls are not guilty of sin.
Hey,
Okay.
Lucas, I didn't say the girls. I said God. My God, are you not listening to me?
You're not listening to my question to you.
What is your question to me?
What do you mean that the girls did nothing?
Oh my God, I'm going to say it again. I didn't say the girls.
I'm not asking about the God. I know you're saying the God is not doing what he should do.
What are you saying?
This is
dude?
annoying.
Yeah,
He can. I understand his question.
Dude,
Why isn't the God intervening in his life, in their life? I understand the question.
You said when she did nothing. You said there's a girl in the hospital dying. Well, so what did she deserve when she did nothing wrong? That's what you said.
Yes.
Gosh.
Okay.
Audience, this is sophistry.
What did the girl do? Is that what you're asking? What the girl did to deserve cancer?
Why are you struggling to remember your question?
That's what you said, okay? You stated, why would Yah be punishing this girl, right? Why would a benevolent God allow for cancer to be inducted into this person that has done absolutely nothing to deserve of it, right?
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Yeah, so why do you keep denying that you said that, Ashley? Come on, it makes it very hard.
I don't deny
Wow, bro.
Well, see, every time you kept trying to say what makes you, why do you say that she did nothing? You keep saying, I'm talking about your God. Why don't you understand?
Misunderstood. We're crossing paths here. Okay, my bad. I misunderstood him. Okay. The girl, you're saying that I said that the girl did nothing. Yes, exactly. What did the girl
What do you mean?
to deserve the cancer? That's what I mean. What did the girl, a young girl in the hospital, which did nothing to anybody, right? What did she do to deserve this cancer? And why did your God allow this cancer? That was my question.
Okay, so now, forgive me if I'm getting irritated, but it's very obvious why I'm irritated, which is why I already gave it as a given that I knew that's what he meant. I gave him the opportunity several times to answer my clarification question so I understand him as thoroughly as possible. He dodged it. Now he understands. The answer, as it concerns any person, young or old, man or woman, boy or girl, is that no one is guiltless of sin, regardless of how cute they look, regardless of how small they are, regardless of how young they are, regardless of how weak they are. You judge by mere appearances, the God sees the heart eternally.
Are you saying
the God knows better than you? You don't know better than the God. The God can do best. No one could do better than him. You can't do better than him. He knows what's in the heart. He has informed us what's in the heart. Therefore, they are not without sin.
Is that what you're saying? That she sinned and she deserved to get cancer? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Not just I, but the Lord.
Dude, you are a sick man. Sorry to have to give it to you like
this. You see, I don't sugarcoat the gospel.
Wait a minute. So
you can't appreciate. Listen.
I agree with
you. Cannot appreciate the gospel if you don't understand how severe the bad news is. You see how adverse folks, the likes of SCR, when I say that? Too bad. That's the reality.
Okay. Wait a minute. Are you saying? Wait, hold on. Wait. Let's clarify here. Because are you saying that because of original sin, that she might have been guilty of original sin, or that she had done something in her life that she's being punished for now?
Depending on which sense you say the term original sin. No, she is not guilty, and no one else is guilty for another person's sin. Everyone is guilty according to their own sin, and they suffer according to their own sin. Not
so you don't believe in original
Yahushua.
The original sin means what to you?
Original sin being the original sinner who then passed on the sin nature, corruption, mortality.
Okay. So men they're not born sinful, right?
No, they aren't.
What the fuck?
Born in
Okay,
a fallen state.
This is a sick individual.
But
They're
then
about
what
to
is
talk
guys,
with a
come
baby
on.
having cancer, Greg. Where are we going
are you
here?
saying
The parents?
that bad things don't happen to innocent people? Is that what you're saying?
No,
Well, then what if she's innocent? That's the question.
she's not innocent.
What about the baby, Greg?
How would you know
Not
that if
innocent
bad
either.
things don't happen to innocent people? If
Okay,
she's-
let's just explore
Innocent.
here. How is the baby not innocent, Greg?
Sinning in the thoughts and intents of the heart and mind.
Okay.
How would the baby
I've
know
never
what
heard,
the
guys,
sin
let's
is?
just give it to Greg. I've never heard this answer. The baby that, it's going to sound funny, but like, I do appreciate it as a unique answer, Greg. So we're saying that possibly the baby in the womb was having the impure thought. And so the guy was like, that's not going to be a good one, cancer, or like what?
And the baby that's never been taught what sin is just happens
At
to
least
think
he
a
has
thought
a
that's
unique
sinful.
answer. At least I've never heard this before, and I respect it as new. New
So
to me.
you can sin without knowing the law. You don't need to know the law to break the law.
This is where the dogma makes me puke.
See,
Greg,
this is
I
bad
understand
news.
both sides here, man. If you could, if
I'm
you could
describing
really,
bad news right now. This is how bad the news is, which really highlights how good the good news is. But you people
I'm
revolt
glad
at
I
it and you
don't agree
vomit
with
at it
you.
as though it's the aroma of death, which is what the Apostle Paul explains in his first epistle to the Corinthians.
All right. Does everybody else in here on Greg? Is anyone else in here on Gregory's side completely on this one, please?
it does sound a little
Absolutely
benevolent.
not. Absolutely
Yep.
not.
But either so, Greg, am I understanding correctly that the punishments of sin, we're saying cancer is now a punishment of sin for a hypothetical, and then the baby could have also sinned, and that's why
It's
they
not a
have
hypothetical, it's the present reality.
okay, if you want to extend it there, I guess I was just, that's the people are saying suffering. Okay, so the suffering is because of sin, and then the babies have sinned, and that's why they suffer. Am I hearing you correctly?
All humans, from the youngest to the oldest, men and women.
Okay, fine. Now,
You're
can we give
stating
an
it as
example?
objective,
Guys,
right?
give them some room. Can we give an example of how the baby has sinned?
When the baby is born, you see, we can only see what we can see. So the baby's born, the baby grows to a certain level of development over a certain amount of time. You don't need to teach the baby to lie. You don't need to teach the baby to be selfish. You don't need to teach the baby to be greedy. You don't need to teach the baby to be dishonorable. You have to discipline them away from these vices.
It's an interesting point, but I'm saying, is it a preemptive suffering, or have they actually done the sin? Like some
They've done
babies
it.
they've done it in the womb.
In the heart, in the mind.
Wow.
This is why the first and greatest
I respect that as
commandment.
unique, buddy. I respect that as a deep thought. We don't know what's in the baby's head, and it will give me a broader perspective. Thank you.
So you're saying God made the nature of the baby to have thoughts that are going to make it apt to be punished for things that it doesn't know are bad or good.
It's ridiculous, man. Just
The
listen
God
to
did not
this guy,
make
man.
the baby a sinner. The baby has inherited the sin nature from their parents all the way back to Adam. Adam is guilty
And
with the
this
sin
is
he has committed
derived
against the
through
Lord.
free will. This is derived through free will, which was the benevolent act. A act needed to make Yah benevolent would be that we were, endowed with a potential
Volition.
for free will and volition.
I'm-
Exactly.
You know what? At this point, I really think maybe we should try to change it up and just say that this kind of seems a little bit again like the baller saying it has to be this way, but it's this way, and we have to like make up this other theory that goes along to keep our ideas benevolent or our gravity infallible or whatever. That's kind of what it's
chronologically.
That's a worthless, unjustified cavil.
Can I make a point quickly? No, this is all like chronologically lined out, right? With actually like the beginning portion of how this is chronologically lined out to work this way. It's not like we end up with a doctrine that's an addition to what we're currently saying in order to justify it. It's justified actually chronologically and correctly the whole way through, right? If you know anything about the doxicology of the word, and there are other factors as well. There's doxicology you could look into. There are loads of things.
Crack, are you agreeing? Wait, hold on, wait. Just real quick, Crack. Are you agreeing that the baby had a thought in its mind that was sinful and it's being punished with the cancer. Are you agreeing with that?
Listen,
No, the baby was being given
no, our
vaccine by
sin, we're there.
and drugs.
I'm going to ask the question. Can I just say something?
I
Remember,
have-
like our sin ultimately affects others also, right? The sin of man has become so much that at this point, babies are contracting cancers in the womb. Okay, we don't know when the conscious mind is derived at what point, but sin effectively is affecting outwardly. They inherit sin. Even children still. You know, we can't get away from the fact that like all of us are sinners at the moment that we're able to. The Bible speaks somewhat on innocence, right? Effectively, we're not even giving you a final decree on the actions therein, right? We're actually stating that this is a after effect of sin is actually death, right? And that's just the defilement and death of the soul. This is like again
I have a
chronologically.
question real quick, man. You
Wait
just keep going
one
on.
second.
I have a question.
All
I
right,
just
whatever.
want to follow up real quick though. Which it, since you're kind of more into the maybe the older scripture or the the alternative scriptures, and I'm not sure, but I think this comes maybe more
We
from
all
the
are.
King James version. Is there a different interpretation of all this Witsit that maybe would help out?
What do you mean? That's the position that me and Gregory take. I don't know what you're on about. Me and
Yeah, I'm
Gregory
hoping
are
that
from.
Witsit might have a take on the scriptures that doesn't include this kind of thing.
No, his is exactly.
I think this is a
You hear that?
crazy question to try to wrap your mind around. I think we're all in a fallen state. I think we make an inherit sin from our parents. I think that the Creator is much more in the know than we are. I don't know if, say, this is going to sound crazy, I know, but like, say that the child is being used as a lesson to the parents for their sin or something like that, and then
That's not my
maybe
premise.
he removes pain. I don't know anything like I wouldn't go as far as to say that the child made a conscious decision to sin in the womb and was punished via cancer or anything. I can't wrap my
This
mind
is a
around
judgment of the flesh.
just
So,
like how deep of a question that would possibly be. So I mean, there's the
interrupted
funny
me.
part
Can I
is no one
finish?
can even invoke a creator without trying to answer this question, and
Oh,
it's a deep question. And so if
I
you
still
want
have
to,
a question for Snack.
Since Travis interrupted me, can I finish what I was originally saying? There's a new perspective.
Yeah, you just
And
kept going on and on, dude.
I'll try and be concise for this part, right? Ultimately, my point is that the judgment via Yah, right, as toward the child is something that's actually happening way later, right? That isn't the judgment of our flesh, or should I say, the degradation of our flesh based on the relationship between it and sin, is one thing. But to like claim that that's the final judgment of Yah over that entity is again false as well, and not even in our worldview, right? Like this is we're judged by our actions and deeds on the earth, and effectively that's what we're judged by, and that's to happen in the future, and isn't something that we're the arbiter of right now.
All right, so just real quick.
Travis, please, Travis.
Yeah, so correct. Did you use the word like doxicology or something?
I may have used the wrong word. I don't know. There are two words there was a word that I was thinking of, and then I may have got the wrong word.
Okay, all I was doing was just trying to understand what you were saying. So if you can remember what you were trying to say, that'd be great. But otherwise, I just didn't understand.
Yeah, I can't even remember what that was in relation to at this point.
All right, no worries.
I've been wanting to add something. Maybe it's not super relevant. In the story of Genesis, Noah and how Ham had to cover Noah, and then Canaan was the one that ended up being raised by Shem and Japheth, I think. So, like, what's the moral of
Not
that
quite.
story? Is that
No,
unrelated?
not
No?
quite. What are
Sorry?
you trying to reference?
The idea that Canaan kind of was the person to receive, I guess, quote unquote, punishment for Ham's deeds.
Canaan was cursed by Noah after Ham, committed the indecency, the sin, quote
Right,
unquote,
son.
uncovering his father's nakedness. An Ivrit or Hebrew idiom meaning engaging in immoral relations with the man's wife, the man being Noah.
Okay, I got that part, but I'm just wondering, like, was Canaan being punished
Canaan was cursed.
because of his father's deeds, right?
So go to the passage.
Yeah, I got it right here.
Oh, hang on. Give me a moment.
One thing that has been cool about tonight is we have stuck on like the FE stuff and like our side of like ideas more. That conversation we had earlier was really cool.
Yeah, that was nice. It wasn't a whole flat Earth, globe Earth thing, you know.
Yeah, and then even the flat Earth stuff earlier on, like Zanuck tried to take it a different direction, and we didn't like. Wizard like caught it and didn't allow us to, get off the original point, and we covered some good ground. Oh fuck! Sorry guys, I just ran for a river.
I thought I did. I thought I opened it up for a good discussion that might be a good transition from this. Like, it's kind of getting a little personal and a little weird, but the idea that there's this scripture, and we often accuse you guys of being religious zealots because you have like a Bible that you go to, whatever it is, right? So how would you maybe, compare the where we were just coming from in the conversation to that? Like, I know it seems like there's a lot of like, you're religious, you have beliefs, and beliefs are kind of like touted in this conversation as like that's the worst thing to have is beliefs because we're trying to get to the truth, right?
Right,
So,
but
That's
Hang on,
that's
though.
the
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
problem.
whoa, 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 whoa! I would not agree with that, Dave. I just think beliefs.
No, I'm saying
are
it's used
seen
that
as a
way.
bad. Yeah, but it's used that way because the flat Earth, globe Earth debate is a debate based around science, and science doesn't have room for beliefs. But if we're talking about
Nate, fix your
religion,
microphone.
there's no wrong with having beliefs. Can you guys hear me now? Sorry.
Yeah, and then the typical flat Earth response to that is, well, what they've made is science. They've made science into beliefs rather than actual facts.
Exactly.
So therein
That's
lies
why-
the problem.
Yeah.
Therein lies the
Yeah,
problem.
so you
We're
can't
using
have
the word
beliefs in
belief
science.
in religion as a pejorative, and we shouldn't.
Jesus, yo, Gregory, just like take 5 minutes, man. Just let me and Dave have a back and forth here, man. You have been
But
dominating.
you need to fix your microphone first. We can barely hear you.
Yeah, but
I hear him
and
fine.
you can.
I'll be
yeah,
honest.
everyone
Really?
hears me just fine.
Yeah, click on his name and turn him up, maybe.
I can hear him too.
Yeah, Gregory. So yeah, Dave, I think it's thing of if we're talking about religion,
on.
there's no problem mentioning beliefs and those things. It's when you try to bring it into science and what you said is true. There is this preconceived notion within the flat Earth realm that what globalists see as science is some other type of religious belief.
So that's
Well, yeah,
similar
and
to
that's
what I
the
said
thing. Is
earlier.
that's correct. Real quick, Gregory, just back and forth, like he said, between him and I for a minute. Yeah, and that's the thing
He
is
said
that
that?
it does get it. Yeah, he did.
I'm sorry.
I know you couldn't hear him, but that he suggested that. So yeah, just that that's the thing. It seems like a standstill that shouldn't be going on this long because it does seem like a lot of ballers admit that. Like Matthew Learns will come in here and he'll say he has a justified belief because of the evidence, but he can't, technically prove what he's saying. And then there's other ballers that are just, this is science and this is, but it's all these gray areas because they always say nothing's provable, but then it's factual at the same time. So these gray areas that we keep going back and forth on, seems like we should be able to like define our terms and not have to do that, right?
Okay, so I would say when Matthew says he has a justified belief, you guys don't agree with that because you believe what we have is a blind belief. We worship these scientists and physicists and blindly believe what they say without questioning it. You guys believe our trust in them is
Bit of
not
a straw man.
justified.
It's a bit of a
No?
straw man because I think
Okay.
the most honest ballers might say, and even yourself, I think, might have indicated that these are the reason I think it's true is because of the evidence available, even though I can't necessarily prove it directly.
Do you have an issue with that?
No, but that's kind of the definition of belief if you don't have the actual direct proof.
Okay, but then would you not agree there's like subcategories of belief? There's different types of belief. It could be
Right.
justifiable, blind belief.
That's what's interesting about this, right?
Unjustified. Oh, yeah.
The other problem is that there's an assumption that like one would have a problem with holding a position that is simply just a belief, right? The problem is that when we're looking at the physical and tangible world, right, as we know it, there's a differential factor, right? The mere basis of what we're talking about, one is seemingly the immaterial, right? Okay, it's the one that we're not able to access. It's what we don't directly interact with as we know it, right? This maybe can be extended by the one that holds the power to move that thing, right? But like, it's a fundamental difference, right? The foundation in which we're standing on, one is evaluating the natural and physical world. So to equivocate belief in the same regard, or for it to have like the same weight, it's a categorical error, quite frankly. You know?
This is what I said in the beginning. People are using belief, quote unquote, and religion, quote unquote, as a pejorative to criticize the opponent as
Right.
believing the supposition that is false and or without justification. That is an abuse of the terms.
Right. And then at the same time, I think that a lot of flat earthers are maybe even justified in that they say our observable reality really can't be counted as a belief because it's just the way things are, you know?
Yeah, it's physics.
Yeah, that
Yes.
also would be erroneous because they're in a debate. They're trying to defend a position that they claim to know. In order to know it, you must have a supposition, and the supposition must be true. And you believe the supposition, and you have a justification for believing the supposition.
Yeah, and then we're getting into a semantical thing there because I think we had this argument, you and I, when we first started talking years ago, because you know, the whole definition of belief being true is a belief something that's true and justified in the way you talk about it. And you can say I know something, and to say you know something, you have to actually believe that you know it, and that's like, you know, a little bit of the semantic game rather than what we're trying to get to is it the same? Is it equal in that we're saying our reality is like it seems at stationary and level, and everyone agrees on that. So it's kind of like a common sense thing that we all sense, right? We all sense no movement. So that could be like kind of like the default position, like we like to say, because we all experience a stationary and level Earth. That's not really a belief in flat Earth. That's just a belief that things are the way they are until there's reason to believe they're the opposite. Then you have that's where the belief comes in, and on our side of the agreement, in my opinion.
But that's not a semantical game, that point. That's not a frivolous point, that point that I mentioned. It's essential to the issue.
Yeah, it's not frivolous. It is essential to the issue. The clarification and categorization of these things is very important. Objectively, the way that we look at this whole thing overall is drawn from those points. So if we switch out one foundation for the other, we derive our philosophical interpretation of that like completely from a faulty premise. It's a categorical error, of course. And a lot of people are
it seems like a blanket statement.
I'm just wondering how far down the road are people going? When people are thinking about these things, right? How far down the road have they effectively gone with the original premise being one that's basically derived of a categorical error entirely, a misequivocation of something that's tangible and directly responsible for the end point? You know, the start is so important.
It's like the specificity of the word science and the specificity of the word belief are, you know, what gets us caught up with these, you know, accusations that may or may not apply to everything, you know, because science as like, oh, we believe in science, meaning all science, anything to do with science, including space travel and everything else that might be fallacious. And then if you say, I believe this, then it includes everything that you think that you know and have evidence for and all that. So how could we maybe, you know, get some subcategories here so we won't be just talking past each other?
Well, it's simple. You do the Socratic method, meaning you ask questions to get as much content out of the opponent to understand their position as best as possible. And of course, also scrutinize their position with arguments, but first questions, because you can't critique until you first understand. And you cannot understand unless you ask questions to give them the opportunity to answer those questions with as much information as possible. So
yeah, of course.
what we're pointing out.
Seems like, yeah, it just seems like there's these, we're using the same words to degrade each other on both sides. And there's a lot of contradictions maybe on both sides too in the way we use those words, because maybe the criticism of the ballers is that they want to use the blanket statement of science to include all those things, but then they also want to say that belief is included in the knowing and all that too. So there's a lot of contradictions on both sides that we can avoid.
This is an instance of a verbal dispute. What logicians call it. It's a verbal dispute. How do you dispel a verbal dispute? You specify what is meant by the two parties or more that is using the term. And of course, if the answer that is given is vague and ambiguous, that demonstrates that the position lacks the necessary merit of having a specific, distinct idea that can be made intelligible and then defended.
Anybody else? Nate, are you still here? Witz, do you have any thoughts on this?
No,
Yeah, but I mean,
I'm working on something.
yeah, I'm also a bit distracted. But yeah, to respond to what Gregory said, I would agree. That's how you would go about determining whether or not someone holds a justified or unjustified belief, right? You would ask questions to understand the position they're coming from, and from that you make a conclusion based on the answers they give you. It just seems, regardless of the answers given or the evidence provided, your minds can't be changed. It seems it's a given that you guys have the answers, you know everything, and there's nothing we can do to persuade you in any differently. It seems that if I did everything you did, I did the same inquiry, the same observations, the same, measurements, calculations, experiments you did, there's no way I can come to a different conclusion other than the one you hold.
That's so funny because
we could easily say the same,
Yeah.
like we feel the same about you,
Exactly.
right? Like that
Yep.
you guys think you already know everything because science
Right.
knows everything and none of it can be questioned and there's no way your mind can be changed. And it can be
Right.
argued we actually have a more compelling argument because we already have changed our mind as opposed to you guys who still hold the same consensus belief that you guys
And-
do already know
yeah.
everything.
And we're way less likely to say we know everything because we often admit we don't know a lot of things.
It's a frivolous point to highlight the truism that at some instances with two or more opponents that strongly hold their position, they are unsuccessful in persuading one another to change their position. And so, given that truism, we then move on to the issue being the debate is now begins.
Yeah, it's also not to simply sway your opponent, but the audience. You're giving information to the audience so that they're able to assess the logic and argumentation of each side.
And I think it is probably true, and even most ballers will have to admit that it seems like the argument from the baller side is more about winning the argument than trying to, at least in most flat earthers' opinion, is rather than try to get to a truth, is more about the argument at hand.
Which is self-contradictory and self-defeating. That's ironic, because if one is truly trying to argue soundly, then they're trying to get to the truth. But if you're not trying to get to the truth, you're not arguing soundly.
And unfortunately, right, like the problem that people would take with someone like Gregory, right, it's like, oh, you seem like a bit of a know-it-all, right? But the issue is with that is that, like, while we're having these conversations, like, you're either just first thinking about the answers to these questions and you're hashing it out now, or previously, for the last 5-10 years, you've had these questions asked yourself. You've been asking these questions. You've seemingly worked through all of the different ways in which you can go logically, and now you've derived where you feel is correct. And then, so like a quick iteration of something like that can seem arrogant, maybe, right? Like it can seem that way, but a lot of the time when it's derived via a source text, right, that we say is again like the immutable word of Yahweh, that like it was first spoke breath to breath with a person, that it was inspired by the Ruach itself. Like for us, we really truly believe that. Okay. And then on that path, there are different things that verify these things for us. We end up in a relationship with that same thing ourselves. And then that word starts to expand, and the meaning in it is just even greater and greater. And yeah, it becomes like seemingly like a know-it-all thing to just quickly have an answer that's ready for something. But I assure you, there are like real hours and days and spaces of time that one has like gone over this shit in their head and actually thought about it and thought it out to its logical conclusion with all of these things considered on that process. It's not just
In
like
addition with that, if we did not have certainty, then we would be inconsistent with the text we claim to believe and live by, because the Bible over and over again asserts and reassures the reader, especially the believer, that what is being taught in this text is certainly known without doubt, beyond any rational doubt. And then the astute unbeliever will then highlight that so as to undermine the position the believer holds.
Yeah, which is again why I try to get the conversation away from that, and then maybe point out that the ballers often do that, where they're like, well, if we have to go with everything science says, otherwise there's no certainty in it, and we can't even give an inch, otherwise then we're going to give an inch, and a mile ends up becoming like, oh, I don't believe in what I actually hold true any longer.
Well, that's not a beneficial approach. Avoiding certainty doesn't help anything.
Yeah, but neither does claiming certainty on something that you haven't logically argued.
Okay, neither does repeating that you haven't successfully defended your position. You haven't successfully defended your position over and over again. Neither is that beneficial to advancing everyone involved in the discussion unto the truth. So what happens frequently in these dialogues is that we continually repeat these meta-commentary truisms over and over again. Well, you're not infallible. You don't know everything. You can't justify being certain. Well, you're wrong. Well, I disagree with you. Yes, we know this already. We've been discussing this for several years. Can we get to the debate already?
Yeah. Hey, real quick. Hey, Whitsett, are you still listening? Oh, okay.
I imagine he is,
You
but
want to talk to Whitsett, Dave?
Stuff.
Or
no, I wanted to ask him a question real quick, but that's okay. We can continue.
I just feel like the rest of us are just not good enough for you, man.
No, it was I sent him a DM. That's all.
This is a tremendously.
Wait, how would I was going to ask this question to him actually. How would you define religious zealotry, Gregory?
Religious zealotry, which is redundant, but because one who is a zealot is religious. It's a attitude. Let me say this: religion. I'll post the links in a bit. Religion is very simply a supreme value. It is that which is valued above all else, whatever it may be, whatsoever it may be. Whatever you value above all else, whatever is your supreme value, that is your religion. It is detected by not just your words, but also your behavior, especially when someone tries to say counter argument against whatever premise you hold or whatever thing you value. When someone tries to attack in whatever way, and you do whatever you can to defend it, and you will not accept any attack, will not accept any retort, any rebuttal against it, that demonstrates that it is your religion.
Where do you get that
zealot? So hang on. So a zealot is religious, and one who is zealous can be one of two things: justifiably zealous. There is a justified righteous zeal, and then unjustifiably zealous, and immoral, unjustified zeal. So of course, zeal is just another attitude, one who is extremely enthusiastic about whatever it may be. Okay. And so one can be extremely enthusiastic in trying to accomplish this or that task, justifiably or unjustifiably.
Okay, Travis, your question.
Yeah, I just was curious where he got that definition for religion.
Merriam-Webster, dictionary.com, and this one website from a college, a community college in New York.
Is it the first definition, or is it like 12?
Not the 12, but it's at the bottom out of the 4 on Merriam-Webster.
So why did you choose that one?
Because that's one of the it's one of the senses that is within the semantic scope of the term, historically and at present.
So then all 4 of them are true?
You can use the term religion in various senses, yes.
I've just curious why you chose one or the other. Okay.
Hey, can I just cut in right there? North, can we go this Sunday, 4 p.m. Eastern here and have this debate? North Star, can you unmute yourself, please?
Whoa. There's another debate that was supposed to happen tonight. Kosho and Saris, but they can't have it tonight, and it might be on Sunday. So it's gonna get preference over yours, right? So you guys gotta wait on them to finalize the time.
Okay,
How are you making that?
Does the ballpark of Sunday afternoon, evening, or somewhere before or after their debate work for you, North? Will you be here? Would you care to unmute yourself and just chime in? I didn't want to disrupt the conversation going on, but I'm really trying to get you in for this Sunday.
Okay, he's obviously not able to answer, so
mouth was full, man.
maybe
I'm sorry.
check the DM.
I'm having dinner, but yeah, that should work.
Okay, great. We'll just touch base earlier on Sunday, and yeah, that Gio also said there's another debate getting rescheduled then. No firm time, so we'll make it happen. Sounds good. Thank you.
Kosho also said he would debate anyone on any topic and destroy you.
My man, where's he at?
Yeah, but I think we should have more debates on here, more one-on-ones on specific topics. It would make it pretty interesting. Like for someone to debate Gregory on logic or something, that would be pretty cool to see.
On logic itself, huh?
Well, something around it, something to do with that topic. I don't know.
Well, yeah, the bad news of Gregory. That was borderline cold-hearted earlier, man. Some of the stuff you were saying. Just if you want to check the temp on people. I mean,
could you say that again? Could you repeat that, dude?
What I just said, I said what Gregory said earlier, that he had bad news and that children are dying under judgment from cancer. Yeah, that was just pretty cold-hearted.
That's not entirely, I believe, his whole position, though. Like I said before, like that's not entirely the way I see it either. We have our own sin that interacts, right? We have amounted with the different wants of the human, right? Like for power, money, whatever, right? We have like whole changes of the electromagnetic frequency in which we live in due to our greed. These things judge children. Our sins effectively eviscerate cells via that one mechanism alone. This is like, again, fundamentally a part of it too,
You evaluate my choice to tell the bad news as an instance of me being cold-hearted, whatever you specifically mean by that, as though I am not being loving toward the person whom I'm telling the bad news to. But would it not be the height of cold-heartedness if I know that there is bad news and refuse to tell my fellow human the bad news, that they may avoid the danger for their sake, and tell them the good news that they may be utterly blessed?
I agree with you right there, 100%. And we should, if we even have a hint that it's truth, we should express it and let people make their decision. But sin affects us all. So if how powerful it may be that we can affect an unborn child, even, then we should take it as very serious and repent as much as we can and stay away from sin and deception as much as we can.
Hey, Rakia, and your interpretation, Rakia, real quick, is your interpretation of the reason that the baby might have had cancer is because it had a sinful thought?
I don't know that, but I see the power of sin. So could it be? Yeah, sure. I think it's beyond
accumulatory.
It's
beyond. But you would never state that as like an objective truth, right?
How could I? Because I don't know that to be 100% true, but I would see the possibility and tell people that sin is the most powerful thing that controls. I mean, just think about it. I mean, without sin,
neurology,
how joyous, You know, we're
Can I say
talking about
something?
peace, love, joy, and when sin was introduced, we find ourselves where we are today with even, you know, babies being affected. Maybe, you know what I'm saying? Like that's how bad it could be.
But you're right. Like, how would you know?
Well, can I say something about the girls? I've heard this
Quick,
argument
but you see it
before.
as a bad. I wanted to make sure when you said you agree wholeheartedly, that you weren't wholeheartedly agreeing with that bad news. That's all.
No, I was agreeing wholeheartedly with that statement that he just said, not about the, you know, the
Yeah, just for
sinful
your own
nature of babies or whatever. I can't know that for sure. I just know the power of sin, seen good and evil in my life. And I experience sin on a daily basis myself, so I'm pretty experienced with it. I'm almost an expert per se. So, wow, you know, how many lives have I affected, even children's lives, with my
You
sinful
dirty
nature?
sinner.
It's
You dirty
countless,
sinner.
countless. Yeah, it's countless. Yeah, I can't even
Racky
count how
is a
many
dirty
lives
sinner.
I've affected with my sinful nature.
But you know, and the other
Can
thing
I
about
jump
that
in
is,
on
you're
this?
like, you think it's important to say what you think so you can warn people. Like, what? How would the baby avoid it? You know, if it's just a thought and doesn't even know how to speak yet, right?
Well, that's why I added my point where sin is so powerful that you're not in control of that. But I don't know that as a fact. I'm just saying it's a possibility. But I
I think.
see sin as being a powerful, you know, thing.
Go ahead, Don. Go ahead, Don. But sin's where the dogma comes in my opinion.
I think
Well, this is.
Paul had something to say, and I want to say something too. So
Negativity is directly related though to like cortisol, you know, basically metastasizes and apparently changes cells, right? Can cause anomalies in the cells, like our hormones, our neurology, our endopleasure system. All of these things are affected by the way that we act and the way that we perceive our own actions. Also, right? Perception is ultimately like one of the top parts of this, right?
I
Yeah,
agree with that. I agree with that.
everything
Like the
seems
way
to
we
be
affect
connected.
other people, right? Like the system and all, right, is a mitigation entirely, or not entirely, the mitigation that attempts entirely, right, to stop the way that I or you affect others. That's the value system which Yahweh has given to us, right? It would be perfect. Our execution of it, however, is not perfect. But correlationary, like evidentially, I believe that, you know, us not, you know, walking headfirst into instant gratification effectively is something that's great for us in the future. It allows us
forget
to
there's a line.
create a continuity of joy, you know? I'm just saying,
Yeah, I
a
was actually
continuity
trying
of
to say something.
perceivable joy.
Inheriting it is different, though. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, can I
I'm
get
just
in?
more talking about a continuity of perceivable joy. That's
I
all
guess
I'm talking about. Go ahead.
All right, go ahead.
After
Okay.
Paul, then me.
I've heard this argument about like why would God inflict something on somebody? You know, if God's benevolent. There's two factors in this. If I go back, I've been listening to this. I've been trying to get in for a while, so I'm going to rehash something that was said earlier. If Essie is right that God is he's just a creator of an anthill, makes it and leaves it, practically that God, you might as well be an atheist. So why are you saying that even what's going wrong with this child is even wrong or not, or wrong with any kind of animal eating anything? If I decide to kill somebody, I kill somebody. There's nothing inherently wrong in that, because God is basically absent. There's no God to deal with.
Is that
The other
still
thing,
here, by the way? Is that she still
I
here?
don't know.
Is
I don't
She
see
may
her.
or not be, but
Still
this
here.
is to the audience. This is also to the audience. The other thing, I mean, we already talked about this, and it's already been said, and we all recognize this. If you want to call it sin, which is true, Raki is right. If I do something wrong in this world, it affects people around me. You know, if I commit adultery, it affects my wife and my children. If I get in a car accident because I'm drunk, I'm going to kill somebody. I'm going to affect the people and the lives of the people in that car. Or then they're finding out that now that cancer could be a man-made disease. So our own selfishness and greed, because we want to get these different things, is creating the very cancer that's killing people.
Yeah,
So
sin
is
is
it God
exponential.
inflicting it?
Just
Is it God hold on? Is God inflicting that? In one sense, yes, because he calls consequence. Whatever man sows, that will also reap. So there's a consequence for our action, and that's
Sin is
also
almost
part of connected
exponential,
to free
basically.
will. We have the ability. Hold on a second. Free will is also a factor. And you want free will because even love, courage, bravery, all require choice. free will, or they have no value. They have no value whatsoever. So you need free will involved in this, and also this because of free will, you're going to have the detriment. You're going to have people that are going to be selfish and do their own thing and kill people and whatever. It's just a consequence.
One murder can affect
say one word.
generation. Think
Sin is
about the person
exponential.
that didn't have a chance to have babies or get married or whatever that you killed in a car accident with your sin or prideful nature. That could affect the world, the generations throughout the years to come. You can't
Don't
even
forget there's a line. There's a cue, please.
Sin is like a
go ahead,
inverse.
Travis. I'm
Crack, crack, crack. There's a line, man.
Is there? Go ahead, Travis.
Everyone
No,
cut
no,
me, but go
Don.
ahead.
I think Don's next and then me.
I
Heard
was
you
only
say
trying to say
line a
one
while
word.
ago, and I didn't know what you were talking about. I thought you were hot micing, actually. Sorry.
All I said was
If
sin
I
is exponential. That was it. It's exponential. It's got a square law.
Is Don not here? I thought he was in line.
I haven't said anything in a while, man.
Oh, I thought you
I
were in
have
line.
I have something quick though, Travis, real quick about what they were just saying. As far as like the sin goes, I think that you're right. There's like things that you could be in that sinful category that can affect others and affect yourself and whatever else. But I think can anyone here that's on the more biblical side understand why those on the other side might interpret the Bible's interpretation of sin as a way of man controlling man, so that they can use guilt to oppress men with these interpretations? And that's
You
not to say
can,
there is sin,
It could
but
be.
you can understand that that's
you
where
can
this comes
switch
from.
things around however
Yeah,
you want.
with
That's what
that
men
And
do.
instance
That's
can I respond
occurring,
to that?
if
Can
I
I
may have
respond
been
to
waiting
that?
for a pause. If I may have been waiting for a pause for a
Well,
while.
hang on, Gregory. You've been on for a while.
Wait,
I've
come
not
on,
been able
guys.
to get on
Come on,
hardly at all.
wait, man. Listen.
Well, go ahead. Go ahead. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
So, one thing that we need to try to differentiate is a philosophical discussion and one that's based on scripture. A lot of these discussions that we're having right now about the sin nature, they're philosophical. Okay. Otherwise, we would be citing scripture for our points. So here's a scripture for us all to consider: John 5, when there was a man blind, and Jesus' disciples came to him and said, "Jesus, who sinned, this man or his parents, that he was born blind?" And Jesus answered and said, "Truly I say to you, neither this man nor his parents sinned, but in order that God's glory might be displayed among you." Okay, so we really need to be careful about philosophy and scriptural basis. Thank you.
Okay, with that
Actually,
passage, two
What
things.
was that?
With that
I
passage,
want to
two
respond to
things.
that.
And then Paul. With that passage, Yahushua is talking about a particular instance that this man was not blinded. He is not afflicted with this specific infirmity because of his sin or his parents' sin. But in general, all of this infirmity and affliction and suffering and pain and agony is the consequence of sin, and everyone suffers the penalty of their own sin, not for the sin of someone else. Paul?
But even in the midst of that, if God says if you do X, Y, and Z, and this is the consequence, and then you do X, Y, and Z, and you suffer the consequence, that's bringing God glory because it shows His word to be true. And if you do good things and the vice versa, or He wants to say, I've allowed this person to get sick, and I want to heal him and show forth my glory, that is also true. And also, if you want to use the word sin, and this kind of relates to back to the topic that's been going on for the last hour or two, the idea of sin is missing the mark, right? That's the idea within Scripture, or if you want to take that, it's a moral standard by which, and this is both a philosophical and a theological argument, Travis, and you can have both at the same time. If you miss the mark on what you think, like whatever you think the good is, like what do you think the good outcome is, or the good, whatever that good may be, if you don't live up to that, you're missing the mark. You're sinning. But you got to have a moral standard to evaluate that. And to go back to what Gregory was saying earlier, if God is absent, then He can't be used as a moral standard. So by what standard are you judging? So is it my personal opinion over your personal opinion? I don't like it. You don't like it. That sounds like chocolate and vanilla. Who cares?
Yeah,
There's got to be a
so
standard by which you're evaluating it.
yeah, but you're not going to ever hear me argue that a baby, an unborn baby, has impure thoughts so that it has contracted cancer. That is absurd. That's a
I
philosophical
never said that.
argument. I didn't
No,
say
Greg
you did.
said that.
Hold on. Yeah, hold on. I made a clear distinction between a philosophical argument and one that is based on scripture. Okay, so don't come back at me and say that you can have both a theological and a philosophical, because I'm going to go back and say, what's the basis for either? Right? You have to argue on your basis, not just simply your particular bias.
Any argument, Travis, is a philosophical argument, whether you're arguing from scripture or you're arguing purely philosophical logically. They're both philosophical.
You're trying
No,
to separate them.
I
They're
would
not separated. They're distinct, but they're
No,
inseparable.
no, I would not agree to that. I would agree to the fact that they can both be logical. But if I'm making a philosophical argument based on whether or not a child is born into sin when the scriptures don't say anything like that, then that's not the same category. It's just not.
They do, and they are. Logic is a subcategory of
Okay,
philosophy.
go ahead and show me. Go ahead and show me. You said they do, so go ahead and show us something. Go ahead.
Okay, give me a moment.
Okay, thank
So,
you.
no, two
In that moment,
things.
in that moment, I just got to say that, or take a moment, real quick, if you're going to give me one moment. The only thing that's really made me doubt whether arguing our side of what the shape of the Earth is the thought that they might be actually planning on telling us about it and then using religious indoctrination again in all sorts of ways that'd be much worse than we have it now. That's all I got to say.
Okay, so three things. Number one, you can know, I can know, because the God has revealed it. Number two, by means of the Bible included. Number two, when we're talking about the answer to the question, why would God allow that to happen, allowing people to become condemned? Bear with me. If we're going to call ourselves and presume ourselves intellectual interlocutors, bear with me as I read this passage. This is relevant. Romans chapter 3, verses 1 through 20. What advantage has then the Jew, or what profit is the circumcision? Much in every way. Chiefly because of them, they were committed the oracles of God. But what if some do not believe? Will their unbelief make the faithfulness of the God without effect? Certainly not. Indeed, let the God be true, but every man a liar, as it is written, that you may be justified in your words, and you may overcome when you are judged. But if our unrighteousness demonstrates the righteousness of the God, what shall we say? Is the God unjust who inflicts wrath? I speak as a man. Certainly not. For then how will the God judge the world? For if the truth of God has increased through my lie to his glory, why am I also still judged as a sinner? And why not say, let us do evil that good may come? As we are slanderously reported, as some affirm that we say the condemnation is just. What then? Are we better than they? Not at all. For we have previously charged both Jews and Greeks that they are all under sin. It is written, there is none righteous, no, not one. There is none who understands. There is none who seeks after God. They have all turned aside. They have all together become unprofitable. There is none who does good, no, not one. Their throat is an open tomb. With their tongues they have practiced deceit. Their poison of asps is under their lips, whose mouth is full of cursing and bitterness. Their feet are swift to shed blood. Destruction and misery are in all their ways. And in the way of peace they have not known. There is no fear of the God before their eyes. Now we know that whatever the law says, it says to those who are under the law, that every mouth may be stopped, and all the world may become guilty before the God.
How
Therefore,
long does this go on, Gregory? How long does it
last
go on?
sentence.
Yeah, how long does this?
Last
Is this hell?
sentence.
Are we in hell right now?
Every time I do this, can you hear me? Last sentence. Every time I do this. Verse 20. Therefore, by the deeds of the law, no flesh will be justified in his sight, for by the law is knowledge of sin.
Okay, great. So, was that an answer to a question you were asked?
Yes.
Yeah, he
What
said
question?
all flesh is disgusting. What was that very last sentence, Greg?
Therefore, by the deeds of the law, no flesh will
No,
be justified
let's
in
not
his
do
sight.
that. Who asked you a question, and what was the question?
But to be
Because
honest,
I want to
Travis,
know what
I'm
your
the one
answer
that
was.
pulled that out of
was
him
in
earlier, right? So I
relation
should get
to
a little leeway,
who
right?
asked you, and what was the question?
Travis is not paying attention. He doesn't realize.
No, we're not going to do that.
Is my mic on?
We're not going to do
Hello?
that.
Is this thing on?
I
No,
asked him. You asked him to justify the baby's getting cancer, Travis. That's what he was doing.
Yes. Number 3. So that's why
Wait.
You're not going to keep reading. You're not going to keep reading, Gregory.
Well, Travis was paused. Let Travis
We're not paying attention to what's actually being said is the problem right now. I'm literally moving past the scripture I just quoted. You see?
Hold on.
Number
Did it
3.
break up? Because I didn't hear an answer. Did he give an answer? Wait. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Listen, did he answer my question?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't hear it. I must have dropped off wherever I was. Can you just, again, I'm sorry. Who asked you a question and what was it?
Don asked the question, and if I'm incorrect, I heard someone ask the question, why would the
he
God
had
allow?
he agreed. You asked him to justify babies getting cancer. That's why he was reading it. I said this before. He said yes. That's what it was for.
No. I asked him for evidence that
This
babies
is
have
not that
thoughts
hard.
that cause cancer. Babies have thoughts that cause cancer.
So
That was
annoying.
what I was asking.
Sure. I'm saying that's what he was referencing, regardless. If you don't accept the answer, fine. But I heard that last sentence, he said, no flesh is justified or whatever. I mean, it don't mean shit to me, but it's a Bible verse that, okay, maybe they're talking about, that's what God said. I mean, I don't know how people get qualified, how they know what God said, but.
So, if I may finish the sentence, because I'm trying to be as concise and informative and charitable as possible, I read that entire passage because it is poignantly relevant to the question. But no matter how poignantly relevant the answer is to the question, look what happens. Can't even have a coherent dialogue about the issue. Number 3 is you try to make this split hair distinction about philosophy and logic and Bible passages. The Bible is unabashedly and blatantly, conspicuously philosophical. This is why all these other philosophies are levied against it. The Bible, in the epistle to the Colossians from the Apostle Paul, says in no uncertain terms, beware of vain philosophy and empty deceit, after the elementary principles of the world and not after the Messiah. That Proverbs can't make itself any more clear that it is philosophical. Seek knowledge and wisdom. Wisdom. Philosophia. The
Oh
love
my
of wisdom.
God. And you just go on and on and on, dude.
And these petulant carpings. But he's supposed to be a grown adult who's
He
a
is petulant
tough-minded
copying.
interlocutor.
I
Pay
have
attention,
Hey, can I
audience.
give my take? Can I give my take real
broad.
fast? Hey, so this is what I think, okay? I think that we have free will, right? And there is a consequence of the decisions made within that umbrella of free will. So say that a woman is pregnant, right? Because cancer is astronomically more common now than it ever has been, okay? It's not even close, and it continues to grow. It's obviously something that we're doing within our current lifestyle that is arguably more sinful, right? Because sin seems to increase proportion of the time. So the point is that say that a woman's pregnant and she's getting shot up and she's consuming all kinds of crazy poison, and then she gets her baby out and gives the baby all kinds of poison, right, when its immune system's being developed. Now, if that causes the baby to have cancer, that doesn't mean that the creator made the baby have cancer. And then you'd have to argue that the creator should intervene and protect the child.
Exactly.
Right, but then you're also saying they should strip the free will from those parents that decided to inject that into the baby, for example. So this is not as simple as just this like virtue signaling. You think God gives cancer to babies? It's way deeper than that. You're talking about tiptoeing on the line of free will.
So either we get some valid, worthwhile responses from the opponent, or we get petulant carping like we've heard
I'll give
repeatedly
you one.
tonight.
I'll give you a valid thing. If the creator created this thing, surely the creator, being so powerful, cannot have made a mistake somehow, because cancer is only one of the things. There's baby born with epilepsy, with all kinds of diseases. Surely you're not saying that the parents caused all these diseases, right?
That goes
Surely you're
back
not.
to my point, actually. So, like what the baby consumes, what the mother consumes during pregnancy has been proven to be vital to the development of the immune system and neurological system of the baby, right? Then what different synthetic pharmacia she's taking, all this different stuff certainly can affect the baby in many different ways. And then they inject the babies when they come out the womb. And so if you're like your numbers dwindling a lot if you're talking about something right when the baby comes out of the womb, because it's almost always developed within the first few years of life. And of course, even within that paradigm, yes, the sin of the mother could directly affect the child. And it's sad. And I think that the father is actually very merciful and probably does protect tons of babies and people can be healed and all kinds of stuff. But no one wants to address the actual philosophical point, which is that for the father to completely eliminate this possibility would be removing free will. And like I don't dispute, it's not a lack of empathy for babies, right? It's like kind of like a virtue appeal to emotion argument to insinuate that.
Winston, I think
It really isn't, bro. It really isn't. I think your guys are the emotional ones. I'll give you another example. Homosexuality, right? That's a sin according to the Bible. Then why is right? So why is it then like generation after generation, statistically, like 10% of men are born with that are homosexual? Nothing to do with their wishes or desires, like you guys think. I'm sure you realize that, right? How do you explain
You're
that?
just making now. You're just making a
Pause.
No one can
They're
prove
not-
that way.
Yeah, I'm next, man. This is gonna take us into are you born homo argument or not? Because otherwise, it's in the free will umbrella still. Like
I think
this.
someone said it earlier. They said that
Well,
no
I mean,
child is
SE went
born
first,
with
so just
wicked
be
thoughts
patient,
in their
Don.
mind, right? So if no child is born with wicked thoughts in their mind, no child is coming out the womb thinking, "Gee, I gotta have sex." This is not on the child's mind. This is learned behavior again.
Can we
Learned.
not go there though? Because again, this is again to the sin. And why are we talking about it? Because they're suffering. Okay, well, who cares if they're because your God isn't all powerful or he isn't nice. And you go, well, why? Who even care? Maybe the God is very powerful, or maybe he's unlimitedly powerful. Okay, well, why do people argue that? Well, they want to say if he's unlimitedly powerful, then they better beg and kiss his ass right now and know he can fucking zap a lightning bolt on you right now or not. That's why people have the argument. Right, and it's
That's
like
not the argument.
it
Some people
really
say
is.
that
Though.
argument,
Think
but that's
about it.
not the
Think
right
about it.
argument which the Bible teaches. Number two, as he went first, to answer that last question, some people deny this in the sense that one has the innate predisposition for whatever sin. That is not a justification for it, number one. And number two, that is an instance of the manifestation of the sin nature, which is why you must be born again, which is why no flesh is justified before the Lord and must be born again. No flesh can inherit the kingdom of God.
But
So with the homosexual, supposedly, the homosexual is behaving according to his or her sinful nature.
But why?
Yeah, just like if I was to lust after a bunch of women and sleep around, right? It's the same thing. It's a sensual lust. And to argue that someone's born gay is kind of insane to me. I mean, you couldn't even be born if that for starters. And
Can we not
secondly,
go
yeah,
there though, man?
I'm just explaining that life expectancy decreases and illness is significantly more common.
But
So
there's
it's
plenty of them
obviously
that say.
Don,
I don't
just
care what
be
people
patient. We're not
We
talking about
can't
what you
listen
want
to
to
the
talk about
gay
right now.
argument if
Be
you're born
patient.
gay. Let's just stop.
Can I just make the
We're
point,
not
dude? I
talking
don't
about what
really.
you want to talk about right now. Be
Everyone's
patient.
opinion's
Go
gonna
ahead,
start the
Austin.
fucking argument, man.
Well, we don't have to argue about whether or not you're born gay. I'm just explaining the reason that's important is because it comes back to my point, which is that it's free will. And it's like if I choose to sleep around with tons of women and I get some type of disease or something like that was my fault. And it's all based on free will. And if you're trying to say that the creator should intervene and not let people be gay or not let people get sick, then you're saying we shouldn't have free will. So it's easy for the carnal mind try to point their finger at the creator and morally judge him. And I would just caution anyone from doing that. You're stepping over into a realm that we cannot fully comprehend. This is like a huge metaphysical equation, right? That you're just kind of seeing a portion of it. And I definitely wouldn't suggest anyone talking down about the morality of the creator. It doesn't really seem to be a very promising position.
You're missing the point. Nobody is talking down at the creator. Quite the opposite. What I'm suggesting with it is the creator is omnipowerful, right? The creator can do whatever he wants. So
why are you suggesting
suggesting that he made a mistake by creating homosexuals, right? And suggesting that it's a sin. It's like you're laughing at God. It's like you're
That's
saying
not an
God
instance of him
made
making
it.
a mistake, SE.
Oh my God. Well,
Listen to what you see. You can't let me finish, right? You get so triggered.
I thought you paused. You literally paused.
Can we define what sin is first? Let's just define it. Let's get that out the way.
Transgression
Missing
of the
the
law.
mark. Yeah, we already defined it.
Okay, so SE, the homosexual or any other sinner behaving according to their sinful nature is not an instance that indicates that the God has made a mistake. It's an instance that demonstrates that humans are behaving according to their sinful nature.
You guys
So you're
keep
saying
on.
they're not born that? Hold on. You're saying they're not born that way?
Stop
You're,
arguing that shit.
Bro, can someone
listen, dude. If
moderate the
you
room
don't
with
like it,
him?
go to another
He's a grown
channel.
man
What
who
is
can't
your
exercise some
problem?
self-control.
Yeah, control yourself, man. So are you saying a homosexual is not born that way?
How would you prove it?
Somehow, like me,
They
I
are.
can't envision being with another man, right? I can't envision that, right? And I'm not knocking anybody. I'm just saying that's why I feel strongly that homosexuals are born that way. So if that's the case, then that means God allowed a sin to happen, like He went against Himself. It's like you guys are dissing God in some way.
How is
No,
that
Well, you
possible?
listen.
You're just
have
wrong
to
in
define.
assessment.
Listen. Oh my God.
Hold on, Gregory. Is it possible that in this assessment that people are born this way, that you're just wrong, and somewhere along the line, a person consciously chooses to be gay for whatever reason, whatever happened to the person, they
No,
consciously.
Matrix. I can't envision that. No.
Okay,
It's
so the
also
response
Odyssee's
from
making
me
a good.
is
I
this:
think Odyssee's
they
making a good
are
point.
born
Yeah.
that way. They are born that way, not in the sense that it is justified for them to behave according to their nature. This is why I've emphasized multiple times. They are voluntarily making choices according to their sinful nature.
Is it possible to? I'm not a chemist or like a biology expert. Is it possible to like I guess fill a pregnant woman's baby with estrogen, and then the boy can come out filled with estrogen and be born that way at the same time?
You talking
And
about that frog is gay thing
Is
that
it,
Alex Jones used to say that he used to put something in the chemicals making the people gay or whatever? That's what you're implying?
no, estrogen is something that like transvestites will start to take when they want to like turn into a girl, right? They'll
Yeah,
take actual chemicals.
They also
I
pump
looked at
chicken
I looked into this quite a bit.
estrogen as well. They pump chicken
I,
with estrogen. If you were to notice the different sizes of the breasts, when at least I'm 38, when I was younger in the young ladies, and now that's because the chicken and most of the food products that we eat, they're full of estrogen.
right,
So being
and
born
also
that so
there's also in the womb. Because it's such an early age of development. I looked into this because we had a friend that kind of went nuts with this man. Every man's a woman and every woman's a man. Went overboard with it. So I was trying to talk some sense into him that it does seem like whether it's intentional or not by the doctors, the hospitals, or whatever, even if it's just the woman's diet or something. But yeah, if the baby's sex is determined by the sperm, right? So it's either going to be man or woman before that, supposedly. And then a little bit more estrogen or a lot more estrogen or testosterone can make a woman a lot more manly or a man a lot more womanly in the long run.
It also has something to do with the cycles as well. I work for the small hats. I had a conversation one time. These people don't really have conversations about their personal life, and they told me, they hinted to that it is a science to it, that at certain times that you could do it, certain positions you will have a boy, and certain times you will have a girl. Now I'm not saying that I believe it, but it did come from a people that is very embedded in that community, right? So this is what they believe.
So these are instances of people making unjustified voluntary choices contrary to the natural order the Lord has organized, and people being corruptible, corruption being the consequence of sin.
to SE's point, then you could be born that way, but it also, to your point, at the same time, be a consequence of the sin committed by your parents at the same
I'm trying
time.
to get to his point. I don't know if you guys can hear me. I'm pretty sure I've spoke
Go
a
ahead,
few
North.
times and people just walk right through me. So to the guy's point who's speaking of are they not born this way? Aren't they born this way? So what we need to define is what homosexuality actually is. Then we need to define what love is. And we need to understand that no, they're not born wanting to have sexual relations with the same kind. They're not, no one is born that way, although they are born into sin. And you can see this in young children and infants. They will pull their sister's hair or their brother's hair. They'll have these evil little looks on them. And it doesn't take long. There's a learned behavior and there's an actual embedded evil in these, in all beings right now. This earth is cursed, and not only the earth, but the people on it. and we're seeing the effects. We're seeing the effects of such. That's what we're seeing. So define homosexuality as you're born with it, and define love, and let's go from there. Let's get to the root of the matter.
Are you hinting?
Along those lines that North just mentioned, that is a proper distinction to be highlighted. That, of course, a child that is pre-pubescent does not have erotic desires yet. That erotic desire manifests when they get into puberty, and then their sensual nature is then further manifested in this pubescent state. And so that homosexual behavior is an instance of our corrupt sinful nature behaving, them making their choices according to their sinful nature at the pubescent stage where they now have erotic desire.
Hey, Gregory, how would babies ever be born if there was no erotic desires?
They wouldn't be born.
Why would God intend that?
I never asserted that he
Well, if
would.
erotic desire is a sin, right? And babies are never born without it.
No, I never said erotic desire was a sin.
He made
Oh,
a
okay.
distinction between the erotic desires of the children and the, you know, like he said that they wouldn't have.
Oh, okay. So erotic desires in general aren't a sin.
Of course not. He's the one who told Adam and Chava, be fruitful and multiply. He made
Okay,
sex.
the other question is, if the baby is somehow being punished in some weird way for the sins of the parents, you see how that argument then could be turned around, like, you know, when you're saying protect the innocent babies from being aborted, right? That those babies are innocent, right? But then maybe the baby being aborted that's what God wanted because the parents were sinners. So that's what happened to the baby. It deserved it.
I never asserted the baby is
Saying
being.
it could be turned around that way. If you start thinking the baby
But you're
guilty of
not
the parents'
listening.
sin.
Is he pressed the retort? I never said the baby is put to death because of the sin of the parents.
Or sick because of the sin of the parents. Isn't that kind of the implication earlier that it might have been the parents' sins? Might have been the parents' sins or the baby's thoughts or something like that.
I hear what you're saying, but why, if you don't have to bear the consequence of that sin, why would we ever change our sinful nature? I'm just saying sin as a substitute for doing something wrong. Whether you want to call it sin or not, it's up to you.
Let me answer that coherently without interruption. Hang on. Let me answer that with perspective said coherently without interruption. There is a difference between the consequence of the parent's sin detrimentally affecting the baby versus the baby being punished with the death penalty.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I was gonna say. That you guys are like outraged that God somehow allowed the mother to eat shitty food and get a whole bunch of GMO in her body, which might or might not have caused cancer on the child or some sort of deformity, right? How would God be able to control? I don't think, man, you guys are confusing the nature of God with what you guys think God would allow or not allow or want or won't want. You guys are I'm like giving it like human features when I don't think we're talking about like a human kind of entity.
I wasn't
Okay,
taking a
if we're
stand.
not talking about a person, Matrix, if we're not talking about a person, how do persons exist?
I just want to point out that I want to reiterate what I'm saying. It's like if they eat all kinds of crazy food, they do all kinds of crazy stuff that's bad for the baby while they're pregnant, and then they get out of the womb and they just start injecting them with all kinds of stuff, basically assaulting them, and that causes some type of reaction that's detrimental to the baby. To turn around and blame God for that is insane, right? Because no, he gave the parents free will, and like the child is under their care. So it's like, that's what I was saying, was that you would be intervening on the free will of the parents. And of course, the abortion, right, is again the free will decision of the parents, or more so just the mother now, of course, right? So that would be again the sin of the mother killing someone else, right? It has nothing to do with God killing a baby or God giving the baby cancer or anything.
I was, you know what? I missed everything you said because I went into the store. So it wasn't at all in reaction to what you were saying, if you took it that way, but it was just about the baby with the cancer and all that. And one of the interpretations was maybe that's the sin of the parents, and the baby inheriting the sin is one of those things that's like, you know, kind of irksome when this discussion gets brought up, because I don't think the baby should suffer for the parents' sins, you know.
Well, I don't think the baby should suffer because the parents are brainwashed and selfish,
Right,
and then the baby comes out and they just start shoving needles in them, right? But like,
Right.
unfortunately, that baby is under the
but
care of that parent who makes that decision.
yeah, but Witsit,
Can
you're
I get?
adding variables here. How about before GMOs? How about before all this ability
Cancer was
to
basically
change our
non-existent in the
nature?
past.
Babies were still born deformed, and they still had homosexuality and all that. So that it's like you're adding variables that are not necessarily needed for this equation.
Well,
How
you
about
brought up
before
cancer
that?
originally, and cancer is pretty clearly directly related to those variables because it's increased proportionate to the increase in those variables, and it was basically non-existent back in the day. If you want to talk about deformities, that's also a very rare thing, and there are many things that can cause that, right? That would actually have to do with the process of conception and the parents as well. In addition, the gay thing is no good. Like it's like if I grow up to want to sleep with a bunch of women, that's a lustful, it's a sensual lust. Like I did, I was like promiscuous at one point. That wasn't because the creator made me to sleep with every girl I thought was attractive at the bar. That was me doing that. And it's
Did
the
you ever
same
sleep
thing if
with a
someone
man?
act.
Did you ever
What?
sleep with a man?
Hell no. Well,
Okay, so why not?
because I personally find that to be repulsive. But the
Exactly.
point,
So how about all those gay men that do it, like 10% that have been born throughout history? How about them? Do you
dude,
think
it's
they
nowhere
just
close to
chose one day, hey
10%.
man, I
It's
think I
nowhere
want to
close to
sleep with that dude over there. Is that what you think happened?
It's nowhere close to 10%, but I think it's many variables. They normally have issues with
Given
their
over to a
dad in the
reprobate mind.
household, and then they have issues
God
talking
says
to
they will
women.
be given over. God says they'll be given over to a reprobate mind and given unnatural affections. That's what God says He will do to them.
Can I get? Can I jump in on the other side of the argument? This is, I mean, it's almost there's this implication that suffering is a bad thing. Okay, now, I guess that could definitely be argued, but here's the thing: what if there's something like ultimately, if God is benevolent, there must be a purpose by which He's allowing the evil, He's allowing the things in the world to happen, whether it's children getting sick or a person being homosexual. But let's think about this for a second. Let's look at the homosexual for a second. We know that self-control is of high value, right? Which means controlling your body, controlling who you are. We all recognize at some level that's a good thing. How can you strengthen your self-control if there's not something in opposition to that, which means a desire that you should not give into? And that can be applied to gluttony, overeating, having self-control there, learning to control those things. Or what about, why is there hate out there? Well, love can be truly expressed when there's a situation where the person that you're loving is not very loving. So you learn to express true love and what love is about in the midst of someone that's not very loving or hateful or your enemy. The Bible calls it your enemy. Love your enemies. That's where true love is expressed. How do you overcome courage? Hold on a second. How do you express courage, which we all recognize that courage is a good thing, unless there's some evil or something that we must face and show that courage? So the other side of the coin is, why does God allow evil? Is because He wants to develop the good things, and you need that opposition to help express and to express those good things. If they weren't there, then it's meaningless.
Is that to say that then, like, the sins are good in that you learn from them?
Yes, that's not the best answer. That's not the best answer to this question. I'm sorry.
Well, that may be, you may disagree with me, but
I'm sure.
Well, and I'm not necessarily saying that you're necessarily learning, but it's the pressure on that helps develop that character trait. That's what I'm after.
The problem with that answer, I love you, Paul. You know that. The problem with this answer is that it necessarily implies that sin is good, that it is a necessary prerequisite for this or that good thing to manifest, and that is an abhorrent thing to say and is contrary to the word of the Lord.
Well,
that
the
is
thing
not
is, though,
the purpose.
hold on a second. The Bible says very clearly that Jesus learned obedience through what He suffered. His suffering, He learned obedience through that. Yet though He slay me, as Job says, yet will I trust in Him.
Yes.
So through that adversity, Jesus learned obedience.
He wasn't without knowledge. That's an old English archaic phrase meaning he demonstrated obedience under the troublesome situation of the sinful world. He didn't gain knowledge he was lacking.
Well, then let's just even apply what you just said. his demonstration of his obedience was through the suffering. If he's obedient without suffering, which has more representation, through the suffering or no suffering?
Given the end that he's trying to accomplish in the midst of the present situation, that is a good thing. But good in and of itself does not need evil in order to be
No,
good
and
or in
I'm
order
not.
to be known.
I'm not. Okay. I'm actually trying to, like, again. I'm going to go back to courage. When there's no adversity, how can courage be expressed?
But courage is not a necessity. Courage is not a
But
needed thing to be
well, the
demonstrated in the
Bible,
world.
well, the Bible talks about in Revelation talks about the cowardly will not inherit the kingdom of God. So that means courage, which is the opposite of being a coward, is a value in the kingdom.
But courage is only a necessary attitude in the midst of a fallen world. And you wouldn't
Exactly.
have a fallen world, a corrupt world, if there were no sin. And if there were no sin,
And
there
then
would
courage would
be no
have no
need to
value.
demonstrate the attitude of courage.
Right, but then courage would have no value in that world.
It's not that it would have no value, it just would not be needed in that situation.
But what would be the point of existing? I kind of think suffering might be needed in life, because eternal bliss will probably be mind numbing. You will probably cease to feel.
Yeah,
Right?
this is back to that same point, Gregory. That how
No.
would you ever know what good is without the bad, right?
No, you know what the good is because the God who is the eternal omnibenevolent being has revealed goodness, himself, his character to us. We do not need evil to occur. We don't need events that go under the category of evil to know that knowledge.
Well,
Yeah,
see,
but
I'm
how
not
would you
talking
even
about. Hold on a second.
categorize it without the contrast? How would you be able to define it?
Well, and I want
Because
to be
the
clear
God
about.
has revealed it.
Okay, I want to be clear about this. I'm not saying you cannot know in the sense of have intellectual ascension to what courage and love and mercy and justice, all this is. You can have an intellectual ascension to that, but the experiential component, how to experience courage, how to experience love, how to experience those things in an experiential sense, cannot be truly manifest unless there's something to counteract it.
Sure, you don't need experiential knowledge to have knowledge that is not needed to be experienced in order to know it. So how do you know it? The God has revealed it, regardless if you're not experiencing the events that go under the category of evil and that go under the category of courage and opposition and endurance in the midst of that evil.
When is it exactly that God would reveal this information to you? Would it be in birth or somewhere along the line during your bringing up?
It's both. You endow the knowledge of himself in all of us and has also spoken to us.
But why would he need to do that? If there's no need, is there no need for the good and the bad? Why would he need to implant good in us?
He
What is he?
doesn't need to do anything. He didn't do it out of necessity.
Well, and also, couldn't God reveal himself or reveal these qualities in the world that we exist in?
Yes.
Could that also, because the Bible talks about that nature is a revelation of God. So
Yes.
even the fallen world and learning to overcome things and express things, you may not know it in a sense of intellectual, like I said, intellectual ascension or intellectually, but there could be an experiential component, like what Job went through. I always go back to what Job said it himself. He says, before it only heard of you, which means I only had a intellectual propositional knowledge of you, but now I have seen you. It's almost like now Job knew something beyond that intellectual ascension. There was an experiential component that Job experienced of God and who God was.
All the heavens and the earth, everything the Lord has created and everything in them is the entire evidence body within a inductive demonstration that he is who he says he is, even his eternal power and Godhead.
Well, even the fallen world is an expression of that nature of God. When you go
Correct.
contrary to the very nature of who he is. So yeah. So again, I think we're basically saying the same thing. I think that God can reveal courage and love through experiential nature and through that experiential living, as well as just some intellectual assent to it.
We're kind of missing it. The reason I say it's not needed, it's not an absolute necessity. You don't just need it just absolutely for all situations and all persons at all times. No, courage is necessary for a certain end, for a specific end in a specific situation.
how would that be applicable? The whole God reveals all, and how would you actually apply that to physicality, to reality?
Well,
It sounds
in
good
your
if
everyday,
it sounds so sorry. It sounds good if you put it like on a t-shirt or whatever. And I hear you, right? I like how you speak and how you think, but I don't agree with you on everything. And you are saying like these things, oh God is gonna reveal, but I can't see how I would apply that in you understand? Like in reality, how would I apply that to so it can be less philosophical and more in a physical sense, if you understand what I'm saying.
do you mean in the way you should live? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, because we're talking about the evil, the good, the bad, the ugly, whatever, and you're saying that God reveals all that. We don't need the duality to understand it. So that's why I'm a little confused. How does one take the knowledge of the duality without experiencing it in some sort of physical way?
When you look at the whole universe, including ourselves, the whole universe, the heavens and the earth, and all that is in them, including us, it is demonstrative of both his goodness, his omnibenevolence, and his severity, according to his justice, according to his omnibenevolence. And so that demonstrates that we ought to be thankful and we ought
That
to
won't be
devote
handed down,
our.
though.
Can I finish the sentence?
That won't be handed
That,
down. It has to come from your community, bud.
that demonstrates that you must be thankful for all the good things which only come from him, and you must also be reverently fearful of his severity according to his justice. Furthermore, in trying to inform ourselves on how we ought to live, it is not just the existing creations that will give us adequate knowledge on how we ought to live. You need special propositional revelation for the Lord from the Lord, spoken to you or by a messenger sent from him.
That this question: is there a difference between propositional knowledge and experiential knowledge?
Yes, one is a priori, the other is a posteriori. What are you talking about? One is abstract in nature. I'm speaking a sentence to you. That's an abstract entity. Versus me showing you the whole universe or me showing you a particular behavior.
It's like I can describe what chocolate tastes like, but really to know what chocolate tastes like, I need to hand you a chocolate bar.
Yeah, you've given me that information via verbal communication or written language, but I can't thoroughly, completely grasp that information until I get that experiential anecdotal data with my sense faculties.
Breaking in for a second. See, that's why I think there's a difference between with God and even our understanding of God. God cannot experience sin, which means he can't know the taste of sin because he cannot experience it, but he can know propositionally the consequence and what sin is, but he doesn't know. He knows there's two ways of knowing.
A small addition to that sentence: he cannot experience doing sin, but he does
Right.
experience sin, empirically observing and experiencing others doing sin.
Can I just get into the chocolate conversation real quick?
Yeah.
You've got different types of chocolate at different periods of time. Some people's idea of a chocolate bar is a 70% cacao. Some people's idea of a chocolate bar is a Hershey's bar. Arguably, they're different. So we've got different definitions of what a chocolate bar is, even, right?
Yes.
But
You've
so too
highlighted a
do we
nuance.
also, and to just like go back to a further earlier point, I guess here somewhere is that you've got differing concepts of what the main creator god is, and then a sequence of other gods that kind of graduate into areas of recognition over centuries and centuries. So like the concept of a cruel creator god is back from Sumeria, because catastrophe would happen, and if catastrophe happens, then God sees fit to slay all these people, so God sees fit to do that. But at a certain point in time, there's like an agreement that's made, and then God's like, yeah, I won't slaughter you guys anymore, totally make it cool, you guys just go live your lives out. That's in Sumeria. But because everything graduates through there's a through line from Sumeria that goes all the way to the Bible. When you're talking way back, the nature of God is evolving as well, because religion itself is evolving over time.
The
Does that
theology
make
in the
sense?
Bible is not a development. It's not a
God and what's
progressivist development from Samaria or any other ancient culture around it. It is a refutation against all the other ancient cultures around it.
Well, no, like the Ten Commandments is going to come through like in the Sumerian like tradition.
The Ten Commandments is in the same genre of literature. It is not derived from the Sumerians. This information is coming from the God, not from humans.
It's the Elohim. You know what I mean? It goes back through
No,
that tradition. But it's not collated. It's not. It doesn't become like Hebrew, like modern Hebrew. What you think of it? It was just stratified and fragmented, and it just was a core group, but many tribes of that or whatever. So like when they collated, became like under some kind of doctrine, right? Then okay, now we're recognized. Okay, well now our God matters, right? Because you can see this like back from when Titans were overcome by the gods of Olympus, and throughout history, this happens.
The
Gods
theology of the
dethrone.
Bible is not derived from any human, ancient or modern. It derives from the God.
That's
It is
a
similar.
claim,
It is
but
similar to the philosophies of the ancient culture, contemporary with the proto-audience and all the authors of the text. It does not derive from them. It is a refutation against them.
How do you explain the Vedas?
What about the Vedas?
well, like
How
Yahweh is
would
referenced in
you
the
explain
Vedas.
them in comparison to the word that you believe? Like,
Well,
I'm
the
sure they
Vedas
had
do
never
not
heard of this
talk
God that
about.
you believe in, right?
Well,
The Vedas,
well,
the Indians people, the people in India.
Well, no,
He's
it's
beginning
not
a
just
question
India.
never ended.
It's
I'm
a
just
lot of
one
the,
example, yeah.
but
Okay,
this
so
is like
in the
a
case of the Vedas, for instance, the Vedas is vastly disparate from the Bible. It is rather sophomoric to compare them. The Vedas and the Bhagavad Gita and all these other things that come from Southwest Asia and all this stuff here
the
doesn't even
rig
talk about a personal
is
sovereign God who can
14
speak.
So your side here, our side here, let's say that's the right way. That's the answer, right? Forget about the Chinese, forget about the Indians, forget about the Muslims and every other culture that believed in a God under the sun, right? Forget about
there's
Zeus.
there's
Well,
evolution
forget
that
them
goes
in the
on
sense
here.
that they're false. Don't forget them in the sense that we should be bigoted. No, don't be bigoted. Examine them. And when you do examine them, especially juxtaposed over against the doctrine of the Bible, they demonstrate themselves to be unjustifiable under scrutiny, not
So
like
they
the
were
Bible.
all false, the Greeks, the Chinese, but the Jews in Israel, they were right. Their God is the right God. That's the God we should all believe in, correct? All
Correct.
7 billion people of us, right?
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
Can I jump in on that real quick? Here's the thing, though, SE. I mean, if you look at the claims of the nature of these gods, right, there's a lot of contradiction, right? Like, I don't know if it's the Hindu or the Buddhist that God is just a energy force or something or whatever they want to call it,
You don't really
and
know what
then
you're
look
talking
at the
about.
Muslims, it's, huh?
You don't really know what you're talking about.
Well, I'm just saying that there's
If you
different understandings.
if you did though, like I think you would see that there is definitely similarity that you need to investigate further.
Well, the thing is, though, I'm
Snacks.
focused on. Hold on a second. I'm focused on the differences, though, because that's where the understanding of whether these are the same God or not is relevant. Now, there could be connections. Yeah, I mean, obviously, there's a divine being, which you could say that's
These
Zeus.
are all branches off the same tree here.
They're
That's all
not.
I can say.
No. There's differences. The differences is it's not the same tree. Okay, because if
Yeah,
there's
it is, bro.
differences, no, if there's differences, it's not the same
It is.
tree.
It is. You know. It.
Okay,
That's okay.
if God
You can
is
disagree with me.
okay,
I'm not going to
if
stop
God
you.
is
Go ahead,
impersonal, hold on a
disagree.
second. If God is, hold on a second. If God is impersonal in one belief, God is personal in the other belief. Those are contradictory. God is not personal and impersonal at the same time. It cannot happen.
They do not
One is
derive
Those
right,
are
from
one
one
is
another.
wrong.
variations that are going to be within different religions, what we call them, but they are
If anything
basically
derives
the
from
same
anything else,
creator.
Snacks, it's the Hindu doctrine and all these other false theologies
Why is
that derive
Yahweh
from the
referenced?
truth, because you
Why
can't
is
get a lie
Mitra
without the truth.
referenced?
As you talk
Well,
through my answer,
yeah,
you
I
say,
will. Well, who asked you to comment?
No one. And
You know what
so
I
this is
find
an open
interesting?
forum, and you're
All right, go
demonstrating that
on.
you're
You know
not
what I find
being
You
the
interesting?
can go on. You
open-minded
can go on with your
interlocutor
answer.
that you just tried
I'm
to
just going
exhort
to
us to
present
be.
points.
What's interesting
No,
is that you guys talk about the Bible, right? Here's what I find interesting about the Bible and the origins, or the universal God that helped create these texts, if you will. There's a tribe in North America here called the Haida Gwaii. They're an isolated tribe in Vancouver Island, off the west coast of Canada. If you go to Canada's website, Government Canada website, and you type in Haida Gwaii, you'll come across a chapter where they have a description of where they live. The description of where they live matches Genesis from the Bible. Now, I find this really intriguing, because how does a Bible that's written by the Jews or Greeks and Hebrews, and how does that transfer all the way from that location where it was written to Western Canada, a tribe up in the mountains and woods?
How does
Right?
the Euphrates and Tigris translate to Canada? Because the Garden of Eden is specifically described with names of rivers and locations that are near Mesopotamia and Turkey, not at all near North America. So I'm just wondering how that matches the Genesis account when those 4 rivers don't flow in North America. Thank you.
Hang on. So along the lines of what Arbiter just said, this is why I said earlier what I said, that if anything is deriving from anything else, it's all these other theologies contrary to the Bible deriving from the source which gave us the oracles written therein.
Well, that's what I'm saying about the Haida Gwaii, is because if the Bible was solely just for the Jews, how is it possible that another tribe could write a description of Genesis? There has to be a greater force at play here that is in the heart of all cultures and of all man, to know where they live and how to operate as a good man. It's inherent. That's why I think in Acts 10:34, God is not respecter of a person, but yet of who you are as a man and what you do, not your personal choices, like what you like to do, what your color is, and all that shit, but how you carry yourself as a man. And that God clearly states that it doesn't matter where you're from, Jew or Gentile, you're entitled to the same gift that's being proposed, and that's what's unique about the Bible. And I find really interesting how tribes can, basically confirm that the Bible has a major influence all around the world. It's evident in other writings as well, so it can't be just random.
So the philosophy in the Bible is not a Johnny-come-lately deriving from the ancient cultures around it. Secondly,
well, that's what
when
I'm saying.
you talk about
it can't be.
When you talk, it cannot be. It cannot be. When you talk
That's what I'm
about
saying. It cannot be.
the Bhagavad Gita or the Vedas, for instance, it is a vast, disparate distinction between the supposed God, quote unquote, and Hindu doctrine as opposed to the Bible. The Bible teaches a personal, sovereign, personally triune God. The Bhagavad Gita or the Vedas or all these other
Triune
texts that go
God.
under the category, the vast, ambiguous
It's
category of
making
Hinduism. As you talk to
planet.
the answer,
He's
as you
got 3
talk to the
fucking
answer,
faces.
once again, talking to the answer, you
Oh,
say,
go ahead. Go ahead. Make your fallacious statements, your untrue
okay.
statements.
So listen, audience, pay attention to this. He cannot keep silent. He must talk through me, but he wants to exhort others for being a tough-minded, critically thinking interlocutor. Hypocrisy.
Dude,
So
can I
the
just say
sentence
this
I'm
real quick?
trying to finish, right? The sentence I'm trying to finish that he won't let
I'm
me
not going to
finish.
resort to vulgarity here. I'm just going to go. Bye.
You see? So the
You're
sentence I'm
hogging the
trying
mic a
to
lot.
finish.
You
Okay.
really are going on and on. Every answer you give is 10 times longer than anybody else's. It's not here. You're not here to just preach, okay?
Still won't let me finish the answer. Getting all this petulant cavils
Just do it
critiquing my.
concisely, man. Stop being a sissy. Listen to what
Still
people are
again,
telling you, bro.
carping and not letting me finish.
Damn,
When
oh
this is just a bunch
man.
of unjustified
You
exaggeration
remind
of
me
my
of an
answer.
ex-girlfriend I had. Come on, dude.
Still exaggerating my answers instead of just not talking. All right, so let's demonstrate to the audience that we're a bunch of tough-minded interlocutors. The sentence I'm trying to finish is this.
Listen
It's
to
a
this guy.
vastly disparate theology. When you, for instance, since he wanted to mention the Bhagavad Gita and the Vedas, the Bhagavad Gita and the Vedas teach that all is Brahman, that all is God. It's pantheistic. The vast majority of Hindus, quote unquote. that is very much disparate from the monotheism of the triune God in the Bible. That's just alone. Furthermore, this Brahman is not a person, not alive. It's not intellectual, it's not conscious, or any of this. Or if it is conscious, everything, the whole universe, are thoughts, not actual concrete, objectively existing entities distinct from Brahman. It is a part of Brahman.
All right. Should I start
Not
doing
what the Bible
timers for
teaches.
everybody? Does anybody vote for timers?
Absolutely. Yeah. Certain people
All right,
have
30
to. Yeah.
seconds is all you get, Gregory, from now on. 30 seconds for anybody.
Nah, I gotta be
What's new?
limited. I wonder
What's
why.
new?
Audience, pay attention. Why do I have to be limited?
New perspective.
Oh, you're going to say it's
Because
because
you
we disagree
blabber
with
on
you and we don't
forever,
want the
bro.
truth
That's
out,
why.
right? Yeah,
I'd like to know.
you're being completely rude and then saying that it's because we don't want the truth out, right?
I'd like to
No
know
knock
what he meant.
against Austin. No knock against Austin. Austin says much longer answers than me, and y'all don't say that to him.
I'd like to
Oh,
know
come
what
on.
you meant by. I'd like to know what you meant by triune. Do you mean co-equal?
Co-equal, co-eternal, three persons.
Would you like to debate that sometime? If not now.
Perhaps. I'll consider it.
All right. Just remember, he was given authority, right? And we have a mighty king or a mighty God born to us, not an almighty, right? So we could get into that if someone wants to debate it. We could have like a controlled debate right here, just real quick.
Yeah, have a mini debate. You and Gregory. No one else. 30 seconds answers and no fucking rambling over each other. That would be great, actually, if you guys could debate a triune equal God versus a triune unequal or whatever the fuck.
And you don't have to, Gregory. I mean, you guys can continue talking if anyone else wants to discuss it, or if a question I have comes up, I'll ask it.
So what do you think, North? It's not a triune God?
Well, when people say triune, usually they're saying co-equal. We got to remember, Messiah never claims equality with the Father, and we do know that authority was given unto him. He didn't take it. Okay, so it was given unto him. Also, we have this the prophecy of the child that is to be born, which is to be called the mighty God, not the Almighty, not the El Shaddai, but the Almighty, the mighty. So we have many things to consider, even when we speak of the oneness doctrine. When people say they're three in one, right? Triune. So when we go to John 17 and he says he prays to the Father that all may be one, and he uses that same word one, that even as you and I are one, I and you and me, that we all may be one, all in one. So this would be blasphemous to say that, we're all going to be one, even as he is in the Father and the Father in him being one. One just means agreement. And if it didn't mean agreement, then it would be blasphemy to say that you're going to become the Almighty Creator. That's just blasphemous.
But do they share like a different will then? Or they all share the same will?
Well, he came to do the will of his Father, not his own will, right? And when he was questioned many times, he said, "Is it not even written in your law that it's by the witnesses of two?" He says, "I'm a witness of myself, and my Father is another." So he was sent by his Father. He is not the Father. If I have a son and my son is the spitting image of me, you could say he's the spitting image of his Father. If he acts like me, if he walks like me, if he talks like me, if he does the things that, I taught him and he's obedient in that, then he's doing my will. He is not taking it upon himself to do his own will, which he never came here to do. And he never, spoke his own words unless he's letting you know he is. So that's just what I have to add to it. If you have any more questions, I'll be glad to answer.
Isn't that why the two churches split? The Orthodox and the Catholic? Because of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit? Wasn't that
Well, there was
part of the...
No.
many reasons
Oh, that's
reasons
not
that
why
you
they
have
split.
many
The
reasons
Isn't
that
that
you
one
have.
of the arguments they were having?
The Nicene Creed is a big
That is
deal. That's correct. The Nicene Creed is in contention. That's correct.
It's in contention that was why one of the arguments why they split up, or
It's the definition of the three body into one, And when they got together, they wanted to quantify the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. So they came up with the Nicene Creed.
Which is what?
And that's
Forgive me, I'm not versed in that. What does that mean?
They quantified the Holy Spirit as one body.
As one body. So I was right. That's how they split. Because the Eastern, even till today, they do, when we do the sign of the cross, they put their three fingers together, symbolizing the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
They do that in Catholic churches too.
the
Do they?
Father.
Yeah.
Yeah. I went to
And
Yeah,
Catholic school as a
the
young kid.
doctrine's very similar. The doctrine's very similar on both counterparts. That's
Wait,
not the
let me have
reason why.
clarity. When the Catholics
The
do the
split
sign
of
of the
the
cross,
church is not because of that. Okay.
hold on, please. Let me just ask this question. When the Catholics do the sign of the cross, you put your fingers together, the three fingers, or your hand as a whole?
Your fingers, bro. At least that's how we did it.
Okay,
Bro, I
okay.
went to Catholic
Cool,
church. I
cool.
went to Catholic school my whole fucking life. So I didn't get confirmed or whatever because I didn't fucking go to school or to church after. They forced me to. But like, you do put your three fingers together. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
See, the thing is I don't think people understand that the Holy Spirit, the Spirit is God. That is God. And so they're trying to break it into three parts, but God is the Spirit.
God is all three in that instance.
Well, that's what they want to quantify it as, right? They want to
Yeah.
say they're all the same. It's like water, H2O, right? All the same part, all those three parts into one.
they're all in agreement. They're all in agreement, which is what the word one means. It does not mean they're one and the same as they are the same. They are in agreement. So even when you come to instances such as this, you'll have many Christians today who read the KJV, they read the King James Bible and Red Letter Edition.
Best
So they
Bible on the
come
planet.
so they come to I'll just give you an example of how this doctrine gets thrown around. They come to Revelation chapter 1 and they read in verse 8, it's in red letters, and it says, the Almighty, the Alpha and Omega, He which was, which is, and which is to come, the Almighty. That's what it says.
Battle
Now,
of Tab.
let me just finish this point, okay? So the Messiah has never had the title He which was, which is, and which is to come. He always has the title he which was, which was dead, and which is alive forevermore. And so if you read earlier in the chapter, previously to verse 8, you'll see that it's from He which is on the throne, which is, which was, and which is to come, the Almighty, and from the Son, okay, and from the seven spirits before His throne. So it's not just a, one or the other, or these all three work in agreement, and to perform His will, His Son had to come to this earth and had to do what He had to do. That's how He performed His will. He came to do the will of His Father, not His own will. It is very simple.
Yeah, he came representing God. There's no question about that, right? That cannot be argued on either side. Jesus came as as God, really.
God made flesh. That's correct. Yep.
In
Yeah.
agreement with one another, they
Not
were.
Almighty. Not Almighty.
You know what's
So
funny is that
God made flesh, though.
you know what's funny is that God follows His own rules.
I'm gonna risk saying this, but
Doesn't go against
John
his own
1,
nature.
John 1, people read the passage in context. Bear with me. Please bear with me. This is from verse 1, chapter 1, down to verse 34.
Jesus.
Okay.
Come on, verse 9, maybe.
Well, I can't do that because people don't read the passage correctly, they miss this. John could not make himself any more clear. So if I'm allowed, if you would bear with me, if we're going to talk
Please
about
refer to
this.
him as John.
Can't you summarize it, Gregory, without reading the whole thing?
He's just
Can't you,
he's just going to talk about the first couple of scriptures talking
No, he's
about
going to
God.
read something for half an
Is the
hour is
word,
what
and
he's going to do.
the word is God, right? Is that you're going to refer to that scripture?
I mean, if y'all don't want to hear me, then never mind. I'm not
No,
under
go
the
ahead.
impression that I
That
want to
many
be heard.
scriptures? That many passages?
Try. You can try to
It
read that.
necessitates. All these passages are necessary
To build the
for this
context.
one point. Okay. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with the God, and the Word was the God. Theos. He was with the God. Through him all things were made. Without him nothing was made that has been made. In him was life, and that life was the light of all mankind. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. There was a man sent from God whose name was John. He came as a witness to testify concerning that light, so that through him all might believe. He himself was not that light. He came only as a witness to the light, the true light that gives light to everyone who was coming into the world. He was in the world, and through the world he was made, that was made through him. The world did not recognize him. He came to that which was his own, but his own did not receive him. Yet to all who did receive him, to those who believed in his name, he gave the right to become children of the God. Children born not of natural descent, nor of human decision, or of a husband's will, but born of the God. The Word became flesh, and made his dwelling among us. We have seen his glory, the glory of the one and only Son who came from the Father, full of grace and truth. John testified concerning him. He cried out, saying, "This is the one I spoke about when I said, He who comes after me has surpassed me before, because he was before me. Out of his fullness we have all received grace in place of grace already given. For the law was given through Moses. Grace and truth came through Yahushua Messiah. No one has ever seen the God, but the one and only Son, who is himself God, and is in the closest relationship with the Father, has made him known." Now this was John's testimony when the Jewish leaders in Jerusalem sent priests and Levites to ask him who he was. He did not fail to confess, but confessed freely, "I am not the Messiah." They asked him, "Then who are you? Are you Elijah?" He said, "I am not." "Are you the prophet?" He said, "No." Finally they said, "Who are you? Give us an answer to take back to those who sent us. What do you say about yourself?" John replied in the words of the prophet Yeshayahu, "I am the voice of the one crying in the wilderness, make straight the way of Yahweh, the Lord." Now Pharisees who had been sent questioning him, "When then do you baptize? Why then do you baptize if you are not the Messiah, nor Elijah, nor the prophet?" "I baptize with water," John replied, "but among you stands one who you do not know. He is the one who is coming after me, whose sandal straps I am not worthy to untie." That's all on the other side of the Jordan where Yochanan was baptizing. Last sentences. Next day, John, saw Yahushua coming toward him and said, "Look, the Lamb of the God who takes away the sin of the world. This is the one I meant when I said, a man who comes after me has surpassed me because he was before me. I myself did not know him, but the reason I came baptizing with water was so that he might be revealed to Israel." Then John gave this testimony: "I saw the Spirit come down from him as a dove and remain on him, and I myself did not know him, but the one who sent me to baptize with water told me, the man on whom you see the Spirit come down and remains is the one who will baptize with the Holy Spirit. I have seen and I testify that this is the God's chosen one."
And
So
so
what
he,
exactly
he
is
was,
that supposed to mean now? Except you just preached something. What do you think you accomplished by saying that?
John gave this whole exposition about this person who was in the beginning with the God, who was with the God and was the God, and nothing that was made without him.
That's
and
what
All
you
that's
of that
believe.
is
That's
said
what you
about
believe.
Yahusha.
That is what
that's
you
what
Yuchanan,
believe.
no
Nothing
one's
in what
listening
you
to me right
said.
now. Some people are talking through me. All of what Yuchanan just explained about this person and the dialogue he had with these Pharisees who came to him, all of that was said about Yahusha.
Okay, so
let me
what? Whoop-de-doo. Somebody named John
he's
testified
responding to me,
about
bro.
something.
Hey, so
Who gives a flying you know what? And why are we
Gregory
supposed
is
can
responding to me,
I
not
finish
you.
talking,
No,
man, or
no,
what?
because he's responding to me, and I'm trying to respond back to him, and you're just interjecting into the conversation. So I want to respond by just giving two verses, okay? So just two verses, 1 Corinthians 8, 5 through 6. "For though there be that are called gods, whether in heaven or on earth, to us there is one God, the Father, of whom all things are, and we in him, and one Master, Yeshua, by whom are all things." This is very important. You're talking about in the beginning, through whom and by whom, from whom and through whom. So these words are very important to us. There's one El Shaddai, there's one Almighty, that's the Father. The Son leads us to him. We are to be obedient to him. The Son is given authority. This does not make him co-equal to the Father from the beginning and all through his life, not just as much God as he was man. If he was just as much God as he was man, then he would be the Almighty Father as he was a man. But people say that's not his office. He wasn't playing that role then. So there's so many excuses. But none of these things are supported by Scripture. The oneness has been blown out the water. The co-equality is blown out the water. Triune Godhead, 3 in 1, it's done. It's over. There is no co-equality. When you have to give someone authority, there is no co-equality from the beginning. You have a father and you have a son. My son is not equal to me. He's not.
You've missed something. When the Apostle Paul, sent by Yahushua, authorized by the Father, says this in chapter 2 of Philippians 1 through 11. Therefore, if you have any encouragement being united with the Messiah, if any comfort from his love, if any common sharing in the Spirit, if any tenderness and compassion, then make my joy complete by being like-minded, having the same love, being in one spirit and one mind. 1. Do nothing out of selfish ambition or vain conceit, rather in humility value others above yourselves, not looking to your own interests, but to each of you to the interests of the others. In your relationship with one another, have the same mindset as Messiah Yahushua, who being in very nature God, morphe theos, who being in very nature God, did not consider equality to God something to be used to his own advantage. Rather, he made himself nothing by taking the very nature of a servant, being made in human likeness, being found in appearance as a man, he humbled himself by becoming obedient to death, even death upon a cross. Therefore the God exalted him to the highest place and gave him the name that is above every name, that at
So
the
he
name of
gave,
Yahushua every knee should bow, even in heaven and on earth and under the earth, and every tongue acknowledge that Yahushua Messiah is Kurios, Yahuwah's substitution device for the name of the Father, the Lord, to
in,
the
I have a
glory of the God the
question.
the
Father.
end of
I have
that,
a
no,
question. There,
let me respond to that, please. Let me respond. So
Oh
in the
my
very
God.
end of so in the very end of that, you said some things that were right on. But when you got to let this mind be in you in verse 5 and 6, verse 6, who being in the form of God. Now in mine it says, thought it not robbery to be equal with God, but I know that's not the correct interpretation. I know the correct interpretation is he thought not of robbery to grasp at this, to steal equality with God. So it's either harpagmos or harpagma. That's the words to be used. Which is it? So that's what you need to look at when you're going to look into the Greek. Now, when you get to the very end, you say he has a name equal to the Father. He does not have the Almighty title, and he never will, and he never has in the Scripture, although he was given authority and he was exalted by his Father. Now, if he was co-equal to the Father, he would not have to be exalted by his Father and given authority. So to have this mind in you, that we all may be one, that's the prayer, right? That we all may be one, even as I am in you and you in me, Father, which is the words of Messiah in John chapter 17, that we all may be one, that we all may be in agreement, in other words. Not that we may all be the Almighty, El Shaddai, not that. So it seems that your translation in verse 6 is a bit off. So I would say do some study on that. And even at the very end, when you say, and he's given a name co-equal to the Father, you need to do some study on that also.
can I
It's
ask
not
you,
erroneous.
studied?
The
Can I
I want to
ask
ask
you,
a
translation is
studied
question.
accurate.
people? Let me ask this question real quick. So Jesus Christ warned people. Obviously learning about his teachings, that he would be people would have to be ridiculed and judged for believing in him. Is there any other prophet or any other prophecy that you know, whether it's Muslim, Sikh, whatever? Is there any prophet that warned that they would be hated the way that Christ warned?
None.
Exactly. Thank you.
Can I, before you go down that
Furthermore,
road,
as it concerns the passage, the translation in chapter 2, let me just finish this, and then I think that's Rakia trying to talk. The Greek, and translated into English, is accurate. Morphe theos, who being in the very nature of God. It's very self-explanatory. Did not consider
The
equality with God
Greeks,
something to be used
the
to his
one
own advantage. He did not regard claiming equality with the Father to be unjustified. To claim being equal with the God is not theft. He is not stealing glory. He is justifiably claiming to be equal with the God.
To grasp or to have past tense or future, like you're going to grasp at it and rob it, is different. And that's what you need to look at when you're speaking of this. He did not think it robbery to be equal with God, which is what it says in mine, and I know it's wrong because I have looked at the original. There is a difference in having something attained in your hand, having a grasp on it the whole time, and reaching for it to take it. There is a difference in the Greek. Please study it again.
The passages we're discussing right now, this is the Apostle Paul describing his
He
mindset
is
in
in
the
the
past
nature
tense.
and the form. He is in the form of the Almighty. He is in the form of the Father. He is the spitting image. I'm not arguing that.
North, you just interrupted me.
What I'm arguing is your
North, you just
interpretation,
interrupted me.
your translation. And what I'm arguing is your translation of he
North, you
thought
just
it
interrupted me.
he thought it. Can you let me go through my point? Because you're obviously
You
not getting it.
interrupted
We're
me.
going back to the form instead of what I'm disagreeing with. Don't build the straw man, right? So I'm not against he's in the
You're
form. I'm going to finish
interrupting me
this. Can
still.
somebody mute him? Can I finish? So I'm not
This is
arguing
so
against the point.
narcissistic.
Can someone
Gregory,
mute him so I can finish,
just yield
please?
and let the conversation show what it shows. Just yield.
I was in the middle of
So
speaking, right? Was I not in the middle of speaking?
I was in the middle of speaking. You interrupted me.
Right, the
Well,
flow
you
is getting
said
out
when
right
you
now.
said
Just
There.
continue
something,
on,
I'm
man. Just
expecting
continue
you to
on. Continue
respond.
on with the conversation. Go on now. Don't complain. Just go on.
I'm not
So
okay. So I don't want to argue about something I'm not arguing with you about. This I want to make it very clear. I'm not disagreeing, as you have pointed out. You think this is what I'm disagreeing with, but I'm not. I'm not disagreeing that he was in the form of God. That's not the disagreement. The disagreement is he thought it not robbery to be equal with God, or he thought not of robbery that equality with God was something to be grasped. To be grasped, to take, to steal, to rob, and to have something already attained in your hand is quite different. And I'm asking you to please study it again before you make any judgments.
okay, the
That's
Greek
all.
is not saying that. When you translate the Greek into English, it is not saying that he did not attempt to claim equality with the God. He's saying that he did not consider it unjustified. He did not consider claiming equality with the God unjustified. Paul is describing his mindset in the past tense. So his mindset in the past tense is what? That he did
Okay,
not
so
think that claiming equality with the God is unjustified.
so verse 5 have this mind in you. So should you have that mind in you? This goes back to blasphemous. So in verse 5, have this mind in you, which he also had in himself, who being in the form of God. See, we have punctuations in different places. Maybe they shouldn't be there. Maybe you should look at that. But verse 5 is previous to verse 6. Verse 5 says this, let this mind be in you. You think the same way Messiah did, who being in the form of God, thought not equality something to be grasped. Not the other way. Not have this mind in you that Messiah had. Don't think it's robbery to be co-equal with God, because of course one day, as he prayed, you're all going to be one, just like they are one. Even as he is in the Father and the Father in him, he's praying for all to be one. So, are you saying it's not blasphemous to say you're going to be one with the Father and the Son, even as they are one? Even as
Paul is
they are
making an
one?
analogy between Messiah's mindset and the mindset that we ought to have. The point of emphasis that the Apostle Paul is saying when referencing, making mention of Messiah's mindset is to, like he said in the previous passage before verse 5, do nothing out of selfish ambition or vain conceit, rather in humility value others above yourself, not looking to your own interest, but each of you in the interest of the others. That mindset. And
Yeah,
Messiah did just that.
I get you. I get what you're saying. I think what I'm looking at here is I know the punctuation was added and all these other things are added in. When I read this way, and I'm not leaving out the previous verses 1 through 4, but when I get to verse 5 and I see, let this mind be in you, which was also in Messiah. And I don't stop the thought there and then all of a sudden something new starts when it says, who being in the form of God, thought it not robbery to be equal with God. So I don't stop and say, oh, we're talking about something totally different now. I don't do that. So when I see, let this mind be in you, which was also in Messiah, who being in the form of God, thought not of robbery of robbery, or thought not of equality something to be grasped, future tense, not past tense, future tense, to be grasped. Look that word up. Is it harpagma or is it harpagmos? Is it
Not
harpagma
to be
or
grasped.
harpagmos?
He begins the sentence with did. He's referring to Yahusha's mindset in the past tense.
Not in verse 6. You're not
He
in verse
is,
6. You're
who
previous
being
to
in
that.
the very nature God did, past tense, not
Not
consider
arguing
equality
that.
with God something to be
Again,
grasped.
again, we're not arguing who being in the form of God. I'm not arguing that. When you get to the statement, thought it not robbery to be equal with God, that's what I'm arguing. I'm not
My
arguing
rebuttal
he's a
went in
spitting
one
image.
ear and
I'm
out the
not
other.
arguing. Excuse me, was I not talking? I'm not
My rebuttal
arguing.
went in one ear and out the
I'm not.
other. I addressed what you said directly. Now I have to repeat it. This
You can
sentence
repeat it
did
over and
not
over. It's not
consider
going to make
equality
it
with the
true.
God. That sentence is describing
You're
Yahusha's
straw
mindset
manning me.
in the past tense.
You're straw manning me. My disagreement is not with him being in the form of God. I have already conceded earlier, without any knowledge from you, that he is in the form of God, that he is the spitting image of his Father. He is the image of his Father. That's what he is, of the invisible God. So there's one that's visible and there's one that's invisible, right? So the crux of this is co-equality. And so what I'm arguing against is the harpagma or the harpagmos. To be grasped or something you have already grasped in your hand currently, past tense, presently.
I'm not talking
Understand? Do you
about
understand
his
that's the argument?
ontology. I'm not
Yeah.
talking about his ontology. Listen better. What I pointed out is the sentence in verse 6 did, past tense, not consider equality with God to be used to his own advantage. That sentence is describing God's mindset in Paul's attempt to point out the analogy between Yahusha's mindset and the mindset we ought to have. So Paul begins talking about his ontology and continues to talk about his mindset. In your relationships with one another, have the same mindset as Messiah Yahusha, who being in very nature God, morphe theos, did not consider equality with God something to be used to his own advantage. It was not unjustified for him to claim equality with the Father. Rather, he made himself nothing, humbled himself, humility, by taking the very nature of a servant rather than the supreme God who should be served. Being made in human likeness, he is not a mere human. And being found in appearance as a man, he is not a mere human. He humbled himself by becoming obedient even to death, even death on a cross.
Yeah, that's the whole point of this whole, everything we're reading right now is about humbling yourself. It's not anything about, don't think it's equality, something, don't think it's robbery that he's equal with God. That's not what this is about. What this is about is being humble, not thinking of grasping at, to grasp at equality with God, to try to make yourself equal with the Father, which is why I keep saying harpagmo or harpagmos. This has been debated for many, 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 many years. Philippians 2, 5, and 6. Many, 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 many years. And I'm sorry, but you don't have a handle on it, and I don't think you've studied it enough. I know what you're saying. Trust me, I get exactly what you're saying. I've argued against this for many years. What you're not taking into account is exactly what you're speaking of. This whole thing we're reading is about humbling yourself, knowing your place. And it's not about, it's all of a sudden going to be in one verse, it's going to say, he didn't think it was a robbery to be equal with God. No, have this mind in you. No, bro. That doesn't line up with the rest of the text. Doesn't line up with the prophets. Doesn't line up with the revelation. Doesn't line up with John 17. Doesn't line up with any of the epistles. I'm sorry.
You're missing the a
Equality is not there.
fortiori argument Paul is making in the passage. You're missing the a fortiori argument Paul is making in the passage. If the God who then incarnated himself, manifesting himself in the flesh and tabernacling among us, like John says in the beginning of his gospel account, if the God has humiliated himself unto nothing, taking the very nature of a servant, and human likeness found in the appearance as a man, humbling himself even to the death of the cross, how much more should you humble yourself and exalt others above yourself? That's the thrust of what Paul is saying in the epistle to the Philippians.
Hey guys, can I jump in a second?
Yeah, Blaze, I'll just say this real quick and then you can have the floor for a minute. You can have my whatever. I would just say if you read the entirety of the scripture, you're not going to find co-equality in the past, present, when he was on this earth, or future. You're not going to find that in Scripture. It's not supported. In fact, the contrary is supported. I would just say that, and I think
After
I've went
Blaze and
over it,
me.
and I think I've went over it with John 17. I think I went over it with Isaiah 9 verse 6. I think I've went over the red ink, which was put in Revelation 1:8, which should not be there, due to the fact of verses 3, 4, 5, and 6 when they're taken into account. And we could go on for many hours speaking about this subject because it has been an argument for many years as the Nicene Creed came out. But I would say Philippians 2, 5, and 6. Please do your research. Have this mind in you. Study what harpagma and harpagmos is, to be grasped or to already have attained in your hand. Please study that, everyone who's listening to this.
After Blaze and me.
Point taken.
So, really healthy debate. I was listening in and out for a couple hours. Appreciate it.
Very good. Yep.
Yeah, and it's crazy that we have flat earthers. I'm going to stay on topic here in a second. We have a creator. We know that we're at the center of the universe. There's got to be a creator, and it's just a matter of time. You just got to ask and keep searching, like you guys are doing. The guys that were talking, about a different God. But anyways, so Gregory,
Blaze.
hi. So essentially, we are starting in the back of the book. And we really need to tell the whole story of what happened, why Messiah came. So it's essentially, I'm just going to wrap it up like this. So essentially, people that believe in the three co-equality entities believe that God had to come down and micromanage humanity, walk out his own Torah perfectly because man surely couldn't do it. Become the root and offspring of King David, anoint himself Messiah, and is a priest forever. And so we are saved by the man Messiah. I'm not going to even really get into the name situation. It clearly says man, and it says that Messiah is our brother. And it even talks about, if you want to get in the back of the book, Hebrews is very clear. Father sent the prophets, but in this day he sent his son, who he made better than the angels. So I understand. I wasn't raised with an upbringing, and I'm almost done. I wasn't raised with a religious upbringing and, told something at the pulpit, read the scriptures, and been told, how to interpret it, much like the shape of the earth. So I can see how people would defend something like that. But my goodness, we have to talk about why Messiah came and the reality of Father cannot die. Okay. Father cannot die and raise himself. So go ahead. So I know you were going to say something. Did you write down at all what I was going to say, or are you just going to say what you want to say, Gregory?
I'm just going to say this. That's a misunderstanding of the Trinity. The Trinity is not saying that the Father is the Son. The Father is distinct from the Son and the Holy Spirit. The Son distinct from the Father and the Holy Spirit, and the Holy Spirit distinct from the Father and the Son, which is what you see in the Bible. Furthermore, in the epistle to Titus.
Could you say that one more time? I'm so sorry. Could you say it slower? I'm trying to
Yes, I tried to get through it so I can finish this as fast as possible. The Father is not the Son or the Holy Spirit. The Son is not
Okay,
the
wait
Father or the Holy Spirit.
a second.
The Nicene Creed is the combination of all three into one body.
Yes, three persons, one God, the hypostatic union. So the Father is not the Son or the Holy Spirit. The Son is not the Father or the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit is not the Father or the Son. Co-equal and co-eternal.
Which goes against the Nicene Creed.
Okay. So in the epistle to Titus from Paul in chapter 2, he says this: For the grace of God has appeared that offers salvation to all people. For the grace of God has appeared that offers salvation to all people. It teaches us to say no to ungodliness and worldly passions and to live controlled, upright, and godly lives in this present age, while we wait for the blessed hope, the appearing of the glory of our great God and Savior, Yahushua Messiah, who gave himself for us to redeem us from all wickedness and to purify himself for a people that are his very own, eager to do what is good. Paul just called Yahushua Messiah his great God and Savior. In Jude, the epistle from Yehudah, Jude, he says this to his audience: Beloved, although I was very eager to you about your common salvation, I found it necessary to write appealing to you to contend for the faith that was once for all delivered to the saints. For certain people have crept in unnoticed who long ago were designated for this condemnation, ungodly, pervert the grace of our God into sensuality and deny our only Master and Lord, Yahusha. Could you imagine the prophets talking about Moshe that now? Now I want to remind you, although you once fully knew it, that Yahusha, Jesus, the earliest manuscripts say, Jesus or Yahusha Yodevash 9, who saved a people out of the land of Mitzrayim, Egypt, afterward destroyed those who did not believe. Yahudah the apostle just called Yahusha being the God who saved the Israelites out of Mitzrayim, Egypt.
Well, Paul's an amazing apostle, but he's not my God. He's not my Messiah. And like I said, you just proved my point. I said, let's start in the front of the book. And I understand not many, early believers, I'm just going to leave it at that, understand the front of the book. The front of the book is the Messiah did not have the back of the book, nor did the apostles have the back of the book. The apostles were explaining the front of the book, and then that Messiah was prophesied. I mean, Deuteronomy 18. I mean, doesn't it talk about like Moses saying that Father saying that he's going to raise up a prophet like Moses?
Like himself. And
Moses.
so, yes, Paul is not the God. He's not our Messiah. He's not our God. He's not our Lord and Master and Savior.
Okay, well, let's
and
just,
the one
you
who
can't
is our
prove,
Lord and Master and Savior, and the one who is our Lord and Master and Savior has authorized him to say these oracles that he wrote down in his epistles.
Of course, I'm not
Therefore,
denying
it's
that.
true.
But let me just say this. I tell people this all the time, especially Christians, longtime believers, that you cannot prove Messiah in the back of the book. Sorry, you just can't do it. Sorry for your luck. You cannot prove Messiah without the front of the book. Period. Okay?
Of course not.
Period.
Of course
Exactly. Right? Exactly.
You cannot prove that Yahusha is the God incarnate Savior of his people without the front of the book.
Yeah, well, you just read John 1, right? I'm going to keep it short. John 1. In the beginning was the God, and the God was with God, and the God was God. He was with God in the beginning. Okay? So, yeah, I changed the word that you like to say that is Messiah. Of course, Messiah is the word in flesh. He made the word come together, and he walked out the instructions perfectly.
Yes.
Okay, so Father didn't walk out his own instructions perfectly and then die and then be humiliated and tortured. Father, that was not Father. Father had to watch his son go through that.
Blaze, calm down. I never asserted that, neither did the Bible.
Assert what?
I never asserted that the Father came down. I've only ever asserted what the Bible is saying, that the Son came down.
Do you understand that Babylon is it's confusion, right? So when you say the Father's not the Holy Spirit, the Father's not this, the Father's not that, it's like, what? I mean, to people that aren't believers, I would say that's a big stumbling block. And usually, typically, a lot of believers, longtime believers say, oh, well, it's kind of confusing. We'll figure it out when he gets there. No. It's not confusing whatsoever. It's very simple.
It is very simple. And given that some people don't understand the ontology which the God is revealing about himself through his messengers and in his holy scripture, does not mean that this is false. It's still true regardless of people not believing it. May y'all have mercy on those who don't understand this yet and believe it.
Okay, well, let's go to Isaiah 11, right? So a rod shall come forth from the stump of Jesse, and a sprout from his roots shall be fruitful. The spirit of Yahuwah shall rest upon him, the spirit of wisdom and understanding, the spirit of counsel and might, the spirit of knowledge, and of the fear of Yahuwah. So is someone afraid of themselves? And what's with the priest forever? You know, we are kind of let that slip, but who's a priest forever? And who's sitting on the throne and who's sitting next to him?
So there's a presupposition here that the God incarnate would not be fearfully reverent of Yahweh. Is the Messiah going to be an atheist?
The
Is he
fear
not going to
incarnate.
be a obedient servant of the Lord who humbled himself even unto death upon a cross, as the Apostle Paul explained in his epistle to the Philippians?
When you say the God that came down here was incarnate, which I'm assuming you think that there's two gods, or I don't know
There's only one
exactly,
God.
but there's only one Almighty, correct? Because
There's only one
clearly,
God.
well, but Messiah is going to be called a God when he comes back to earth to reign, because he's not our king. He hasn't reigned on earth yet. And then that reminds me of 1 Corinthians 15. Who's Messiah handing the kingdom back to after it's all said and done? Himself. And he's the mediator between himself and man. It's just, there's so
Well,
many holes. And I love Paul. I'm not a Paul denier. You know, Paul warned about another gospel, another spirit, and another gospel, another spirit. What am I missing, you guys? Another
rock, another
Well,
form of
I would just like to say something real quick.
Sure.
Paul's writings are actually highly advanced, and you shouldn't even read them until you're well versed in the rest of the Bible. So, you know, just like going into Paul and diving into it. I mean, there's even a quote, I think, from Peter or something. Right? You'll go on to destruction if you study Paul's shit. So, like, for people to come in here, right, and then assert things and then base it only on what Paul said is kind of ridiculous, because you're most likely going to be contradicting what the Bible says, and it specifically says, no, don't do that. Refer to other shit before you refer to Paul, right?
which is what I've done. I agree with that.
And I'm sorry if you think I got a little snarky or snippy, so I apologize.
You talked about rhetorically asking, he's going to reconcile things unto himself. Well, the Apostle Paul, in his second epistle to the Corinthians and his first epistle, in his only epistle to the Colossians, all this is from the God. This is 2 Corinthians 5:18, and all this from the God who reconciled us to himself through Messiah and gave us the ministry of reconciliation. And the epistle to the Colossians, and through him to reconcile to himself all things, whether things on earth or things in heaven, by making peace through his blood shed on the cross.
It's not only the co-equality of power, but it's also the co-equality of knowledge, having all the same knowledge, having all the same power, is the claim of the triune God. Now we know that he does not know everything the Father knows. He does not know the day and the hour he's returning. He says the Father is greater than I, which is why I am going to him, which is why I do go to him, because he is greater than I. Again, the Father gives him this authority. So his will is, the Father's will is done through the Son. 1 Corinthians 8:5-6. We have of whom and by whom, or you could say from whom and through whom. We have one God. To us there is one God, the Father, and there is one Master, Yeshua. Now, yes, he is God. He is the image of the invisible God. He is the spitting image. If you've seen my son, you may say, you're your father. You're just like your father. You're the image of your father. You do everything your father does. You could say that, but it doesn't mean he is the Father and he's co-equal to the Father. That's not what it means. And this is not conveyed in any scripture that he is co-equal to the Father. At the time on earth when he said, I go to the Father, for he is greater than I. So is the claim that, his office on earth was, he was not greater than the Father at that point. He was not just as equal because he lowered himself. You know, he made himself lower than the angels. You could claim that, but again, we're going to go back to, it's about humbling yourself. It's not anything about being equality with God, something to be grasped, not something to be grasped, as if you have it attained in your hand. You don't have it attained in your hand if it's something to be grasped. You don't have it if it's something to be grasped. That's the point.
Can I make a point here that's very pertinent to the combo?
Go ahead.
If you don't mind, Greg? I think you're gonna like this. My wife brought this up actually. When Jesus Christ was on the cross, did he not ask God the Father, why have you forsaken me?
Yes.
I wish I would have thought that actually.
That's actually a prophecy that we can go all the way back to the Davidic temple. It was a Davidic psalm. We go all the way back, right? 800 years prior. If you read the psalm, I believe Psalm 21, Father, Father, why have you forsaken me? Eli, Eli, about Sabachthani, I believe it is, it goes, which is Father, Father, why have you forsaken me? And then what's explained within inside of the psalm from there on is actually the scene in which Yahushua HaMashiach is actually sat within. We have bulls of Basharan surround me. They cast lots for my clothes. My bones are not broken, but you know there are various language in which could describe this, but this isn't exact. But you know, my bones are not broken. My hands are pierced. You know, I'm effectively strewn out on wood. So really what we have here is him speaking the beginning of a song that every Jewish person that was witnessing the crucifixion of the Messiah would have all understood and then heard the words of that ring out their own mind after the fact. Father, Father, why have you forsaken me? Oh, wow. What are we looking at? We are looking at that very scene described of the Messiah to come in Psalm 21.
Amen.
So, okay.
Did you
We are
really say anything?
Can I get a witness from the congregation?
And
One of the
to be
last
honest,
things,
well,
one of the
The reason
last things he said
crying
was
out is
one
God
one
is
of the
Jesus. Jesus is also a man, so it was the man that was crying out. The
so
man that was using it. That's
one
why.
of the one of the last things he said was, "Father, into thine hands I commend my spirit." And I've spoken to people over this teaching and over many other teachings, and they say, well, his office on the earth, he made himself Lord and angels, so of course he could say that the Father is greater than he, and this is why he goes to the Father. And those same people will tell you in the same breath that he is just as much God as he is man. And I say, if he's just as much God as he is man, then he's co-equal to the Father in power and knowledge. And then it's not given to him. He has already attained it. It's from the beginning he had it. No. He didn't even think it was something to be grasped. He didn't even think of that. He didn't have that thought in his mind. Have that thought in you also, please.
Well, no. As it concerns his human nature is an instance of him manifesting the flesh which is humbled or inferior to his supreme omnibenevolence, omni-supreme nature. So he's God, the supreme being incarnate, humbling himself like the Apostle Paul explains in the Epistle to the Romans.
Sorry.
In the Epistle to the Philippians.
Not called the Almighty. He's never, not on earth, not in heaven, is he ever referred to as the Almighty El Shaddai. He's not referred to as that. So
Well,
when
he
you
is in
say
Isaiah, like Blaze tried to point out
he's,
earlier.
excuse me, I was still speaking. When you say he was the supreme being, a lot of people who do not know the scripture and do not know the context of words like almighty and mighty, they don't understand these things. They will think you're equating these things, which you cannot equate these things, which the whole topic is equality. So please don't equate things or make it appear that they're equal when the text is not conveying that message.
In Mark 13:32, you mentioned the passage where it has been translated from the Greek. You want to talk about the Greek word is eido. When talking about no one knows except the Father, neither the Son nor the angels. The Greek word is eido. When you read 1 Corinthians 2:2, the Apostle Paul said the same thing in most English translations. I determined not to know anything among you except Christ crucified. Is he really trying to say that he had no knowledge of anything whatsoever except that Christ is crucified? No. He said that in the sense of, I am not telling you anything except Christ crucified, which is also the sense that is being communicated here in Mark 13:32. To know, eido, you look it up in the Greek, look up the Strong's definition. One of the senses is to tell. The passage is not saying that no one knows except the Father, not even the Son, nor the angels. The passage is saying no one will tell or make known, neither the Son nor the angels, but the Father alone.
That's a bit of a stretch, but you know, even if you are given that, even though it is a stretch, I would just say that the Son was given authority. Now he's called the Son. That's what he's called, the Son, right? And so we have a hierarchy on earth. We have a Father and we have a Son. A son can be the image of his father. Now, this oneness, this word one, triune, three in one, which is how you defined it, right? You defined it as three in one. Now, can you show me in any verse that says three in one? Can you show me where it says three in one and the word one meaning co-equal? Or does the word one simply mean to be in agreement? Is that what the word one means in John chapter 17? And if you could please read John chapter 17. Maybe start around the middle if you don't want to start in the very beginning. I know you like to read it, so please read the whole thing if you can. But Messiah is praying, and he's praying for his people, and he says, I pray that they all may be one. This same word one, which this triune God doctrine is built upon, this word one. What does that word mean? How is it defined? And if we are all to be one, even as the Father is in Messiah and Messiah in the Father, if we're all to be one in them, that all may be one, would you not consider that blasphemous? Or would you say we're all going to attain to the position of the Almighty? Is that what you're saying
Answer
John
to that.
17 means?
In answer to that, not talking about John 17, we'll get to that, but it helps to go to the passages before it. I want to talk about the previous scriptures. 14 is before 17, correct? In 14, the key verse is verse 16. Bear with me. It is necessary to read the whole chapter. I read very quickly. Bear with me, if I'm permitted. Let not your hearts be troubled. Believe in the God. Believe also in me. In my Father's house are many rooms. If it were not so, would I have not told you that I go to prepare a place for you? And if I go and prepare a place for you, I will come again and will take you to myself, that where I am you may also be. You know that the way to where I'm going, and you know the way to where I'm going. Thomas said to him, Lord, we do not know where you are going. How can we know the way? Jesus said to him, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No other prophet before him has ever spoken like that, talking about supremacy. No one comes to the Father except through me. If you had known me, you would have known my Father also. From now on, you do know him, and you have seen him. Philip said to him, Lord, show us the Father, and it is enough for us. Yahushua said to him, Have I been with you so long, and you still do not know me, Philip? Whoever has seen me has seen the Father. How can you say, Show us the Father? Do you not believe that I am the Father, and the Father is in me? The words I say to you, I do not speak on my own authority, but the Father who dwells in me does his work. Believe me that I am in the Father, and the Father is in me, or else believe on account of the works themselves. Truly I say to you, whoever believes in me will also do the works that I do, and greater works than these will he do, because I am going to the Father. Whatever you ask in my name, this I will do. The Father may be glorified in the Son. If you ask me anything in my name, I will do it. If you love me, you will keep my commandments. And I will ask the Father, and he will give you another helper to be with you forever, even the Spirit of truth, whom the
Okay.
world cannot receive, because it neither sees him nor knows him. You know him, for he dwells with you and will be in you. I will not leave you as orphans. I will come to help you. Yet a little while, and the world will see me no more. But you will see me,
Okay.
because I
Okay.
live, you also will live.
Let's keep it short. So we're just staying on the point. So we're in the same account. We're in John. We're in John, right? So before 14, you have chapter 8, correct? So I'm gonna go to chapter 8, and I'm gonna read you something along the same lines, which is in the same subject we're speaking of.
Wait,
So in
let's not
chapter
do
8,
that.
I'm
I
gonna
only did
finish.
that first
I'm
to
gonna
address what
finish
you first
reading just a
mentioned.
few. Wait a minute. I'm gonna finish reading just a few verses, not about 20, and then we're gonna go to John 17, which is what I asked you. Okay. So I'm gonna read John chapter 8, which is before chapter 14. And this is what I'm going to read. I'm going to start in verse 14. Messiah answered and said unto them, Though I bear record of myself, yet my record is true. For I know whence I came, and whither I go. But ye cannot tell whence I come, and whither I go. Ye judge after the flesh. I judge no man. Yet if I judge, my judgment is true. For I am not alone, but I and the Father that sent me. It is also written, verse 17, in your law, that the testimony of two men is true. Verse 18, I am one that bears witness of myself, and the Father that sent me beareth witness of me also. So, you have two, not three in one, not this oneness, not that. No, so when we go to John 17, let's go to the one. What does that word mean? Does it mean one and the same? The Father is the Son is the Father? Or does it simply mean agreement? Does it mean co-equality? Or does it mean agreement? And I want to
It's
stick on
referring
the
to all those senses, both
co-equality.
agreement and ontologically.
I want to stick on the co-equality. The
Did you
word
hear what I
one
said?
means yeah, I heard what you said. The word
What did I say?
one means agreement. That's what it means. So when
But
you
what
finish
about my answer I
answering the
gave you? This is
question,
where I get annoyed.
you didn't answer the question I asked you,
No,
man.
I did
I
answer the
asked you
question
to
directly. I said
define.
in both
I asked you to
senses.
define the word one. Define the word one in John 17, please.
I just
It's used
told
many
you.
times.
So, one, as you try to press me by talking through me, I answered the question. One in both senses, both in agreement and ontologically concretely, especially if they are ontologically the supreme being, both persons being supreme. Of course, they are in agreement mentally, absolutely synchronized in their wills and intentions and thoughts.
You can speak about the
Now,
nature. You can say the word. You can say the word you're saying on ecology, but you can say that when you're speaking of nature. I understand that. I want to say words that are really plain and clear to understand to the audience. I'm not trying to dance around words that people are not aware of or anything. Some of the words that you use, are not understood by many, and many can be misled just by using words and equating words to mean the same thing. So when I ask you to define the word one in John 17, can you give me the actual definition in the language it was written? Or are you going to continue to jump on this soapbox and speak so condescendingly? What are you going to do?
okay, so again, the answer, right? As you ironically carp at me for being condescending. This is why I didn't want to debate this with you, but I'm going to say this last thing. One, in the sense both ontologically, what's ontology, Gregory? Ontology is the study of being, concretely, one and the same being, the same concrete entity, co-equal persons, two distinct persons out of the three mentioned in the passage that I mentioned earlier in John 14, before 17. I will ask the Father, this is Yahusha talking. He just said, if you love me, you will keep my commandments. He's speaking from the prerogative of the supreme arbiter of righteousness. And I will ask the Father, who is the God also, and he will give you another helper to be with you forever, even the Spirit of truth. That's the God, distinct from the Father and the Son, whom the world cannot receive because it neither sees him nor knows him. You know him, for he dwells in you and will be in you. The Lord prophesied in the prophets that he will put his spirit in them and cause them to obey his laws and statutes and commandments, giving them a heart of flesh rather than a heart of stone.
Well, since there's a lull, doesn't the Catholic Church state that their Trinity is confusing?
They say it's confusing about the way they articulate the Trinity because they get lost in way too many jargon terms. They overcomplicate it for themselves instead of sticking with the orthodox doctrine, which the apostles and the earliest disciples did teach.
Can I ask you one more question? I mean, maybe it's a couple more, but so in the Ten Commandments, thou shalt have no other gods before me. And then number two, which is a real doozy with these churches nowadays. Number two is thou shalt not make unto thee any graven images, anything likeness of anything that is in heaven. That's where our Messiah is, right? And the Most High. Above, or that is in the earth beneath, that's in the water, under the earth. Thou shalt not bow thyself down to them, nor serve them, for I, Yahuwah, am a jealous God. Visiting. Okay, so, and then there's Deuteronomy 6:1 or 6:4, and he declares himself one, and then he states that he's not a man. So I'm just asking. Let me go back around to like, who do you think? What's going to happen with the first commandment? Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
It still stands, as it always has and always will.
So, but you're stating that there's just one God, but has three modalities. I don't know.
No, one God, three persons, all of whom are co-equal, co-eternal, the one God.
Well, yeah, but we've just shared that they're not equal. Let me ask you this. May I ask? I told you it wasn't going to be another question. So have you ever, just like the shape of the earth, have you ever like looked at the other side and opened yourself up to being wrong with this particular thing?
Yes.
Topic?
Yes, I went from Unitarian to Trinitarian.
So like, what was the deciding factor? Like what really, in the front of the book, what was the deciding factor for you in the front of the book?
Well, not just the front of the book, but also the back of the book, the whole book.
No. Just the front. Just the front. Like we established, they didn't have
no,
the back of the
not
book.
just the front. Both the front and the back. Can't have the front without the back. Can't have
do
the
you
back without
know
the
much
front.
about Torah? Because without, like Numpty said
Why won't you
earlier,
let me
which was
answer the
really
question?
good. You're right.
Okay. So what convinced me is you have three basic logical options. You have the God being one person. You have the God, next you have the God being three persons, one out of the three or two out of the three being supreme over the other. Or you have the God in all three persons being mentioned, and they're all equal and all co-eternal. So what we see in the scriptures, the determining factor as to what doctrine is true is what is the God saying about himself? What is the God revealing by means of his holy scriptures and his messengers that he sent on his behalf as prophets and apostles saying about himself? We read, like I just read in John 14, for instance, and also in Philippians 2, and also in Titus 2, and also in the Epistle to Jude, and so on and so forth, that we have three persons being mentioned, and they are
but hold
all.
on, you can't. Okay, so hold on one second.
But why can't I finish the answer?
Well, because you're totally in the back of the book. I'm
But
asking.
why can't I finish
in
the
front.
answer?
Well, because I did extend the question to the front of the book.
But interrupting me is going to help, Blaze.
Okay, this is Discord. We interrupt each other, so I apologize.
Okay. We don't have to have Discord on an app that is called Discord.
No,
the
we
Lord
don't have to have
forbids us
Discord.
to have Discord.
Yeah, but there's going to be interrupting. We're on a phone call with a bunch of people, and it's not like we can see each other and know when we're done. I just think we spend a lot of time on, can I talk? Do you interrupt me? We just spend way too much time. Go.
Ugh. Blaze, that's a frivolous cavil. You can clearly hear I was in the middle of the sound of pronouncing the sentence.
Okay, like you've never interrupted anybody, Gregory. Come on. Have some
There was
latitude
no
here.
justification in that instance, Blaze.
See, this is too much. Come on. We have people listening. Okay,
I know.
Come on.
It would be wonderful if people would stop interrupting one another. So what I was trying to finish saying was concerning both the front of the book, as you phrase it, and the back of the book, as I'm phrasing it now. What's determining my decision is the three basic categories I articulated. And I was in the midst of completing the articulation, but you interrupted me. What I was trying to finish was that we are told about three persons, especially in the writings of the Gospels and Epistles. The triune God is clarified more precisely in the Gospels and Epistles. But this triune God that the apostles are teaching in the Gospels and Epistles is based on the Torah and the prophets. Everything that they taught in the Gospel accounts and the Epistles, Yahushua taught them, as you read the end of the Gospel account from Luke, teaching them everything concerning himself from the Torah and the prophets. And they were teaching this triune God both in word and in text. As the Apostle Paul said in his first or second epistle to the Thessalonians.
There is no triune God. Show me that in the front of the book.
Let us make man in our image after our likeness.
Okay, well, do you want to go to Psalm 81 where he talks about, why do you think that we're in this situation that we're in, because somebody deceived Eve, right? And then we had the Watchers and the giants. You know, Father, I believe, has created these Watchers and these angels, whichever you want to call them. I'm pretty sure that would be an okay we,
But
a very
let us
humbling
make
way.
man after our image and our likeness. And
Okay.
then very next verse tells us that the God, not the God and anyone else who is non-God, but the God formed man out of the dust of the ground.
Well, let's just go to Hebrews 1, just really quickly. Just really quickly, because I'm not seeing any triune anything. What I am seeing, yeah, of course. What I am seeing is, you know, a creator and him trying to help people to get to follow his instructions, and they will be set apart and protected from the enemy that usurped the garden and earth. That's why we had to go through death. I'm sure you can agree with that. That's why we had to, because we couldn't live in sin. So, you know, I don't know who wrote Hebrews, but whomever wrote it, you know, it was like a letter of hope. But in the beginning, right here, it talks about, let's see, having Hebrews 1:4, having become so much better than wait, hold on a second. Having become so much better than the messengers, as he has inherited a more excellent name than them. For to which of the messengers did he ever say, "You are my son, today I have brought you forth"? And again, I shall be to him a father, and he shall be to me a son. I see two there. Where's the third person, the third entity?
So very frequently in the epistles and gospels, what is emphasized more often than not, more frequently than not, is the Father and the Son. Nevertheless, the Holy Spirit is not without his just due. And as I just pointed out in John 14, the Messiah said from verse 15 to the end of verse 17, if you love me, you will keep my commandments. He is speaking from the prerogative of a supreme arbiter of righteousness. It's very
I
obvious.
command you to stop talking right now. That's a commandment. You know, back then, that's what he was commanding and sharing, but he used the word commanding his apostles what to do. We command people. So that's
You really could not help but interrupt me right there, did you? This is where I get annoyed with this. So, since you demonstrated to me you can't really handle this tonight, may y'all bless you.
I'm sorry, but it happens. And you've interrupted people. I just can't believe that you don't see when you interrupt people. Anyways, the earth is flat. There's still no curve. There's a creator, and you're very important.
Yeah, I would just like to say you came pretty close with the Philippians, but I think everyone needs to do a little bit of study in that. None of the other verses you brought up or read, Gregory, gave any evidence of co-equality between the Father and Son at any point in time or in the future. So I would just say that. But go into John 17, speaking of the oneness doctrine, the oneness teaching that people have, it's I think it's very evident in John 17 when he prays to the Father. The goal of this oneness that he has with his Father, he came to do his Father's will. The goal of this oneness, this agreement, is that all may be in that same said agreement. That same said agreement being one. That all may be one, all in all. So that's what he prays for. That's the goal of the oneness, is this agreement. It's not co-equality. And none of the verses you have read have provided any evidence for co-equality in power and knowledge at any time tonight.
Well, I disagree with your interpretation, and I think we are all allowed to interpret it differently.
You have to define words, and when someone asks you to go to a text, something that's written, some type of literature, and it's defined as it was defined when it was written. And I know that some of these words have been, we have mistranslations. We have Easter in Acts chapter 12, verse 4. We have words that are not supposed to be there. We have punctuation that's in places it shouldn't be. And all these things can be misunderstood. But when someone asks you clearly what this whole doctrine is supported on, this oneness, this triune, this 3-in-1, this oneness doctrine, when that's the claim, and I'm asking you to define that word one by the text itself, and you tell me it's anything else other than agreement, I know that you're not being honest. I know that, because I know he prays for this same word, the same oneness, that we all may be one, even as he is in the Father and the Father is in he, even as he is in the Father and the Father is in him. That's how he prays it.
I disagree
We may
with
be
your
one.
interpretation of the word oneness in the Bible.
Well, read John 17 and tell me what you think it means. What is that word one? Is it a different word? Is it defined a different way than he and the Father are one? So let's read that and see if we're all going to become one, even as the Son is in the Father. And if that oneness equates equality, then the claim you would be making is you would be claiming that one day Messiah has prayed for you to be equal with the Father just as he is. Have that mind in you. Philippians 2, 5, and 6. Have this mind in you, who being in the form of God, thought it not robbery to be equal with him. Don't think it's robbery. No, I'm sorry. That's not how it's correctly translated. It's correctly translated. He did not even think. The thought never entered his mind of equality with God the Father, something to be grasped, future tense, to be, not attained like he's already attained it. So I would just say that the only thing he came close with equating the equality between the Father and the Son in the text is Philippians 2, 5, and 6. But we have to take into account punctuation. We have to take into account the words that are being used there. No other verse supports the co-equality. None.
I don't think there's such thing as a one true interpretation from a man. So we're allowed to disagree on this stuff. It's not like I have to all of a sudden agree with you, right?
No, you don't have to agree with me, but for people to have a productive conversation and reason from a text, the text is going to be the standard, and the words as they're defined when they were defined, and it has to go along with the rest of the text. It has to be the puzzle has to fit together nicely, so to say. And when you see each piece is intertwined with every other piece. So to make up ideologies and these doctrines and to have these things without taking all the other things into account is to your detriment. So again, words have meanings. Define them, have a productive conversation, and you may come across words that were taken out and replaced with another word. You may come across that and it'll be very evident because you've studied the whole thing. Because if one thing goes against the rest of the things, you have a problem. It must fit. It must fit so easy.
I think there's so many interpretations and revisions of the Bible that people want certain things to be true, and they'll look through the text looking for it. And when they think they found it, they go, Eureka, I found what I'm trying to explain. But yeah, I think that's like over-analysis.
Yeah, that's what they done when they put the red ink in Revelation 1 verse 8. And see, it kind of goes back to something Blaze brought up earlier and something I brought up previously, which is you have titles that the Son has that the Father can never have, and you have titles that the Father has that the Son can never have. And this is evident in Scripture. So when you go to the Scripture, the Son has a title of He which was dead and which is alive forevermore. Or you could have the firstborn of the dead. You could have all these other different titles. But the one title you cannot have for the Son is He which was, which is, and which is to come. That's the Father. So when you're doing a study on Revelation chapter 1, seeing who the letter is from, who is this message from, it's from the one on the throne, the Father, which was, which is, and which is to come. It's from the seven spirits before his throne, and from Messiah, or as some call Jesus. So we've been over how, you know, it's written in the law that you got to have two witnesses. Messiah said he's a witness for himself and his Father is another. We have those things. Now, I understand that people are saying that, you know, if they believe in the Trinity, they're not saying that the Son is the Father and the Father is the Son. The main point is this: they're not co-equal. That is the only thing I'm arguing. In the text does not support co-equality between the Father and the Son at any time. Historically, presently, it just doesn't do it. In fact, it goes contrary to that. It says he's not equal to the Father. He never had the thought in his mind to be equal with the Father. And he says he goes to the Father because the Father is greater than he. And of course, he has the title Son, and his Father has the title Father. Pretty self-explanatory. He sits on the Father's right hand until the Father puts his enemies at his feet, right? So there's so many things to go into, and it could take hours. But yeah, it's a doctrine that's been taught for many years. You just have to nail people down on defining the words in which they're supporting their doctrine with, like this word one in John 17. I suggest you go read John 17.
I'm gonna just remake my simple point again, because bro, you are very long-winded. No offense. I appreciate everything you say either way, but I think that with how many times the Bible's been revised, how many interpretations and versions and mistranslations of the books and scripture getting taken out and put back in, that any man's interpretation, their personal opinion, it's always going to be an opinion. There's too
Yeah,
many
well, you're
versions
just
of the Bible.
wrong.
Yeah,
You're just
you're
wrong.
correct. He's
Right.
actually, well, he's kind of correct that, you know, there's no prophecy of any private
If
interpretation.
you
It is revealed to us, right? Because I mean, Gregory was right on a lot of
exactly,
things. He's right on a lot of things he said, and I give credit to Gregory because he has an excellent vocabulary, and he may be a bit long-winded, and I may be also because I'm trying to respond to all the verses that were read. You know, I'm only reading like 3 or 4, and you got him reading like 20. So I'm trying to respond with just, you know, clips from here and there, and trying to summarize it. So I'm sorry for that, but yeah, when you speak of man interpreting it, yes, that's why there has to be a revelation, has to be a revealing from him, which and requires a relationship, which means you're going to do it, you know, out of the right mindset. You know,
That's why
you're
that's why
speaking
I think
truth.
it's important that you find correlations in different interpretations. Seeing where both people are coming from, okay, we have a disagreement about what this text means. That doesn't mean, you know, fight for each other's point or whatever. Rather, find the correlation between the two different interpretations. It's just a complicated process when it comes to the Bible, and you're in a group debating it, you know.
Yes, you got to
Well, it seems
reason
like
from
Morph,
the
you're
text, but the
saying like
text has
they're
to be the
divided.
standard.
You're saying that they're equal to each other, but I thought it was trying to, the way that the verse was written, it sounds like it's saying they're as one. So it's like it's not something to be even to something else. What is one on its own?
Yeah,
Singular.
that's the supporting of the people who support the triune God, the three in one, the co-equal, co-eternal. The ones who support this, they have some things right, but the one thing I'm arguing with is the co-equality. And they support the co-equality claim with the oneness doctrine. I and the Father are one. Like Gregory said, you see me, you see the Father. Yes, this is true. Yes, but they're not equal. You know, you see my son, you may see me, but my son is not equal to me. I have more authority than my son.
is
I have
is
authority
Yeah,
over
but
him.
I
Yahusha
see it more as
I
like
can give authority.
is
I can
is
give authority.
I see it
Yahusha
more as like going back to source. It's not like I am equal. It's I'm going back to the source. So I'm giving my energy back to the Father.
this is one of the problem. Like, so Yahusha is then a man in your narrative, right? North, and this is where I fall short. It's like, is there any other man? Is there any man right now in heaven? We both know, no. Okay, judgment day is yet to come. Actually, you'll be judged by your own words and your own actions. In fact, the one that would preside over that case would be Yahushua HaMashiach. My point being that for whatever reason, the word was Yah, right? and we know who the Word is, and the Word was with Yah in the beginning. Okay, and then not only that, not only in the beginning was apparently Yahusha with Yah, that now he stands on his right hand where no other man is, or has been, or will be, right? For now, as it stands. And this is the distinction between Yahusha and a man, and this is where maybe some of the confusion is coming in, right? We have Yahusha not appearing to be a man in regard to his proximity to the Father, the location in which he resides in now, the, I guess, miraculous defeating of death, alongside with him dwelling with the Father in the beginning. So we have a distinction between Yahusha and man, so that this is kind of, yeah.
And it kind of goes, and I understand what you're saying, and we can get into some very deep conversations. For instance, and when I brought up 1 Corinthians 8:5 through 6 earlier, though there be many gods, on heaven or in earth, there's one God to us, the Father, and there's one Master, Yeshua. Now there's of whom the Father, and through whom Yeshua. So we could have a deep conversation like, in the beginning was the Word. What is the
Okay, wait.
beginning? Is
Can
Messiah called? Wait a minute, just a second. We could have some very deep conversations. So is Messiah the beginning, or is Messiah the Word, or is Messiah both? We could have some very deep conversations about that. But this is what's being missed. He knew you before you were formed in the womb, right?
Yeah.
So just because you were there, just because you were present with him, doesn't make you equal to him. My son was present with me. If I were to consider all things, I would say he was present with me before he was formed in the womb, before I
By
was
the way,
formed
that
in the
wasn't my
womb.
argument, though. That
But he's
wasn't.
not.
I'm not
And I
arguing
know it's
for
not.
it equal.
I know you're not arguing with me. I'm agreeing with you, and I'm going a step further. And what I'm saying is these things. So my son, I have, right? The Father knew him before he was formed. The Father knew me before I was formed. So this does not make the equality issue in the other people's argument, not yours. This does not make a case for them at all whatsoever, even if he was there in the beginning. If you want to define what the beginning is, what's the beginning? Is there
All
anything
right,
before the
North.
beginning?
Can I ask
Yeah.
my
I think
question
even the
now?
now as well. The now is important too, right? Like
Can I ask
where
my
he is
question
right now.
now?
Yeah, go ahead.
So the from whom, through whom, or whatever, bohu tohu or whatever, that shit. Where does the Holy Spirit fit into that whole picture?
When you speak of the word agreement, right? I want you to think of the word inspired. Inspired means in the spirit, right? Some people say at a school pep rally they'll have school spirit. You can have any type of spirit, but do you have the set apart spirit? Do you have the Holy Spirit, the one that's in agreement with the Father and the Son? That relationship between them, that essence, that do you have that? And are we all supposed to be one, even as they are one, even as He is in Him and He is in Him? That's why I'm saying, guys, we got to go to John 17. This oneness that people make this claim with is defined in Scripture, and it said that you're going to be one even as, not something like, not similar, even as He's in me and I in Him, that we all may be one. Not that me and the Father may be one and you guys can be in agreement with that, but that we all may be one. We all may be one in agreement, And you hear people speak of the blood, the water, and the flesh, and the Holy Spirit, and the Father and the Son. And some people say it's in italics and it's not there. I mean, all these things have to be taken into consideration. Even when you had the blood and the water separate, when Messiah was pierced, when the Spirit left, this separated. But when the Spirit was there, they were in agreement. I can understand that. So there's so many things you can speak of when it comes to this subject. But again, define the word that's supporting your claim. One, triune, 3 in 1. Where do you get that? The Scripture. Okay, show me the Scripture. I and the Father are one. Okay, The same word one is in John 17. He prays that we all may be one, even as he is in the Father and the Father in him, that one may be all in one. So define the words. Stop making claims based on a Nicene Creed, which did not exist previously. Please.
Well, this is the way I was looking at it: is if you're not looking at yourself as even or equal to God, but just an extension of, or just it's just another point of perception. And I think this, as well as looking at everyone else, as a part of him and as a part of you, and you a part of everyone else, but not as equality sort of thing, but just that anything alive that's what it is. It's life, right?
Yeah, I'm just arguing against the claim that people make, and they use the claim of the co-equality, supporting it with this word one, this oneness. I and the Father are one. You've seen me, you've seen the Father. All of these things, even some of these things that were read tonight by Gregory, if you've seen me, you've seen the Father, So that does not make co-equality what the scripture is saying. That does not support this co-equality. And I've demonstrated that by a physical man having a son and him being the spitting image, walking like him, talking like him. If you've seen him, you've seen his Father. I mean, that can be
So you
summed up
saying
in
the
those
word,
words. That could
the
be
way
summed
that
up in those words. But again, we need to go to what the claim is and how they're supporting it. If they're supporting it with the word one and defining the word one, what it means, we need to go to John 17. It's the same word. It's not a different word. It's the same word. You may go to a Strong's and see all these definitions and all these explanations. But you may just understand it simply means to agree, agreement. That's what it means. We're not going to become God Almighty, but we're going to be in agreement. That's what he prayed for. That's the goal. That's the whole goal of the oneness, the relationship, is that we all may be one. All in all. If someone could please read John 17, if you guys want to hear it, but if you don't, I understand. We've gone on quite a long time. If you guys want to change the subject, I'm not going to say anything about it. I don't want to sit here and preach. I just want to say, if you're going to use the words, define them. If this is what your claim is based on, please read it.
So I hate to be like back in square one, but was Gregory's argument that we are not with God, rather he made us and we are separate from him? I don't see what distinction am I making? From what?
No, that wasn't his argument.
The issue I have with Gregory is he asserts himself as the authority of interpretation of the Bible, and leaves no room for discussion.
Wait, Godric, say that again.
I said the issue I have with Gregory is that he inserts himself as the authority of the interpretation of the Bible, and leaves no room for discussion about it. You'll never hear him agree with you. You will never hear him agree with you. That's the thing.
Well, I want to say that I just read
I
John 17, like you asked. No problem, man. I agree with the idea that we are not God. We are unequal to God. Is that what Gregory was arguing against?
No, Gregory wasn't arguing that we are God or any of that. That was, no, he missed the mark entirely.
He was
Okay.
arguing. He was arguing
For
equality
the
between
Trinity.
the Father. He was arguing the equality between the Father and Son. He was supporting they are co-equal in power and knowledge. And I was contrary to that. I said it's not said throughout the scripture that they're co-equal. And then he went to verses to support his claim, like if you've seen me, you've seen the Father. I and the
Whether
Father are
no,
one. Some of those verses.
no,
So
if you
and then
said the
he said,
point, right? No, if you said the point, if people aren't understanding what you stated, what your position is versus the other one, then like they're just not able to understand what's being said at this point, right? I don't know how anyone's
Yeah, it was pretty well
misunderstanding what's going
defined.
on.
Yeah, it's pretty well defined so far. It was
Yeah,
a
like
pretty bad exposure. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Anyways, I want to talk about
right.
like you're saying like the tohu wo whatever. What was it? What was that shit? The sender and the receiver or some shit. What was North talking about? You remember that? God and the Word or from and through or some shit. I want to ask about the
well,
soul, like how that relates to a human and how it has a soul. Thank you.
a soul is when you go back to the very beginning. When you go to the beginning, man was formed. Man was formed from the dust. The Ruach was breathed into his nostrils, and he became a living soul. When you have this spirit inside of this vessel, and everything's in harmony, like the blood, the water, and the spirit, they're all in harmony. And I understand that things are not in the scripture, but I just want to relate it to the physical body. When you had that Ruach blew into the nostrils of the formed man out of the dust, he became a living soul. So what leaves you when you die is your spirit. And we're not to fear those who can destroy your flesh or your body, but
But
we
the
fear the
Ruach.
one who can destroy your soul, which is everything in harmony, your spirit and your body. So, and we know when the spirit goes out of the body, like when Messiah was pierced, the blood and the water separated. And so it was not in harmony anymore. The spirit had
You
gone.
know, the Ruach was obviously we have this even like the breathing out of the Ruach Hakodesh onto the face of the watery deep, right? Like I would say that it would be safe to infer we have everything the same, similarly to like what you just shown there with like with the water, all of that. Like to me, I believe the Earth is alive. I believe it is alive to some regard. That it is like a living entity, as described by the Bible, anyway, right? It has the properties of something that's alive. It has byproducts. It has seemingly like different energy points that release at one time or another. They build up more. You know, seemingly that is that the Earth is alive. That it's got a modality that it sticks to, right? That's cyclic in nature, even. Interestingly enough. Because
Yeah,
we
it's
have the
like
same thing with Adam, right? We have the same thing with Adam, the breathing of the life into the nostrils, right? And then, like, it's almost like Yahweh did that to the whole earth when he breathed out, his ruach onto the face of the watery deep. Like, to me, that's just like, yep, it breathed life into the earth. Remember, Yahushua Mashiach died for the sins of the whole world. And that includes the very ground that was cursed at one time and all, as well.
that's like Victor, what is it, Schauberger, the scientist. He said water is like the blood of the earth, and if we need to understand water, he's the same guy that said birds do
Yep,
not fly, but they're flown, and fish do not swim, but they're swam.
that's
He
true.
had some interesting thoughts, but yeah, water is something we need to understand. It's very important.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yep, definitely. Yeah, like we all actually share a medium. In fact, like the breath, right? The ruach, the breath, what was breathed into the nostril of Adam. Like men speak that breath to one another. I love that point, right? That like I could speak or pray. I could pray for North, right? About a problem, and like the literal vibration that's imparted into the air as I breathe. At one time or another, that same air with that intention that was added to it, not only in like a sort of spiritual sense, in a physical sense, he could actually breathe in that very air that was a prayer about him from my mouth. that would be speaking spirit to spirit, would be ruach to ruach, breath to breath.
Yeah, it's an amazing thing. And one of those last words, I just wanted to point out one more time. One of the last words he said, "Into thine hands, Father, I commend my spirit." So that was, again, showing authority to the Father and an honor to the Father.
Amen. I remember when I was younger, and I think it's Serge Tankian, and there was that song. It's like, "Fall into my hands, I commend my spirit." And then he goes on to, "Why have you forsaken me? In your eyes, forsaken me." That guy really plays between like the biblical. You have to listen to what he's saying because it's not always like him referring directly to the biblical. He's kind of like changing parts up as like a postulation toward, or maybe this thing isn't happening as you say it's happening, Yahweh. And then obviously it's like by the end he clears that up. But it's just interesting. Like rock music would always be spoken of like, it's anti-God entirely, all of this sort of stuff. It's anti-Yah. And then a lot of the concepts in rock music, right? Like even like there's some songs that are like about the beast and the harlot and the way that women would be, and like the Jezebel spirit, like all these different concepts biblically that like I remember when I was like rebellious against Yah and I wasn't even bothered, I wasn't reading the Bible when I was younger. And then all the bands I were listening to, I later realized that like they deeply affected my ability to be able to like understand some of these concepts that before probably would have fell short in my mind. It's like I don't know. I see that as like it's like wing like being stretched out and put over me. Even though I was wandering away, that like kept me on its concepts.
Avenged Sevenfold used to be based around religion. Like even even the name is based around religion.
What is? Say that again.
Avenged Sevenfold. You brought up
Oh
the
yeah,
Beast and the
cool.
Harlot.
Yeah.
Like their first two albums had more religious songs in it, or songs that were based around the Bible.
Yep. You got Backcountry.
Well, no, that's based around Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. But
no, I'm on about the album.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's right.
That has
was that song Chapter 4 from the second album? There's the things about Cain and Abel and stuff.
How's that prediction, Kosho? Come on, man.
Even the newer albums, in fact, actually go back to that, right? Like the whole, even though it's like lovey-dovey, like dear God, like look after the one that I love while I'm not around, and then like Afterlife, even.
That's true. They do got a song called Dear God. I stopped listening to them around that time. But yeah, Travis, to be determined.
What?
Kosho, please never finish it.
What'd you say?
You said, Travis, to be determined.
To be determined.
I put a lot of things off, man. I gotta stop putting you on the back burner.
Everything's there for you on the net, man. Just go look for it, and I've got a picture to show. Come on.
I appreciate your patience.
Uh-huh.
He's really got no choice at this point, Kosho, right? Like,
that's true.
What's he gonna do? Kick up about it? Like, fuck you, Kosho. You lied to me.
We saw what
Wait,
happened
what's
last
his
time.
prediction? What is his prediction, Travis? Like, let's it'd be better. There's quite a few people here now. We can understand the framing of this. So if it's something that's about to come out, it's going to be an event at one time or another. It'd be nice for people to understand the framing of the event, the dispensation of the information in which Kosho is going to be collection of.
He is supposed to look up the weather data for the location where I was, and then make a prediction as to what the target should look like. if it's going to be in a certain refraction phenomenon, if it's going to be looming, or if it's going to be an inferior mirage, or whatever.
No way. So like a kind of like guess who based on conditions and parameters that would equate toward I guess in the effect of refraction. That's quite a beautiful game you two have created between you bunch of nerds.
Yeah,
That's
well,
like
I mean,
probably the
that's what their
nerdiest
whole
game, but
that's what
really
their
dope game.
yeah, that's what their whole science is based on, right? They've got the data; they should be able to predict something.
Right? Yeah. It doesn't prove things; it predicts things, right?
Yeah, this is of course dependent on the amount of data
Temperature of your
available.
balls.
But I think he said that there's a weather a link he sent me that has pretty good the weather info. Like I said, this depends on how explicit it is. Because Walter Bislin, I was just going to use Walter Bislin's app, but I'm still waiting on him to respond to me about something. But yeah, in his app, he's got you can put in the parameters for different altitudes and different temperatures at those altitudes. And of course, if you have for both the target location and your location, but yeah, the more information you have for those positions, the more accurate the prediction would be. I mean, his app does a pretty good job.
Well, show don't tell.
Right. You know what? I'll look right now at the DMs that you sent me.
Did you say Walter Bislin has an app?
On the internet.
It's an
What is the
application
app
on
for?
his website.
Oh, it's not an app for my iPhone?
No.
No.
Oh, okay. So not like we have a flat Earth app, not like that, right? Because that's what you guys need. You need a Globe Earth app that works, But there isn't one, is there?
Is there not? Is there not a Globe Earth app that works? What are you talking about?
No, there's not.
Have you ever heard of Google Earth? I mean, I can name 1,000.
It
apps.
depends what you're asking it to model, right? It really depends on what you're asking it to model, right? What you're asking the
I
model
want it
to
at 5 feet
represent.
observer height. There's supposed to be 15 feet of curvature at 7 miles. I can see with my Pin 100 there is no curvature. I want a Globe Earth app that shows me the curvature and I can confirm it. That's why I said there isn't one.
There you go. It's clarified for you, Kosher, what you actually meant by that. Now, do you have something that conforms to the parameters in which Godric has asked and requires in order to satiate what he considers to be a model that would be correlative?
Sounds like just talking about a calculator, just like the curve calculator. Those exist. I don't know what he's on about, man. You're always on
We
something.
take the Globe calculator, Kosho, and it doesn't conform to reality, Kosho. There's no curve, Kosho. That's what I'm saying, bro.
It doesn't conform to reality. Have you seen that?
No.
Have you seen that? What's it called? Not Balaton. Is it called Balaton? Where's that mountain over that long distance observation? 275 miles or whatever.
Whoa. Whoa, no, wait.
Concentrate Bridge?
No.
Mount Canagu? Mount Canagu.
Yeah, Mount Canagu, that's the one. I challenge you to use the curve calculator and put in the parameters for that position. See what it tells you.
Put the location in the chat for me. I'll try to, I don't know, Google it or something. But while you're challenging me to do that, I'm challenging you to do something everybody can do. They don't have to go Mount Canagu. Just go out on any water surface, 7 miles, and show me 15 feet of curvature. That's what I want. That's what I challenge you to do. And I propose you cannot do it. I don't need Mount Canagu. I don't need some Google shit that I can never get to. Right here, right now, in person. Confirm curvature.
Godric, was that a threat? You threatening Kosher? I'm joking.
You're funny, bro.
Hey, Crack, something that's interesting. I thought you may find interesting. You may already know. Um, the stones that were picked for the 12 tribes.
Tribes, yeah.
And the foundations of the city, they're all anisotropic. They're not isotropic, which means when they're hit with that brilliant light, that all those stones show the rainbow of colors.
Yeah,
so
they do
rubies
indeed.
and diamonds. Yeah, rubies and diamonds do not show that. Only the stones that were chosen, and I think that's amazing.
Yeah, dude, we were like looking at that very recently. It was like, yeah, we were literally talking about that very recently in the Shabbat group. Yep. Went over with Dr. Pigeon as well. And yeah, it's interesting. There was what are the names of all of the stones again? I can't remember. I need to get them all written down. But that's interesting, right? Like we already have like, you know, LGBT community like trying to steal you know, the representation of the rainbow. Interestingly enough. And it's interesting actually that it does go back to like these stones that are representative of each tribe that were chosen as well. I find that really awesome. Because like we already have like, you know, this like, how do I put it, like new agey sort of movement as well that utilizes crystals and stones. It's just like, I don't know, I just see an element in all of the new age stuff can all be linked back to like something twisted from the Bible, I believe. Just my opinion. Or maybe it's not like stolen from, it could be like a correlation through, I don't know. I care about, yeah, if you have the list of the names, I know you can go into the Bible.
Yeah, it's
one of them that I can't, I for some reason I'm remembering, this was like 3 months ago, that one of the stones isn't written down. Maybe you have to go somewhere else.
That's interesting. I know there's sardis, topaz, carbuncle. You have emerald, sapphire. It says sapphire and diamond. I don't think that there's a diamond. I think sapphire is correct.
Yeah, me too.
Diamond is not correct, I don't think. But you have agate and amethyst.
Colorless. I don't know why it would be used. Yeah, it's colorless. I don't know what diamond would be used. You know what I mean?
I don't think that may be incorrect. I have to look at it. But jasper and onyx, and yeah, it's interesting, man.
No, yeah, I would need to write them all down again and then look at if there's one of them missing, because it would be interesting to like, yeah, figure out which one that is.
Wait, back up. What can you not do with diamonds? What's the discussion about that?
No, I was just saying that it makes sense that it would be sapphire and not diamond because there's no color to just a normal diamond, right? Like we do have colored diamonds, like black ones are incredibly rare, but that wouldn't be in there. Like, and the different stones representative for the different tribes, when added together, they equate to the rainbow, right? Well, what we get through clear glass or a crystal is the splitting of the light into the rainbow. I just don't see why there would be clear glass in there when the clear glass would be, I don't know, like the representation of all of them combined. Maybe that's, I don't know. I did think about
whether.
it. Go ahead.
Yeah, to the gentleman who just came in, it's about whether a stone is anisotropic or isotropic, which, I mean, you could put it under different lenses. You could hit it with a bright light. People have done this not too long ago. And what you have with an anisotropic stone is when it's hit with this brilliant light, that all the colors of the rainbow just, show in this rock or stone. But the isotropic stones do not show that. It's just dark,
Yep.
completely dark.
It'd be interesting that, like, if diamond represented like a prism of some regard, right? Like, you could see like all of the other stones beneath it, and then the diamond above, showing like the nature of light, maybe representative of, but not an actual thing that would show the split of light.
What does isotropic mean? Definition.
North.
Because a diamond is just showing the light. Light has colors, right? Diamond is showing those colors, right? That's what I see.
Well,
you can go to a gemological society and you can, do a little research there. But what you're going to find out is, I'm not sure if you heard what I was saying. When you hit these certain stones with this brilliant light, some of them completely go black and there's nothing there, and some of them show off colors of a rainbow. So the anisotropic, I think, are the ones that will show the colors of the rainbow, and
the
ones that are isotropic will not show this. So when the light enters, the medium is propagating through the medium, but you have refraction, I guess, all those things you guys talk about all the time. I hear refraction so much, man. I'm just getting sick of it. But so many people speak about it all the time, and it's just so many disagreements. But yeah, you could speak on all those things, but clearly something happens with certain stones that does not happen with others. And I was just pointing
Right.
out that
I can explain it a little bit, right? So it's dependent on directionality, right? So isotropic is materials independent of direction, right? The ones that are not that way, they're direction dependent, right? So that would be maybe to do with the way that light, I think, permeates through a crystalline formation, right? And what it does based on the structure of the crystal therein. So one has a specific reaction when we put light through it. Isotropic, apparently it's not, refers to the properties of a material which is independent of the direction, whereas anisotropic is direction dependent. So glass is an amorphous material, right? So we melt it down, right? It becomes homogeneous from one end to the other, right? So it becomes perfectly isotropic. It has perfectly isotropic material properties, where etching of glass is inherently isotropic, which means if a glass surface is exposed to a chemical attack, material removal starts from the point of the surface and proceeds with the same speed in every spatial direction, whereas anisotropic have bayous, which would be almost like ravines inside of the glass, but then if, let's say, the same thing was to occur, it would have a speed in one direction, right? That would be much faster. So it wouldn't be an equal speed in all directions of removal of the surface material. So this also, again, is like a change in medium. It would be analogous if we look at like Snell's law. It's like only analogy I can draw. It's not directly correct, but we have the transition between two different densities of medium, right, which changes the speed of the light and its transfer. Well, this is a little bit similar to that. Isotropic meaning, again, homogeneous, single rate of even removal of material as well as permeation of light through. It's a little bit analogous, I guess. An example, graphite, right? Wood. These are like clear examples of anisotropic material or non-isotropic material, but it's more like a spectrum. It seems some being fully anisotropic, others being fully isotropic in nature. This is why crystals are like different, right? They have like, yeah, spectrum in between the 2 points.
Hey, Godric.
Hey, what's up?
I tagged you, my man.
Oh, let me take a look.
If you're on a laptop, how would you look at tags from individuals when they tag you on a laptop? Because like there is no notificational display on a laptop or a computer on Discord's app, it seems.
I mean, I use a laptop all the time, but either way, at the top, do you have that bar at the top of the screen, like the top right, like with the hashtag and the bell and the pin and that kind of stuff?
Right.
Well, there's an inbox up there. You could just click on that. I think that shows you your tags.
Yeah, I've never been able to find it.
Yeah, there's an
People
inbox, and
must
then
think I'm
there's a thing that says
super rude.
mentions.
You'd have to like show me that in like a screenshot or some shit and DM it to me for real, because I literally I've never seen what you're talking about. It would be interesting if we could come up with like a side by side, like I don't know, maybe even like a treasury of some sort that we could all like pay into, and then we could elect people from like either side, be it like I don't know, maybe like we could say Witsit and Kosher, or Witsit and Jesse, for instance. That those two would be like run experiments at the same time that we sort of like crowdfund in some regard.
We tried doing that way back in the day, 24/7.
Yeah, it would be difficult to do. Like one of the better ways of doing it would be to secure the equipment through a university that was like upscaling its laboratory or like just changing its ISO level rating of its lab. Thus, they would then disinclude certain equipment, and then that would be willing to be like pushed to different people. Because like Zanuck agrees with me that like he thinks like flat Earth's actually kind of a good thing. Well, he said that to me recently. Like I made him agree to that. That actually like this whole thing in fact allows for his like favorite type of conversation to occur. that without flat Earth, like, he wouldn't be having this moment where he's able to speak about all these topics in which he spent so much time learning about. And really and truthfully, it's just healthy for further, like, scientific analysis of different things and experimentation and so on and so forth.
Okay, Coach. I have a little snippet here.
Snippet
Distance 271 miles. This is Canada. Observer height 1.7 miles. Got the radius here with refraction approximation. Right. So if you're okay, here's what I call global creativity. Okay. When they started changing science to make it comport to a globe. Okay, there is no refraction approximation in real science as far as the Earth is concerned. You do have refraction in like fish stuff, and not in real observation. In real observation, when the conditions are what's the word I want to use? Are the best conditions. Refraction itself, as far as what you see moving left and right, up and down, is negligible. Okay, so you can't insert refraction and make it a globe. Is that what you're trying to do? Because I'm not buying that if that's what you're trying to do.
Well, no, it actually just so happens that at these altitudes, you don't have to use anything other than standard refraction. So you don't.
There is no such thing as standard refraction. That's something that globers, people that told you what to do, made up. That is not in science. That's not in education. Not concerning the atmosphere of the Earth. You do have refraction in science experiments in the lab with water, with glass, sugar water. Yes. You cannot apply that to reality. In reality, if the conditions are optimal conditions, refraction as far as what you can see moving in the distance are negligible. You wouldn't need to look down or up or left or right. You see what you see.
Wait, did you say science labs are not in reality?
Experiment in a science lab, for example, shooting lasers through a sugar water is not what you would see in reality observation outside. No, you wouldn't see that.
Okay.
Just because you want to use some kind of science trick, get the light to bend, does not mean that would happen in reality. Looking from A to B, for example, 7 miles, which is my example. Like Kosher, like, why do you have to go to Canada? Think about what you're saying, okay? Anybody can do this. Take a P900, 7 miles, 8 miles. Where's the curvature? 15 feet, 18 feet. That's what I'm offering you. You got to go to Canada, which nobody can go to, by the way. Very few people. And then you got to insert your...
Nobody can go there?
Refraction.
Wait, what?
There is no refraction.
Is there
this is not a thing.
Is there a Conagu treaty?
Conagu treaty is the size of your wallet.
That would be
like, why don't you say,
yeah.
if I go to a mountain in China, why don't you say, like, go to a mountain in China and that this mountain will show the curve of the Earth? Dude, walk outside, Kosho. Do you see my point?
A little comic relief. I posted a link to a Twitter video, which and Andrew Trait there. He's somebody called somebody a globetrot. Just if you want to go look at that. Anyways, continue.
Who's the one that says globetrot?
I don't know. Somebody's discussing. They're in a plane and they're like flying from one place to another, and he's discussing the speed or something of, I guess, of the Earth. And he says, "You're a globetrot."
Fucking brilliant.
Anyways, Mr. Godric.
Yes, Kosho.
There's a paper describing, this is a scientific paper, just so we're clear, atmospheric refraction and computing. It's an accurate method for computing atmospheric refraction.
Before you go on,
what is the date? They describe how standard refraction was derived. Just want to make
What's the date on the paper, Coach? This is important. I'm gonna tell you why.
Tell me why first.
Because if it's very recent, Coach, this means that you did not know this information previous to that, which is like the same bullshit that NASA's coming up with, only to fight the flat Earth facts. Oh, guess what? There's atmosphere on the moon. Oh, guess what? These belts, right? This is all new shit they come up with to fight back on the flat Earth. So it's something recent? No.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like the negation of like.
It's recent, isn't it? I bet it's very recent.
It's pretty
That
recent.
is done by one of your globe. I don't want to say the last word. Globers.
Right, Godric. You were right. You just said it's pretty recent, right? Like the negation of the entropy aiding machine that the moon would have been if the Earth's atmosphere wasn't suddenly extended out to it, right?
That's right.
Well, I just wanted to wait for you to finish so I can let you know that it's pretty recent. 1996. I don't know if that counts as
96 actually is not.
It's not too bad.
That's actually pretty good. Now I'm gonna have to read the paper.
And it's got a lot of citations from older stuff, older studies and stuff.
That's what I mean. Like, even Kosher would be like, is one of the only Globers that would say something like that. Like, oh, that's a fair point. Like, the age of the study and its specific nature being a refutation of like things that, even of itself or its current last position of the globe, like a current new refutation of something they previously held to be true, that then cuts down one of our argument that pokes at a hole in their story. Like Kosher would be like, yeah, that's a fair point. No, most other Globers don't say shit like that. That's why I appreciate Kosher kind of, yeah.
Even though
Now I'm not doubting you, Coach Shell, but I just want to say something. I've noticed that internet articles are changed, and they don't tell you the previous change. It's just like facts come out, and then that's the new fact, and they don't show you what it was before. Now, how do I know that this paper wasn't developed in 2018 or 16, and they just changed the date on it? Is there like, you know, when you file a legal document like bankruptcy, whatever there's a timestamp on it. When you file a name, and when you legalize a name, I forget what it's called. There's a timestamp on it, right? Is there a timestamp on these? What do you call these papers?
Well, I mean, you can use the Wayback Machine, or you can look at cached. There's ways to look at old versions of
Did you say Wayback Machine?
Yeah, Wayback Machine.
Yeah. It is a very good place to look, yeah. Whoa, you just get slashed across the eyeballs. Oh shit, I'm not like...
That's not good. But you can also look at cached. You can look at cached pages. I don't know if I think Google lets you do a thing where you can click on it and do cached, or you can just type in like at the cached pages. There'll be some old ones there.
What's the is that like a command for that? And you're saying cache?
Yeah, I'll show it to you.
Have you done that? I've never done it.
You just type in cache.
Educate me, Coach.
In a colon.
Spell it.
Hold on. My shit's freezing up. I don't know if you have to do cache or cached. Let me look it up real quick. There's only one colon.
Can you do it on this document? And then what do you get? I'm gonna try. I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna do DuckDuckGo and see what that happens.
All right, hold on.
Okay, I have the article in my DuckDuckGo. So how do I do it? How do I put cash colon? Do I put it up on top?
You only
or
need
what?
one. Yeah, you just need one colon before the website. So just like I typed it, just take away one of the colons and put it in front of the website.
Right, but do you put it before HTTPS or before?
No. You just www.
Wait, before the www?
Yes. Here, like this. God damn it. Here.
Can you put the cache in and I can press that and I can get it, or will that not work?
I don't know. I don't know if it'll be a hyperlink, but just you have to put it in the address bar in your, whatever you're using.
Because you don't have a www, you have HTTPS.
Yeah, just take that out. Yeah.
Take it off.
If it's a very specific link like that, though, it might not work. Let me see.
So the cache is supposed to show changes, historical changes to the document, correct?
We'll show you old versions of it.
But you can, okay, that actually doesn't answer my question, at least not completely, because what I'm saying is you can put a document in today, paper, or create it today, and put, it's 2022, but then you can put 1996 on the date. How do I verify that it's really that old? Or could they just created it today?
Well, if you use the Wayback Machine, will be easier for you to to see that, because it'll show you. You can go back to specific dates and see what the site looked like on that date.
So waybackmachine.com.
Yeah. Like I said, it's not gonna. It's gonna be less likely if you have a very specific link. Anyways, this is pointless, though, my man. Like, what? You don't believe that this is a real article or a real paper? What's up?
I was going to ask you about the article without having to go into all the science. What is the article saying? Like in a nutshell,
it's saying how to derive. First of all, the point of me posting this for you is because you were trying to tell me that standard refraction is not a part of science.
Right. And
so this is them deriving standard refraction and showing you how to derive any refraction. It's a scientific paper.
Right, but you've read the paper, right?
No.
You haven't read it. Okay, I was going to ask you just to break it down for us, like in a nutshell, Are you saying that this is what I think you're saying? So let me tell you what I think it's going to say, because I've heard this argument before. Refraction is such that refraction is always happening in reality from observation A to B, building A to building B. And such that it's going to make you look like you're actually on a flat plane, but you're on a globe. To the exact I guess measurement of Green finite radius. Is that what it's saying, Kasha?
Actually, that's the first sentence. You just looked at it. No, it doesn't say that. Okay, and
because that would be ridiculous.
That claim, Godric, is confusing because I've heard people say that, but refraction doesn't make the globe look like a flat plane. It makes you see things that are further sometimes. That's true. But to make that statement, you have to describe what it's like to see things on a flat plane. In my opinion, it does not make things look like they're on a flat plane, because you'll be able to see, with optics in a clear enough day, you can see extremely far. Especially
say the word, Kasha. Say infinity for us. Say infinity, because all the globers say that. I just want to just throw it in there if that's what you believe.
So what?
Can we see infinity if it was a flat plane?
Well, I wouldn't say infinitely, but if there were no obstructions and you had a big enough scope and there was light coming from it, then you could see billions of light years away. So,
Okay.
question
They
is
can
it being
see
obstructed?
so basically you can
Billions of
see
light.
billions. Yeah, you can see billions of light years on the globe model. Therefore, it has to be the same on the flat Earth. I don't think so.
Well, I mean, it would just have to be.
Kosher, the air is an
what-
obstruction. The air is an obstruction, Kosher. Come on.
That's right. Yes, the air is an obstruction.
Okay, don't you? Isn't there like in space, right? That you're telling me you can see billions of light years, right? Isn't there like gas and nebulas and shit, and asteroids flying by, and planets and shit? Or are you saying that space is a completely empty, vacuumous, nothing in between you and the star?
Well, when you see the star, that certainly is the truth. But when you can't see it, it's because usually there's obstruction. If your optics are good enough and there's light coming from it, and it's within the cosmic horizon or whatever, then you should be able to see it if there's nothing obstructing it.
How'd you know it traveled for billions of years? How'd you age?
He said billions of
carbon
light
date
years.
the light?
Carbon date the light. There you go, Coach. Carbon date the light. Yeah,
How'd you do
gotcha
that?
on that one.
So what again? Who said that? Oh, Cyrus was on.
Cyrus.
You're very quiet.
Oh, am I? Okay, hold on. How about now? Cranked up the gain a bit. No?
Oi, oi.
Did you like sample the light and like I don't know?
Oh,
carbon date it?
is that what you said? Is that how do you know it traveled that far?
Yeah, like age wise, yeah. Because billions of for like miles or whatever, light years, yeah. So it's yeah, it's old.
Yeah, how many miles is that, Coach?
Billions of light years. That's
so you travel at light
billions
speed
of
for
trillion.
billions of years. It's that simple. It's a distance actually.
Yeah, so it's a billion times a trillion. So you just call it a billion trillion miles.
That's a lot, dude.
Yeah.
It's also, yeah. How'd you get the age?
Meh, tiny mileage.
Or the
Meh.
distance, it's the same thing.
Well, the distance is a. Or sorry, yeah, that's right. The distance is a implication of. Let's see. You're going to use standard candles.
Don't Google. Without Googling, if you can. If you have to, just go ahead.
No, there's two methods for things that are that far that I know of, and one would be a standard candle, like a Type 1A supernova, and the other way.
I'm lost already. I'm lost. What's up with the supernova?
Well, the supernova, these specific supernova, Type 1A, they have consistent energy. So it's like the energy that they give off is consistent. So what they can use is the magnitude and that known luminosity. I think that was called the proper luminosity, and they compare it to what they're seeing, and they make a determination of how far away it is based on that brightness. Yeah.
Yeah, but like, okay, yeah, that method is pretty decent if you know how, like, the initial luminosity of the bulb or the sun. Are they like comparing it to our sun?
No, not quite. The units they use are
well, if you
compared
have
to
the
our sun.
well, if you just have the magnitude, maybe that's a really energetic star and super bright, but it's not that far, or like really far and like extra bright, so you think it's close. Right?
Well, no. So they use these supernova because these are supernovas that are a result of a consistent amount of mass and energy output. So
I'm with you. It's consistent, but like, oh man. So how do you derive distance from that? Go ahead, keep going.
Well, because I said they. Yeah, sorry, my girlfriend's yelling at me. But yeah, so they.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So what did I just say?
Tell her I said hi.
Well, yeah. So what did we say? We said the.
Tell her I say hello.
You gotta take care of that
Ask
shit,
the
bro.
question one more time.
Yeah, lay down the log.
Are you still Googling? My cat actually muted me.
Shit, I'm listening. I'm listening and trying to respond to my girlfriend at the same time. But just
go
ask
ahead,
me the
man.
question one
Take
more
care of your girl and Google.
Lay down the log, bro.
No, just ask the question once more. I got 5 minutes.
How did they derive the distance from the luminescence of the star?
You're right. So they know the absolute magnitude.
I want to use that formula. That's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah, they know the absolute magnitude. Like I said, type 1A supernova, if I remember correctly, it's fuck, what is it? It might be something to do with the binary system.
Binary star system.
Yeah, maybe something like a black hole
like
and a
Sirius
neutron star.
and
Something
Polaris.
like that.
I think Polaris is also binary.
Yeah, most star systems are binary systems.
A lot, yeah.
If it's a binary type 1A supernova, then it siphons energy. The neutron star, when it siphons enough energy to reach 1.4 solar masses, then it detonates. Basically,
Right.
if it goes supernova.
And it happens. It happens at almost an exact rate.
Always at 1.4 solar masses.
Yeah.
Have we ever witnessed this with telescopes?
That's
many times.
how we use it.
Really, dude, I would love to see it. Post that shit, man. Hell yeah. Dude, I'm a big space fan, by the way. I'm still fascinated with the stars. So if you got any, regardless of whatever they are, if you got videos on that shit, please, or cool.
I mean, Hubble's got Hubble the person was originally using these to. That's how he discovered galaxies were, different places, out that they were different islands of stars.
Right.
Yeah, so there's plenty of record of it.
Well, we saw the stars, but did we see the explosion? The expansion and all that beauty.
I've seen several. Just because you whenever you look at the one that happened in 2017, the kilonova.
What happened?
Well, they got it from LIGO. They got the information from LIGO, the gravitational waves. But then when they looked, you can see how one day there's a galaxy there, and then there's it's I don't know, 5 times brighter the next day.
Is it still in the same spot though? Yeah, it is, right?
Yeah, it should be. Yeah, what do you mean?
It's not expanding. I thought it exploded. Extremistus was saying, right?
Oh well, yeah. Well, no, but the luminosity is coming from that galaxy, but it's outshining the galaxy. So
it increased, yeah, the luminosity from that one, the one you just mentioned, right?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
So did the distance increase or decrease when the luminosity increased?
No, I'm saying that's how they knew there was a supernova.
You,
they knew there was a supernova because the magnitude of that location increased.
Okay. So if the magnitude increased, it's supernova, and the increase is due to what? Extremistus. You already mentioned this, but I didn't catch it.
For the type 1, basically it's a binary system, and the white dwarf or the smaller star siphons material off of the larger companion, and when it reaches 1.4-ish solar masses, then that's where the the carbon or whatever, the supernova mechanics trigger, and it basically blows up the star. But it always happens at exactly the same conditions, and therefore the star is exactly the same brightness.
Okay.
That's just one.
I don't know. I don't know what the last part actually means, but I'm trying to imagine shit.
Well, you know what they say, that black holes are they're not quantum particles, but they can treat them like they're quantum particles because if their properties are the same,
Can you point me to a black hole? Sorry, I don't mean to.
No, I can't. I mean I can, but not in the middle of the sentence. But what was I saying? Yeah, right. So if the properties are the same, so a black hole of the same mass is going to have the same size and the same other properties. Its properties are going to be identical to a black hole of the same mass, basically. It's pretty interesting. But neutron stars are somewhat similar. Because they're almost black holes.
So black holes only have 3 properties that identify them: spin, charge, and mass.
Ooh, this guy. He's educated. All right. Damn. Okay. So this guy knows the types of black holes.
What are the properties of
that? There's only 3 things that identify a black hole. You can only tell a black hole by those 3 properties.
And they also the type of black hole, because you have the the charge and the spin and whatnot. So they call them different types also. They are properties. Nice, man. Cool. I like that.
So they say in some ways they're kind of like quantum particles in that way, like how electrons are all going to have the same charge.
So black holes are quantum particles? Or
No,
like
they're not. They're not actually
Oh.
quantum particles, but I've heard someone describe them. They're saying that they can. It's eerie because they can almost be thought of like that.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, we'll get into black holes. What's his name, dude? Charity, right? Or Nate?
Chirality.
Charity, yeah, that's how I read it.
Huh.
Nate, he wants to moderate. So
Do you know what chirality means?
No, I'd have to Google it. No, I do not.
It is
It means something.
handedness.
Yes, handedness.
So like your left hand and your right hand.
Left-hander, right-hand molecular spin.
Yeah, they're mirror images of each other.
Okay.
That's what chirality is.
Okay. Okay, cool. So he wants to moderate on Sunday, not Saturday, because he'll be in a wedding or whatnot. Are you down for Sunday?
Sunday's fine with me. Nate's a choice. That's a choice. Yeah.
Oh, he told me he's gonna reach out to you and Gio, so that's
He's
what he
cool.
told me.
Mhm.
Okay, to let you know.
Yeah, we're gonna have a Jewish mod too. So we're gonna have one Jewish and one Muslim mod, just to be fair.
Oh no, man, he's not. They're both on your side though, so it's not. That's not fair. It
One
has nothing to do with
Freemason, one
religion,
Jew.
because it's not a religious debate. Yeah.
We're gonna have a Catholic mod too. So we're gonna have 3 mods.
Dude, it's about we need a pro relativity mod and an anti relativity mod. That's what we need, right? So that's the.
I don't think that he's gonna be biased in that way. So
Grimm is a globe believer, and he's anti relativity. It would be a cool mod. That way, it's fair.
there's plenty of most anti-relativity people are globers.
Oh yeah, for sure, 100%.
I don't want to get into it right now because it's a preview.
Same here. That's why I didn't comment about your black holes.
Oh,
let you run with that. Whatever you want to say.
Well, you did ask me to point to you to one.
Oh yeah. How many times have you seen it with a telescope?
Well, they're not really easy to see, right?
Yeah, because you see that dark spot right there? That's a black hole. See the
But I
one
have
right next
seen-
to it? The really dark one. Oh yeah, that one? It's a super large, rotating, negatively charged black hole.
Do you know how we see the black hole at the center of the Milky Way?
How? Educate me, sir.
Because we see the object moving around it.
Okay, so that's a black hole because it's rotating around center point?
Basically, yes.
Okay, then why don't you just call it a center point? Like, why does it have to be a black hole that sucks out all the light? Okay, let me ask you, since you like black holes, what's the whatchamacallit? The escape velocity from a black hole?
That's a weird question.
It doesn't depend on your
Well,
range.
It's not. It's a well-known. It's a simple answer.
But it doesn't depend on the mass and your range.
It's not a gotcha or anything. It's just, does it?
I'm sure. I mean, those are variables that go into.
So
those variables go into deriving it, right?
Why is a black hole black? Let's do this. Well, how about not? Let's table that. No, that's not cool. Let's table that discussion for later. Because we can't dissect black holes right now. They're essential to Einstein.
Essential workers.
To the magnum
Not
opus.
confined by the lockdown.
Yeah, the Muslim mod is on your side, bro. You know.
So
Well,
it
I
was
thought it was like one Freemason, one Jew mod would have made it better. I'm joking. I kind of like that you're a fucking Freemason. I kind of like that, bro.
I like that too. I enjoy it.
It's just, yeah, it's incredibly funny. The amount of flat earthers are probably saying Cyrus is a fucking shill. What?
Like I give a fuck.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying that to me is like
You
great.
saying
I
what?
think that's great. No, I'm just saying there are probably people that are saying it in their brain as you said it the other night, and in my head I'm like, giggity, this is funny.
Yeah, it's like my beliefs and what I study and whatnot has nothing to do with masonry. So you know what I'm saying? I'm not representing masonry, so I'm a man and I got my beliefs. So whatever that may be, it's mine. And I like hold the right to always change my mind in the future, like upon evidence or new evidence of whatever, scientific evidence proving things. Cool. Well, if we prove well, okay. Well, I don't know if Kosho knows this, but in his academic quackery pre-Einstein, people thought the sun was operating because there are creatures on the inner layer of the sun called helions lived on the inside. This is legit published shit in like the 1700s. Yeah, that's Kosho's world. Einstein believers. So yeah, helions, dog.
In the 1700s, were Einstein believers?
Of course, because that's where they all held the same torch, right? It's all like it's a relay.
Just pre-Einstein.
I don't subscribe to that idea of
helions.
Have team. I don't know what this teammates. 1700. I don't know, dude. There's people in the 1700s weren't Einstein believers. We know that.
No shit. Yeah, 1915 or whatever. So it's like, yeah, Einstein
You
comes
know
later.
that.
Yeah, but we don't have to say they're on. We don't have to say that they're on the same team.
It's the heliocentric.
Bears, come on, they were the forebears of the theory.
Vision.
Come on.
Yeah, man. It's. Anyway.
Are you saying the people that believed in the helions wouldn't have believed the words of Einstein, even though they were the ones that did the prerequisite work for Einstein? Come on.
Yeah, I'm saying that people who, have the same ideas, like carnivores, like all people who like to eat meat or not vegetarians, they'll have the same beliefs somehow. Just because they have something in common doesn't mean that they're part of the same paradigm.
Yeah, man.
I get it.
Relax. It's all good. I was just trying to mention the helions. It's a funny thing. So
it is a funny thing.
Maybe it's not funny to you because it's it's your people.
It's what you believe.
Yeah.
It comes from your team,
Right.
You fucking troll. Get wrecked. Get trolled.
Well, extremists. I read what you just wrote. I don't know, man. How do you know that? Not laws or whatnot, theories, but like, how do you know flat earthers don't present stuff to their community? Like, I don't get it. Try to make.
I'm talking about like actual theories, laws, inventions, cell phones, computers, microprocessors, X-ray machines. TVs, everything in the last 500 years. Nothing has been invented, contributed by a flat earther in the last 500 years.
But dude, you're kind of making the fallacy that
no fallacy unless you can give me an example.
I'm not finished. Wait there 1 second. I'm gonna get. My point is like the problem here is it's like the assertion that in some way all of the invention over the last 500 years are contingent upon belief in the globe. That it somehow necessitates belief in the globe for these things to be invented.
No,
they're in no way correlationary. In no way are they presented as a global invention.
Not what I said. What I'm specifically talking about, science and our understanding the evolution of science, our continual improvements in our theories of science, not of the globe, but of science in general. Things like physics, the way we understand light, everything about science, chemistry, all biology, all of these things, notwithstanding the globe, nothing, zero, not a single example of anything has ever been contributed by a flat earther in any branch of science ever. In the last 500
welcome
years.
to Flat Earth, dude. Welcome to Flat Earth. That's our claim, that you guys have monopolized and kept us and cordoned us away from it, suppressing anything that we would move forward with peer review systems. So yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks on the back, toilet on the right.
The problem with that idea is that if there was money involved in anything that could be made, if you could make money at it and it was actual legitimate science, then it doesn't matter if it's a monopoly by the man or the system or the Illuminati. If there is money to be made in the science and you can come up with an invention that makes money, that uses, quote, flat earth science, it would be out there.
What flat earth science, bro? What are you talking about?
You just said it wasn't globe earth science, and then you've just categorized stuff as flat earth science. Like, you can't have it both ways. You cannot kill your prostitute and fuck her at the same time.
Let me rephrase then. It's the flat earth method of science, not necessarily flat earth, but just the method of science that flat earthers seem to follow and seem to espouse, that this is the correct way that science should be conducted. This is the right way. There should be an independent variable. There should be dependent variables. You have to personally manipulate these things with your own hand. This is the method that flat earthers say is correct. And yet none of those flat earthers that have ever done this method have contributed to our understanding of science and the world around us.
Okay, so you're
Zero,
talking about like big
not a one.
contributions. Well, dude, okay. So they're all globe believers, and okay, does it make it correct?
No. They're all followers of the scientific method, and not the globe. Sorry, not the flat Earth interpretation of the scientific method. The actual, real scientific method that real scientists follow.
Okay, you mentioned chemistry. Chemistry, don't you follow the scientific method that's mentioned by flat earthers, whatever that method is?
I don't know. Is there any chemist that would actually say they're a flat earther?
Chemist. I'm not a chemist, but I like chemistry.
I'm saying, let me read. So, if you ask a chemist to differentiate between the, quote, flat earth, I'm using quotes here, scientific method, and the actual scientific method that they follow, will they say that they follow the same one that flat earthers follow in terms of you need an independent variable, you need a dependent variable, you have to personally manipulate all this stuff? Will the chemistry people, scientists that actually practice chemistry, say that that is the true method? Now, for the record, I don't know the answer, but I'm willing to bet that they don't actually say all that stuff.
Okay, man, I should hop on some university website and get it from their chemistry department for you. It's just the same thing, from my understanding.
Yeah, I tried to post this link, it won't let me. But
what?
Because I have an article about a Wisconsin pharmacist who sabotaged 500 things. Does believe the Earth is flat in a disguise, a shield to stop us from seeing God, according to FBI documents. But I don't know if a chemist doesn't count. I mean, a pharmacist.
FBI.
In UK, they call them chemists. That's not
Well,
the
I
same
mean,
thing, though.
dude, I appreciate science, bro, and I don't know if let's say a scientist thought Earth was like, I don't fucking know, I don't know, something ridiculous, donut Earth.
Dildo.
But like they invented real legit shit, you know. Okay, their invention works for whatever reason, but their
Isn't it?
thoughts about the
Separate from.
universe was off. You know, fuck it. You know, it's like, okay, I'll take what works from them and ditch what doesn't work. I don't have to marry their ideas really, unless I really like them.
Well, unless they really want to stick
Then I'll
to
marry
that.
the ideas. You know, that's fine.
But if they want to stick to that line of logic, Cyrus, then they should really like start to comb through the 9 or 11 million words, was it, of Newton to do with alchemy, right?
Yeah. You thought you can transmutate shit.
I think
right,
he
bro.
died of
I don't know.
mercury, actually. He died of mercury poisoning, right? Trying to shit out gold.
I like
So-
Edison quite a bit. Was he a globe earther or a flat earther? Edison.
Both.
And provide proof. Like where did he say that? You know what I'm saying? It's gonna have to be some article or something. That way, or autobiography, something like that.
At least some women that he slept with that, you know, wrote some sort of report about what they spoke about.
I don't think he gave a fuck. Edison was
Or
just
smoking cigarettes after sex or something, you know, something.
yeah. Dude was like an animal. He just worked. James Watt, one of my favorite inventors of all time. Was he a globe earther or a flat earther? And
Invented what's it? The Chris.
oh, he invented mechanisms, bro. I
I'm
appreciate
joking,
James
I know.
Watt so much because when I studied kinematics, yeah, I would say it 100%. It was the most difficult subject I studied. Yeah, just the mechanisms. There's no forces, just the mechanics, like motions.
bits in between.
You know, of mechanisms. You know, bar links, joints, and anyways.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
4-bar
Well,
mechanism, 6-bar. There's a Watt mechanism, and you can see like there's a Watt this, Watt that. James Watt invented mechanisms, and I don't know. For me, inventing a mechanism is like
yeah, it's
the holy
concept.
grail for me. That just
Yeah.
those are the shoes I would love to fill one day, and I'm just man. Once you see what those guys invented in like a new motion mechanism, it's like, oh shit! It's like, okay, it's like the 4-bar mechanism. That's how your windshield wipers work. Still, it's like the same
Yep.
shit. So dude, it's ridiculous, you know. So
It's kind of like in firearms, dude, with like John Moses Browning and Hiram Maxim. Like these guys nearly covered eventually. Well, inadvertently, they covered pretty much nearly every mechanism for a firearm.
yeah, those guys. Yep.
Semi-automatic. Yep.
Yeah. Dude, I have a couple of books. They're quite thick, thousands of pages.
Yep.
They're mechanisms and like I don't know, gears or something. No, mechanisms or something else. It's like all illustrated mechanisms. Thousands of them. Just every page, just an illustration, exploded views of cool clutches and all sorts of shit. It's like
That's like the coolest
I start
fucking.
drooling.
That's the shit. That's the most important, right there. Right there.
That's cool shit.
Yep. Yeah, definitely, bro. Yeah. That's the coolest shit right there. 100%.
Anyways, oh my god, we drifted off. We were talking about what? Stars or some shit.
Were we? I don't know.
Did Joshua prove how you can
Too high.
measure billions of light years? Did we confirm that? That was exact science?
Yeah, Extremes has said that. Yeah, flat earthers pseudo scientific method, or yeah, that's okay. Essentially,
Yeah.
Whatever. Yeah, whatever. I don't care. I play around with stuff. I'm a scientist. Given to myself. I gave myself that title. Cool.
We all are, though, right? In a way.
Yeah, if you apply the scientific method, right, or you're doing science, you're sciencing.
Yep.
So
if you leave piss in a bottle long enough, you get ammonia.
Yeah. Do stuff about.
No. Nah, yeah, dude. Like, what's his name? James Watts. Okay.
Oh, dude, Watt's cool as fuck. Just look at his
Yeah, I need to
inventions.
look into that. I bet you they're like ones that correlate over straight away to firearms in some regard. I bet like they're like early mechanisms that are used. I know that Browning had to include like different mechanisms as he scaled up from a 30 cal all the way up to the 50, right? Like just
Did we,
the
did we confirm how many miles are in billions of light years? Can we put that on paper?
Can just
Can we verify
multiply
that?
that. What's up?
well, how many trillion was it? Wasn't it like a million trillion miles or something like
Billions. Just how much? What do you want?
What is what is a light? Start with the light year, then we'll multiply by billion.
Okay, so what's the speed of light? I'll type it out in text for you.
6 trillion miles. I told you a billion trillion.
Yep.
A billion light years is a billion trillion miles.
There you go. A billion trillion miles. You just answered. Done.
That's what I said.
Calculate anything.
Well, like we could break it down, right? So I can do it by hand, Tosho. Is that
hell yeah.
Tosho?
Of course.
Did it in my head.
So when we say billions and billions, are we talking
Bullshit.
about 3 billion, 4 billion, 100 billion? We're talking about 100 billion? Because you said billions and billions of light years. So I just want to get that down on paper. 1 billion light year is a billion trillion miles. Is that right? So billions and billions of light years is ballpark. Let me say it this way. I want to know how long it will take us to get to Alpha Centauri. If we go light speed, we can Mach 10, right? Is it Mach 10? No.
No.
With Star Trek, and Star Trek says something 10.
Not Mach 10, don't. It's not Mach 10. Mach 10 is nowhere near the speed of light.
Mach is sound, right? I get the
Yeah.
sound. Mach is sound. So what's when Captain Picard
No, I mean
says,
it's nowhere near the speed of a light year. Sorry, I thought you were thinking like in a second.
When Captain Picard says like something 10, he says something 10 with Enterprise. They go maximum warp. Oh, warp 10. Warp 10. There you go.
Yeah.
So is warp at light speed?
Well, I think the idea behind warp speed in Star Trek is that they suddenly go to the speed of light. That's why we see the tunnel of light, right? Like, to where we almost get like this effect, this like a long exposure shot, right? Contrails to the stars as we pass through them in the program.
Hey, Crack.
So,
See that mechanism I posted?
oh fuck. Yeah, like give me a second and I'll look. My phone's on like 2%. I'll just let it charge a little bit.
See, like you would have to solve like for motion too if you were like move it, push like let's say from the right to left. What would happen to the top surface? Where would they end up? Like what? And does it bind? And like toggle positions and shit like that. There were formulas how to figure it out, and I forgot. It was a hard subject, but it's the most interesting.
So back on my point, Alpha Centauri, right? So how long would it take us to get to Alpha Centauri, right? So the reason that you need to find this out is because when we start going towards Alpha Centauri, it's going to take, you're going to be dead by the time, So it's your children's, grandchildren's, etc. So how many generations will it take to get there? That's all I want to know. So that way we can make it something that we can maybe achieve sometime in the future. But if it's just a billion trillion, it just doesn't really. That's not really a goal, you know. It's been more tangible. Because there's 200 generations to Jesus, right? To Jesus, and then there's 20 generations to Adam. So we got 220 generations recorded on paper, on scrolls, correct? So how many generations to Alpha Centauri?
Why do you want it in generations, dude? How many years is a generation?
Well, historically, I think it's been about 20. Because when they do when they date back to Jesus, Noah, it's about 20 years. But nowadays, since birth control and abortion, now it's and careers for women, now they're talking about 25, 30 years generation, right?
Oh, okay.
So let's just say on a sliding scale, average of 100 years per generation for women. Counting the future generations, right? Live longer, right? Eat better, sell what's it called? Cellular manipulation, control the aging gene. But for argument's sake, we could just say 20 years a generation. We could just say that, Also be those horny girls and guys.
Yeah, it'll take a lot, like at least a couple of million generations to do easy, whatever that was, Do you really
So
want
would we
like a
even
real
be
number?
alive?
Like,
Would we even live that long? You know what I mean? Like, wouldn't we kill each other by then? With all the
of course
nukes?
not. I mean, that's just well, we saw the light traveling for billions of years, so we started recording, and here we are.
I mean, there's like a world war every how often, and then you figure eventually we'll just kill ourselves out, right?
What? Man, you're really
Eventually, we're
low.
just gonna kill each other, right? You think it's highly likely that we're gonna survive that long?
I don't fucking know. Can't predict the future, bro. Sorry.
The better way of you asking this, Godric, isn't it? Yeah, it's Godric. The better way of you asking this would be to directly say, "Kosho, are you there?"
No, he's not.
Kosho. Right. So Kosho's not there. So
Oh, wait, what's up?
right. This would be the better way of asking your question, right?
Hey,
How
Coach,
long?
go ahead.
How long do you globy motherfuckers, right? How long? I'm just playing. How long do you globies say that the Earth itself, the universe as we know it, will continue in the state as we know it, i.e., habitable? When is the next change? When are we meant to be extinct as a planet, according to your narrative?
Well, that's about 3 different questions. I'll go ahead and assume what you're asking, and
Yeah, I
how
sort of
long
changed it.
how long is the Earth maybe going to be livable, or how long until it's not livable, something like that. How long until it's not a planet anymore? Something like
Yeah,
that.
I'm trying to take a stab at like asking, I guess, what Godric's trying to say. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
I'm not sure what he's saying, but the Earth is about in a midlife crisis right now, so it's about halftime. In about what is it? I think they say 4 billion years. Doesn't the sun expand? I forget how many. I think it was either 1 billion or 4 billion.
4 billion sounds right based on the way with planet being the thing that replaced Modern Iron Core 4 billion years ago. So that would sort of round out your like nonsensical mathematics.
So the Earth is in a midlife crisis.
That's a good one, Gosha. That was good.
Let me see. They say, what the fuck?
They say 5.2 billion years, Coach. So the midlife will be
1 billion
10.4
or 4
billion
billion.
years. Coach.
Oh no, it says about 5 billion. So about 4 billion. That's right.
So what is that? There you go, Godric. So how long would it take to go where you're thinking, and how long is that? Do we have time to do what you're talking about? Probably not. It
Why would
seems.
anybody need to travel 5 billion light years? Quite a distance.
I think Godric wanted to go to Alpha Centauri or some shit. I don't know.
Oh, that's only if you're going at light speed, it's only 4 years.
Oh, there you go, Godric. If you're
Okay, 4
traveling
years
fast.
light speed. So we're talking about how far, like, how fast can we go, Coco? Elon Musk style.
Really that fast?
How fast is that Corvette going, by the way?
You talking about the Tesla?
Was that Corvette going like Mach 3?
You might have to be more specific, dude. What Corvette are you talking about?
Listen to him. He's acting like he doesn't know what Corvette I'm talking about. Okay.
I don't know what you're talking about, so it would be good if you were a little bit more clear, Godric.
The Tesla they put up in the sky.
Okay.
That one was going Mach 3. So if we went that speed, it would take us how long to get to Alpha Centauri? 4 light years. So how many generations is that, Coco? Be your children's grandchildren?
Why don't you just use the what do you call it? The Voyager. The Voyager's going fairly fast. Let me think. Give me a second. 4 years.
And if Earth was in a midlife crisis, and which means that it would last another 5 billion years, can't you just tell those global warming people to chill out because we got 5 billion years left? You know?
Yeah, so it would take the Voyager, I think, like 200 million years to get there. I think.
Okay, so say generations every 20 years. How many generations is that?
That's a lot.
Divide that by 20. How many you get?
About 6. I mean, about 600,000.
So 600,000 generations, and each one is 20 years. 600,000, 20, 12 million years to get there. So is this the plan, Coco? Are we going out there?
Okay, actually, this says that Voyager will get to the closest star in about 40,000 years.
Does it have like solar panels? How's that thing powered, right? Does it have like a gas? Like what's the power? How is it powered? When it had energy by then?
The Voyager, I don't think is powered anymore.
So it's just on gravity power? Is that the gravity power? Is that what it is? Momentum?
It's on no power. It's on the conservation of momentum power. It's Newton's first law.
So you can't like steer left or steer right?
No, we can't control it at this point.
Okay, Coach, so of all these 12 million years, what are the chances it slams right into an asteroid, Coach?
Probably slim to none.
In 12 million years, Coach? It won't slam into like nebulous gases and black holes, asteroids.
Anyways, it said 40,000 years. 40,000 years, and it says that it's let me see, about 250,000 miles per hour. Wow.
So is that like a Ferrari engine? Are we talking like that Lambo? We talking?
There's no engine on it. Jesus Christ! Listen, man, it's going that fast because it's been moving that fast. It I don't know if you remember this, but the Voyager missions It had intricate gravity slingshot maneuvers on the planets.
Oh yeah. It uses slingshot technology. You're right. I want to see what Cyrus put down.
It uses slingshot technology, Tosha.
Yeah,
You have a paper on that too?
That's right.
Before 96.
Ooh.
You know those movies where like the actor, I mean, they're going fast in a car, right? And the car's gonna go off a cliff. So the actor someone has to jump out of a moving car so they don't fall off the cliff, right? Jump out, do like a barrel roll, and probably they'll be okay. So my question is like, when they jump out of that car or goes off the cliff, kind of get messed up, right? Is this what will happen if you jumped out of the Voyager going 250,000 miles an hour? Let's say you saw an asteroid. You're like, I'm going to grab the asteroid. Fuck this place. I'm not doing this. Jump out of the Voyager at 250K. Jump on the asteroid. Would everything be good?
That's a good question. Hold on one second.
You say I lack imagination, Kosher.
Yeah, it's because you said you can't kill a hooker and have sex with her.
No, that was like no, I didn't get to finish my thingy. I was gonna say at the end, you don't get to kill a hooker while having sex with her, without being called a necrophiliac. That was what I was gonna say.
Okay.
Yeah. And technically, you don't have to be the one that killed her either to be the necrophiliac. There's actually a guy that was he actually got caught doing that exact thing, and there's actually an STD you can get from sleeping with dead people. And he was in prison near where I'm from, and he was in prison for that exact thing. Interestingly enough. And how he got caught was, I think his wife contracted this like dead STD. It could be like a local myth where I live. I don't know.
So there's like a necrophiliac STD out there. Get
Yeah,
after they're
apparently.
dead. Wow, bro. Nobody's safe. Nobody's safe.
Yeah, sorry to hear that, Godric.
Yeah, like you know.
that blows my whole plan, bro.
Yeah, Cyrus, that's interesting, bro. Like if you were to move that surface top, yeah, that's very interesting.
What would happen to it as you move it like right to left?
Right to left, what would happen to it?
Yeah.
Technically, it would stay technically flat.
I mean, if the surface is flat, yeah. What do you mean by flat?
I mean, it would stay vertical. It would stay horizontal.
Which one, vertical or horizontal?
Yeah, shit. Sorry. Oh fuck! It's 2 in the morning. I'm stoned right now. You know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, think about it.
I'm saying that you would
Well, I
move
don't know. You have to
the
tell
right or
me.
left. It looks like it would impinge, and then that it would, like the first glance, right, cursory glance, it would seem that the tabletop wouldn't stay as a tabletop, right? It wouldn't keep its horizontal. But technically, if you move that left or right, it would extend out away from the basin of the platform, but yet it would still stay level.
Extend out and away.
Well, if you were to push the top of that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So give me
What
arrows.
I'm trying to say is Right, okay, so draw an arrow left or right on top of that, right?
Okay.
Arrow either left or right. Actually, wait there. No, not left or right. Right, if you were to push
Dude,
to the left.
Yeah. Tell them, like, okay, just draw on it the final position of the table. That's how it was.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, because then I have to take into consideration the different joints. Like the square is important. So, wait there. 01 is there. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, because of what I've worked out that, like, okay, yeah.
Just take it, Microsoft Paint, and either to the right or to the left, draw the final position of the table. That's it.
Oh shit, would it end up upside down to the left of that with the flat portion of the table that's facing up now facing down to the floor? That's interesting because it's so
Would it?
many motions that it's hard to keep track of each impingement point and how that would then affect it next. So that would right. So I just innately have the feeling that it's right there.
Feeling, huh?
Yeah, bro, because I've
Not about
seen things
feeling.
like this before where like you can lift it. So like it's hard, right? Because I've seen things like this where you could pull it up, then draw it to the right,
Bro,
and
this
then
is
it
an
would
easy
create.
one.
I
You
know
should
it's
have
an easy
seen
one.
the ones I failed on.
I have no
Horrendous.
other
Yeah.
equipment other than what I'm looking at either.
No, yes, you do. You can make it out of paper and use pins or something like that. You tacks
Yeah.
and yeah, that's an easy way to do it. See what happens. Now, you're not allowed to do that, of course. It's cheating because you're
Yeah,
just
you want me
building
to do it in my mind, I know.
in your mind. Yeah,
Yeah.
dude, like your mind will let you down at some points. But with simple ones, you can predict it. Kosho, can you do it? Or what do you think? I mean,
Sorry, say what again?
the mechanism thing Crack is working on.
What is he talking? I don't know.
Oh,
It's
you
a
don't.
45
All right,
minutes
fuck it.
past the hour.
It's all good.
Oh, the scene that you posted. Oh, okay.
Just the end point of the table, right? What's its final position?
Was its final position?
Yeah, if you go through the mechanisms and the motions that entails, there are only a few. Basically, there's only one route it could take, or it could be that it takes more than one route. That's what I'm trying to exclude right now.
You trying to say 47? You said 47 minutes after the
45.
45. Yeah, not the 47.
The other one's
I'll
like in
Oh, yeah,
three-dimensional space. That one's that's in 3D space. That one's fucking impossible from what we've got.
What about this thing?
If you push the table like right to left or left to right, whatever, where would the final position be? Like the orientation of the table.
It looks like it goes.
Draw it out on paint and show me.
It looks like it goes down to the right.
Looks like it goes down to the right. Go ahead, draw it out.
Yeah, it seems so. Yeah, down to the right.
How?
If it goes down to the right, then its end position needs to be that it's a 45-degree angle.
No, I think it would.
That's a 90. Sorry,
parallel to the bottom. All you gotta do is follow that bottom axe, the bottom one, bottom joint.
Okay. Which
there
one?
are two joints.
The one on the left.
Oh. So okay, where would the table be at? Can you just draw a line? Yeah. And which way would it be? Orientation.
You said right,
As
but
that moves, as you move that, as you turn that to the right, that would turn the P and C joints such that they pull. So they would pull to the left. Well, that would pull to the right, but it would twist to the left, which would pull the.
All right, I know. I've done it now. I know which way it is. Okay, so the flat tabletop will end up on the left side with the flat of it facing to the left. 90-degree angle, effectively. You pull the table. Wait, it can end up in that position, but is that its final position? If I continue.
Yeah. Does it go? Where would it stop too? Like
Right, it's gonna eventually stop. Like with it being that tabletop is gonna face down. You pull it down to the left, then that tabletop is gonna be against the floor with the other flat piece. Is how it seems.
Come on, man. I don't want to tell you. Like, I don't want to give it up. It's pretty cool, actually. Should I give you a hint? Or nah? I don't know. The tabletop will remain parallel to the ground throughout the whole motion.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, of course, it will never change. It's gonna
Oh, really?
remain parallel.
How'd you know that?
Yeah. Because that's what I said originally.
Okay.
Yeah, that is what I said originally.
Okay.
But then, yeah, and I started to think about the end of the motion, then it changes orientation. But the point is, like, at first I saw it as like a tabletop that you'd pull toward you, and it would lean out toward you, and like the whole point is that it would always stay parallel to the ground the whole way through its motion. And then I started to think, is this like some hinge that's like maybe it's a hinge instead of a tabletop, but it's obviously not. All right, cool.
It's like an elevator.
Yeah, it goes up instead.
Yeah.
It goes up and out. I think it goes both ways, right? Like both to the right and to
the left.
Yeah. Yeah. And it creates rigidity as it does so, right? So it's able to be rigid as you move it. Oh, interesting. So it has, okay, yeah, I see it now. Yep. It allows for motion not only going up, toward you, away from you. Yeah. Interesting.
And like you would calculate the degrees of freedom. I forgot the formula. You just count the bars and the joints and whatnot.
That was like immediately
Easy.
my instant thought was that. Because of the rectangle there, right? Yeah, the rectangle sort of gives it away. And I thought, wait, that's too obvious because of the rectangle, right? Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, really cool.
I'll show you the heart and soul of the whole mechanism. I'll post it right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's better to post post like the.
There you go.
I'd say it would be interesting to like I reckon I've got the
bar.
skills to make that, like just out of
Easy. Cut
just
it out.
not even to cut it out, but you could do it. I believe you could do it with just like a hammer and hot iron and a hammer and just drifting holes into it. If you got the the tolerances right. Yep.
Here, look. I found a cool one. I found it right. Look. This one. It's a parallel like linkage.
They use this as a hinge though. That's why I was getting confused because I know that this could be used as a hinge as well. Right? Like, well, it technically is a hinge. But like you can use this for like a door.
look.
Like if you imagine two of those mechanisms, right?
Look. Okay, the last one I posted. That's how you
Yeah.
solve for it. You see those green circles? That's the range of that bound linkage to the pivot. It cannot right. So this is how you predict the motion of that. You just draw it out, and see where, like here. If you look at the second one from the left, the crank rocker, right? As that spins around, it'll reach a point in the circle where that arm is like maximum point at the right, and it will swing back. So that's like a windshield wiper sort of thing. Just goes back and forth, even though the arm would be just doing circles. So.
Yep. It's very similar to some of the mechanisms that are used in like for the feed systems for like bell-fed machine guns and stuff like that. Like there's a lot of like tracks that lead onto hinges and weird motions that seem counterintuitive. Even like an AK-47 bolt, right? It like rotates partially. And like when you look at it, kind of like when you break it all down to like it's I'm not very good at the mathematics that are like involved with this. That's why firearms is really cool. It's like one of the forms of like.
This was the most difficult. I'm telling you, this is easy. Like that's the 4-bar mechanism, just simple. Because you only have 4 like links.
Yep.
You can delete one, and ground is always 1, so you always start with 1 as for the ground. So yeah, dude, when it goes beyond 6. It becomes hard. It's like, okay, what's going on here?
Yeah, definitely. It's interesting as well. Like if you.
Anyways, back to stars, man. I don't want to bore like everyone to death with this.
No, it's not boring.
Shit.
It's not boring. It's like it's actually maybe I didn't even have the word for what I wanted to start studying to try and like come up with new mechanisms, right? And I'd probably need to study this and get the fundamentals of it. The mathematical part will be the hard part.
Nah, it's easy. Well, it's easy, yeah. It's just hard.
My mathematical growth was stunted though, bro. Like for real. Because of some of the shit that went on. No, I'm on about
it's all visual. Like
academically speaking, I'm on about
whatever you're gonna be solving. There's a picture involved, and like I said, you got cardboard. You cut it out, you move it. That's it. You're done. You don't have to solve any math. But yeah, math will help you. Predict stuff, of course.
So I'm saying that's why I love firearm systems, right? Like It's kind of like, put it this way, John Browning didn't need to like work out the psi of a shell inside of a chamber, and how it would expand and how it would push a piston
Are you
rod,
sure?
like recycle. No, he didn't. No, actually, he didn't. Right? He literally
He didn't know?
was. No. He didn't need to work that out. Do you want to know why? Right? Like,
Why?
this is why we have guns like the Uzi, right, which is direct blowback, right? Effectively, right? The reason why you don't necessarily, like, you would need to know like the psi for the tolerances for like lock-in lugs and stuff like that. But like, if we take the Krag Jorgensen rifle, right? It ended up blowing out. The lugs, one of them got removed, right, on the bolt, on the front part of the bolt.
Okay.
One of them was removed and eventually ended up breaking. The point is that it wasn't adjusted to the psi of the round. It was just built strong enough to take the round. You know, do you understand what I'm saying? We didn't even know that these psis were going to even be achievable, right? Because we ended up with much more explosive powder, faster explosives that we could use in the form of gunpowder, smokeless cartridges as well. But the point is that you're dealing with the psi doesn't really need to be known. It's just that, like, as you start off making a firearm, right, you have like a very rudimentary system, a basis, right? And then you need to work out what would need to happen in order that a round would be rechambered, right? This bolt needs to be moved back. You could use a delayed roller block blowback system. You can use a direct blowback system, or you can use a gas piston system. The point is that, like, the first time that someone siphons off gas, like Hiram Maxim did, to push back the bolt, the way that he did it was effectively just make a hole in the barrel, siphon it off, and then it didn't work. He just made the hole slightly bigger until it worked. The point is it's incremental as you go along. You already have these effects occurring. You already have these certain like things at play, right? And based on them, you can just sort of, you can go along with it effectively in a logical sense, right? Like, okay, the hole needs to be slightly bigger for more gas to get through because what this piston wasn't able to recycle the bolt. There wasn't enough force of gas going in. Okay, make the hole bigger so more gas is able to escape, right? We don't need to know the psi for us to do that, right? We can just end up being normal guys that have got bolt action rifles, and now we've got better equipment that we can start. Do you see what I'm trying to say? Like, it can just be all like kind of
Plus,
organic.
it's good if you know the pressure.
Definitely.
Now you can estimate like how big of a piston you need for enough force, because the force divided by area. So if you got
Yeah,
enough
that comes
pressure.
in later without a doubt. I'm just saying the very first system for it,
Well,
like,
yeah. I mean, like for
the
hydraulics and shit like that, it's cool.
yeah, definitely, yeah. But when it comes to, like, for instance, like, now we really need to know the pressure, right? Because like we're fucking around with like more advanced systems now where, like, the walls and the thickness of the walls of a receiver, right? Or even with like an AR system is different. The receiver doesn't need to have any thickness to it because technically they've cut the receiver out as a thing that is a point of a weak point of pressure by directly correcting the bolt interface straight up to the barrel, right? This is like what Stoner originally did with the AR-18 design that he created originally. And that's why it had a buffer system because it was 7.62 back then, right? Because he basically made the receiver, I guess, just more a travel system, right? Before you would have an impingement point on the M1 Garand, for instance, right, where the barrel is slightly above the shoulder based on the stock and its position to the barrel. So then when you would have recoil, the barrel would tip up. Well, Stoner was like, okay, well, I'm going to just put the whole action going back, recessing into the stock. That's why ARs have still got buffers to this day, even though we're on 5.56 and it's not really needed a buffer. Like, you don't need that. It's not like the recoil is so great that the bolt slamming into the back of the stock is a problem. Well, it was with the 7.62 originally, so they created the buffer, right? But I'm just saying, like, you need to know the pressures for like tolerances for the thickness of the wall. or the thickness of the barrel if it's a system that directly connects up and gets rid of the receiver part. Because otherwise, if you've got an overpressured thing, the gun will just blow up, right? In the past, the point is we made guns very heavy, like the Brown and automatic rifle, which is just effectively, the BAR. Like that shit was just made so thick that at that point it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter if you put the highest pressured round in it. You know what I mean? That was 30-06. It's just not gonna blow it up. But like now we're messing around with shaving off weight and all that type of shit. Like now you really need to know pressures. Yeah, like the new I was saying about this the other day, the 6.5 like the Creedmoor, but the new round that they've created for the Sig Spear, right? That thing I think they've got out to like 75,000 to 85,000 PSI. So the brass, the actual back of the shell casing, right? The rim thing, the extractor and everything, use the part of the bottle, the extractor that pulls out the case, and they had to turn that into stainless steel to support the rest of the brass because they had upped the PSI so greatly. Otherwise, it would like blow and then get stuck in the barrel or in that part of the receiver, the bolt in the face or whatever, wouldn't be able to extract it. And yeah, the rounds that are coming out of these new 6.5 spears, bro, they're going super fucking fast, bro. They have a lot of kinetic energy. We're on about if you put one of them in like a normal like M16, it would just blow to pieces instantly. What's going on, Zanik? What's like you two could talk about this with your voices, I'm sure. Like it really dismays me to see fully grown men typing furiously with their fingers, like lifting weights, right?
It's not a furious. It's a simple advice to someone who doesn't understand basic geometry and trigonometry. I guess you can just deny things if you think that the moon is not illuminated by the sun, or it's not an object it's actually round. But that'd be kind of silly to not think it's round. We have pictures of it. You can see it. Remember, trust your senses. It's round. It's a ball. Flat Flobe is not really thinking this through.
Okay.
If you look at a half lit moon and you can do pixel verification, that sun has to be at a right angle between it, the moon, and you. That's just how things are illuminated like that. And if it is, then you measure an angle to the sun and it's just slightly less than 90. That means it's 300 times further away, 300 or 400 times further away, because it's 89.7 degrees. The Greeks only could measure, I don't know, 86 degrees or something, 87 degrees. Yeah, 87 degrees, I think, they measure. So it's 20 times further away. That still blows the flat Earth model out of the water, because you can't have a sun that's 20 times further away and fit on the diagram, on the cartoon diagram you guys made. So
I don't hit any of those diagrams.
I would use that Glatt Flobe, thing with Jay Leno, and say, yeah, you guys are buying this? You're buying to think that the Earth is flat and the sun and the moon are like the same distance apart and revolving around, and it just makes no sense that you guys would accept that.
Interestingly enough, I can conceive of the globe Earth, right? I can understand your guys' point, maybe more than some of the other players. I don't know. I don't have I'm not angry at you guys. I don't feel lied to per se. Yeah, I just don't feel fucking lied to. Oh shit, yeah, Jeremy. I don't know if Jeremy's still here. He wanted like 5 minutes earlier, but it got taken elsewhere.
Yeah, he said he wanted to take a shot at me earlier today. I had to leave. Or no,
Yeah.
Whitson took over. I asked him about the free falling. That's him. He knows I've been asking for 3 days now, and he won't address it. All the stuff.
So what's this point with free falling? What is the point?
Well, if you think about it, if we can measure, we can physically look at something falling and measure its acceleration, right? You agree. But if I put you in a chair and I accelerate that rate on the table, you will get pressed into the back. Everything in your body will get pressed into the back of it, whatever it's touching. The accumulative effect and you'll know you're being pressed into that chair, and everything in your body will know it's being pressed in the chair if I accelerate you that rate. But yet you're free falling. We measure you're accelerating, but yet you're not feeling anything. You feel nothing. So you've matched the rate at which things fall naturally. That wouldn't happen if it was magnetic, and this is another thing I want to talk to you about. If it was magnetic or static, let's just, or anything he could think of or dream up, which is usually what he does most of the day. So I'm asking, what do you think it's due to? Why do you think you jump off a bridge? And why do you feel weightless? You're
Well,
still
wait.
accelerating. We can measure you accelerating.
Do we actually feel weightless when we jump off a bridge, though? Sonny?
Sure, of course, and you can measure it too when you jump. Hold a G meter. Just that fact alone. Hold your phone. I accelerate you in a 911 turbo with 600 horsepower, and I can accelerate at 1 G for a short period of time. If you have a phone, you'll say, "Oh, I got 1 G of acceleration going laterally."
Mm.
But I do the same thing jumping off a building. We measure you physically. I can see you measure. I can see you accelerate 9.8 meters per second squared. You can measure it, yet you feel nothing. The G meter in your hand measures nothing. So
Well, that's
why?
because there's an outside force imposing that 9.8 meters per second squared onto me via the car, right? In reference to me, in reference to the car and its motion, there is I guess it's a disproportionate, I don't know, like there's a disproportionate amount of weight comparatively to the analogy with the bridge where we jump off, right? With the
Yep, same
bridge where
weight.
we jump off.
Same weight.
No,
Both have
I'm
the same
talking.
weight, same
I'm not.
force.
No, I'm talking about the fact that the car is effectively accelerating up to that, right? Um, I guess in a mechanicalized fashion as well, right? Um, where there are lots of things going on there. There's friction on the ground. We have the
No. All that's independent. All we're talking about is a rate at which your body, regardless of how you accelerate it, it is accelerating. Your body is accelerating. Why, when you're
yeah.
going
But
drop off a building, you're still accelerating, same exact rate.
well, all I was
Feel
saying though,
nothing, cannot measure anything. Laterally, you measure everything. Everything's different.
yeah, but Zanny, all I was saying was that the friction of the car's wheels translates into forward motion, right? And
No.
then the car's chair does slam into the back of the person, and then you accelerate forward, right? What do you mean no? I'm just going through the motions, Zanny. In my
Well,
head,
no, it
you're
doesn't matter.
asking me
It doesn't matter what how the car got there. You have a rocket engine with no friction on the wheels.
I'm not making any claims about whether it matters of
Oh,
how
I
it
know.
got
I'm just saying that it doesn't matter whether there's friction on the wheels. I can accelerate you via a cable on a pulley.
No, no, I know. I'm going through what you just asked me, right? So that I can.
Don't bring in things that really don't have a factor or not a factor. It doesn't matter how it's accelerating. It's accelerating, and so you're saying it's some force that acts on everything. Like it's within. You said internal. That's a good.
You're robot.
Internal.
You're robot.
It's not internal when I'm playing with the car, and it's internal when I jump off a bridge. How the electrostatics is acting on every single atom and molecule in your body equally? That doesn't seem right. So he didn't want to answer it, and he's been dodging it for 4 days, and he went on some tangent before I could talk to Jeremy. He wanted to ask me something.
I told you, push me off a cliff, I'm going to be able to feel it.
Yeah, I just don't agree.
Yeah, we know you can feel it.
I don't
That's not
agree
the
with the
point.
premise. Like
You're going to feel free fall.
Yeah, but
Yeah, you said yourself that we could feel a fraction of a G, right?
Mm-hmm.
When we fall, how many G's is there?
0.
We're not falling at 9.8 meters per second squared?
Yep, you are.
We are. And how much is a G?
Well, G would be 1 G.
What's 1 G equal to?
9.8 meters per second squared.
Okay, so we're definitely going to feel a fraction of a G. Let's just run through this real quick. We'll definitely feel a fraction of a G acceleration. But now you're telling me I'm going to be accelerating a whole G and I'm not going to feel that.
No, exactly.
I left it for you,
Oh,
Jeremy.
exactly. Of course. Of course.
I'm
Yeah.
glad
Well,
you
we can watch you fall. I can measure it. You're going to accelerate at 9.8 meters per second square. We're going to watch that happen, and you're going to be floating, going, "Well, I got some gum in my mouth, and it's just floating in the run from my mouth. My stomach feels a little light, but all the contents in your stomach is floating. Everything in your body has no forces, and you have a phone that shows 0 g or no acceleration. Yet you are accelerating at 9.8 meters per second squared. So why does the phone not measure it? Why do things float in your stomach? Why do things float in your mouth? Why other things next to you would be floating as well? No preferential down, up, whatever. They're all floating. Yet we see everything accelerating. You don't feel that. Yet I do the exact same test horizontally. Pull the chain, use a rocket engine, use a car, my turbo, whatever you want to use. And you are pressed against your seat, with your face getting pressed against the back of the razor seat. Why is it different? Why is it different when I accelerate you laterally versus when I throw you off a building?
I'm going to feel it either way. I'm going to feel it either way, bro.
Don't just say feel it. What are you feeling? What are you feeling? I'm not saying you can't. I'm not. Hey,
you've already admitted.
This is why he always goes. This is why he goes in a shithole with you.
Or don't hold on.
You
just
know
keep rambling.
No, I'm not rambling. You know, it goes in a shithole when we talk like
you're spazzing, bro.
I'm not. No, I know you feel.
You are. You're spazzing. I can hear it in your voice. You're literally spazzing right now. Yeah.
No.
You are.
Listen, like your kids. Shh, quiet. Use your indoor voice. We know you can feel the difference.
30 seconds, Zanuck.
We know you can feel the difference between standing on your floor in your living room, and if your house is on a cliff and you jumped off the cliff, we know you can feel the difference. That's not the point. The difference between that and jumping off the cliff is that you're feeling no forces. The stuff is piling at the bottom of your stomach. The saliva is at the bottom of your mouth. When you jump off, yes, you feel that you're falling, but you're feeling no forces acting on you. You are free falling. Now, don't play dumb and say you don't know what I'm talking about.
Zanuck, you're hot miking.
No, I was talking the entire time.
I'm just playing. I wanted to say that.
Okay.
All right, Jeremy, hit him with
Jeremy, go, bro.
Okay, so your accelerometer that's measuring 0 G's, we know that's not accurate because there's multiple G's happening on you if you're falling. 9.8 meter. If 9.8 meter, if 1 G is 9.8 meters per second, after the second, yeah. So after the second, it's going to be more than 9.8 meters per second, right?
The velocity. Wait, hold on. Velocity.
Your velocity. You're accelerating.
No, you're talking 9.8 meters. 9.8 meters per second is a velocity, not an acceleration.
Okay, and are you not accelerating if you're going faster in the second than you were in the first second?
Then you'd be accelerating, yes.
Yeah, no shit. That's why I said after the second, you've now accelerated.
So what?
It's pretty simple,
dude. The Magnus effect. Yesterday, you told me the Magnus effect is caused by crosswinds. You posted a reference
for a bullet.
even though you said it was a citation, it was a whole reference. Do you have an actual citation? Because I have a citation that directly says that that's not what it is.
The drift, spin drift, is not due to Magnus effect. Yes.
No, you said Magnus effect is caused by crosswinds. Do you want to retract that or no? Is that what we're going with?
The Magnus effect on a bullet is not caused by. There's no Magnus effect on a bullet unless there's a crosswind. Yes.
No one said anything about bullets. You said the Magnus effect was caused by crosswinds.
Yes. If there's crosswinds, there's a Magnus effect. That's what causes it. It's crosswinds.
Okay, let's see it. The citation, not the whole reference, just the citation.
I know you're like your children. You can't focus, but let's focus on this. Come on.
I'm focused.
You jump off the bridge. You're not focused. You start bringing a Magnus effect. We're talking about free fall.
That's what I wanted to call you out on earlier, but they went on with the ether or whatever.
No, you're free. You're free falling. You're free falling.
This is boring.
Everything's floating in your mouth. Just answer the question.
What's your question?
Why do you feel weightless? Why are things floating in your stomach when you're accelerating? You can measure the acceleration. Same as if I did it laterally, where you would not feel that weightlessness. You would be feeling you're pressed against the chair.
What's your question?
Are you serious? Why is there feeling of weightlessness when you jump off of a bridge, even though we know you're accelerating to the ground? First second you travel, how far? 9.8 meters? No. You said you were. Velocity is 9.8 meters per second. In the first meter, you're traveling 9.8 meters per second. The second second... Oh, my God.
That's how I feel like when you talk to me, Lance.
That's why I have to talk to you, though. We know you're accelerating in both cases. Why do you feel it when you're laterally and not feel it when you're falling off a bridge?
I do feel it when I'm falling off a
Oh
bridge.
God, that's the answer I was really not hoping you were going to say because it makes me
Yeah,
angry.
it's
when
true.
I'm stupid like that.
It's
No, you
fucking
don't feel
true.
acceleration. You feel weightless.
I do. I feel acceleration.
No,
and
you
it's
don't.
and you know what? In the experiments Kosho has brought forth about how we would feel acceleration or not feel acceleration. The amount of acceleration you're feeling when you're dropping is well within the amount of acceleration that a human body can feel.
And
No, 'cause you're not
detect.
feeling
Yep.
any acceleration.
I'm
Oh,
sorry, what was that?
You're not
What was that?
feeling any acceleration.
You are accelerating, right? Are you
Yeah, but you're not
accelerating?
feeling. You can't feel it because there
Okay,
isn't
so
any
you
to
are
feel.
accelerating.
Yes.
Just stop.
But there isn't
Kosho
any.
has experiments. Kosho has experiments where they've tested the threshold to where somebody can and can't feel acceleration.
Correct.
This 9.8 meters per second. I know I'm correct. This 9.8 meters per second squared is well within the
Yes, of
bounds
course
of
it is. You feel.
that humans should feel it.
You are so confused. Yes, you can measure slight accelerations,
I'm not
fractions of a g. Just quiet for a second. That has nothing to do with being dropped off a building where there is no acceleration. Even though you're accelerating, you can't feel it because it's unfeelable. What's wrong with you?
Even though there is acceleration, there's no acceleration. Like what?
No,
I don't
unfeelable.
even
There
think
is
you know what.
acceleration. You can't feel it. I'm asking you why. Why
You
can't
can,
you
not
feel
why.
it? Don't be an
Why
idiot.
you're asking me
No,
why
you
you
can't
can't, but
feel
I'm
it.
telling you can.
You can't feel it.
Yeah, but
You
he's
drop
saying
me
he
off
can.
the building, I'm gonna feel it.
The problem
If I
is,
throw you,
Zanik,
you're going to be
we
accelerating
disagree.
twice the
We
speed of sound
disagree.
downward.
But Zanik, we disagree fundamentally, right?
No, you
With
don't
the
disagree. You're just being
with
dumb.
the
And
with the
I'm
premise.
laughing because you guys know you're being dumb.
Why are
It's
you
not
over
being
talking me,
funny
bro?
anymore.
I've not been over talking you.
No, I'm not
I'm
over
just-
talking. I'm just saying don't be dumb.
No,
When
You
you're free
are.
falling, you know you're free falling. All right? Come on. Don't be
You're
stupid.
objectively over talking me. Actually,
No, I'm not over
you
talking.
are.
You're over talking me.
You can't make this shit up.
Okay,
I swear
right.
to God.
So the point is like he's just not agreeing with the premise that you don't feel acceleration or motion when you're pushed off a bridge. Unfortunately, he just disagrees with that. So you can't ask him to pontificate over something that he doesn't agree with, right? It's like saying to someone, "No, wait. Even though you think you feel shit when you're falling, I'm telling you don't. So therefore, consider that
He
you don't
knows he
feel it."
doesn't. We can put you in it. We can prove it to him. I put him in a box with no windows, and I can say, when
What's
you're
your
falling.
obsession with putting people in
Oh
boxes and
my
shit, bro?
God! Really?
That was a joke. Come on, Zanik.
Okay.
Sorry.
Look. We know he knows. We have experiments. You can watch things, and the G meter itself. You know what? Forget about what you feel. Why doesn't the G meter feel any acceleration? There we go. That's probably better. I'm not going to worry about your feelings anymore. I'm sick of your fucking feelings. Why doesn't the G meter measure anything? It measures 0 when you're jumped off a building. That's better. You can't fight that anymore. Fuck's sake. This is physics class for retards. You guys are killing me.
Oh, that's
And
a
I'm just
good one.
joking, by the way. You know I'm just joking with you.
I haven't been here in a long time. Hello, Zanik.
Hey, how's it going?
So you said the G meter reads what?
0.
So when you're standing on the ground, what does it read?
1.
How's it reading anything
The
if
G-
you're standing in one spot?
If the G meter is supposed to read how much you're accelerating, and it reads 1 when you're not moving, and 0 when you are accelerating, that shit's broke. That shit does not work.
That's how they set it up. Because you're not understanding what the G meter is actually measuring.
It's not measuring acceleration. I'll tell you that right fucking now.
No, I
Yeah,
get what
'cause
you're
I
saying,
can put one in my
Zanik.
car, and I can accelerate to around a turn.
You're saying
Provide a
0 is
1.7
weightlessness.
G turn, or I can accelerate in a 911 turbo with 600 horsepower and get a 1 G lateral G to the back of your seat. It'll measure that. It'll say you're accelerating 1 G. You can
Xanax,
do.
if this thing is supposed to be measuring how much,
You can also do a
saying,
hanging
Zanik.
hanging pendulum. You can do a hanging pendulum, accelerated 1 G, and it will come at you at a 45-degree angle, meaning there's 1 G going down and 1 G going lateral, and the average in the middle, the 45-degree angle means that's the net force. That's the net weight.
Okay.
It's now at a 45-degree angle.
Just so he doesn't feel ununderstood, right? I want to make it clear to him that I understand what you're saying, Zanuck, right? The G meter, okay, it shows 1G at rest, right? Because that would be the force that's on our body at that time, okay, right? You're saying why it reads 0 is because effectively at that point it's in free fall. It's effectively no forces are enacting upon it at that moment. That's the experienceness of weightlessness. That's why there's 0 G's on there. That's what it's measuring, right? Okay. And what you're saying is why do you feel 1G of lateral movement, but you don't feel the 1G when you're stood still per se, right? One is an
1G
accelerator.
lateral will be the same as 1G sitting still. Same thing.
Right. And then once we climb past
When
that,
I drop you, also 1G, now you don't feel anything. Why is that?
right. So you're saying both are accelerating at the same speed, but
Same rate.
the same rate, sorry, and the G meters say different numbers entirely. Why is that?
Correct.
Right. I get what you're saying, Zanuck.
Okay,
I
good,
do.
great. I'm glad you understand Zanuck. Now, is this fucking G meter measuring acceleration or not?
Yes.
Okay, and it's measuring, and it's having a positive measurement on acceleration when we're standing still, not moving.
Yes.
Okay, that shit does not work, or they don't know what acceleration means.
It's based on a framework of mathematics. It's already pre-installed.
Okay, what's
into the thing.
acceleration? What's acceleration? Crack, relax for a second, will you? I'm glad you understand what Zanuck's talking about now, but so what's acceleration, Zanuck?
Change of velocity.
Okay, and when we're standing still, are we changing velocity?
Typically, yes.
Yes, you're changing. Really, you're changing your velocity when you're not moving.
Due to the warping and spacing of space-time, yes.
Jeremy, I'm not agreeing with him.
That does not change. Yeah, I know, Crack. I know. All right, you know what? Go ahead. I'll wait till you're done. Go ahead.
I haven't got anything to say. I'm just saying that it's a convention that it's within. That was all I was saying, dude.
Okay. I'm trying to explain to him how his fucking thing doesn't work, because when you're standing still, you're not accelerating, because acceleration needs a change in velocity. And if you're not moving, then you're definitely not changing your velocity. Also, if you are moving and you are accelerating.
What components are made up of velocity? There's two. I'll give you a hint. You're speaking only about what your intuition is telling you, which is speed. I'm not saying the speed is changing, which is what you think velocity is. There's something else that's changing.
Are you gonna tell somebody else what they think?
Dude, it's a speed and direction. It's a speed and direction velocity.
Yeah, so the direction is changing.
Yeah. I have no direction. I'm standing still. I have no direction, dude. There's no
That you know
movement.
of.
There's no
That you know
speed
of.
and no direction.
That you know
Not
of.
that I know of. Not that I know of. I know if I'm not moving. If I'm standing on the edge of a cliff. If I'm standing on the edge of a cliff, not moving, is the ground's moving?
Relative to what?
Well, how do you measure acceleration relative to? What do you measure it to?
An inertial frame.
Show me where I'm accelerating.
Why would you be creating a force without being?
Show me where I'm changing my velocity.
I'm trying to, but you won't stop talking. How do you create a force without moving?
Well, it doesn't answer my question. Show me.
It does.
Show me where.
How do you have weight? Why is there weight on the scale? You're not accelerating. The ground is accelerating into you, and it's doing it as a bending and warping of space time.
Okay. You said I'm accelerating when I'm standing still.
Mm-hmm.
How do you reconcile that?
Because the ground and space time is warping and turning. You're warping
and
turning.
It's making me move. And it's making me move.
No, you're not moving. Everything that's moving is into you. It's a
okay. So I have no change of velocity then, right? I'm not moving.
No, you don't. The ground does.
Okay, so I have no change in velocity.
Doesn't matter whether you are
definitely not accelerating then, right?
Yeah, the ground is accelerating into you.
The ground is accelerating into me?
Yes.
The ground's moving.
Yes.
So I'm standing still, but the ground is moving.
Exactly. You finally got it. Good for you.
It's moving up?
Up, yes.
Moving up into me.
Yes.
Part of the flat Earth Society
you're
or
just
something?
straight up delusional now. Yeah, I don't even know. I don't think we can go on.
Have you ever taken a physics class?
Dude, I don't think we can go on after that statement.
I know. I know you're flustered, and I know it doesn't
I'm
make
not
sense.
flustered. That's just dumb.
It sounds like you're flustered. Yeah, saying that means to
I'm
me
not
you're
flustered. No,
You
I'm not. The
are.
ground's not
You
moving. I'm
are.
not moving.
Can you at least not? Can you at least try to understand the argument? I mean, it seems like it's so foreign to you. It
You have
sounds
no
like
argument. You have no argument. The ground's not moving. I'm not moving. Everything's still.
says you. So you don't understand the argument.
You just told me the ground's moving up, and
Yes,
you
it
just told me
is.
the ground is
Yes,
moving
yes.
up.
The ground is moving up, accelerating up.
Come on,
Accelerating
Xanax.
upward.
Yes.
Xanac,
How
wait,
else
is
can you
it
explain?
accelerating up for
So how else
everyone?
can you explain not feeling anything when you dropped off a building?
Is it accelerating up for everyone? In it, like,
Yes.
so is it accelerating up for you simultaneously at the same time that it is with, let's say, someone in Australia?
Yes.
Yeah, when you jump off a building, Xanac, at the beginning, you kind of do feel like you're floating because you're not really accelerated very quickly yet. You know, like if you like when you do like cliff jumping, which I've done, like when you jump off, since you're kind of jumping or like you're like sometimes you like half run off of it. You know what I mean? You're kind of like half jogging, or there's different ways to do it. You can either just jump or you can do a little running jump. But once you do that, let's say you do kind of a running jump. Right after you do that, you're really only you are kind of floating in a sense because you're not really accelerating downward yet. You're still kind of just going outward. You are moving forward, of course. And then as you start falling at the beginning, it kind of does feel like you're floating. And even being on roller coasters and stuff, we've all experienced that. But roller coasters are different because it's controlling you. But when you're free falling, like let's say jumping off a cliff or something, then you start accelerating and it gets exponential. And as you hit the ground, or as you hit the water, you're really cooking, And of course, if you do like skydiving and stuff, you reach to that terminal.
Yeah, you want to know the error?
You're never really floating other than when you're just going, before you started actually moving down in elevation. Once you move down in elevation, there's the acceleration. It's not just floating.
Gio, you said it 4 times. I get it. But the problem, you're fundamentally flawed in your logic because as soon as your foot leaves that cliff, I don't care if you're jumping up, if you're like one of the best high jumpers that you can jump 8 feet in the air, you're that guy. You jump upward 8 feet. As soon as your foot leaves the ground, you are accelerating downward. Even though you're going up.
The spinning Earth is coming up to smack you in the face, right?
No.
Yeah, the ground's raising.
Everything is.
Yeah, the ground's coming at you.
Everything
is accelerating up past you. Yes, but
the
even
ground's
in
accelerating upward.
Hey,
that's how it works.
Please, let me respond to Gio. Hold on. No. I'm still. I'm not
okay,
done.
I'm next.
I let Gio talk.
The ground is not moving, man. It's just
Gio,
right where it is.
Forget about the ground moving.
No, we're not going to forget about that shit. I'm addressing that shit right when you're done babbling. Go ahead, I'm next.
He talked way long. Let me respond to Gio. Gio,
I'm next.
As soon as you leave the ground,
30 seconds. Hit it.
Fuck. Guys are asses.
30 seconds.
As soon as you leave the ground, you are now accelerating downward. You think that you're floating for a second, then you start accelerating. No. As soon as you leave the ground, you are accelerating in the Newtonian model. Now we get into Einsteinian, much more complicated. We're not quite there yet, Gio. Not quite there yet. We got to get the idea that you think that you're floating and then accelerating as you're going down. No, you're accelerating as soon as you leave that cliff. As soon as you're apart and not touching it, you are floating.
Hold on, man.
Real
I'm next.
quick,
Going next. No, not real quick. All right, go ahead, real quick. I'm next.
All right, Jeremy. I think Xanax saying that when you're driving at 60 and you apply the brakes, you're now accelerating backwards.
Oh, now he's going to address this. You want to respond to that, Xanax?
They don't differentiate between.
Well, how about we hold that for?
No, there's no deceleration in physics. It's always acceleration.
I didn't say deceleration. You think that when you apply the brakes in your car, you're accelerating backwards, right?
Yeah, he said apply the brakes. That's
the vector.
That's what he said.
It's vector
I just said that decelerating. You're not. There's no such thing as deceleration. It's always acceleration.
That's what he's asking. That when you hit the brakes, you think you're accelerating
backwards.
Yeah.
Of course. That's where the vector is.
That is truly backwards, my friend.
Well, it's vector dependent.
It's the definition of inverted.
Yeah, but there's no such word as deceleration in physics. It's always acceleration, and you have vectors, you have lines in motion diagrams and things.
Yeah.
Jeremy,
all right.
Jeremy, go.
Oh, we're on the globe. There's two people. They're antipodal to each other, right? The ground's accelerating up. The Earth's getting bigger every second.
Nope.
Well, how do you have both? How do you have two spots antipodal? They're both accelerating in the opposite direction from each other, but the Earth's not getting bigger. That doesn't make sense.
So two answers to that. One, that's the most common misconception of how it works. Number two, that kind of is to the Flat Earth Society thinking that the gravity is reached because the flat Earth is accelerating upward at 9.8 meters per second squared. The answer is due to the bending. Can I finish? Can I give the answer or no?
My bad. Go ahead.
So those two answers are incorrect. Your answer is logical. Most people would give that answer, by the way. It's incorrect because, yeah, it's not getting larger. The surface isn't expanding in all directions. It's due to the warping and bending of space-time. It gives it appearance that it's getting accelerating upward in all directions, but it's not. The space-time has been bent.
Yeah. So once again, nothing's actually moving. There's no acceleration here because I mean, I don't know how I would be standing on the ground. I don't know how I would be. I don't know how I would be standing on the ground. The ground's accelerating up. I'm not moving with it. I'd have to be. The ground would have to be going through me.
Yeah. No. It touches you, and then you have weight. When it touches you, you have weight. That's why you have.
So I'm holding the ground
it's
down.
Accelerating up.
I'm holding the ground down.
The ground is pushing on you with exactly the same force that it's acting on you. Yes.
No, there's no acceleration happening here. You're fucking delusional. Even with the bending of space-time. Even with the bending of space-time.
You're a science and physics denier. That's what you are. You're a denier.
Even with... My mic might be doing that fading in and out thing, but even with the bending of space-time...
He's just cutting you off. Sorry.
Even with the bending of space-time, you still don't have movement here. There's no movement. The ground's not moving. You're not moving. I don't care if space-time is bending. Nothing's accelerating.
It is. That's why the effect of space. That's why they call it a pseudo. Nuh-uh. That's your answer.
There's no change in velocity. Nothing's moving.
That's why they call it a pseudo force.
What's the ground moving down up in relation to? It's not accelerating upwards. That's fucking stupid.
In relation to you.
The ground would be going over my head, dude. This doesn't even make sense. It's just incoherent gibberish.
It hits you and creates a pseudo force called your weight.
There's no acceleration, bro. You have no movement
it's called
here.
Your weight. Your weight is a
force. My weight is
caused by
moving the ground, and the ground's not moving me. We're both stationary.
You're not.
The ground doesn't hit me.
This isn't even about rotation or orbit or anything. This is about up and down, bro. Everything's stationary, dude. Nothing's moving in elevation. Nothing's changing. You would have to have a change in elevation. You would have to have a change in elevation for there to be movement here. Nothing's changing in elevation.
You're being willfully ignorant of the argument. I may or may not be right, but
can I ask a question?
You are definitely
hold
wrong.
on. But you not acknowledging what the argument or understanding the argument shows that you're at a weak position for this argument.
Your argument is that the ground is accelerating up.
Yes.
Yes,
that is based on
the ground's not changing in elevation. If it was accelerating upwards, there would need to be a change in elevation.
You're like I'm talking to a monkey or something. You're not.
Am I not forming coherent sentences?
No, but yeah, a monkey that can talk with coherent sentences. You're not understanding.
Okay, I'll take it. We'll go ahead.
No, the argument is I understand you're bending and warping space-time, but I don't buy it, or something. It's it's electrostatics, like Ritzy will come back with. But the argument is that when I jump off a building, I'm inertial. I am not accelerating. I'm not even moving. Everything is moving past me. Due to the bending.
That was the argument. Now the argument is the ground's accelerating upwards, and I'm telling you, there's no change in elevation. You would need a change in elevation for something to move up or down.
Yeah, you're lowering an elevation to go down to the ground. The ground is at its stable elevation.
That's what Jeremy asked.
If something was accelerating upwards,
the argument is
it would need to gain elevation.
Okay.
Yeah, how can you get around that, Zanuck? That it's not gaining elevation?
I've been trying to say it for like the five times a day.
Only Zanuck can do it. Only Zanuck can do it.
Thank you, Red. But no, the argument is, and you may or may not buy it. The argument is the bending and warping of space-time makes it appear that you are falling, but you're not. You are inertial. Once you jump, you're inertial, meaning you have no acceleration. Everything's accelerating past you.
So you said the bending and warping of space-time would make it appear this way. Where is that? So a theoretical concept, an unproven theoretical concept, makes something appear differently. Elevations change in the real world is what you're telling me?
Well, yeah.
And it's
Well,
only an
that's why.
appearance of that.
Then, if you have a discerning mind, you're thinking, okay. So Zanuck told me about the car. Floor is the Porsche 600 horsepower 911 turbo. I'm pressed in my seat, 1G on my meter. I go on a rocket upward, 1G on the meter on top of the other G that I had, so I'm 2Gs. But I jump off a building, I have 0G. In all instances, I was accelerating at the exact same rate, yet the only time I didn't feel anything is when I was going down. You got to rectify
Yo, my
that
guy.
in your mind. You got to
My
rectify
guy,
that in your
your
mind.
G meters.
Let me finish. So you got to rectify in
No,
your mind.
you have to wrap it up, man. Because if you say something else, no one's going to respond to the first thing. And I think it's a tactic you use because you want to make it sound like that first thing was just right and unquestioned, and then you instantly obfuscate. You do your own obfuscation. You obfuscate your own point.
No,
How about
you
just
do that.
say the
You're
point?
doing that
and
right now.
if it's true, then say the point, drop it down, and let it actually be responded to. Let it stand on its own. Because if you say 5 more things, we're not even going to be able to address the first
I
one.
wasn't, but you're interjecting now, muddles what I said, and I have to either say it again or trust.
Yeah, say it again, and then just be concise and wrap it up there so we can actually address it.
So I accelerate you in the 600 horsepower 911 turbo. Boom, you press your seat. I have a G meter, it says 1G. I fire you up in a rocket with 1G, taking the same acceleration upward. Now I see it says 2Gs. But now I jump off the building and I measure that same G meter says 0. That is what we're talking about. Now that in your mind, the answer is that space-time has been warped, bent. If that's not the answer, what else could cause that?
Well, when you say jump off a building, what part of the jump are you talking about? Because if you're a 300 feet in the air, by the like when you're 10 foot from hitting the ground, it's different than when you first jump off.
Because of air resistance.
Because you accelerate 9.8 meters per second per second.
No, that's not. If that's the case, no, you would not. You'd have the exact same acceleration.
You don't know that you accelerate exponentially as you fall towards the ground?
He denied this 3 days ago. He absolutely denied it.
The velocity changes exponentially, not the acceleration.
Just even in the cartoons, well, that's actually sound waves. When the guy goes, and he falls off, and it's like the.
So we don't accelerate when we're falling downward. You're saying
you're accelerating.
we don't accelerate.
Confusing. He said the acceleration is.
You just said we don't accelerate when we're falling.
You do accelerate. You start the exact same rate the entire time, Gio. Same 9.0 meters per second the entire time. No change to that. That always stays the same.
That's not true. That's why there's a difference between terminal velocity and not terminal velocity.
Yep. Well, that's why I said air. So we're talking about a vacuum. So let's forget about that.
We definitely accelerate, man. Okay, I'll say this real quick. One of the things about, let's say the idea of gravity, and in terms of whether it's a force or not, one of the things about it that some people will say that it does indicate that it's a force is because of the acceleration, meaning it's not the idea that it's only buoyancy and density. I'm not even making this argument. I'm just saying it is one where, buoyancy and density doesn't explain it because there's also this actual acceleration that's occurring.
Oh, I know you're. So Gio, just make it clear. This is what you see. You jump off the building or bridge or whatever. You're accelerating 9.8 meters per second squared, meaning that every second you're accelerating to a higher velocity. The acceleration is not changing. Now you're saying that terminal velocity, that's another factor. Wind resistance. When drag forces equal your weight, you will not accelerate anymore. That's when you jump out of an airplane and after 9 or 10 seconds, you don't accelerate anymore. And you just basically have everything in your stomach, your contents of your stomach would then be on the whatever side is facing the ground. And you would just go 140 miles an hour all the way till you splat in the ground. We're not talking about that. Now, if I had to do this, I could put you in a box, an elevator, for example, and have a cable that pulls you down and made sure that it was 9.8 meters per second acceleration the entire time. You would feel weightless the entire time till you smashed into the ground. So forget about.
Yo, we got it. We might have to get
let's just talk about hypothetical. Talk about no wind resistance, no air causing a different rate of acceleration. Like when Galileo did this test with the different types of balls that were the same mass or different mass, and they all land at the same time. Let's do it over short distances where aerodynamics is not a problem or not an issue. The reason,
Gio, we might.
You're obfuscating.
Wrap it up, bro.
Don't get away.
We should do an event. Zanuck versus the entire room on a topic.
Nah, dude, we got to get McToon or Flight to Flat Earth or someone on here because Zanuck fucking completely lost it. I mean, listen, he's talking over me the whole time.
Why do we measure weightlessness?
Was it the lag? Could it have been a delay?
It's the lag. You're lagging. Why are we measuring weightlessness we measure it when we jump off a building, until of course you hit terminal velocity, Geo. But basically, we measure weightlessness, and that only one direction down. No other direction do we see that for that same kind of acceleration that we can cause.
Dude, he just told us the ground is accelerating up at 9.8 meters per second squared. I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know how we can even keep going on with it. We got to get some more Glovers in here, son.
Well, that's the Einsteinian. That's the Einsteinian part of it.
Yes.
That's how
Geo
they.
knows.
Yeah.
Yeah, but how do you have something? How do you have something accelerate up, not change elevation?
Because the mass is distorted space time, and it looks like it's accelerating, but you're not.
But it's actually not. Oh, okay.
You're inert. You're inert. No, it is. But you're inertial.
Oh,
you're
it
not
is?
moving. You're not moving. It's moving around you.
Explain how something accelerates up and doesn't change its elevation.
But the space around you is bent. So you jump, you're not moving anymore. You're stationary. You're inertial, and everything is following this curved path through the mass of the Earth and the mass of you, distorting it.
Sounds insane.
So when I jump, I'm stationary. The ground's accelerating. Geo, we gotta get some more Glovers on here, bro. This Xanax getting nuts on us. I don't know if he fucking cracked or what.
Nah,
We've been saying this for years. We haven't changed our story at all.
Yeah,
dude,
that's just. I mean, that is like the.
He's on our side, right?
That's just, well, that is
Can I
kind
get
of
any-
the current mainstream story with it. Yeah.
Of course it is.
And,
Yeah.
I'm kind of with you. Like, you know what? I don't kind of all the way buy it either. But that's why I asked Whitsitt. You know what? He's been dodging it for 4 days now. What else could it be though? I mean, it can't be electrostatics. That makes no sense at all.
Well, they've done like they've done multiple layers of hijacking the ether, and that's kind of like version 3. Is that
version 3? V3.
Yeah.
Electrostatics version 3.
Yeah.
Hey, can I ask Xanax a question real quick?
Go ahead.
Can I? Oh, okay. No, I just wanted to say very quickly. Effectively, Zanuck. I understand what you're saying in the sense that right, you accelerate up the same rate as you are driven in a linear path, right? Like you'll get a double reading. I understand what you're saying. There is something that's being read. Okay, it needs to be accounted for. But for us to do a backflip and say that the ground is accelerating up toward us, okay, and because of the warping a minute of space, like this is like objectively retarded at best.
Not objectively retarded, actually.
At best.
It is because in order to have
Because
something,
no other
Mind if
explanation.
I got
That's
in like
one
I asked to?
That's one
in order to
explanation.
have something
If you don't
change
like it, it's okay. Come up with another one. But you have to account for it, though. Why do you jump off the building and feel nothing, measure nothing?
I still refuse.
Fundy,
to
I think if it's
say I feel
Xanax versus
nothing.
if it's Xanax versus the world, Fundy, you gotta just jump in with it. You know.
Yeah, go ahead, dude.
I suppose.
Fundy.
I just before I ask you my first question, I guess I have a real first question. Is there anything you want to change before like I ask you my question? Is there anything you want to change about the way people have been quoting you about like saying the ground is accelerating upward?
You want to take a mulligan on that, Xanax?
Before I ask you about that, is there anything you want to change about the way other people are wording it by quoting you or attempting to? Or are you good with that?
Are you asking me to change what they say or me changing what I say?
I think he's giving you one last chance. Like if you,
This
how
is
about, yeah. How about like, are you know,
When I'm
maybe
jumping
like
off a
to
building,
just say that
I'm-
it's an idea, it's a theory. You know, you're not.
No, it is the.
You telling us
explanation.
this is it? The
Yeah, this is it. So as long as you make it clear, when I jump off a building, I am inertial, and everything around me is accelerating up past me.
Okay, so but my question is about just standing on the ground. Is the ground still accelerating upward when you're standing on it?
Yes.
Obviously.
Oh, okay, cool. I can carry on then. Okay, so would you? So I got a couple questions.
This is the
does that
dumbest
mean
shit I ever
the-
heard. I got a couple.
Yeah,
my bad. My bad. Go ahead, man.
You're good. So, am I accelerating downward and the ground is accelerating upward?
No, you're inertial. It's only because it's a pseudo force. Remember, I told you about pseudo forces.
Okay, I'm inertial.
No origin, and it's reference frame dependent. Remember that.
I'm inertial, and the ground is accelerating upwards. So if someone stands on my shoulders, am I now accelerating upwards, and they're the ones that are inertial? Because now I'm a part of the ground.
It's fucking awesome, Fundy.
No,
Awesome,
you're not accelerating. The ground is accelerating upwards, and you're
Yeah, but I'm their ground now. So now I'm both inertial and accelerating.
You're not inertial. You just.
But I'm their ground. If someone stands on, if I lay down on the ground, if I lay down on the ground and someone stands on top of my torso, now I am the ground. So which one am I?
The ground's not
Inertial or
inertial.
accelerating?
You said that. Funny, you missed the entire. Would you walk in late? Your mom dropped you off at school late today. What
He
happened?
had a good point. You're already obfuscating. If you want to respond to it, actually, you'd have to
Okay,
respond.
I'll respond to it instead of being funny. No, if you are on the ground, you're accelerating because you have weight. Is the guy on top of you have weight? He has weight. You have weight. You have weight. The ground registers weight. Yep. So it's the ground accelerating. You're not inertial. You're only inertial when you jump off the building, Fundy. When you are feeling weightless.
Then
That's
you
the only
answered
time you're inertial.
Then you answered your question different earlier.
Yeah, you did. You did.
Yeah, now you're going against yourself of your previous
I
statement.
didn't. Go. Tell me that example. Go ahead. Bring it up.
You said when you were stood on the ground, you were inertial. That's
No,
what
I
he
didn't.
asked
I
you.
never
You
said
said,
that.
yeah, you did. You did.
Never
That's what
said that.
I
No,
gave
no.
you all the chances I could.
I never
but I'm
said
not gonna,
that. I never
I'm not
said
going
that.
through this again.
If
Someone
it's
else
on
go
recorded,
ahead.
if I said it, I completely misspoke. I never would say something so stupid.
Well, but that's why Fundy was saying what he was saying. That
Okay,
is
but
how you
then he
answered it.
misheard. Either I misspoke or he misheard me.
Yo,
You
this is the
misspoke.
dumbest shit I heard in years. I'm not gonna lie, Xanax.
I would
This
never
is
say
just
something like
outright
that.
silly. I'm talking about the ground
Anytime,
accelerating up.
That's what causes you to have weight. The
It's
ground
not
accelerating up.
changing in elevation.
No, there's no
If it's
elevation
moving
change.
up, it would have. If
It's the
something
warping of
moves,
space time, not the ground changing.
They actually had the
let me
same
just
idea.
explain how moving up works. Let me just explain how when you're moving upwards, I'm gonna explain to you how that works. There's an elevation change. Always. You can't move up without having an elevation change.
In the words of Nathan Thompson, cool story, bro.
Can I add something? Zanuck, it's almost like we go all the way back to gravity's roots. So that's what I love about this, right?
Yeah, right.
The rising up
I
of
want to
the
know
of
what.
the. Well, wait there. I'm not finished. Wait there.
I want to know if Fundy said I was inertial. I don't remember ever saying that. Can you remember the context I said that? Or you thought I said
He
that?
asked you a question. He said, "So when you're on the ground, right, and you're still, and you went, yeah, that's when you're inertial. You just said that you're inertial.
I don't remember ever saying that. No, I would never say that. But
back in the
Fundy, I'm
live stream,
sorry.
you'll
Never made
find
a
it.
mistake there.
That's cool. It doesn't matter. I'm just saying that's why he was asking the shit he was asking.
But I don't remember even him asking me that.
Okay, I
You
just want
told
to
me
stick to
that
this
5
point.
minutes ago. He told me that 5
That I'm
minutes
on the
ago.
ground
I said,
and I'm
if standing
inertial?
on the ground. I said, if
Yeah.
I'm standing on the ground, am I moving? You said, no, you're not moving.
Oh,
And you
I know
just
what you're
said
talking
the
about because
same
we were
thing
talking
to
about
Fundy
the
just now.
Yeah, I know.
being inertial.
We're bouncing back.
I'll repeat my real question.
Let me respond
Okay.
real quick. We're bouncing. See, this
Sure.
is where you can't yet. Hold on, real quick.
I
We're
didn't get
bouncing
the. You
back between
interrupted me,
Newtonian
Zanuck.
and Einsteinian. That can be really confusing, by the way. You should know that. So if I did that, I was talking Newtonian. So that's what I was talking about.
Let me just ask my question again real quickly.
Can I just say the point I got interrupted just very quickly? Like we're going back to the original roots because he interrupted me and then has managed to take it somewhere else.
Sure.
We're going back to the original roots of gravity, though, right? Zanuck, which is really cool about this, right? The ground moving up, right, toward things, right?
Accelerating up, yes.
Well, Newton apparently got this completely correct, right? And then he was refuted, and then now apparently he was correct, right? When Newton basically hypothesized that when you drop something, okay, the ground did accelerate up toward it to meet it, okay?
Correct.
And then at some point, people were like, no, that isn't the case, right? Things that are larger are falling faster than things that are, not so big, either due to wind resistance cutting through. But they used to say it was due to the adherence of the mass, and then the thing would accelerate up toward it. But they went away from that, and now we're going back to it. It's really cool.
Yeah, and he also talked about there's no possible in his wildest imagination cannot conceivably conceive of some magical force that would cause mass to attract mass. That was his letter, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Einstein finally gave him the answer, but if he came up with that actually first, you're right. The ground is accelerating up to the object.
Yeah, he did.
Let
Funny,
me
go ahead,
just say it
please.
one time. He tried to mock me when I said this, but anytime you have something moving up, there's going to be an elevation change. That's just how moving up works. I don't know why he laughed at me. You literally can't move up without there being an elevation change. It always happens.
Who laughed at
Every
you?
time.
Who laughed at
100%
you?
of the time. You mocked me. You
You
said,
I'm
in
did.
the,
mocking
in
you
the
because
words of Nathan
you're not
Thompson, cool
incorporating
story, bro.
Einsteinian. You're not incorporating the general relativity in your.
When I said that about elevation, you said, in the words of Nathan Thompson, cool story, bro.
Yeah. Oh, actually, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So,
Yeah. That's because that's how he would respond to something like that in his paradigm.
My question earlier that you responded to, no, you're inertial, was first, if you're standing on the ground, is the ground accelerating upwards? And you said, yeah. And I said, does that mean that you're accelerating downward? And you said, no, you're inertial. You want to change that or
Right.
correct me?
No. That now I get it. So yeah, you are inertial.
10
You're
minutes
inertial.
ago.
You're inertial. So yeah, that's what you mean. Yes, and that's Einsteinian. You're inertial. You're not on the ground before you hit the ground. I thought it meant while you're hitting. You're sitting there.
No falling.
Oh,
Did you
okay. I
not hear
thought I
me?
took it as falling. Sorry, I totally.
No.
I remember now. Now I remember.
Okay, we'll do it one more time. I
Do it one more time. Go ahead. Do it again. I'm sorry because I took it
He's
as
walking it back because he fucked up. And he's in
no.
this weird mess right now
All
that he's
context.
never going to get out
I
of.
assume he's falling and the ground's moving up toward
No
him. He said,
falling.
up.
We don't need
Accelerating
any
up.
falling here. That's not what I
How do
said.
you get
Go ahead. Say it
standing
again.
on
Let
the
me
ground?
respond. There's no need to get pedantic or get like, oh, I got you. Just say it
Yeah,
again and I'll respond. I'm not lying to you. I'm not making shit up. Go ahead.
You know I'm not doing that, Zanuck. I'm just trying to get your honest opinion on
Then
this
say it
question.
again because you know what I meant something different than how you took it. But go ahead. Say it again.
Sure. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
This isn't going well. Third time's the charm.
Go
So,
ahead.
if you're standing on the ground, is the ground accelerating upwards?
Yes.
Okay. While you're standing on the ground with the ground accelerating upwards, are you accelerating downwards?
No. You're up.
What are you?
You're going upward as well.
So I am also accelerating upwards
Mhm.
with the ground. Would you say at the same rate?
At a different rate based on your mass.
A different rate.
And there's no elevation
Wait.
change, even though we're accelerating
Wait.
upward.
That's impossible to have a solid thing change your position, but for you to be going slower than the thing that's changing your position.
It's also impossible to do to go up and not have an elevation change, but okay.
Obviously, yeah, but like that's like saying that like you could push a pencil across a desk, but where you pushed it at the rear end of the pencil on the rubber, that the rubber end moved at a different rate than the tip. That's what you just said is happening, Zanuck, with a
No,
man.
because that's how it creates a force.
With no elevation
That's how it
change
creates a force
as
on you.
well. The boot.
How would you have a weight on that scale? How would there be a force generated, even though it's pseudo, just like the pseudo force of centrifugal force? Why would there be a force on your feet? Why would your whole body be acting on the ground? That's because there's a force involved.
Incoherent,
Acceleration going down
psychobabble.
into the ground, and the ground has an acceleration into you.
Incoherent, psychobabble.
No.
Yeah.
Nope.
Unfortunately, like again, this is archaic at best, right? Like Newton basically got this whole fucking thing right and then was refuted by everyone for Einstein to basically be like, yeah, Newton was correct, is what you're saying, which is ridiculous that somehow Newton is proven again correct, just like with the main layers of the Earth's fucking with the Earth, with the the crust, the mantle, the core, right? Somehow he hypothesized, even though he wasn't a fucking geologist, he probably learned it from the Mercury, right, Zanuck? So he just keeps getting proven correct on things, right? It's just like it's cultic in its nature, like something so fundamentally ridiculous, no change in elevation, right? At the same time as this idea of men accelerating upward at different rates to the thing that's making them accelerate upward. Solid things moving solid things, but at different rates.
It seems like you can play around with this however you want, because like if the ground is accelerating faster than I'm accelerating, then one could always be considered just to be inertial. So it's the
only
same
inertial
thing
in
as
your
saying
baseball.
that it's the same thing as saying the ground is inertial and I'm the one accelerating downward because of that slight
Yep.
less
No, actually,
less
no, sorry. You both would be experiencing the acceleration. I think they'd be equal. I probably misspoke there too.
God
Dude,
damn it,
nothing's
Zach.
fucking
Oh
accelerating.
no,
This is nonsense.
I had to try to just take that apart. If you're only inertial when you're floating, when you hit the ground, you are meeting an accelerating surface, and now you're accelerating with the surface. That's why
You're
you feel
not. The
weight.
surface is not
You're still
accelerating.
the measurement you feel, the weight you feel, because you are accelerating. You are accelerating upward from that surface.
Intuitively, we all think of jumping off a building and falling as the ground as the stationary inertial frame, right? That
Right, but
we
it's
are
opposite.
accelerating to.
But it's
Just in
opposite.
an intuitive sense, right?
Sure. Yep.
Just
But
so we can
imagine
agree
it's
on
the
that.
ground.
Newtonian sense, yes.
But it's the
So I
ground that
misspoke
hits
saying
you.
they're different rates. They're the same rate. When you hit the ground, you're now both are accelerating the same. Someone on your back, you're all accelerating upward the same exact rate.
You mean when the ground hits you, right?
Yep. When the ground hits you. Exactly.
Right.
Did I say hit the ground? Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Be
When the ground hits you.
precise, Zanuck.
When the ground hits you. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
I know. I'm right. What the fuck?
This is fun.
Good. I'm glad you're enjoying it.
Yeah.
Aren't you?
I'm
No
having
wonder
fun,
you're
yeah.
into physics, bro. Yeah, man. I told everyone, of course, Zanuck's having fun. This is like fucking his Super Bowl. This shit is. This is his Super Bowl. like everyone's like he's a paid agent. I'm like, no, this is Zanuck's fucking Super Bowl. What are you talking about? People are excited to talk about it. People are excited to talk about physics. That's Zanuck's Super Bowl.
I always learn when I talk to you guys about this because you always give me really good questions that I never thought of before.
If you don't know the answer,
I'm on the
just
ground
say
and the
you
guy's
don't
on my
know.
shoulders. What's the six? I mean, that's actually really good.
If you don't know the answer, just say you don't know. Don't make up goofy shit like the ground's accelerating.
Should I just say I don't know instead of responding something? Or maybe I should do
Yeah,
that.
I just said that. If you don't know, just say you don't know. Don't just make shit up and have us on this wild goose chase of shit you're making up in your mind on the fly.
Well, no, two things happened. I misspoke. That's one. Number two. Number two, I didn't understand the question initially, but now I do. I get it now.
Okay.
Oh, my cheeks are fucking
Do we
hurting,
do the
bro.
Magnus effect now? Let's hear this. Let's hear this fucking
Yes, the
shit.
Magnus effect. So the
You
Magnus
ready?
effect is pretty simple, actually.
No, not you go. All right, go ahead.
You want me to go or not?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
The Magnus effect is a pretty simple phenomena. It's aerodynamics. It's basically analogous to why an airplane flies with air moving over the top and the bottom of the wing. The air moving underneath is higher pressure because the air moving on top is moving faster and the molecules are put together. It's a lower pressure because you know how the Venturi effect works. And the spinning ball is the same thing. You spin the ball in whatever way it's spinning, whichever direction it's spinning will create the faster airflow on the side facing the airflow, oncoming airflow, and so that'll create the low pressure zone and it'll move that direction. So that's when you throw a backward spinning baseball, it rises. It's called a riser, right? Or when you throw one that spins downward, it's called a drop because it falls down far faster than just throwing the ball. So that's the Magnus effect. Actually, it has to be in line with the relative wind. But a bullet spinning the bullet that gives Magnus effect. Now the bullet spins clockwise, perpendicular to the direction it's flowing. So there's no Magnus effect flying unless as the bullet starts to drop and fall to the ground, there's a slight Magnus effect, but that's up and down. So it keeps it aloft more than it would. But left and right variation, the spin drift that they talk about, only happens if there's a side wind acting on it. And the side wind will act as a Magnus effect on that bullet and to tell it which way it'll turn left or right. But that only happens in a crosswind.
Zan, you ever seen the channel How Ridiculous on YouTube?
Zan, there's technically a Magnus effect with a bullet the whole way along its flight. It's just extremely slight until there's a crosswind, to be exact.
Well, which direction is the Magnus effect affecting the bullet?
We don't know. It could be in any direction. Up,
That's
down,
true.
left,
And
right.
I'll clarify. If the bullet comes out of the rifling slightly yawed, then there will be a Magnus effect on the bullet. But that
Yep.
means you got to fix your fucking gun so you can straighten the bullet out. But it always will never be perfect. So any
that would be
deviation
like,
from directly straight ahead will allow a Magnus effect, a slight Magnus effect to occur. So you're right.
if you had a bullet, like technically telegraphing like that, right, side on, yeah, that's a different problem altogether.
But you only have a Magnus effect as that bullet is not going straight. The spin is not perpendicular to its direction of travel. If the direction of travel is perfectly perpendicular, there is no Magnus effect on a bullet, except
but
for
people
when it's falling downward.
but that's the point. It's always falling downward, right?
So all it would do, it wouldn't be a left or right alteration to its path. It only keep it aloft longer. That's all it would do.
Listen to me. Yesterday you said Magnus effect is caused by crosswind. You still
Yes.
stick to that statement?
Well, yes.
Okay.
Wrong.
The part that's never talked about is the Magnus effect of the boot falling down, because it's not fast enough velocity, but of course it's some velocity,
Because
9.8
it's
meters per second
ineffectual.
squared, or
It's because
9.8
it
meters
equates. It's because it
1,000
equates
feet, sorry, 1,000
nothing.
feet a second, or 1,500 feet a second, whatever that speed is. It's only falling at 9.8 meters per second squared. So if it's shot at 6 feet, it's not going to be going very fast when it goes through the air downward.
I don't get what a crosswind has to do with it, because you can see examples of the Magnus
It's
effect when
more
someone
shit he
throws
made
like
up on the fly. Yes, Fundy. Very good.
No, it doesn't.
Shit he makes up on the fucking
told you,
fly.
Magnus
I have a
effect only
citation that says what the actual cause is. Can we see your citation where it says it's the crosswind causes Magnus effect, please?
There is no Magnus effect with bullets to speak of.
Oh, Zan-
Bro, who
Unless
said
it's
bullets?
not.
You're the only one who said bullets so far. Never said
these
bullets.
guys on YouTube, right?
What are you else talking about? The whole topic's about bullets. The whole topic's about
these
bullets.
guys. Well, I'm focused on more on the
drift on
Magnus effect.
bullets. Magnus
These
effect of a
guys, right?
baseball.
They go to a cliff.
Funny. Magnus effect of a baseball is when you spin it backward. You throw your fastball, but it has a backward spin. It will be a riser. That's Magnus effect. Bullets spin clockwise with respect to.
Sure.
Okay, so when a bullet's spinning clockwise or counterclockwise, depending on the rifling, there is no Magnus effect going left or right because it's not moving in the air in line with that spin. It has to be in line with the relative wind.
Let me give you my example now.
You're not listening. The Magnus effect only happens when the spin is in line with the oncoming air. There's no oncoming air left or right when you're spinning clockwise or counterclockwise with respect to so it only happens if there's a crosswind.
Zanuck, please let me tell you my example, okay? Haven't you ever seen the Magnus effect exemplified by someone going to a cliff and throwing a basketball with a backspin off the side of the cliff?
I just got done telling you about that. That's the fastball with the backspin. Yes.
No. They're just dropping it. They drop it with a backspin.
It's moving and it starts to fan out and go down the canyon because it's got lift, just like a fastball. It's a riser. It's the same thing. It's a riser. It's rising.
No, that's not a riser. That's lateral movement.
Riser.
That's not
it
vertical
is the same
movement.
thing.
Oh,
it's
but
the same.
God, you come on.
It's the same principle.
Bundy, please. Really? My
You
God. I do a backspin with that. It flattens out and then it goes up and it goes toward the canyon. The fastball,
there's no crosswind.
It goes up. It's the same path, same trajectory. It's Magnus effect. Both are equivalent. Don't be silly.
They are both
seriously, buddy. Come on. Of all the things we've argued
it's
about,
the same principle. But if you're saying a baseball actually raises in altitude, that's not what's going on when they drop the basketball.
It raises in altitude because when it spins down, it instead of going straight down, it rises toward the canyon. It's the same direction. The force is the same.
Calm down, Zanuck. I have something to say.
When people ask and say silly things, I go ballistic.
Yeah, okay.
Fundy, you're doing that. It's the same force. If you look at it fundamentally on the forces, Fundy, you'll see that
too much coffee, man.
There's no difference between going up or going to the canyon. The Magnus is the air moving directly in line with its flight. Its relative wind is parallel with the spin. Okay? Don't even bring that up again. That's silly.
Take a namesake, Zanuck.
Yeah.
Fuck's sake.
Can I get a mic check?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, Zanuck is right a few times, but being wrong about the bullet spin. I've corrected it on him before in the past. A bullet's rifled towards either clockwise or counterclockwise, it will move in that direction because of the spin through the medium.
No,
He's wrong about that.
You're wrong
That's
about
a
that.
corkscrewing effect. Yeah, there is
No, it's
a
not.
slight corkscrew.
I can
It
give you a
only has an effect if there's a crosswind.
No, well, crosswind's
No,
real
it's
effective.
magnitude. Does it? No, you know this, Zanik. It's a magnitude effect, right? Basically, meaning that dependent on the angle of wind, right, in relation to the bullet, then that affects that low pressure point and the
Yes.
interface with the front of the spin of the
Crosswind.
bullet. The Magnus
Crosswind,
effect is
yes.
always at play, just at magnitudes that are in effect that we don't have to account for, ballistically
Only if
speaking.
the wind is going left or right. It has nothing to do with direction.
No,
Doesn't
the
matter
way the
the
gas,
direction.
the way
Sorry,
the
go ahead.
medium in this case, the gases are being moved and are trailing behind the bullet will affect the bullet's trajectory. So quit. First of all, quit interrupting me. Second of all, quit saying no when I've cited, when I've told you, when I shoot almost every day. I study this. I know it. I mean, this is well known.
Zanik, nobody's interrupting you. So when someone else is talking, if you could just mute your mic, man, because all the little clips and that stuff, it really does throw people off. So could you just mute yourself and that when he's talking,
maybe
just let him finish. Let him finish, and just same way we'll offer the same to you.
Yeah, everything affects a bullet. If it's not spinning, it's affected. It will go in whatever way it meets that resistance. It'll go in that way. So you could potentially shave a projectile, in one way to make it go up, or when the bullets were round back in the day, it was very inaccurate because it would get affected by every little motion and go off in that direction drastically. So the spin of the bullet does cut down on this, but if it's barreled, if it's rifled clockwise, it will eventually go in that direction, counterclockwise, to the left or right. So,
yeah. Well, that's not true, and I can show you many citations about how that is not true.
Okay, show me one.
I'm talking. Now it's my turn. So
no, you said you would
the rifling. Putting spin. Let me finish. I'd say one more time. When the bullet is spinning, any forces caused by the aerodynamics of that bullet spinning would be called the Magnus effect, and it only can be acting upon in a direction that it's spinning in the oncoming and the relative wind in that direction, which is left or right of the bullet. Anything axially on that book's acting on it would only happen with regard to the Magnus effect or regard to its spin if the bull had a slight yaw. Then there would be a Magnus effect because now it's not going directly straight anymore, and there'd be a slight Magnus effect depending on which way it is spinning.
Yeah,
if that's the case, hold on. If that's the case, fix your fucking rifling. You can fix that. Fix the exit pattern or how it's shaped, or maybe the rifling's too large. Whatever it is, fix that so you don't have a yaw of that bullet when it leaves the muzzle. If it does,
so now you're agreeing that
hold
it
on.
does
Can I? You're doing it to me now.
Well, you're
so
right.
if you do have a true spin and it is it's moving directly parallel to its axis, there is no Magnus effect. There will be no preference to left or right regarding which direction is spinning at all. Only that will have a little lift as it's coming down due to the Magnus effect.
I would like to rebut that, please, nobody, because he said the same point over again, and then agreed with me. When there is no wind and there's only rifling in the clockwise, it will go in that direction. Counterclockwise, it will go in that direction. Then he agreed with me. So
no,
yeah,
it has a yaw. If it had a yaw, then yes,
it has a yaw. That's what I was talking about. The rifling creates that yaw.
It shouldn't have a yaw though.
Flipping me again, dude.
The rifling is to mitigate the yaw, but every bullet doesn't fly directly fucking straight. Okay, every bullet has a ever so slight tolerance of yaw in either direction. This is just a simple fact. Okay, pretend it doesn't. A bullet in flight is always under the effect of a Magnus effect at all times. Due to that, in which direction we maybe don't know unless we were to take a slow, high-speed shot.
So slight. I agree.
The whole way. So stop making out that crosswinds are introduced, and that's the only fucking point that a bullet has a Magnus effect upon it. Ballistics is actually what I know what I'm talking about when it comes to this, right? Like I really
Still
do.
waiting on Xanix's post of his claim that rifling doesn't affect it. I'm looking in chat now. I don't see it.
That rifling will give it a spin. That doesn't give it a magnus effect unless it
I'm
has a
waiting for your
yaw.
post though, Xanix.
But it mitigates your Zanek. The rifling
No, it doesn't.
mitigates
We
your.
agree that if there's a
If
slight
the
yaw,
spin of
the
bullet
first thing you do
stops
is
it from
fix your
your.
fucking rifle. But if you do
Zanik,
have
But
a yaw,
Zanek,
yes.
you saying
Zanik, you just completely interrupted Craig. Hey, Zanik. Hold on, man. But yeah, let's carry on. I think Crack, you were in the middle of what you were saying.
All I was just effectively saying is that again, and I don't know why you just said what you said. Yeah, we agree that there's a yaw, right, even after a bullet is fired through rifling, but the yaw of that bullet would be far greater if there were no rifling in the barrel. Okay, so I don't know. It just seemed like you were acting like it's the other way around, right? Rifling's to mitigate yaw, so it keeps a bullet as true as it possibly can, right? Magnus effect is always in effect of every round that's fired. Right, that's it. I'm done.
Only if there's a yaw. And you said there's always a yaw, so yes, there's always an effect. How slight depends on how great the yaw is. So maybe we're all saying the same thing, but it's not based on the rifling, because the rifling doesn't determine which way the yaw will be. That could be a variable. That could be independent of the rifling, which way it yaws.
Depends on what environment you're in. You could start to
Depends on
predict
which way
it
it's
based
yawed.
on rifling. You could
Because the
change
magnus,
the rifling and change the yaw pattern. This has actually been done.
the yaw
There is,
pattern.
yeah. This is a real thing that's
Okay.
known about in ballistics, right? We have the tip of the projectile. We also have the back of the projectile. Okay, there's a point. At some point within that, there's a center of the mass of the projectile itself. Okay, the different rifling patterns that have been tried out over the years have varying different effects on that. You sometimes use a different form of rifling for a gun that's intended for shorter distances, because what you're hoping is that the bullet flies straight at the point of impact is effectively the best thing that you can get, right? For penetration, all of that. So sometimes on a longer range gun, let's say like an empty machine gun, you might have a slightly different pattern, right? So that further distance, the urine is more minimized. This is like a real thing that's been looked into, Zanek. But the Magnus
Let
effect
me
is
finish
always
my
there.
point. Simply, I'm saying that you can have rifling in both directions, clockwise, counterclockwise, and the yaw, once it leaves the muzzle, depending how the end of that rifling, how it ends, that could determine how that projectile is oriented in respect to yaw. If it's yawing right, Magnus will affect it differently than yaw to the left. You're saying that rifling always makes them yaw one direction, and that is incorrect. You
Not
know
one
that's incorrect.
direction, it's a pattern. It's like
It's not
more
a pattern.
circular.
It's not a
Oh my God,
It's not a pattern. It's not a gyroscopic effect where it's wobbling. It's usually canted and it stays in that direction the entire time. No?
Yeah, that's if there's a crosswind introduced. I just said if you change the environment and you take it basically down to predictions of what the yaw would look like, the pattern therein of it, based on the rifling pattern of the rifle. I took away the wind in order that we could look at that alone? Because you said you could maybe predict it, and I stated, yeah, there's a whole field of that study that does inform, regardless of crosswinds coming in, roughly what the bullet does in an ideal circumstance when you're
Based
out
on its
shooting.
yaw, right?
So,
Based on its
right.
yaw. Yeah.
Goes
Can a
the
yaw be
problem is
left
it's
or
a
right
Magnus
when it leaves
effect
the
was
muzzle and stay in that position the entire
what
path?
causes a Magnus effect? Is it yaw or is it crosswinds, Zanuck? Because a minute ago only crosswinds are what we're doing now. I'm just
No.
telling you.
Well,
A bullet's always yaw, and therefore there's always a Magnus effect. That's it. End of. So act like it only comes in at one
no, you
point
just
is wrong.
glazed over and put words in my mouth. I didn't say that. I said the Magnus effect doesn't affect a bullet going perfectly true. Would you agree?
Yeah, but there's no
This is all
such
a big
thing.
red herring.
No. Hold on. It's not. Let me
Yeah.
finish. It's gonna end right here. Trust me. So you
Yeah,
agree
I
that if
know.
the bullet's going perfectly true, there's no Magnus effect except for a little bit going down, which makes it go fly a little further. Would you agree?
Yeah.
No Magnus effect going straight, right? Axial paths, exactly where it's aimed, out of the gun.
Yeah, it would if you had some mystical projectile that does exactly what you're talking about. There
Yes,
isn't one.
that's
Unlucky.
I wouldn't set you up for a fail here. I'm playing with you the right way, correct? I'm not trying to cheat you or mislead you. So now you're saying what I'm telling you is that if you have it rifled, I mean, if they're all rifled, it's spinning and it leaves the muzzle and it has a yaw to the right. Is it going to stay in that right orientation its entire path till it hits the target?
No.
Oh, it's gonna gyroscope.
It's gonna self-correct and start to go straight again, and then maybe it shoots over a little bit to the left, and eventually it levels out to its maximal spin speed, and then it gets a straighter and straighter trajectory as it goes
Are
along.
you seriously saying that it actually straightens out after it has a yaw?
Oh my days, dude! Like, if you don't know what's
I
being
do.
spoken
No,
about
I
here, we're
actually
talking
do.
about microscopic motions, right? That occur. You know full well yourself that the tolerances of the path that this is going along, based on the amount of kinetic energy that's put onto a target, that yes, it's ineffectual to its overall path. We understand this, Anik. I'm on about the introduction of the Magnus effect, right? The idea of a low pressure point at the front of a projectile.
No, it's
The
not at the front of
projectile
the projectile. It's over the surface
over the
of the
yeah, it's
projectile.
over the
That
surface
is
of the
in line.
projectile. Yeah.
That is parallel to its direction of path.
The rare when I say front of a projectile, Zanik, is because a projectile isn't like split into different surfaces. It's all one surface, right? It transitions seamlessly from the front. We say front
No,
because that's
the entire bullet will be spinning. The entire bullet
yes,
will have the
agree,
Magnus effect, meaning a high pressure on one side and on the
agree,
bottom, and a side, and a low pressure on the other side, which would make it turn. You're telling me
agree.
that when bullets leave the muzzle, if they leave with a clockwise
No,
rifling, that they will always have a yaw that coordinated to the clockwise rifling. Is that what you're telling me? Because that's not
no,
correct.
I never said that. I never
Okay,
said
if
any
that's
of what
not
you're
true,
saying.
then it wouldn't matter which direction the bullet spins because the Magnus effect is based on the yaw that bullet has when it leaves the muzzle,
Zanik, I'm not
or
talking
that
about
it
the
develops along its
direction of.
path. If you think it moves,
I'm not talking about the fucking clockwise or anti-clockwise motion of the bullet, Zanik. I'm talking about the low pressure point that's caused by its existence going forward, regardless of the direction it's spinning.
that's not the
And
Magnus
merely
effect.
I was
Oh, I see the problem. That's not the Magnus effect. You're right.
no,
Has nothing to do with the Magnus effect.
what the
The
fuck
Magnus effect
are
is
you?
strictly the spin of the bullet, creating a lower pressure with regards
That's
to
what
the
I just
oncoming
fucking
air
said.
and the direction of its spin. I hear you talking over
That's
me. Hang on a second.
that's what I just
That's
said,
the Magnus
Zanik.
effect. It's the only thing it does. Now, other forces aerodynamically happen to the bullet without question. You are not talking about the Magnus effect, and that's fine if you don't want to talk about it.
I am talking about the Magnus effect. That's exactly what I'm talking about, Zanik.
If it's not
My
spinning,
mere
there's no Magnus effect.
problem, whether I just let you finish. The mere problem that I had with your postulation is this, right? You claim that the Magnus effect only comes in when there's a crosswind, okay? My point is that the Magnus effect is relational to the spin of the bullet, okay? It is that effect of the high pressure point, right? The low pressure point over the surface of the projectile as it
What
goes
side of
forward.
the surface?
I'm
This guy
not
said
talking
this guy
what
said
the fuck?
He's not. He's no, because I don't think he's talking about the Magnus
this guy
effect.
said crosswinds cause the Magnus effect.
You're saying
You get
crosswinds
down to
cause
that
them,
shit or
Zanik.
what?
All
That's
I'm
fucking stupid.
saying, you're saying crosswinds cause them, Zanik. All I'm telling you, right, is that there's a Magnus effect on a bullet, okay, the whole way through its flight.
Bro,
That high
forget the
pressure
bullet.
in its spin is there regardless.
What if the bullet wasn't spinning? Let's say
That's
you're
what I
able to
was
have this
saying.
magic bullet that was stable in flight, had little fins on it. Would there be a Magnus effect?
Bullet thing is the big red herring.
Hold on, no.
No, there wouldn't be a Magnus
We'll get to
effect.
the end here right now. If I have
No,
a
there
bullet that has
won't be
little fins
one.
on it, we don't need it to spin. So there's no rifling. Shoot straight as
No,
an
there's
arrow.
no Magnus effect. No Magnus effect.
What if it comes out and has a yaw to it? Is there a Magnus effect?
There can be pressure points and change on the front and
Okay,
then on the surface.
so you're
but
talking about
that's
Magnus
not
effect.
Magnus
right.
effect.
So
It's not the Magnus effect. No.
It has to have a spin for there to be
Yes.
a Magnus effect, and it's related to the direction of the oncoming air and the angle at which the spin
He
is.
said that.
Yes,
I know
it is.
it can have any
But
direction.
you can have
He already
projectiles
said,
with fins spin.
Rocky, I'm
Zanuck.
talking. He already
Yes, but
said
you
that.
can have fins on a projectile
Oh,
that spins, Zanuck.
I know
Yeah, you
that.
can.
I was just talking about when it didn't spin.
Well, that's the whole Magnus effect is when something is rotating, spinning.
I know that. Well, he was saying that.
You act like we don't know that.
Oh my
Come
God,
on,
no.
man.
The point was that this yaw of the bullet, regardless of the rifling, can be in any direction.
Yeah, no
Any direction.
shit.
Okay, so the Magnus effect would not have a skew to one direction, left or right, based on rifling. That would not.
That's
determine.
wrong. That is wrong.
Well, then you just
Dead
double
wrong.
spoke. You just double spoke.
No, I did not. That
No, you
rotation.
did.
If you would
Because
let me.
if it yaws to the
One at a-
right,
one at a
yaws to
time,
the left,
guys, please.
spin is the Magnus effect. It has nothing to do with that.
He made his point, and I tried to rebut, and he says you're wrong.
I know.
Okay, no, he's not. You're wrong.
My original
I
whole
know.
point.
I heard you
Yeah.
say that. Hang on, it's my turn. Jesus.
I know. I'm gonna have to mute Zanuck just so you can speak. Go ahead, Rocky.
I mean, come on, man. He is wrong when he says that because it is the rotation. So if something is rotating counterclockwise, that is what's causing the pressure points. That is what's causing the Magnus effect.
Yep, the rifling.
The rifling itself
informed that to
causes the
happen. Exactly.
rotation, which causes the bullet rotating through the gases to cause the pressure point differences. Why does it? I think it doesn't matter which way he's arguing. He just likes to hear his voice, I think.
My original point was just to point out, Zanuck, that the Magnus effect isn't
Can I
occurring
respond, please?
due to crosswind. It's not due to
It was to me,
crosswind.
and I think I do the response. I was muted too. Let me respond very calmly and quickly. No, Rakia, the spin does not cause the Magnus effect unless there is a relative wind to the spin. Relative means
That's wrong.
Hold on. Let me. You don't need to do that. You don't need to clip me. Let me just finish my thought. That's not wrong. The only reason the Magnus effect would affect the bullet, and Krakatonia says the same thing, is if there's yaw. If there's yaw, now there's oncoming air going to the top of if it's a clockwise spin, then the top of the bullet will have a higher velocity to the air moving toward it, and a slower velocity at the bottom, higher pressure on the bottom. Only if it's yawed to the left with a clockwise direction. If it had a other direction, it would do the opposite. So it has to do with the yaw and the spin. If you don't have the yaw, there is no Magnus effect created just by virtue of the bullet spinning clockwise or counterclockwise. You're wrong, Rocky, about that.
Your original sentence was that wind caused it.
Yes, the majority of all Magnus effect is caused by wind.
Oh my God!
Yes, the majority of it.
Wind causes movement.
Because
directional
the wind
change.
is going left or right to the bullet.
Wow, dude.
The wind is going.
Why are you
the same
blasting
direction
through
that-
me?
The wind is. Can I talk, please? The
You
wind is going
already
the same.
said it was
No,
wind.
I'm trying to
rebut you,
explain
and
Magnus.
you're blasting
It has
through
to
me,
be
dude.
at the same direction as the spin. You know
You're
what that means?
explaining Magnus. We've already told you what Magnus effect is, and you're introducing wind to it, which has nothing to do with the Magnus effect. That's
You told
wind
me
effect.
yesterday that the crosswind.
Magnus is going in the direction of the spin. That's the only way that Magnus affects it, and it
Which
is a
has nothing to
slight
do with the
effect.
wind.
Oh my God, it does. And if it's
Oh,
yawing, it creates a
citation,
crosswind.
please. I need a citation. I'm still
I
waiting
will
on the
get you.
citation.
I will get you to say you're dead
I'm
wrong.
still
You
waiting.
don't understand, dude. I went to fucking aerodynamic. I was studying aerodynamic engineering in school for 4 years. You
Don't
didn't
care.
take
You
one
must have
class.
been absent
I
on
know how
that
this.
day.
This is a basic phenomenon. I'm giving you the basics.
What day was
I'm not
wind
lying
day
to you.
causing Magnus effect? What day was that? You think you're the only one that studied ballistics? Are you out of your mind, dude?
It's not ballistics. It's aerodynamics. And yes, as Krakatoa already said,
You think
if
you're
we
the
have a
only one that
slight,
studied that?
why are you talking over me? Why are you talking over me? I'm talking
Because
over
you are
you.
blasting me every time I talk.
Because shut the fuck up. Let me finish.
I would
He
like
told
you
me,
to cite it before we move
look,
forward.
why are you not being fair? Why aren't you muting Rakia?
Right.
Jeremy, come on. What the fuck?
Jeremy,
I
hang
need
on,
to mute
Jeremy.
you. I don't know,
gotta
man.
mute
This is ridiculous, dude.
To
Zanuck,
be
you're talking all over him as well. Go ahead, Rakia, and then I'll unmute him. But I don't want to have to like unmute him and unmute him every time. You guys got to figure out a way to go one at a
He
time.
just
Can I just
winds
could I
people up.
just
Hang
ask?
on, hang on. 20 minutes ago, I asked for a citation for his claim that wind caused Magnus effect. I'm still waiting because that's the whole crux of the argument.
Yeah, I asked
Can I
him for a
just can I ask
citation
one
for that
thing?
yesterday.
So if you're playing baseball and you do a top spin, right? So it's spinning backwards from the top down, yeah. On a windless day, how do you get that ball to spin up if there's no wind?
Oh my God.
You told me yesterday that
Let me answer that. Unbelievable. Again, the Magnus effect is the spin of this object being in line with the direction of the relative wind. If you have a baseball, the spin is going in the direction of the wind. The faster wind on the top, on the bottom, on the top, because it's spinning backward, that wind will cause a low pressure zone and it will go upward, and the opposite on the bottom. The Magnus effect is a spin that's counterclockwise with respect to the shooter. It's going counterclockwise or clockwise. So there's no force on it.
Your idea of
God
wind,
damn it,
your
Carlos.
idea of
Please, let me finish.
your idea. Hang on. Your idea of wind is just the pressure against the direction of the projectile. That's what wind is. You need to tell us what your meaning of wind is.
The pressure's equal.
Guys, we gotta let everyone finish though. Even
Let me
Vanek,
finish.
please. Otherwise, it gets crazy.
Magnus effect happens. The Magnus effect happens because when you throw a backspin baseball, the backspin means that the bottom of the bottom of the baseball has a high pressure zone. The top has a low pressure zone. So it rises because it's in line with the direction of the spin. The Magnus is the opposite with direction of this projectile. It's going clockwise or counterclockwise. So the only Magnus effect that will happen is there any wind or air going over from the sides. Now that only happens if you have a crosswind or if there's yaw. If there's yaw,
That's not wind.
Oh my God! If there's yaw, the relative wind now. See, this is why I know you didn't study aerodynamics. Because this is a commentary. Relative wind.
That's not.
If you're pointing, if you have a yaw to the right, there is one part of the spin now at an angle to the oncoming air. That acts like a crosswind to that bullet because the bullet is angled very slightly to the left or to the right. That will induce a Magnus effect. No different than if it's
when you shoot a gun, does the ground come up and hit the bullet?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
I had to bring it back around.
Let me go. There we go.
The target is running into the bullet, right? The target's coming towards the bullet. The bullet's just stationary, and the target's flying towards it, right?
I could give you a rundown of what a bullet's doing on the globe at one point, Geo. Not now. I'll give it to you another day. It's
just
fucking
got
hilarious.
a picture in there that shows the force involved in the Magnus force that I just talked about, the basketball. However, if that ball is not going with the direction of the relative wind, going axially as we look at it, there is no Magnus force until that bullet has a yaw on it or drops precipitously by falling. So everybody's wrong about
listen to me. You're giving. Jesus Christ. You are giving me a fucking headache, Zanuck. Yesterday you told me the crosswind caused the Magnus effect.
Don't care about me.
You were the one doing it. No, this is your own self.
They're doing it by being willfully ignorant, especially the last guy that talked. I forget who that was.
Can I clarify this before you ad homs everybody? He didn't say relative wind. He did not say relative wind earlier.
Many times.
Why is he talking now?
He just has to be muted. Dude, the other day, like I had to mute him. Like he was talking with Witsit and he was interrupting so many times. I literally sat there for like an hour muting and unmuting him. I probably did it 80 times. It was the only way Witsit could even have a chance to speak. I think I've said it before. It's just him,
compulsion.
It's a compulsion. Yeah, it's like an actual mental thing. But just go ahead. I have him muted, but I'll unmute him when you're done.
Let me be fair. Relative wind is a thing, like going over an airfoil or whatever. But
Yeah,
that's not what I heard earlier. He was just saying wind, like the
that's what I've been
wind
trying
blowing
to.
the trees and blowing the bullet.
Well, Crack,
And
don't you interrupt him. At least let Rakia
No,
speak.
no, I stopped. I stopped.
relative wind is something in aerodynamics, but he wasn't saying that. He was saying wind like the bullet was being fired and there was wind coming out of the west and blowing it to the east. You know what I'm saying? That's two different things. So I don't know. He's backtracking his relative wind now. I agree with him now. That is part of aerodynamics. But for him to underestimate people and think that we haven't studied aerodynamics or ballistics, when he knows I'm studying to be a pilot and fly all the time and shoot almost every day. I just got done shooting like 2 hours ago in the dark with our night scopes. Zanuck, maybe you would like to tell me how my thermal scopes work now. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's ridiculous.
And can I just say this very quickly, just before? That's what I've been saying the whole time, Rakia. I hope you appreciate that it is due to the relative positional directionality of the wind. That's why I kept saying the front of the projectile, meaning the vector front, the wind, and the point is this exists everywhere all the time. There's continuous yaw on around. The Magnus effect is there continuously at all times because
All
the
right, my
actual
turn.
body of the
So
projectile
no, I
moves
mentioned
relative
relative
to
wind
it.
many times, and I was talking about relative wind with respect to the yaw. You still haven't given me a clear answer, Captain, about the yaw
Did you cut him
change.
off, Zanuck? What the fuck,
I
man?
thought I heard him stop. You didn't stop?
Really?
Oh, he was still talking, Zanuck. You said you were going to come in
Oh,
calmly,
all
and you're
right.
still
Okay, hey,
going to
my
pile
bad then. I'm
it,
sorry.
even in the text chat, like a gazillion question. Just take a breath. Let him finish.
Just again, Sonic, like, yeah, we're talking past each other. It's just, again, the point was to try and get you to move away from the position that it's crosswind, that only when there's crosswind involved that the Magnus effect is then, at play. That no, yeah, that again, it's relative to the direction of the air moving toward the nose of the projectile, but that motion toward the nose of the projectile is actually created as well. Remember, by the fact that that projectile is going at that massive speed through the air. Okay, so we already have an inherent thing going on here, right? That is separate altogether to this like wind. Wind, however, affects the magnitude of the Magnus effect. How about that? Right? If you had a
No.
crosswind included with it, it could make it worse. Okay, but regardless of what you're saying, there is a yaw relative to the directionality of the air moving over the face of the body of the projectile. Thus, this happens the whole way along its flight. Thus, there is always a Magnus effect at play.
No, wrong, incorrect. The Magnus effect has nothing to do with the air moving over the front of this projectile. It only has to do with the air's relative wind to the direction of that spin of the bullet. The relative wind to the spin. It's talking, and I did, by the way, talk many times about relative wind, and maybe it was glazed over when I was saying it to you earlier, but I said it many times. Racky didn't pick up on it. There's wind, there's crosswind, which is different than the relative wind. They can be used in the same terms or same description, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about this bullet that has no axial deviation from its path, will have zero Magnus effect. Once it has a yaw, the relative wind now is acting on one side of that bullet that shows it being in line, the relative wind to the direction of the spin. It'll be at an angle, but it still will have an effect. That will cause Magnus effect. It will have no Magnus effect, but it's going straight. And it will have Magnus effect if you have a crosswind, which will be running perpendicular to the direction of flight and be in line 100% with the direction of spin because it's coming from the sides. The relative wind would be side to side. So please get that straight. It only has Magnus effect when it is at yaw, and the yaw has to be one direction or the other. Now, if it's constantly moving, the Magnus effect will change. If it's balanced in both directions the entire path, then there'll be no Magnus effect.
All right. So can we have the Magnus effect?
I'll give him a citation for Magnus effect and how it works. Is obviously you think that spin is alone is something that moves the bullet aerodynamically, and that's plain false.
No, I didn't say that, but okay. I agree with you.
Said that. You didn't say that.
Okay, so can we have the Magnus effect if there's no crosswind?
Only if the bullet has yaw.
which it always does.
Correct.
We're not talking about bullet. The whole bullet thing is a fucking red herring.
That is so sickening right there. That one sentence. Only if the bullet has yaw. Does
Correct.
the bullet always have yaw? Yes. You're so freaking so, bro. You are
Is the yaw, okay, let me ask you this: is the yaw determined by the rifling?
no. Yes, the
Is it
rifling
always
causes
predictable?
the yaw.
Is it always the same?
Yes.
Can't. Oh, really? So
Yes.
a bullet,
If the rifle,
hold on. So you're saying a bullet will have a yaw to the right every time it's shot?
if it has that certain rifling, yeah.
Doesn't move through its entire path.
You could make the
talking
rifling.
about?
You could make the
Hey,
rifling to where it's
Krakatoa
bullet.
just said it changes along its path.
Well,
It
it
will
can.
change along its path due to wind.
Listen to this, right?
You're
So
hopeless, man.
you
What are you
could
laughing
you
about?
That's cool.
you could technically, right, make a rifle to where a bullet when you fire it out, it did always like have a bias to like maybe alpha, okay, or to yaw out to the right. If the rifling was that way, like you could technically make it do that, but it would have a twisted motion to that yaw as well. If it was actual rifling as opposed to a channeling, which is a
Yeah,
different thing.
you have channeled or straight rifling barrels also, but that's like. I mean, I don't even know what to say,
So
bro.
little. It's a
That's usually in shotgun.
non-factor. Okay, so one of the things that they talk about, and you know this because you guys are both into guns, is that if you have a yaw, and you can do, they have high speed photography of bullets leaving muzzles of guns all the time. If you have yaw, you should probably get the rifling fixed. You should get the gun worked on.
What do
There's
you
errors in
mean
it.
get the rifling fixed? The rifling is what causes the bullet to go in a
Straight.
more straight line trajectory than if it wasn't
Because it's
rifled.
spinning. Because it
But
gives
it's
a spin.
you interrupted me again, dude. You are setting a freaking record. Please go by the script and say I interrupt you. That's why you do it. Because that makes you sound so intelligent. The rifling, I'll start over, is what corrects the erratic motion of a bullet coming out of a barrel in the first place. But that very rifling will cause a yaw, which is Magnus effect. Jesus.
No, the barrel's fit and straightness will cause this yaw.
Oh,
And the exit material and the exit shape and characteristics will
yes,
cause the yaw.
chokes. Yeah, you can have
Yes.
chokes, which
Yes. So that can be addressed if you have yaw. You can
You
address that
don't
with
use
the
a
barrel.
choke with
not
it.
what we were talking about.
Wait,
But that's
you
what
don't use
causes
a
yaw,
choke.
and that's the only
You
thing that
use a.
causes Magnus effect is yaw.
You're
And
talking
it's
about
very
using a
slight,
choke,
to where it's
which
not
is
even
used on a
considered.
shotgun. You're
Talk
talking about
over me
using a
too while I'm
choke.
talking.
But you're using you're talking about a choke now. When that's to do with a shotgun and a grouping pattern with
I'm
ball
not talking about a
bearings,
choke.
Yeah, but that's
you just
actually
say
yaw
choke.
too.
I'm
That's
not talking
But
about a
actually
choke.
yaw
come on,
coming
dude.
out of the
Come on.
cracking. That's actually yaw coming out of the end of the barrel. But that's why the pattern can be tight or spread, is because the gases, the pressure points are changed at the end of the barrel, making them spread out.
I understand that, but we're talking about ball bearings now, okay? Right?
Yeah, and that's why I said it's
Right.
different in shotguns, but it's still yaw.
Right.
It's still it's still the same thing. It's just
Yeah, but
two different
there's no
projectiles.
way to quantify yaw on a round projectile like a sphere. Okay? Think
I
about
mean,
it.
we should have stopped a while ago when he said, it's all yaw. Was there always yaw? Yes. I mean, that's the end of the story. He's trying to teach us something that we obviously know. It's strange.
That end is perfect. That is exactly what I was trying to like
Right from
demonstrate. at the
Wikipedia.
beginning.
Right from here, I just went to the first search I did. I have other things on this as well, but this is easy to repeat. Overall, the effective Magnus force on a bullet's flight is usually insignificant compared to other forces such as aerodynamic drag. However, it greatly affects the bullet's stability, which in turn affects the amount of drag and how the bullet behaves upon impact and many other factors. So it says right there in Wikipedia, Magnus force is usually insignificant. Okay.
Yeah,
Let's
like I said, magnitude, relational to
We should have
magnitude,
stopped.
like I stated.
We should have stopped.
Everywhere you
when
look,
told
it'll
us
say
to-
it's insignificant because of the reasons I told you.
Well, why are we talking about the significance of it now? We're talking about when it happens, what causes it.
That was already
The
covered.
yaw causes it, not the spin. I mean, the spin causes obviously, but the
what?
direction with respect to the relative wind. The spin
You
with
get
respect to the relative
so
wind. So
caught up
yaw
in being
has
right.
to be there. It's not the spin alone. It has to be coupled with yaw. Otherwise, there's no Magnus.
You're like you are a genius in your own regard. Like you have to have, and this isn't in no way like me being nasty at all. Do not take it that way, please. You do have a brilliant mind and this like level of excitement, right? Like I used to be the exact same as you, which is interesting, right? Like that's why I monologue and shit like that. Like you actually get to say more if you sometimes stay quiet. But anyway, it's unbelievable, dude. It's genius.
No, it's not.
You sound like you got a good head on your shoulders too. But Rakia, hold on, Rakia, you just posted something that did not say Magnus. The spin. Did you read what you said there?
Listen
Left
to me.
or right, because it's gyroscopic spin drift. Gyroscopic causes. It's rotating. It has a gyro. You ever seen that guy spin the wrench up in the space station?
I'm next, please.
I know you don't believe in space, but the guy spins that wrench, that T wrench, and it flips around. These gyroscopic effects are not Magnus effect. So you're right, Rakia, but you're making our point. I'm not saying the bullet doesn't drift left to right, but it's not caused by Magnus effect. That's the point.
You told me
yesterday. You just confirmed it with your quote there. Gyroscopic, not Magnus.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Magnus is spin also, right? Can't have Magnus without spin, right?
Magnus is the spin with reference with relative wind. The spin with reference to an oncoming relative wind, and that can only happen with yaw.
Oh my
it's so minor that they call it insignificant. Insignificant.
Which can cause a left or right motion, right?
Antecedent to that,
which way it's yawed, yes.
Thank you.
And I don't think they're yawed always the same.
If I would have posted the Magnus effect quote first and would have talked about spin and then talked about the left or right motion due to spin, what would you have said then?
Go ahead, post it.
What do you mean go ahead and post it? You agree with the Magnus effect needing spin. Like he said, you're a genius at this sophistry. It's strange, dude.
Like we basically agreed the whole time, but you've like to try and string it out like we're not agreeing, right?
Insignificant. Wiki says it's insignificant.
Trying to not let me
know more
because he said some crazy shit yesterday that he doesn't want to address.
Jeremy continues the hot mic through our conversations.
I know.
But then I already said to you, Zanuck, that the Magnus effect, right, was like with the crosswinds. That at that point, it's like that's magnitude at that point. It being insignificant. Remember, you said insignificant, right? Yeah, it generally is. That's why I said the magnitude is affected by wind and shit like that. Okay, right? But it's always there. It's always occurring due to the fact that there is yaw that will occur. So we end up with a Magnus effect nearly every time a rifle is fired.
Yeah, you and I are on the same page. I think we said
magnitude dependent.
What?
I would like to add that it's usually the Magnus effect is usually taught to my knowledge, every time I've talked about it, with spheres like balls, not really bullets.
Yeah, you get it from a cylinder too. He desperately wants me not to talk. I know.
It has to be a
spin. You get it from cylinders.
My God, Jeremy, you hear me talking? Am I lagging?
Oh wow! You think it's your time to speak right now?
Wind has to be in line with the direction of the spin. If it's not, the Magnus effect does not take effect, and it is proportional to that angle of the relative wind. If there's no angle to it, i.e. perpendicular, no Magnus effect at all. That's why it has to have a yaw.
Okay. What's the difference between relative wind and wind?
Hey, whoa. Okay, no more questions. Jeremy wants to say something. He's next.
Is Jeremy even here? I thought he was in the hot mic room.
No, he's talking.
Listen, I know. I know. Ha ha ha.
I'll time you, Jeremy. 30 seconds. Go. No.
I never need 30 seconds. Zanuck told me yesterday the Magnus effect was caused by crosswinds. Now, my question to that would be, can you have the Magnus effect if there is no crosswind?
Yeah.
Do I have to say this again? I mean,
no, you don't.
No.
I already answered.
It's a yes or no answer.
I said yes.
There is a very slight Magnus effect if there's a yaw in the bullet traveling through the air, and you want me to explain to you relative wind versus wind?
Stop with the bullet.
There's always wind. The yaw. I mean.
No. But with the wind, whatever direction is coming from the side is direct Magnus force on that bullet directly.
No, it's direct wind force.
No, wind is acting on the bullet to create magnets because the spin is
No.
clockwise and the yes, the relative
spin
wind
is
the
creating
relative
the
wind is to
magnet
the
force.
the relative
Yeah.
wind is to the side. That's the direction of the spin. Reke, you're being willfully ignorant here.
No,
Seriously.
I'm not. The
You
spin
are.
is the magnets of
Go
force. The
do your
wind
homework
coming
and
from
come
the
back
side
tomorrow.
is the wind
You've been ejected
causing
from
the
class.
projectile or the ball to go left or right.
You don't know what magnets is, obviously.
Yeah,
You're ejected from the
obviously,
class.
I'm
You get
explaining
an
it
F
very well.
today. F. You
No.
fail.
Yeah, I know you have to
Xanac,
win.
I
You
asked you.
strange dude.
I asked you a yes or no question. Can you have the Magnus effect without a crosswind?
If it has yaw, as Krakatoa and I already agreed to.
Why do you say
So,
if
so
it
then
has
cross.
y'all? Hang on. I can't
Because
let
the
that go,
relative
Jeremy.
wind to the spin, the relative wind to the spin is the factor that causes magnets. If you don't have a relative wind to
Just
the
stop
direction of
there.
the spin, you're not. I'm talking.
I know,
You
but just
don't
stop.
have.
Is there always
Stop
y'all?
it! I'm not. I didn't stop. You just jumped in.
Oh,
You asked me a
You've
question. I'm
already
answering you.
answered it.
You,
Is there
no,
always
you
y'all?
asked me a question. I'm answering.
Hello.
How do you have it? Oh my God!
Do we need
So
to?
I'm gonna
Not worth it, Rocky.
scream.
Okay,
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
so
me too,
this
scream.
is like we're going in a circle, right? Okay, so I believe it was Zanuck and Jeremy were talking, and then more questions got thrown in. So back to that. Who was Zanuck answering? I can't remember now.
Hey, signs.
I was trying to answer a question from Rakia. He had two questions actually. One time he wanted to know what relative wind to wind meant, and the other
He's
one was
dodging me.
Yeah,
Oh,
yes. Can you? Okay, Jeremy wants some time, right? Okay, it's been going
Jeremy.
Reki and
Not gonna. I
Zanuck for
can't.
a bit.
I
Okay,
can't.
so
I can't go any
you
farther.
know what?
Go ahead.
Let's get Jeremy to ask his question again, since we keep sidestepping it. Jeremy, what's your question?
Okay, can you have the Magnus effect with no crosswind?
Only if you have yaw on the bullet.
We're not talking about bullets. Why? Forget the bullets. Can you have
he
the
did it
Magnus
again.
effect? Can you have the Magnus effect with no crosswind?
Yes, of course.
Why did you tell me yesterday that the Magnus effect crosswinds cause of the Magnus effect?
Because the spin rotation was in line with the crosswind, with the wind.
No.
When you have a bullet the bullet has a spin that is going counterclockwise as you look down the barrel of that or down the axis of that flight. Because it's going counterclockwise, any wind in line with that rotation, meaning the top of it's going to the left and the bottom's going to the right. If the wind's coming from the right to the left, there will be Magnus effect. If you have a ball is spinning towards you, like someone else jumped in here earlier, then the Magnus effect would happen without a crosswind because your spin is in line with the direction, travel, and the relative wind. This is not that hard, guys. You're trying to drive me insane.
Quit
I know
talking
you
down
are.
to us. Quit talking down to us because we're
No, but you
explaining it
are.
right.
This is really getting ridiculous.
Stop.
I mean, I've been
Please
very
stop.
clear about this. I've been so clear, and this is just rude now.
Can
You're not
other
even being
people
cool
speak,
about it.
Xanax?
And neither are you,
So,
Jeremy. You know the
can
answer.
other people speak?
No, the baseball is different than the bullet. The
Jesus.
bullet's spinning clockwise down the axis. Make sense? Yes or no?
Okay, the Magnus effect occurs. The Magnus effect occurs on spinning objects that are spherical or cylindrical. The effect that we can observe is that the moving spinning object bends away from the intended direction of travel. The spin of the object alters the airflow around the body, and due to the conservation of momentum, it causes the Magnus effect, not crosswinds. That's fucking stupid.
Oh my God. I'm not going to go through. I thought I just described it perfectly. I articulated it well. I was clear. I was not obtuse. And you just read something that told exactly my story. And I told you how it happens with a object that had a spin in the line of the oncoming wind, the relative wind, or perpendicular to the oncoming wind. If it's perpendicular, there is no Magnus effect unless you have a
The
crosswind.
wind.
If it's in line, you will have a Magnus effect because it's in line. Fuck.
Dude, the wind has nothing to do with the Magnus effect.
Well, that's not true,
I'm
Jeremy.
done.
It
You know
can
what?
increase.
I resign. I
Okay,
quit.
see you later, Jeremy.
I don't get paid enough. Sorry.
I mean, see you later, Xanax.
Okay, it
Jeremy,
can increase it or decrease. It can
yes.
increase it if you want, but it doesn't cause it.
It causes it.
Cause of it because you can have.
It causes it. I reinstate myself. It causes it, Jeremy, because I can't believe you can be this stupid.
Jesus, bro, just
Causes it.
leave, man.
Talk to Krakatoa. Krakatoa knows what's going on here.
Relative
He's having a
wind.
panic attack.
Hang on. Relative wind because again, he's saying just wind and crosswind. Relative wind is the wind created by the object moving through the air is different than wind or crosswind affecting what's moving. If he doesn't want to differentiate that, and every time he says,
I will.
If as he interrupts me, as he says, if there's y'all when there's always y'all, it's a sophist move. It's a tactic to confuse.
Oh, you just learned that word
and
today.
Then as he interrupts me again is another
Shut up.
tactic.
Zanuck, mute yourself.
And then projects onto us like we don't know what we're talking about when we're fully understanding even what he's saying, because wind does affect objects moving through it, like the air. The crosswind can affect something, can increase the Magnus effect or decrease it. If something's spinning in a certain direction and the wind is coming at that same direction, then it's going to more sharply go down in that direction.
Yes, but the wind doesn't cause the Magnus effect though.
Spin does.
It's due to the spin of a sphere.
Yep.
We need a description of relative wind to when that, because obviously you're using it in the wrong context. Both of you are. Again, the relative wind, the motion of the object with the direction of the oncoming air. For the Magnus to have an effect, the oncoming air has to be in line with the direction of spin, i.e., a bullet rotating counterclockwise.
He's just repeating.
Why are you letting him do that to me?
Because we've heard this like 20 times.
No, but you keep on. I keep on saying the answer. You keep on getting it wrong.
But you just said, do you have a? How about? Why don't we go to this? Do you have a citation?
He still hasn't.
I just read it.
He just doesn't understand. He just doesn't understand what he's reading.
I can post my citation. I just read it.
He's not understanding what he's reading. Okay.
The citation doesn't say anything about wind.
You know what? I have to go anyway. I have to go pick up the turkey. So let me go. Let me go.
Dog.
I will tell you real quick. The relative wind is the wind that is in the direction of the motion of an object. So that motion, whether the wind's acting on something or it's acting through the air, that's still relative wind. What they talk about with relative wind with respect to the Magnus is that if it's spinning axially, meaning it's going like around in circles, like you move your fingers in front of you in a circle path, that's a bullet doing that. That means that wind on the side moving over the bullet is just like the bullet moving through it. It will create the Magnus effect. If there's no wind, side wind, let me finish. I'm almost done. I'm going to leave. If there's no wind, then the only Magnus effect that can happen is if the bullet, with regards to the oncoming air, the air that it's penetrating through, is not perfectly straight, meaning that the bullet's pointing left or right, or up and down, but mainly left or right for our discussion. Then there will be a slight angle of incidence with the relative wind to its spin, which is still axially, but there's a slight angle. That slight angle will cause a Magnus effect in that bullet, and it only will affect that bullet axially if it is in a yod position with respect to how it got fired out of the gun. Period. End of story. Thank you.
Now he's saying the upward angle is the Magnus effect. That's totally wrong too.
No,
absolutely. Any yaw you get will create Magnus effect.
I posted this in the chat. I'm just going to read it again. All right. Magnus effect occurs. Notice how many times they say wind in this. Real quick. Magnus effect occurs on spinning objects that are spherical or cylindrical. The effect that we can observe is that the moving spinning object bends away from the intended direction of travel. The spin of the object alters the airflow around the body, and due to the conservation of momentum, it causes the Magnus effect. Zero mention of wind, because wind has nothing to fucking do with it.
Oh my God! It's not. The bullet's not tumbling.
You
it's
were
not
about
round.
to leave.
My God.
You were about
You guys
to leave.
keep on
Wait
getting
there.
it wrong over and over
Wait
again.
there. Wait there. You were about to leave.
You know what? You're beyond help. Krakatoa, it's up to you, man. You understand it. Why don't you help him out?
Yeah, I do understand it, but then the way you've changed it as you've gone along at the end, then you effectively included both premises
Let's address
together.
Jeremy though, Crack.
And then, but he agreed with what Jeremy stated, and then just after agreeing with what Jeremy stated, he then decided to then disagree with Jeremy's statement.
I can
as well.
address what Jeremy posted though. You see
Because
those
wind is
arrows?
not mentioned
Oh
because
my
the wind would
God!
the wind is relative to the object and its spin relative wind. I can't make. I got to make a drawing or something.
See you later, Zanuck. Or Jeremy,
you got it.
those arrows.
All these definitions are correct,
Zanuck, Jesus,
but
man.
you have to understand what relative wind means
Ah.
in the direction of spin. You don't get it. wreck it. You of all of them get it the least. Just so you know.
Freaking leave, dude. Jeremy, you see your post there with the arrows, the ball moving through the air. That's relative wind going around the ball. That is what relative wind is. You have to have motion to have relative wind. If the airfoil, the wing of an airplane or a ball is just hanging in the, sitting on the runway or hanging by a string in the air, there's no movement of the ball or the wing. There's just wind. That's different. Mother fricker, dude. For this dude to say, to conflate the two and then tell us we're wrong is
That's
weird. And
brilliant.
I guarantee he's not left yet. He's going to comment because he has to, because he has to defend how wrong he is. You're right, Jeremy. The wind is different. Can you have a crosswind that affects a projectile move? Of course, it affects planes. It affects balls. If something is spinning, which is what Magnus effect is, through the air, through the relative wind of the air, because it's in motion spinning, then you're going to have a yaw, which is Magnus, and it's going to go in that direction. Zanuck, about a year ago, said that a spiraled barrel that causes a bullet to spin in a clockwise direction wouldn't cause a direction in that, for that bullet to go in that direction. Now he's saying that it does because of yaw. And because he says, if there's yaw every time you ask him, is just pure sophistry, because there is always yaw.
He didn't know anything about that. He didn't know anything about yaw until I taught it to him a minute ago.
Yeah.
By the way.
Fire a round bullet out of a smooth barrel and watch that thing move in about 90 different directions in 100 feet. Like it just, whoa, it goes in all like funky directions. Now,
and technically, like with a sphere, there isn't any yaw either. Like technically, like it can move its position, but yaw is like relative to like you could like an oval, spherical oval. Yeah, that can have some yaw, right? If its intended position is like, because yaw's deviation from the natural alignment of things, right? So you're in relation to that, right? Like, but I get what you're saying. Like you're exactly correct, Rakia. Anyway, right? So he's just chatting shit. You do understand what you're talking about.
If a ball bearing goes out of a smooth barrel ball, the reason it moves at all going through the air is because the friction of the air makes it start spinning, and then that way it's spinning will make it move. That's Magnus effect.
I agree to that. I agree to that without a doubt. I'm just stating that technically Zanuck now, because I taught him about the yaw thing, is equating yaw to being causal to Magnus effect, right? When no, remember in his own equation you had the relative position of the wind versus the yaw creating that position change of the projectile relative to the position of the resistance of the air moving toward it, right? So like the problem now, what he's got, he's done himself up a kipper basically, because if you take a ball bearing, according to Zanuck, it can't have a Magnus effect because it doesn't have any yaw. Yeah, it has a change in its orientation in one direction or another, right, based on the Magnus effect that could happen to it or a ball. But it doesn't technically have any yaw being deviation from a straight path or an intended orientation of an object.
The speed of the rotation also matters, just like a curveball. A breaking ball is one thing, a curveball is another, because of the speed of the rotation and the way the grooves of the baseball are catching friction of the air. But you've won. I've looked back in chat, and that you're more right than others because he singles you out and goes, Rakia, you are silly like a fourth grader. Now, I don't know if you know about tactics, but when someone says or does that in a discussion like this or debate, whatever you want to call it, you've won.
Well, he wanted to debate against me. He realized that he basically couldn't, and then he needed to win an argument. So then he thought he would argue against whoever else he could. And then instead of like admitting, he just tried to like keep pretending that you didn't know what you were talking about, and then left before that could be like established that you did. That's kind of like, yeah.
Go shoot into a headwind. okay, with a you know, a barrel that's you know, a spinning bullet, and aim downward slightly, your bullet is going to drop at a faster rate. Aim horizontal and it will fly straight and then eventually drop. Aim at an angle up and that wind will force it up more. You will miss high. It's angle.
Yeah, and
Everything affects it, but it's basically
dude,
pressure.
I really got to understand the way this stuff works by like, and I think everyone should do it. If you fired a lot of 1022s, not 1022, sorry, if you've just fired any 22L like LR, right? Or just because that's like, well, to be fair, nah, they do fly quite fast. If you have old 22 ammunition, then yeah, that's a good thing to use. But the best thing to use is low powered air rifles, bro. Like literally like a 177 or a 22 air rifle, right? That's only like powered up to about 12 foot-pounds. That's fuck all, but it's a small projectile. So, you know, point is you really see these deviations, you really get a feel for it, you know,
Like
what
a
we've got.
rodent load, a 22
varmint
rodent
rifle.
load will
Yeah.
barely, like it's traveling really slow and it
Yep.
will be affected more.
Exactly, yeah. Interestingly enough. But like, yeah, when you start to like dial in those like not mechanics, but whatever you want to call it, those motions that you get, it's quite cool. Yeah, it's really quite cool. There's like a I don't know. It's kind of annoying, dude. Like to talk to people like Zanuck when it comes to stuff like projectiles and shit like that. Because there's even more that goes into it. It says that he's from like like he's been involved in the aerodynamics industry. I don't know, dude.
Well, he says he's a pilot too, so you would have to study this. The relative wind is basically the airflow over your wings.
Yep.
So you know, it's if he's she's got to know something about it if he's a pilot.
I've only got like 50, 60 hours of flying. Thousands of hours in like simulators, but not actually in the air. It's very few really, but I don't know that he's a pilot or not. But I'd love to be a bush pilot, dude. I saw a bush pilot right here in Alaska landing in effectively a field that was on a 45-degree tilt, right? Or more like a 10 o'clock angle on the clock, right? Anyway, and it was it was basically like on that angle field, and there was like he had headwind coming toward him, so he's landing, bro, and he's technically moving in relation to that mountain at like about 2 miles an hour going forward. There's that much wind, and he's trying to land on this like crazy patch on a cliff that's at a 45-degree angle in a field. And it's like a really cool display of like what's going on. He's like in an alpha type maneuver. It's like he's flying a biplane that's like a helicopter, bro. He's just got his he's got his stick pulled up, and effectively it's just his nose just into the angle of the ground, matching it. And
well,
it literally
helicopters are a little different.
No, it's a plane. I'm saying it's a plane, but I'm saying it looks like a fucking helicopter, bro, at one point, because the wind has caught him so bad, and he's only really advancing onto this ground.
Oh, I got you.
At like 2 miles an hour. It almost, to him, he feels like he stood still, being blown backwards, bro.
Well,
This is
this is a perfect example. You can have very low ground speed in an airplane, like it's almost like hovering, and still not stall out because you have relative wind going over your wind going over your wings, so you have lift, but you might not be going forward very fast.
Yeah, that's the whole point of what I'm saying. He literally is doing about 2 miles per hour in relation to the ground, but the wind going over the top and underneath the bottom of his wing, I'll tell you right now, is going extremely quick and is giving him lift. Yep. And this is the point with the projectile, is that it creates its own wind, and Zanuck was saying that wasn't true from the beginning, then folded on that position at the end. That's actually what happened. He was actually trained to hone his point toward the end to where he could be as most right as he could understand.
Well, I was confused when he was just saying
Right.
wind because as soon as he said relative wind, I'm cool with what he
Right.
was saying. But when he's just saying wind, it's like a simplistic way of like we're thinking wind generated by the
But
breeze, the
dude,
atmosphere.
I said that. I said the wind is in relation to the direction that the projectile is traveling, the velocity that it's going, and then that still air, as it passes through it, creates a vector toward the face of the projectile, going toward the tail. The relative motion of the air then turns to
Yeah,
relative wind. He
they
said
have
no.
all
He said
types.
no.
They have all types of terms like separated flow, maybe separated flow. Like when you research, it's been a while for me. Separated flow, maybe like it depends on the shape of the wind or the bullet. Like the air that comes off the back of the wing and the back of the bullet, it's called separated flow or separated airflow or something like that. And you can create different
Yeah,
shapes, which makes that fall where it doesn't create a turbulent swirl
exactly.
behind the bullet or the wing, where you get more even flow over the bullet or wing, where the bullet will fly straighter or the wing will create more lift. I mean,
A distribution, a lower incidence of angle toward the tips of the end point where the deviation of the air from the nose of the projectile starts to trance back toward the back end. Yeah, you're right.
well, the angle
Like
change is what gives something lift. So if a bullet changes its angle upwards, it's going to go up because of lift. Same thing with a plane's wing. But Jeremy, I mean, we can actually have a conversation now if you need to ask any questions, because I hope you hear that we actually know what we're talking about. You can go research this, and I guarantee it's basically what we're saying. It might be layman terms because they do get a little technical, and that separated air or whatever is definitely off the back of the bullet or wing. They do it with
they've started to siphon that now.
submarines, anything
Hmm.
that has motion, and they want to make go through the water or air, which is basically the same thing, the medium. They will create a shape that cuts down on turbulence, where you can more smoothly go through that medium, and of course go straighter and faster.
Yep,
More
they started
more
to.
efficient. I said faster, but more
Yeah, it's
efficient.
more efficiently. Yeah, they've started to actually use that now in like some of the like really expensive fucking even the road cars like Ferrari, where they siphon off that portion of wind at its highest speed, where it would usually create turbulence, right? And instead they create downforce, right? So they can just like literally like have a vehicle that's extremely lightweight, but that has downforce more relational to something much more heavy, right? Like they siphon it off into this part of the body into a hole, and it directly presses down then
Yeah.
over a bigger force of area over the four wheels, bro. The newest car that they've been doing that with, bro, like it is so quick off the mark.
Well, you have
Like
to
it doesn't
adjust
wheel
that,
spin. It doesn't
because
wheel spin at all.
if you have
Like
too
for
much
real.
downward pressure, it'll actually slow you down. So you adjust
Exactly.
that downward pressure and upward pressure. Same thing with like a foil, like what do they call them?
Yeah.
Those boats that have hydrofoils or whatever. They
Yep.
have air chairs that you pull behind a boat that just have a wing, and your angle of that flow through the water creates lift. So if you lean back, you're going to jump out of the water. I mean, it's just simple concepts. I don't, like,
Very simple.
yeah.
Yep. No, yeah, it's like so the surface area that the wind is hitting on that they collect from the aerodynamicity and the flow of the relative wind to the vehicle. They changed the angle of that surface exactly for that reason. The computer is able to change that angle so that the coefficiency of the downforce as opposed to so it always stays at a certain equilibrium state that's the like optimal amount of downforce relational to forward motion, like relational to the best or fastest forward motion, should I say.
You see it in airplanes how they're tapered down, but that's why they do wind tunnel tests. The wing tips are now curved up The back of the airplane is curved towards a point or angled towards a point to let that flow of air come off depending on your wing shape, whether, depending on the wing shape, I'll just say that, how much air is coming down the fuselage and how it's getting out of the way of itself, basically. You want the air going behind you to just flow away from you so it's not creating drag or turbulence or whatever they call it. I'm not sure at that point.
Well, that's why the Russian Sukhoi that has like forward swept wings, like the reverse wings, where the tips of the wings are further forward than they are back. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
The Sukhoi, right? Like, because at that point it runs down the tip or the nose, and then it literally, instead of it running all the way down the brace of the actual wing length and for the length of the aircraft, it just goes straight down that gap. It just goes woof, behind.
Right off.
Yeah, it obviously makes it extremely maneuverable in like dogfights, but it does affect obviously the strength of the aircraft overall, right?
Well, they're going to have not as wide wings, and they don't have as much. They want to be more agile, so the wider the wing, the more lift, airflow under that area, square footage, you create lift. So the big planes need more lift, so they have larger wing, wider wings, but they all kind of taper off to the end.
Yeah.
The slower planes in the past would have the same shape wing all the way to the end. They were really stable, but they weren't as agile or fast because of that. So then they started tapering them and then sweeping them backwards or forwards to give them more aerodynamics. But that's just.
But yeah, wings that have less aerodynamics actually use less fuel, or they can use more. They can use more if the wind's working against you. But generally speaking, you're not going to let the wind work against you. Like a pilot knows when he's putting in throttle and he's basically not moving because of the relative wind again. Right? Like he's just you're going to change the way that you're flying to try and increase your speed, right? And yeah, the bigger wings, great when you have a good pilot, much like a lorry driver, right? Like a lorry driver can either use a load of fuel or not so much, depending on how good he is at driving, right? But yeah, you can use that large wing surface to basically to like fly on the hot air thermals as much as you can, and use that surface to keep
we
yourself up.
trim. We get up to where we want to be, and we trim out to reduce the drag, so we're reducing the fuel usage.
Yep, exactly that. Yep.
You can have more drag and still be going at the same altitude, not decreasing or increasing, but have more drag because you don't have it trimmed out properly. Same thing with a boat. You have trim on a boat to make it easily go the same speed using less power, which means less fuel.
Exactly that.
What do I know?
Nothing. You know nothing, mate. Dumbass.
I can't stand it. I don't get it. Like, obviously, I'm aware of these things. I've studied it. There's some things that I haven't studied lately, so I don't know the technical terms, but I obviously know what I'm talking about. I mean,
like this is the annoying thing about arguing with these Globers, right? Like, you kind of have to just like say it in their words, like, "Oh yeah, I understand what you're saying, bro." Like, they need to be understood. It feels like. Then once you say you understand them, it's kind of like you can then go ahead and then change it a little bit, and then they might be more okay with it, right? It's like Zanuck saying, like, I just want you to agree and understand the concept that the ground is moving up at 9.8 meters per second toward you. At the same time, but like you're not but you're also accelerating upwards slower than the ground. Like, how the fuck can a thing that's moving you upward that isn't actually moving anywhere in elevation be moving you at a slower speed than what it's hitting you relation? Like, like, come on, bro. Like, that's ridiculous. Like, the speech gets that convoluted, Rakia, to what Zanuck said when you jump off of a building and then you hit the ground. I went, no, Zanuck, you mean when the ground hits you? And he was like, yeah, you're correct. Like, when that can be done, that's quite fucking funny.
I just posted a small game 22 LR. It's subsonic at 1,050 feet per second, and I'm gonna see. I gotta open my safe for this.
That's a really quick sub as well. Like the 1050s, like that's
Get
just
under
on the brim.
9.
That's just on the brim, you know.
Yeah, I'm gonna see what my other. I know I have other subsonic that are in the 900. I gotta open my safe for that.
Could you afford the run 300 blackout? Like, I mean, to where you could get good with it and then have enough of it for just for like, you know, as like a setup.
That's what we were shooting earlier. I have a silencer for my blackout, but the
what state are you in?
the Louisiana. The ammo is so expensive, dude. It's
Bro, you can you're in Louisiana, bro. You could go and buy a 40mm Bofors auto cannon there, bro.
Well, I have a 50 cal, and it's almost cheaper to shoot it than it is the freaking
300 blackout.
Yeah, it's crazy. They are proud of that shit. But at least you can get them now. There wasn't, you know,
yeah,
like
at one
months
point
back you couldn't really get them.
there's another blackout iteration coming soon that's going to be a little bit cheaper. It's already out, but yeah, you're going to be able to do it for a bit cheaper soon. The whole
This one is 45
my phone's
grain.
about to die. Wait there. I need to.
This one's small game, but it's 45 grain instead of 40, and they call it suppressor subsonic instead of small game, and it's 970 feet per second. I think that might be the slowest that I got. I got some green tag competition. Let me see what that is. But anything around 950, 970 is freaking good, dude. We suppress our 22s, and it sounds less than a pellet gun. It's louder.
Oh yeah, it will be, yeah.
Like doop, doop, you know, doop. Let's see. This green tag competition is over 1,000. I don't ever really look at it. I know but like our regular mag.
What you put it in. Depends what you put it in as well, right?
Right. Our 22 magnums are like almost 2,000 feet per second, 1900 feet per second. That's incredible, dude. That's a small bullet going that fast is nuts. We didn't even get into the tumbling, you know, why a bullet starts to tumble.
Nah, we didn't get into that yet.
I can talk about this all day. I love talking about things I don't know about.
Yeah, they have a go at me if I go too far with the firearms. Yeah, though I take it too far. I'll be honest.
Well, we couldn't understand why when we were shooting 50 cal, you know, at long range, why we were missing so much, like during good conditions, and we finally figured out it's because the bullet would start tumbling. Once it does that, it can go anywhere.
Anywhere.
Yeah. It usually goes down really quick, but it can go left and right really fast too, like a curveball.
Wait, what sort of distance was it starting to do that at?
The ammunition that we were shooting at that time, the distance was about a half a mile. It would start to tumble.
Yeah, that's gotta be an ammunition issue.
It was a terrible load. Yeah, it was a cheap load.
It's gotta be, yeah.
Yeah.
You get a lot of that, but it depends, right? Like you gotta think about why are you doing it? This is what I often tell people. You can either cheaply load your 50 BMG, right? Or you can load it correctly to a level that you would need to load it to for it to be used as it was intended in the field. I remember these were originally there was no real use for a 50 BMG or high velocity real anti-material at this point, right? But you know, we're talking a high feet per second. It's good for armor penetration, effectively, is the point, right? They were designed in World War One to actually defeat armor, but the Germans didn't really bring any armor out in World War One at all. By the time we got to World War Two, they were ineffective against armor. So then the airplanes took charge of it, right? And it was I think 190,000 Marduces created by 1941, 42 maybe. Still, they can't really create anything better than it. Browning really did a job with that fucking thing, bro.
Yeah, they had the 30 cal like thumpers, like the freaking 30 cal that could shoot multiple rounds a minute was nuts. And then 50 cal was more, armor piercing. just because of the speed, right? At impact, it just was going so fast, it just destroys whatever it is.
Yeah, because the 50 cal rounds are doing like 2,000 feet per second as well, and bro, which is just incredibly fast. Like people don't really like, and the fact that it's a 50 cal round, like that's big
Freaking
for that
huge.
speed. It's
When
like
you
why, like an AR-15 is like body armor is rated to stop all the way up to like even sometimes you get ceramic plates, right? That will stop like an 8 millimeter round quite easily. It will stop 7.62. It will stop most, but you go down to 5.56, it'll go straight through. It's that speed, bro. It's that speed.
Yeah, but our long guns or most of our long guns are out in the game room, and we have a big safe there. But that's where the 50 cal everything is there, and the 300 blackout. That's my son's. I
Are
have a
you
video.
shooting?
I have a video actually of us shooting it a while back. I didn't take video today. I'll show you the
What?
silencer.
Let me have a look. I didn't even look yet because my phone was about to die, so I'm about to look
Let's see
now.
if I can find it.
Dude, if you, what 50 cal have you got? What rocking on? A Macmillan tack or the bolt action?
Yes, it's a bolt action BM. Let's see. Damn, I'm having an old man moment.
Does it have a magazine? Is it bolt action with a magazine or is it single?
Yeah,
put in?
it has a magazine.
Might be a Macmillan tack. That's a pretty expensive 50 cal as well.
It wasn't that expensive actually. 2,500 maybe. That was
Okay.
years ago. It wasn't like crazy.
Yeah, no. I mean,
But I got it from a friend that.
yeah,
Just,
that's why.
and it's my worst purchase. Like I don't even remember what it is. I could ask my son. He's more into it, but we never shoot it. We have to travel like 3 miles.
Yeah.
I mean, 3 miles, 3 hours to go shoot it.
That's always annoying, I bet. But like I said, the one place that you can own a 40 millimeter Orlican autocannon, which is like objectively it is the most how do I put it? It is the largest caliber and the most destruction anything could do in America that you could legally own is in Louisiana. Yeah,
I didn't
40
even know
millimeter.
that.
Yeah.
You know something about my state I didn't know. 40 millimeter?
Yeah, both fours, Orlican autocannon.
Oh, let me look at it. I'm gonna look at it. I didn't even know that.
Zanet's claim was the ground is accelerating up, but there was no elevation change. He also agreed acceleration is a change in velocity. He's delusional at this point. Yeah, exactly. You're exactly right, Jerome. Yeah, check it out. Orlican is like O-R-K. No, O-R. O-R-L-K. But just type in Bofors, B-O-F-O-R-S, Bofors. 40 millimeter Bofors autocannon. I got a 5-shot magazine, I believe. More like a battery as opposed to a magazine.
Yeah. I'm just looking for that video of the blackout.
Oh, dude, I love the 400 blackout.
Dude, it's so accurate.
It's a brilliant round. It's just like it's like an assassin's round, bro.
Yeah, that's crazy accurate. Like even for a novice shooter, it doesn't.
You know that they're not overly accurate compared to like even a 5.56 round. The reason why they're so accurate and they seem so accurate It's because of the way that they're loaded. People load these things as if they're God, right? So it makes the MOA of the rifle like extremely good, right? Um, like the people take pride in the milling of the receiver. They take pride in everything to do with them rifles, bro.
Hmm.
The barrels, all of it. All of them are, you know, hammer forged, chrome lined. They're all perfect barrels, unlike what you would maybe get in like a standardized AR-15 every time. And then the rounds are always perfectly loaded. You know, if you had someone taking the same pride with like some of the different rounds, like you would get even better
It would be
accuracy.
just as accurate or more accurate.
More, yeah.
Yeah, I
Because
get
a
what you're
300,
saying.
300 blackout is like a slow round, right? Like it's only good out to a certain distance as well. Like you can't fire it too far. Yeah, that's the whole point in it. So it's a subsonic round. It's super quiet. Muzzle velocity, the muzzle flash is really low. Its decibel is really low. You shoot out with a silencer, bro. You don't need no ears, nothing.
Yeah, we have a silencer for it because we shoot out of our like on our land, so we have neighbors, but we silence everything. But that's the way we can shoot. Like in the afternoons, you know, when we get home from work, we can just go out and shoot.
Yep.
But it does decrease the accuracy, I believe. Now, some people say it doesn't, but
It does and it doesn't. It depends on um the can that you're using, how big it is, how long it is, how much resistance is created through the different through the different chamfered. I don't know what you would be best the baffles, but I don't like the word baffle.
I'll post this video. This is starting them young. This was at a father and son camp out.
Oh, dope. Nice.
I want to find that video because the
Nice.
blackout looks cool with a silencer on it.
I was about to say that ain't the blackout. That's that 16-inch barrel. With a
That's
40.
a 16-inch 223.
Yeah. See, I was right first. I can go.
We have Scorpions too that are 9mm. It's one of my favorite guns to shoot with a silencer.
Scorpions are lovely.
Yeah, I got one. I got one right here, like close to me, like with a red dot and a light. You know,
Is it
home
wearing a
defense.
thong? Is it wearing a thong and a bra too? Like,
Yeah, I love her.
nice. Americans always like when I do meet gun guys that are American and I can actually talk to them. They're like, "Oh wait, you're like the one English guy I've ever met that knows anything about guns."
Yeah, yeah. How are you not military and know about guns in
Right.
England? Tough to do.
We are able to own guns. This is like the problem that people think. They're like, we just can't get guns at all in England. This is not true. I fired fucking a Barrett 50 cal, bro, in England. Like, people always call me a liar for it. But, like, we use 50 cals for pest control in England. We use them to shoot rats. We use frangible ammunition, right? The rats that, like, eat the feet of cows, right? You shoot at an angle, acute angle toward the ground. The round hits the floor in front of a group of maybe 30 different rats. The frangible ammunition effectively turns to dust and will kill like 20 of them fuckers in one go. So yeah, we use 50 cals for varmint control in England. It's the one reason you're allowed to own one.
We're allowed to use a helicopter and night scopes to hog hunt here. So that's one of our favorite things, dude. It's freaking so fun. So
In the past,
I
they
don't
used to
have a
hunt.
helicopter, but my friends do, so we always go with them.
Bro, I'll pay you one day to fucking take me on that experience. Fuck me, bro.
Yeah, it's a blast.
I'll take like me and my wife. Fucking hell.
Yeah, the hogs here are considered nuisance.
I know, dude. Yeah, shoot as you. Yeah, fire at will.
Yep, fire wheel, night scopes, like night
Mate,
scopes, thermal imaging, automatic. Not automatic,
I
semi-automatic
remember
weapon.
I remember watching the videos, bro. Like fucking what, like 10 years ago, with the guys like first guys seeing the guys like the ex-military dudes that actually had like expensive night vision scopes, and they were just using and they were just using like 10 powered scopes, right, with their nods, and they were just murking like 30 or 40 fucking boars in one night, bro. I was like, just piles of hogs, and I'm like, what's this? And then I see like it goes all the way to people using helicopters, and I'm like, whoa, pursuing them and shooting out the side of the helicopter.
Yeah, I live in it was amazing. I'll show you pictures. We duck hunted Sunday, and then we duck hunted this morning, but didn't do any well. But then went fishing and just racked up on fish. Like, our area is amazing. They call it sportsman's paradise.
You ever heard of a punt gun?
A what?
They're illegal now, but a punt gun.
What does it do?
Like two men would like use it in tandem together, right? And it's basically just like the biggest shotgun you've ever heard of, right? And they would use it to duck hunt, and you would shoot like 20 ducks at a time with it.
No, they don't allow that here.
No, it's illegal now. Yeah. I'll show you a funny picture right there.
Dude, they went from lead shot to steel shot. Everybody freaked out. That was 20-some years ago.
Oh, I bet, bro. I bet. Yeah, I'll show you. I bet that was insane when that happened, dude. Because, yeah, that changes
changes the whole game. Plus, it's so expensive.
Yep.
But they don't want the ducks eating the lead. Well, I think it was not as much the ducks, but all the lead going into the water.
Yes.
And creating runoff problems, maybe.
Well, and when you take into consideration that like punt guns were a really big part of like hunting, and like it's almost like it's like a meme, dude. But like it isn't a meme; it's a real thing. I'll show you like the image that seems like it's a meme, and then I'll show you how it's like. Not that it's not a meme, but like yeah, you'll see what I mean.
I posted a 300 blackout video.
Ooh, dope. Nice.
Listen how quiet it is. Sick.
Yeah, I'll post this so it looks like it's a meme at first. So first you have this dude, right?
I got a video of a scorpion being shot too. I'll post that.
So there you go. That's the first image when you come out. I'll watch them two things together, I guess.
I shot a
We'll have to change the subject soon, I imagine. If they're just in case. Or we'll have to check with the guys here.
I didn't know. No one's jumping in.
Yeah, I guess no one's talking, but I've got in trouble for it before, that's all.
Oh, for gun talk?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know you could get in trouble for that.
Well, no, it's just like it's not the topic. Is it's Earth Awakenings, not death and destruction.
Oh no, we're just sport shooting mostly.
But yeah, no, I agree, dude. Do you see the images that I posted? Look at them from the top down. Let me check this for into blackout.
Oh, look at that. That's a real gun?
Yeah, dude. It seems like a meme, that's what I'm saying, but that was a real thing that was pumping lead into the water. They were the main problem. Like years ago.
Yeah.
Is that your son? Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah,
I mean, we
dude,
have
he's
like
picking the boat.
5-ton trucks here, like you know what I'm saying, the old military transports that have gun mounts for our 50 cal.
Yeah.
You know, like there's people that are nuts.
Ah, you ever been to the Big Sandy shoot, bro? You should go to that one
I
year.
have.
The machine gun shoot in where is it?
No, I don't know. Have you ever shot an automatic weapon?
Yeah.
Freaking sick.
Yeah.
We have a gun range like literally 5 minutes from my house that has you can rent them.
Oh, dude, it's unbelievable. I know you need like a stage 4 license over there. They're bastards as well. Like it's impossible to get like more. Like people don't understand why you can't just get more fully automatic weapons in America. It's like they're extremely expensive. Like 25 grand for a gun that if it was semi-automatic, right? Like it's gonna be, a G at the most, right? Like for real. Let's face it. Like an AK can be like 15 Gs, bro. It's fully auto. There's only so many of them that are like categorized and put down, and it's like the sort of shit that like if your granddad knew about it, like to have bought like a load of Thompson machine guns back in the day would have been like the best investment ever, bro. Even though
Yeah.
they were expensive for back in the day, they were expensive though. Like, but for back then,
You can throw a rock in my area and hit a automatic weapon. That's between you and I.
that's pretty fucking cool.
Yeah, people don't
Yeah, we
give
know
a
that
shit.
already. I already know that about Louisiana. That's why I say to you, it is the least strict state when it comes to firearms in every regard.
They're strict about automatic weapons, but people around here just
Everywhere,
thumb their nose up at
yeah. It
I
doesn't
mean,
take much to make it that way. That's that. Yeah. I'll post this picture very quickly. Originally this is like an anti-air. Anti-air cannon is the original intended job.
that's what I was gonna show you. I shot one of those. Did you just say air cannon? It's a 223
Oh,
mount
you're on
that
about
has,
the cannon.
yeah, the cannon. It was crazy. That was the first time I'd ever shot one.
I'm yet to do it. I've seen a video of a guy called that I watch, right? He's called Houston Jones. He does shit. He does a couple of videos with Kentucky Ballistics. I don't know if you know him.
Yeah, I've seen his stuff on YouTube.
You see the 50 cal thing where the flange got shaved off of the cap. He basically had a 50 cal explode in his face, that Kentucky Ballistics guy, and a piece of the steel off the back end of it went through his throat, dude.
Yeah.
And actually severed his jugular right in half, dude. And he managed to survive.
He was sitting down at a table.
Yep.
Was he sitting down? Yeah, I've seen that one.
Yeah, dude. He stuck his thumb in it, bro. And they said it saved his life. Like,
Yeah, that dude's badass. Still shoots guns.
bro, it's crazy because that shit, like, it almost looks like a integrally suppressed AR-15 at that point. You know, like the cannons do.
I think people like, yeah, it looks like a suppressor. I think people like in different parts of even the country, even the U.S., right, don't realize how well armed people are. Like,
yeah. Oh, dude, that Scorpion's nice. The CZ, the Evo, the new Evo. Is that an Evo 3?
His is the Evo 3. I think mine's a CZ. Let me see.
They're both CZ, but yeah, their magazines are the best, right, for PCCs, right? Out of the PCCs that exist, like
Yeah, I got an
CG mags are the
Evo
best.
3 right here.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, I misspoke. CZ.
Yeah, I watched Ian. I remember when you know Ian from Forgotten Weapons.
Who's that? I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
You know Forgotten Weapons.
Yeah.
The channel. Yeah, Ian from that, dude. Like he got his whole he was like everything got destroyed for him with the Evo 3 because CZ like rung him up and were like, oh dude, like come over and do like a video with us. So he gets there and he took with him like a couple of PMag drum mags that obviously PMag make. And dude, like they had like a fully auto one there, like ready for him to rock and roll on, dude. You know? Like it's just like it was like this just ruins all the other like semi-auto PCC.
He was in heaven.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Automax, stupid.
Oh, dude, it's insane.
I can't believe I opened my my bedside with my thumbprint, but my hands like I'd been using glue all, like glue, plumber's glue, but it still read my finger. I'll show you my favorite.
Oh, dude, that's a nice color too. Yeah, I do like the tan sort of.
Well, my son bought the black, so I got the tan. Both my sons got the black. I got a Navy Edition Sig Sawyer. It's a P226. It's my favorite.
Nice.
By far, bro. It's so smooth.
P226, bro. I'd have to get an MCX from 6R. I'd have to. Or even the new Sig Spear at 6.5 when there's enough ammo out for it. Dude, that's like the best round. That 6.5, bro.
They just came out with let's see, what is it? Let me see. It's a Sig Sawyer P930, 925, or
the pistol.
Whatever it is. Yeah, it's a pistol, and it's got gas suppression on the bottom of the barrel.
Yep.
They just came out with that. I'm going to get that tomorrow. I don't know if they're open tomorrow, but we're getting it this week. we're getting 2 of them. They said it's badass. Like it's accurate as shit.
Yeah. I've already been looking at all the reviews and videos on it. It looks really good, dude.
I went and bought my son a conceal for his 21st birthday and they had them in. Like they hadn't been having them. And they had those all sold, so we couldn't get them that day. But we're gonna go. They got some more in.
Nice.
So, yeah. But this Navy edition, dude, is freaking. Well, I got a 25-year-old and a 21-year-old.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah, they're both
Nah,
gun
that's
lovers.
awesome. That's awesome, dude. That's a really cool thing that you share that, you know.
Yeah, this the Sig Sawyer, the Navy edition Sig Sawyer is by far my favorite. Sick gun.
You got an AK at all? You not got an AK or just like?
Yeah, I got an old piece of shit AK. I don't even shoot it because I'm scared of it.
Yeah. You're scared it will blow. It won't blow. It depends which one it is.
I don't know, dude. It looks like it's gonna blow. It's sitting there. It looks like it's gonna blow up just sitting in the safe. So floating around. I'll show you. It's crap.
It looks like a pipe bomb.
Yeah, it does. It's terrible.
Great. Oh, what happened, bro? Did you bend the barrel? Like,
I just bought it from a guy that needed money.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, I didn't really want one.
It is good to have one that's in good working order because they do run forever, dude. Like, they really do.
Yeah.
The one that's got like the cleaning thing all in the buttstock and everything. Yeah, you can't go wrong with that.
Way back in my safe.
Yeah, I'm not too big of a fan of it, but
wait till you see this one.
Have you seen the new
actually doesn't look as bad as I remember.
Exactly. Have you seen the Zenko? Like I would love to get a PCC that was a 9mm that was like a bit jazz or something like that. Like a AK variant PCC.
I don't know much about them. Like, you know,
Yeah.
people get into them, but I don't.
The Zeneco stuff is changing the game because it's got like M-lock. They've got like the proper like guard covers now for AKs where it'll keep it 0, dude. It's got a monolithic rail. Like, yeah, like it's just objectively Zeneco have changed the game when it comes to the AK in terms of its furniture, its ergonomics, and everything.
This one was made in Romania. This dude was
Oh, really?
swearing, thinks it was used in Afghanistan, but
Probably.
like he wasn't trying to sell me. It was just, it's pretty cool to look at, but I don't know about shooting it. It's just,
It's a folding stock one, right?
no, it's got just a standard wood stock.
Alright. Does it feel like hardwood or softwood?
Feels like hard.
Like if you would
It's like it's been varnished. It's definitely been sanded down and varnished. I literally bought this from the guy years ago and put it in my safe, and I never shot it. Never. Like, it's loaded. It's ready to shoot. But
oh wait there. Is it, dude? It's not in that bad a shape. I'm not gonna
But it
lie.
looks like he replaced the grip.
Nah, the wood cover on nah, bro. It looks like it's in really good shape, dude. That's quite a good one.
It's a plastic grip. It's not wood.
Yeah, no, it isn't. Yeah. Oh no, yeah, that
No,
isn't. That's not its original grip, actually.
That's
No,
not
yeah,
original.
the
Yeah,
pistol
it's
grip.
been
The
changed.
pistol grip. I thought you were on about the wood furniture at the front. Sorry.
No, the wood actually looks original. It's got the bead-in nails to hold it that are smoothed out, but it looks like it's just been sanded down and varnished.
Looks like it's in pretty good shape, bro. To be quite honest with you.
Well, that's what I said when I took it out this time. I looked at it, I thought it was in worse shape than it was. It's just, you know, when I pick up my brand new ARs and I pick up this thing, I'm like, I don't have a reason to shoot it.
There's a big difference, obviously. Don't get me wrong. It looks like a good one though, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
The Hamidon's like, you got an armory. I'm like, I have nothing compared to some people. Some people have like rooms,
no, I know.
safe rooms that just have the whole place is like, I have multiple safes, but
I know a guy that has a 16 by 14 foot room that's full of only PKM stocks.
That's crazy.
There are people in America that have just got ridiculous. There are a lot of people in Eastern Europe as well, like in Prague and places like that, like people that have got like surplus, post-Warsaw Pact, like type stuff where like everyone tooled up after the dissolving of the Soviet Union, and they just created like a shitload of different pattern rifles that they were allowed to. The Soviet Union would have like sent people in to help them tool up. Do you know what I mean? To like get good at like patternizing rifles and different things, right? And yeah, there's like there's so much out there that people don't know. There's like so many guns out there.
Shit, I'd forgotten I had this gun. This is a 5.56.
The only reason I really know about it is like my dad's military. A lot of people in my family are. All we do is security orientated. And close protection was like originally what I was going to go into, and then I ended up getting into the study of like just weaponology in general. You know. One time or another, I was like, I love the idea of being like a gunsmith or some shit. Like, I'd love that would be like the ultimate job ever. Like, you know, to design like new mechanisms for like sporting and hunting and all that stuff would be awesome.
My neighbor was a gunsmith, so we just got all the platforms and built all these ourselves. So that was pretty cool. But he passed away.
Oh shit. Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
shame.
that was cool. Yeah, for a while there, it was fun because he was a cool guy to hang out with, and you know, getting it cheap and able to just build it yourself.
Yep. Yep. The AR though, dude, like for real, it's the reason why it's so good. I was saying earlier about Stoner when he originally come up with the armor light, right? Is that he effectively, because remember, originally was chambered in the NATO round, relatively new round at the time for the military and their adoption of it. We had the pig, right? We had the pig, the M60, based on the M2, M2. Hitler's bus, so let's just put it that way. And then we also have it based on the PH-42 or the FH-42 machine gun that the paratroopers had, which was just a crazy weapon. But like they adopted that round, right? And that Stoner guy, he was like, "How can we make it more accurate?" They had the M1 Grand. Think about the leap in technology, right? From the M1 Grand to basically like an AR-10, right? And the reason why this is significant is the stock on the M1 Grand, it pivots when you shoot it, right? The recoil, the nose goes up every time you fire, obviously, but it's not in line with the barrel, so that it doesn't go straight back into the shoulder. Well, Stoner noticed that, which like creates that impingement point in the pivot. He noticed that, and he goes, if the recoil goes straight back into the shoulder directly, then we don't have the pivot up, which will create better accuracy. And he goes, well, a 7.62 round, how do we create more length for the whole action to float back and forward? Well, let's just, instead of having like a traditional rifle where we've got the chamber, let's make the bolt just interface directly with the barrel. So we cut out that whole portion of the receiver, so you have more length. And then that's why you don't have a foldable stock on your AR-15, even though it doesn't really need the buffer. You put a buffer in the stock directly in line with that receiver's now longer recoil and stroke path, right? And then the buffer mitigates the slap of the whole mechanism as it recoils back on the back of the receiver into your shoulder and don't get transferred because it goes into a buffer instead. They're really over-engineered for a 5.56, but when they designed it, all right, for the 7.62 by 51 for the NATO round, right, like it made a load of sense. And then the AR-15 just kept it. That's why the AR-15 is just like the armor light is just such an accurate and easy to control system. It's superbly engineered. It has in it an engineered process to mitigate huge amounts of recoil that it no longer even has.
Yeah, I hear you. Read what I just what's on that. I just posted.
Oh, Highlander's in here. Highlander, if you want to like talk about flat Earth or change the topic, you go ahead.
Yeah, we're just BSing.
Do you also agree that like the ground is objectively accelerating up toward you at all times?
I'm quite happy for you to continue talking about the weapons. I was rather enjoying that.
We're doing show and tell too, which is always cool because I'm
Yeah.
enjoying that. My wife is actually at the family cooking, preparing for Thanksgiving, so I get to do this. She freaks out when I do it when she's here.
Wait, what did you put down? You told me to read something.
It's too late now.
What?
I mean, when I was in the military, they issued me with an LSW.
Oh, cool. Wait, what year were you in the military then?
I joined up in '96.
You joined in '96?
Yeah.
To be fair, like I don't even know like the SA80, like that whole variant, right, originating from the Enfield. It's a bull pop. If you got a good one, fair play. They're extremely accurate. They fire from a closed bolt. But like I don't know, dude. Like some of them had problems for real. A lot of people really dislike it. The LSW variant, some people really liked it, depending on what variant it was. It was L86 or the A2. I don't know which one you were using. If you were using the L86 A2 LSW, like the newest one.
No, mine wasn't the newest one. No.
It is still like such a nice rifle to look at, though. I believe you got that like length, that barrel's long as well. Keep that bullpup design does keep down the length of that barrel, but
I mean, the SA-80 was a good rifle. It just didn't like places like deserts and stuff.
Yeah. Like almost everywhere you took it, it didn't like it. They have a bad rep.
It wasn't cold and wet like the UK.
Right.
that does come down to the operator and the like little like kinks that get like it was adopted across the whole service very rapidly. People forget that we had the same teething problems with the M16 in combat. Didn't quite know how to keep it if you got gun cupping, you know. Exactly, like, and then the buffer tube system was not separate at that point, was it? In the stock separate, all right. So like they
But
would have to
once
take
they
the buffer
changed
spring out.
that, it was over with. Like you could shoot it for
Yeah.
days, bro. And the barrel quality was so
Exactly.
good, it wouldn't. You know, we had better barrels.
The SA80 sort of like had the same curve. The thing's heavy and too heavy, like for real. Like, well, it's
Yeah.
part. It's
You
part of
mentioned
these
heavy.
fancy
Hang on
people.
one second. Look in chat. That's a 7.62 millimeter. You're talking about a heavy gun. Freaking, you couldn't carry this thing if you had to.
Oh yeah, dude, this thing's like terrible to carry. It's just like an
But
AR-10, right?
yeah. But this one will reach out and get you.
Oh yeah, that's going out to distance, dude.
Yeah, I got a black diamond scope on it.
Don't tread on me.
Don't tread on me, or I will reach out and get you.
Yeah, dude. Like that's its original configuration though, dude. For real. That's what Stoner intended.
Yeah.
You know?
But I couldn't imagine carrying that son bitch around.
Yeah, to be fair, right, like you're probably gonna be better off with even an SA, yeah, for real.
Well, most snipers sling it anyway, so. But still, it's heavy.
Oh yeah, yep, definitely. But the newer SA80s have not got such problems, right? Like, they really don't. He was on a support weapon version though, so probably would have had a little bipod and that on it, much longer barrel as well. I don't know if you seen the new L86 A2 right here. It looks pretty dope, to be fair.
I haven't. Or if I have, my kid showed it to me and I just didn't realize what it was.
To be fair though, like bullpup is just, I don't think it's as cool. Like I just gotta say, you know, bullpup doesn't quite do it for me. Magazine behind, you know.
Yeah, that's strange.
Okay, it wouldn't let me do it, but yeah, that's what he effectively would have been running when he was in the military, right there. People say that like the German G, you know, the G36 is like the futuristic you know, looking rifle. I think the L80, yeah, the L86 A2 is like pretty out there. Brings back memories. It's a weird looking rifle though, right? Like very strange looking rifle, man. Do you see the Bofors or 40mm Rakia?
I didn't look it up. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
having fun in my safe now. I haven't done this in a while.
yeah. Look, I'm posting 2 images right now. 3 images. Just have a little look. And you can get it converted off that mount so that it's like has a linear transverse trajectory, so you're not shooting up in the air. You can use it for direct line of sight fire too. But you can own one of them where you live technically, which is just insane. And it's the bigger 40mm round as well, out of the in length. I'm on about.
That's crazy. You can own that here?
Yeah, you can own that in Louisiana. It's the only place you can own it.
Know what I'm getting my kids for Christmas?
I saw one once for 25 grand. Which is actually kind of cheap. All right, I'll be right back.
Someone's trying to get checked in VC. Any mods here?
Moderator. SE really shout it.
Bunch of rednecks. Stop talking about guns and check the guy in.
We have no power to do it. We would have done it. We would have been doing it and done it. Tanned necks are better than naked bums.
Did you call Crackville a redneck?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not even a redneck technically. They call people like they'll like in what's that, the sniper movie, the Long Sniper or whatever. He goes, she called him a redneck. He goes, I'm not a redneck. I'm from Texas.
SE, check out the picture that Rakia just posted, right? And I want you to answer me something, right? Every man should know what this thing is. So if you don't, you're about to find out. But on the rifle, right? Okay, like right in front of the stock, immediately there's like this big button, and it like seemingly goes into the like bulk of the receiver at like a weird angle. It's like a big button.
What
You see
the
that?
hell? Yeah.
Do you know what that is?
Say again, which button where?
The big button that is like seemingly leading right into the stock, like just in front of the stock. There's a big button. It's like not as dark as the rest of the buttons there. It's a big one, and it's like it's facing forward and going into the side of the rifle.
Yeah. Honest to
Yeah.
God, I'll have to guess on that. Is that when a bullet gets jammed or something?
Well done. That's pretty close. It's called a forward assist, right?
Okay.
So yeah, so it's I don't know. It's just something that like it's kind of feel like having sex, right?
It looks
But
like
yeah.
a Mad Max kind of a thing, yeah.
Yeah, it reaches down into the chamber there, right? And it's like sometimes it can even be helped to like extract a failure, right? Help clear a jam even, and it's just something as well to make like it's another way of clearing the chamber in a sense as well.
So I was right. Hooah!
Yeah.
Yeah, it's more for hang-ups.
You redneck.
If you get one jammed and bent, you're not getting it out with the forward assist.
Yeah, the forward assist won't touch it. Yeah, you're definitely right.
If it's just kind of hung up, like in a, Not, I don't call it a jam. If it's just hung up, it'll push it forward into the chamber, chamber.
Exactly. But
These
like, yeah, it
these
won't
don't
clear
jam.
the chamber. They don't.
I've shot probably 5,000 rounds to that rifle. I haven't had a jam yet. That is a badass. We sighted it in again today. That's why I have it out to clean.
I was just thinking, if any country's crazy enough to invade the States, I think they're going to face more problems with the population than with the army.
Without a doubt.
Oh yeah.
Without a doubt, bro.
Our National Guard and Army here is our militia.
Yep.
Do you understand what I'm saying? They're in the Army or National Guard, but they are leaders of the militia, if that makes sense.
They're the biggest leaders in the community of the militia in
Yeah.
America. People forget that has
The
a whole
sheriff,
yeah, like
all the sheriffs, all the military people, leaders are leaders of militia. That's people don't understand that. So they saying that the military is going to come, wipe the Americans out. No, that's never going to happen.
you'd have to trick someone else in NATO to like do it while America did it to someone else. You'd have to get the whole military out, right? In a big war somewhere else, and then you'd have to commit a different part of NATO to come over and murk them.
Send the French.
They get fucked up.
Watch out, we're gonna come and attack you one night, bro. Watch out.
Send the French over and see what happens. I mean,
with hockey sticks.
Yeah, I'm just saying people don't realize what the actual facts are. It's another thing you hear on the news, or it's actually conspiracy theorists where the military is going to come kill all the militia. No, the militia is the military. Where you think they get trained and get their weapons?
You're claiming that they can't hang themselves and commit suicide? All right.
Yeah.
The world's biggest straw man.
They're gonna point their rifles at themselves.
That's the type of straw man Zanuck would say, like, legitimately though, like with full force and lean into it.
This platform right here, it's called North Star, and it's cheap, but man, it's freaking, it never jams. I don't know if you look them up what it says, but this gun right here, literally I've shot the most and it doesn't jam.
I'll tell you a gun that's extremely strange that you can own. That if you could get hold of one, type this in. It's called the American 180. Go and check a video out of that. That's the most crazy weapon of. You can get a 200 round drum for that thing. It's a 22 LR. It's insane, dude. Like, it's really an insane gun.
You're in England, right?
Yeah.
So you can only look at these guns like us here. We've been spayed and neutered up here.
Nah. Like, I'm back and forth from England to America, dude.
Oh, so you
Really?
okay? So you you can experience these babies, yeah.
Yeah. I'll be over there like full time. It's pretty soon.
Here they've made us. All the long barrels are gone. Everything is gone. To own a gun, you have to go through hell, like do tests and go to the shooting range, take courses, and all kinds of shit. And you got to renew them every so often. Yeah.
You have radicals there though that didn't turn in their guns. You have huge groups of people that own tons of weapons. They can hand them out easily. That people that want to resist, even in Canada. I'm talking about in Montreal.
Absolutely, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I'm just saying how the laws are, right? Yeah.
Yeah. They definitely tried to suppress it, but like I said, the people didn't turn in all their weapons. What's the running joke? It fell out like I lost it in a boating accident. I lost my 25 long rifles in a boating accident.
Oh, right. Mm-hmm.
I
Because they
knew I
made them
put it
turn
here
in the
somewhere,
water,
but I can't seem to find it.
right? Oh yeah, we hate guns too. We sawed it in half and threw it in the water.
I melted all mine down, actually. You want to see the iron?
Mm-mm.
I mean, you know what I'm saying. The laws are stupid. They're made to be defied, right? They're made to be broken.
Where the fuck did that go?
See who's cucked, see what groups are going to comply. So they know they know, they keep track of who didn't comply. They know what, they know who they are.
I throw you out.
No coincidence that even in America, you have the FBI going onto a U.S. citizen's private property and shooting kids and women without first trying to, you know what I'm saying, like, let them surrender. There's no coincidence there. They're setting a precedence. They want people to realize this can happen.
This can be done to you.
They put it on TV, for God's sake. Right? So everyone can see what the FBI did or what they're capable of. You think they care that the FBI did it, or did anybody get in trouble for doing that? Hell no. They just said they shot first. I mean, the 14-year-old shot at me, so of course I had to shoot him in the back 14 times. You understand? Why'd you shoot him in the back? Well, he shot at me first. And I'm an FBI agent. I've been so highly trained that.
They call it justification, don't they?
Right. I mean,
They actually do
I've been
call it
so highly
justification.
trained, I know how to get away with it and say he shot first.
Yeah. Yep. The police always shoot first as well. They've got like the true justification under the law to do so, right? So like anyone and this is just objective. If you have the backing of the law, you're just objectively going to be better with a rifle. I'm on about a well-trained guy against a guy who's not so well-trained. May not seem so well-trained if the law's against him. Meaning, yeah, the person who feels more justified in action is more likely to take the action in a more intent oriented and focused fashion. It's like a weird phenomena that like police don't really miss, their shots. It's because they don't need to miss. They don't need to not hit someone. They don't need to worry about when they do strike someone as much as you would.
I'll prove it to you right now. Like, did you hear about the 21-year-old that shot a guy that was shooting up people in a mall with a handgun from over 100 yards?
Yes. Yeah. Did a fantastic job, right?
Yeah, but they don't promote that as much, right? You heard more about the school shooting.
I didn't hear about that. I only know about that because I researched this stuff, like, for real.
Yeah. You don't see it on the news. Yeah. How a concealed carry 21-year-old with a handgun took down a mass shooter in a mall that could have killed hundreds of people potentially. Right? You don't hear about that.
He had enough ammo on him apparently to.
Yeah, he was loaded. He brought a bag in and was set up at a high position.
Yep.
And this dude took him out with a headshot from over 100 yards with a pistol.
With a pistol, bro. That's some gangster shit, bro.
That is gangster. I don't know if I could do that. He did it.
Probably quick scoped it and everything like that, with as best as you can with a pistol, you know. Like,
we train more in tactic of we don't really aim. And what I mean by that, I'm not using my
volume of fire.
Right.
Yeah. That's actually the new military doctrine is based on volume of fire, but they are trying to get it back to marksmanship overall now. That's why they've gone to the 6.5.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it will work with the new scopes that they're getting. I don't know if you've watched anything to do with the new scope, the Vortex scope.
Shit, they're putting red dots and vortex on carries now, on concealed carries.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
the
this
new trend.
the new Vortex one though is a radical HUD overlay, dude. That is able to effectively use an infrared laser to sight out, then correct for windage, correct for barometric pressure, moisture in the air, direction of wind, all of it, right? Like compute it in seconds, then give you a hold over reticle to where to shoot.
Coriolis and Coriolis.
Yeah, dude, and Coriolis, yeah. And it's so fast, dude, that like anyone that uses it is just instantly like a very good marksman. And they're going to be putting them on the 6.5 millimeter six spears and giving them out to everyone on the front line. That's going to be like a marksman and volume of fire problem right there. We're gonna have fucking the same 30 round mags, dude. Rounds doing the same speed, but with more kinetic energy. This is like the ultimate in between the AK and the AR. This is like the top.
Yeah,
I believe.
feet per second at target is crazy now. Kinetic energy in the guns that a normal guy can own.
I always say that about the AR-15 platform. Like every one of you guys should own one with a long barrel and a short barrel, for real. Why not? You're effectively like, yeah, you haven't got the full auto capability, but if it, that's neither here nor there. Just having the rifle overall, just get the rifle. Yeah, you've got the same capability then as an M4, effectively.
It's amazing how we didn't need any mods, right? An hour-long conversation with not one. Why are you talking over me?
I
Well,
feel like it's
Zanga's
on
not
it.
here, so we're good to go.
Hey, what are you saying, SC?
I was saying Zanuck ain't here, so that's why everything's going smooth.
Oh, dude, that guy is compulsive, bro, with it.
He does it on purpose, bro.
Do you think?
Absolutely.
It is dramatic. Like the way he's stumbling over his own words, and he gets very exacerbated. It seems I don't know. It seems impulsive and like unintended nearly because it's so all over the place. It just doesn't look good at all.
Unable to hold, how do you say? How can I? Like not able to hold a conversation, like in proper discourse. Like you say something, you wait, the other person says something. You know, the back and forth thing.
Seemingly, yeah. It seems like an actual thing that you can't do. Like Gio said earlier, I have to agree.
Like I do it too. Everybody does it. Like somebody triggers you, and you gotta say something before they finish the sentence. But every time, man, come on. I mean, you know.
Yeah, like we get
No.
in. There's a moment, right, and then we back off of that moment, and then
Yeah.
like, yeah.
We all do it. Let's be honest, right? But every time, come on, man.
It is without fucking fail as well. Like every time.
And then there's, oh, you interrupted me. He interrupted. No, you interrupted. No, I interrupted. And there's 5 minutes gone.
Yeah, he does this thing as well where he's like, just shut up. He's really yelling at you to shut up. It's like very like it sounds like you're in like high school almost again. Are you just gonna be quiet? Just be quiet for a moment.
Yeah, yeah.
Like it's so fucking I don't know, dude. Like
I've noticed the new thing, or maybe he's done it forever, but he'll say a sentence. It'll be his point, which sometimes is good, sometimes it's not. And you'll want to rebut that or just talk to him about it. He'll move on to something completely different. And when you try and say, wait a minute, he goes, can you let me finish my sentence? Well,
yeah.
you've already finished your first sentence,
that's
right?
true.
That I want to talk to you about, and now you're wanting to go on to your second sentence that you're saying I won't let you finish. Like it's funny.
Yeah, that one's funny. It's like assert a true, move on from true, and just leave it at true. Don't let anyone, say it's not true. Just like, hello.
How are you?
We are great. In fact, how are you?
Good. I don't mean to interrupt. Just go ahead. Go ahead. I won't.
No. Please do interrupt. Actually, we're not exactly on topic. So if it's related, it would be. You
Okay.
go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. No, this is I just got here, so it's fine. I don't have anything right now. They'll come back to me later, maybe.
We're just gossiping like little old ladies.
Oh, about who? Anyone in
And go.
particular?
Yeah, Guy Kozanic.
Oh yeah, I remember that guy. Actually, he talks really fast, doesn't he? I'm pretty sure.
He talks with a lot of
He's got a lot of energy.
astute
Yeah.
certainty at all times. In a manner that doesn't really make sense. It's just extremely impulsive.
I have to ask this guy a question. Do you like French Canadians?
No one does.
Like
because you would be the only one.
Don't let him influence you on your answer.
Honestly, I haven't met. I don't know. I haven't met one. Honestly, I don't know.
Yeah.
SC, take it away.
Maybe
just
like
wait.
Prove that you're an arsehole. Go ahead.
Well, if I was French Canadian, I'd be obliged to answer, but unfortunately, I'm not. But I know some I know quite a few French Canadians, and they're pretty cool, actually.
See, he knows how bad and dumb they are, so he doesn't even admit that he's one. Red.
All I know
He's
is
hiding his Frenchness.
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, go on, bro.
Sorry, all I know is that when I hear the word Canadian, I think of someone pronouncing the word out as out. They say out, or they pronounce it differently.
Get out. We do not.
Yeah, get out. Yeah, exactly.
You tell him, girl.
Are you actually French Canadian?
No,
You have
no,
to be
I
SC
just
Montreal.
Yeah,
No, I'm
he's
from
definitely
Montreal,
French.
but I'm not French. I'm
He
Canadian,
is
but I'm not French.
Oh,
You're
definitely French.
clearly French. You're clearly a French Canadian. Shut up.
Yeah, he's a Canadian living in Montreal that isn't French.
ooh, that's gotta be brutal.
Yeah, what's your retort to that, sir?
I'm not
I'm
French.
not French.
Not French. What else can he say?
so like, did they move from France to Canada? Is that what happened, or are they just like born in Canada and their parents are
There's,
French or something?
it's a cult that
Yes.
exists over there.
It's like,
We just
yeah.
we try not to think they exist. We just pretend like they don't really want to be a part of Canada. We just pretend they're not there. You know, it is what it is.
They're ghosts.
We throw onions at them occasionally.
Everyone's French.
Wait, what?
I said everyone's French.
That's funny because Rakia comes from an area that, guess what, was built by French.
Yeah.
That's very true.
I'll prove it, right? SC, do you like French fries?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. French. You like to kiss? Yeah, French. Yeah, we're heavy French. Canadian.
Parlez-vous?
Cajuns. Yeah, no Cajun's gonna say parlez-vous, but they're all French.
You know how to pronounce oui? Do you say oui or do you say oui?
Oui.
You say what?
I never say we ever.
You
ever.
never say oui. Okay,
No.
okay, never mind. How do you say baguette?
Bugatti.
Yeah, there
Beignet.
it is. Bugatti.
Beignet is a
Beignet.
fried flour substance with powdered sugar on top.
Did you hear that French accent, guys? You thought we got away with it there, Rakia, huh? Did you hear that French accent?
You buy these beignets in the New Orleans sector called the French Quarter.
Water.
Uh-huh.
Which
How do you
should be a
pronounce
hint.
croissant? Do you say croissant or croissant?
Croissant.
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 There's no T silent, right? The T is silent. So you don't say croissant with a T. You say croissant.
Croissant.
Yeah, there it is. Croissant. Yeah, there it is. That's
Proved
better.
it. French Canadian.
Croissant.
We say crescent as in Crescent City, New Orleans. I mean, seriously, crescent. That's how the Cajun version, that's why they call it the Crescent City.
So
Croissant.
do you pronounce
Really?
outside or you say outside?
Mm-hmm.
Outside.
Ruined in a boot.
Sorry, I can't.
Redford
Okay,
says it like that sometimes. Redford.
Outside. Yeah, we're going outside for a rip.
Outside.
No,
Almost sounds Irish, doesn't it?
outside. Well, I think I still have an accent outside. But anyways.
Boot in a boot.
Yeah,
Yeah,
going
out
in the
and
boot.
about. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. What?
Well, the
doesn't that
Brits
sound
like
kinda
to really
Irish?
razz me about it, so I always lay the Canadian accent on a little thicker for them. But
Doesn't it kind of sound Irish?
Yeah.
Like when you say
Mm.
outside, like outside.
Because I know what you mean, but
I don't know why. It just reminds me of Irish.
No, it's outside.
Oh yeah, that's different. Yeah.
That's it.
It's out and about.
Yeah,
around and about the house.
Right.
You know? Ready?
Or
It's
Scottish.
certainly,
Yeah,
it's
Scottish.
certainly no Irish.
Yeah. I can't abide by that idea, pal.
Are
The
there any
Scottish have
Scottish
a
French
freaked out accent.
or Canadian Scottish? Are there any Canadian Scottish?
No.
Oh, yeah, but they don't have the accent, of course.
That's okay. Oh, that's okay. Is it snowing in there in Canada right now? I'm pretty sure it is.
Well, we had our first snowfall here, 15 centimeters, which is really nothing.
That's what she said.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
that's part of the
damn.
that's part of the problem. When they get snowed in, they'll lay down with anybody or anything. That's why you get the let's just say the Canadian mix.
Oh wow, that's a
Sorry,
big thing.
Essie. Sorry, Essie. Y'all did give up your guns though, man, which makes you pretty weak.
That is the truth. We've been spayed and neutered. That is the freaking truth, man.
I love my neighbors.
Nah.
Beautiful women, Montreal.
Now that you can't beat.
Yeah, the land of the beautiful women, man.
I thought that was Venezuela.
Haven't you noticed? It's everywhere. Women are amazing.
I thought Switzerland was the best place to. I thought that was the best place to find people.
Women, if you're racist,
Highest
maybe.
breed.
I'm playing.
Ride the train car up to the Matterhorn. Get yourself a good woman. Zermatt, Switzerland.
If you're going to Switzerland, yeah, it's a good way of finding a woman if you're trying to make sure you find only a white woman.
Only whites allowed.
God bless the female.
It's only colored males.
Every one of them.
Yeah.
What?
I don't know. I just stopped putting. Go ahead, sorry.
Dude, I feel like you're too polite. Like you're saying sorry for buying in when you didn't buy in.
Yeah, I was. I forgot. I was doing something else and I started talking. Go ahead. Sorry. I was
Maybe
looking at-
he's secretly French Canadian. Sorry, eh?
Maybe.
Sorry.
Sorry.
He
Maybe
wants to
he's
be,
maybe he's like anti-Xanac.
Oh, he's here now. Xanac's here.
Is he?
Yeah. Look at the
Oh,
bottom
yeah.
of the list.
Oh,
So,
fuck.
can I ask a
Legend.
question? Who's hated more? Is it the French or the French Canadians?
Xanac.
You're asking me?
It depends who's
I love
doing
them
the hating, Highlander.
Okay.
You see, up here in Canada, the English hate the French, and the French hate the English.
Well, you don't
We
love
hate
everyone, though?
for how they destroy their country.
I thought everybody hated the French.
Yeah, that's a fact.
We hate how they're
That's
we hate how
pretty
they're
much true.
destroying their country.
The French hate the French.
No joke. Actually, I've never ever been to a country, and I've been to many countries where people don't hate the French. The
What did
Germans
they do to
hate
you,
the
though?
French.
What did they do to you?
The Africans hate the French. What did they do to us? We've had like how many wars with the French? They've invaded our land and stole half of it. Worked in tandem with people like the Medicis to steal like half of our land, wars and shit. Yeah, bro, they did a couple numbers on us. We got good
Like,
reason
pretty
to hate
aggressive,
the French.
or like it's just they want more land or something, or it's
They're
just...
aggressive in a like stab you in the back kind of way, though.
Oh, okay. So they're not like upfront. They're not like confrontational. It's just like
Nah. Yeah.
that
They'll
reminds me
lead up
of a
to a
different.
confrontation. They
Go ahead.
lead up to confrontation, right? Like at first, like they sort of like
Well, let me
kind of
ask you
doing
this:
stuff
in
behind your back.
France, let me ask you
Go
this
ahead.
question: in France, do they sell French fries?
Yes.
Okay. I never actually knew that. Actually,
They
thank you
just
for
call them fries. They call them fries.
Don't ask for French fries in France. They'll
They just
laugh
call
at
them
you.
fries.
Actually, as far as I'm aware, French fries weren't actually invented in France.
Oh, what's a hoax?
That's right.
What a hoax, man! That's a false flag operation right there.
It's them Americans again. Watch out for the Americans, especially
Yeah.
down in Louisiana. I bet you they had a thing. I bet you they were involved in the French fry caper.
Would you say that
Operation
Americans
French fry.
say? Would you say that Americans say the word aluminium wrong? Or
Aluminum?
yeah,
I'm just kidding. I'm just messing.
Islander. Would you say they say it wrong?
That's funny coming from an Englishman. Of course. Well, it's how you guys say it. That's right.
We
I
say
mean,
it
The
both
funny,
ways, actually.
well, actually, we're both correct because the
Yeah.
Americans actually changed the spelling, and their spelling is different, and it actually does say aluminum.
Well, aluminium is the mineral. Aluminum is the product. Does that make sense?
It's how the Americans say oregano.
Oregano.
It's like, what the fuck?
There's some wizardry going on for sure.
well, look, the Americans named a ball that you throw with your hand football. So, I mean, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
instead of soccer.
That was the French Americans.
From
Yeah, that makes
Louisiana,
sense.
no doubt.
Yeah.
SC's probably related to them twats.
You do
I'm
know
not prejudiced. I hate everybody equally.
You know, in football, the scores are done with the feet, also, right? French Canadian. What sport do you? What sport do you play again?
No, listen to the Patriots.
Soccer.
I play hockey.
Rugby.
Yeah, hockey. I remember now.
Rugby.
I played football. I played basketball, baseball. I played them all.
Dick ball. You said it. You said you played them all, bro.
You play basketball?
Uh-huh.
Put the ball in the basket.
You know, we invented that sport, huh? Yeah, Americans. That's a Canadian sport. We invented that.
Who dominates it again?
How about water polo? You play water polo?
Water polo.
Yeah, and you know what else is Quidditch? But you know, magic's not real, so.
That's a Swedish sport, actually. Quit it.
Oh, really? How about cricket?
Fucking fuck cricket.
I
Fucking
don't think
hate.
cricket's not a sport. Cricket
That
isn't a
sounds
sport.
gay, man. Cricket, yeah.
It's not a sport.
Now rugby. Now there's a freaking sport you guys have.
Yeah.
Now that's a freaking sport, man. Whew.
That's some manly shit, man.
Yeah, I played for South England.
Have you ever seen a women's rugby team? I've never seen one.
Yep, I used to train one. I used to teach one.
Oh, okay, cool. So they do have women's rugby.
Yeah, I saw a woman grab another woman and she run past her at like 30 miles an hour by the tit. Like she was trying to grab her like shirt and she actually grabbed like her whole tit. And this like she didn't let go and this woman just like, oh bro, just screaming. It was just insane. Like it really hurt her. Like she just grabbed her tit and then just like boom, pulled her along with her.
I'd love to have a game of women's rugby.
I'd like to see the video evidence of that, please.
That's a claim. Yeah, it's a positive claim.
Of Highlander playing women's rugby.
No, the tit thing. Hey, I see. You know why the New Orleans is called the Crescent City?
Nope.
It's croissants, right? Think of the shape of a croissant. So crescent or croissant is a shape, usually curve. So the New Orleans French Quarter is built in the curve of the Mississippi River, so they call it the Crescent City.
And they pronounce it crescent. They don't say croissant. They just say crescent.
Crescent.
Sorry, I went to vaginas. It's because you said crust on and crescent.
You know,
I mean, we know what
than,
croissants are. We just, you know, the Crescent City is why that's named. Croissants are different.
We said crust on.
But croissants are that curved shape also, right? The crescent moon.
Yeah.
It's because of the shape of the moon. Same thing with a croissant or crescent roll.
I always said, right, was the croissant shaped that way because of the moon, or is the moon shaped that way because of the croissant?
Which came first, the chicken or the egg, the crescent moon or the croissant?
You gotta think about it.
The old philosopher. Yeah, think about that one. Maybe argue with Zanuck for 3 hours on that one.
I believe I cracked that little chicken or the egg.
Did you scramble it?
Yeah.
Nope. You have to sit on it.
Yeah. Just sit on it for a while.
With the chicken.
Yeah, think about it.
Think about it.
You use logic,
You-
right? It has to be the chicken that comes first.
But is
I
the
wa-
chicken curved or is
You know
the
why?
chicken flat?
You know why?
Oh, here we go.
Oh,
Is it a spitting chicken?
are you teaching us right now?
Can you say it in French so it sounds more intelligent?
Yeah.
You know what? I'll keep you in suspense. How's that?
Suspense. There's another word.
We
So
can just move on.
yeah, yeah, please. We can just
You're
move on.
trying to
That's
know
why I
it's
said
pretending.
suspense. There's another word. We can move on to suspense. My daughter sent me a thing earlier. She said, 3 a.m. duck hunt alarm isn't for me. And I said, well, just duck out of it, right? Go south of the alarm, quack your way out of it. I said, lay your head back down on the goose down pillow.
Yeah.
Birds of the feather sleep together. And I said, stop me anytime. And no one did. So I said, be a drake and sleep in. I kept on, because she was saying she didn't want to get up in the morning and get duck hunting.
Oh, that's where you went. That's funny as hell. Yeah, if I was a dad, I would keep that shit going on for like about 8 weeks, without a doubt. Without a doubt, 8 weeks would be the minimum bar for these types of things to go on for. My job would be to be incredibly annoying, embarrassing at all times, effectively, immediately.
Yeah, my kids ask me that all the time. Why are you so annoying? Why are you so embarrassing when we go out? And I'm like, well,
why wouldn't you be?
My parents and my uncles did it to me, so now it's my turn to have some fun.
Yeah, like I get it. If I was on my own, acting this way would be weird, but because you're here, it makes it okay, right? So wait, you don't do this when I'm not here? No, it's exclusively for you alone.
Yeah.
I get that you don't enjoy it, but the point is that I do.
I mean, I even have family members that now refuse to go anywhere with me.
That's not a good thing, by the way.
Because of what?
It just means they leave me the fuck alone.
I can see that. I can see that.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Definitely.
Oh, happy Turkey Day to our southern, even the ones in Louisiana.
Y'all don't celebrate that, Essie?
We did it last month.
Oh,
Otherwise known as my birthday.
Today's your birthday?
Yeah.
Happy birthday, man.
I don't celebrate birthdays, so whatever.
Happy birthday to you.
Imagine bringing up like your birthday and then actually for real making that comment. Like someone's like happy birthday and then instead of being thank you, saying thank you, just like I don't celebrate birthdays.
Yeah, and that's the moment when I say happy birthday to you, just to spite you.
You just wasted your breath wishing me happy birthday because I don't celebrate birthdays. Although I told you it was my birthday.
Yeah, no, I do it just because you said that. Just because you said I don't celebrate it, that's the moment when I chime in and say, okay, happy birthday. But otherwise, if you said you did celebrate, then I'd be like, oh, whatever, I wouldn't say anything.
Yeah, but I get the first response because that's that's a provocation. I provoked you, right? But like now you're saying you wouldn't wish me happy birthday if I just said it for no reason. Wait,
If you just said happy, if you said that you do celebrate,
I know. I get it. Trust me, I get it. I'm
reverse
saying.
psychology.
No, I know. But I'm saying that your how do I say it? Your justification for not wishing me happy birthday, if I didn't say that, right?
Yeah,
You're
it
saying
wouldn't be as
ask me.
It wouldn't
You
be as
wouldn't.
interesting.
No, it don't matter. Wait, I'm not able to break down what I'm saying right now.
You know what I mean? Like, because
Please
normal people do say it, right? Or allegedly normal people. I don't interact with very many normal people, but allegedly, I hear that they do say happy birthday sometimes. So
It's
that's
probably not even his birthday, dude. He's just trying to get the free dessert.
but that's assuming that you can confirm that you were born, right? I'm just kidding. We don't have to go
Yeah.
that far.
Imagine like miss
What if he's fine?
misconfirming someone at birth, like
What if he's
misconfirmation.
Yeah.
Nah,
Yeah, what if
I'm
he's
ducking out, guys. I'll see y'all tomorrow. If we're not going to talk about guns or hating on French Canadians, I gotta leave.
Get out of here, you Louisiana redneck.
Go back
I
to the
gotta.
bayou.
Frenchman.
I'm cooking a stuffed chicken in the morning. It's stuffed with crawfish etouffee.
Will you miss us if
That's
you're
a French thing to do right there.
Yeah, that's extreme.
Stuff a chicken up its butt? Yeah, that sounds French.
Is it a French chicken?
Wait, no, you can't get a French chicken.
How can you
Oh,
not get French chickens?
wait,
Yeah,
you can, you
chickens in
can.
France.
No, they can't fly away. You're right.
You can get a French that is chicken.
Do they have an accent?
I'm just saying, every bird that can fly away from a country is objectively not French. That's an oxymoron, a contradiction in terms. Any bird that can fly away from France objectively would have done so. So therefore, any bird that can fly cannot be French. Therefore, chickens can be French unless they live extremely close to the coast, where they end up basically in the sea.
Are you saying they eat their birds?
No, I'm saying that all birds will fly away from France.
They not only fly south, they fly in every direction away from France.
Yeah. Chickens on the coast drown, dude.
I didn't know how many French haters there were around. Wow. I thought
They
they were
run
only...
into the sea.
Damn.
Yeah, like the problem with the Nazis is that they went after the wrong people group, the Jews. They should have went after the French.
They made a mistake. That's bad. That's a bad one right there.
Oh, I know the English don't like them, but I never knew that the Louisianers don't like them neither.
We didn't go over there to France to save the French. We did it to save the Jews.
Eesh. No, I love French. Like, yeah, I absolutely. I eat French fries all the time, dude. French toast.
I've always said that America missed when they dropped the atom bombs over Hiroshima and Nagasaki. I always stated that America actually missed.
Coriolis made them go in that direction.
No, I'm gonna stop on the French. That's too much. I'm sorry, France.
Relative win pushed them
We love. There's love.
to the east.
Poutine, I think that's from Quebec, isn't it? Essie Montreal? That came from Quebec. The poutine.
Yep.
Yeah, so I mean, we can't hate the French completely or Quebec because I mean, yeah.
No one hates the French. They just hate on them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Parlez-vous français?
Redford, you're probably at least like what, some percentage French.
No,
Oui.
not
We're-
even a little bit, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, that makes
That's
you even
hard.
more. That makes you more likable, actually.
That's hard to do.
You want to hear a funny accent? Have you ever heard Nova Scotia, like the East Canadian accent? Have you guys ever heard that?
I thought you just saying, "Have you ever heard a funny accent?" was like the end of that whole like statement. But okay, continue.
I've heard there's more French in Chihuahuas than Chihuahua.
That'd be Mexico, young man.
Wait, what about Guadalajara?
Eastern Mexico. The Eastern Bloc of Mexico.
Fuck, we're good at geography, guys. We can even make them work in jokes. This is like, actually, wait there. Redford, are you any good at geography?
Somewhat.
Yeah, somewhat. See, it's spotty.
Well, I know it depends. I mean, I know where some places are. I don't know everything, but
I've just never asked a woman I've never asked a woman, "Are you good at geography?" And then I've had like an astute, "Yes, I am," like an affirmative. Like, yeah, I'm very good at. Like, I just don't know why. It's not any like not a knock against women. Actually, it's kind of probably a good thing. I don't think anyone really knew where they were going for a long time. Anyway, it was just like men pretending that they knew where the fuck they were going, I guess. But yeah, like women just seemingly have this like disdain for geography. Is that the same with you? Like, do you hate geography?
No,
Or
actually, like I took it. I was gonna take it as my minor in university, and then I ended up not. But that was like, well, what kind of geography are you talking? Like places? Or are you talking like physical geography? Like that's what I took in university.
I don't know, which one do you hate the most? Because right now it seems like you're calling me a liar on my original point, and I don't like that. So,
What?
which
No.
one do you hate the most? I'm just fucking around. I need to stop doing that seriously. No, yeah, I'm just saying geography in general, right? Like the overall like thing of like, oh, this place is over here versus, do you know what I mean? Like this thing's over here, and I know which way I'm going. I know the names of
Yeah,
countries. Like
I've
if I, you know,
okay, I have that like innate like direction where I'm going. I've always kind of had that,
oh,
but
you're kind of like a farmer though. That's yeah, okay. Mhm, makes sense.
Have you guys ever traveled the world?
No, wait. So you're saying like, wait, are you saying like you can like do the same like celestial navigation almost, but it's like done in the background of your mind, right? Almost.
well, I don't know if it's necessarily that. Like I remember I was always really good with like directions. So traveling and stuff, like I guess just landmarks and just having that sense of like, okay, this is the way I'm supposed to go. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. But yeah,
If
just
you got lost, would you be able to survive? Be able to find your way back really fast?
like where am I getting lost? Be more specific.
Let's say you're stranded in the middle of a forest. Would you be able to figure out which way is north?
That I don't know, but I mean like if you depending on like the type of forest, like I can depending how big it is. I mean, I could
Right.
probably get
Okay.
myself
Yeah.
out
Right. Right. Okay. Okay.
and I can make a fire and I could probably survive a few days. So I think I'd be okay.
Yeah. You'd be fine. I feel like
That's actually
yeah.
pretty good.
Most people would struggle. I don't know, like I
Yeah, that's
know I would be fine. It depends on the environment though, right? Like English environment, maybe even Canada, I'd be fine. Certain parts of America, like Arizona, the Redford. How do you do in Arizona? Like right out there, you know, like Grand Canyon type place. Survive a day.
Sorry, what do you mean about the Grand Canyon?
I was just saying, like, how do you feel you would do if you were like in Arizona, right? Like
Oh, I don't know. I
desert.
mean, as long as I kind of knew like the landscape or where I was going, somewhat potentially. I don't know. But again, like it depends on the place. Like if I got stranded in the forest here and it's like the middle of winter, then I mean that's a little well, that might actually be easier because I could follow tracks back, right? So I don't know. It
Yeah,
just depends.
and follow water. What's your name, dude?
Who, me?
Yeah. I don't know your screen name.
Oh, I just have Rev REV39.
I'm gonna call you Rev. It's
Yeah.
easier. And the 39 bit added to it. Nah, yeah, like, where are you from then? You're not Canadian, are you?
California.
See, like, that's like, like
It's the
California. How do you
godless.
feel about where you're
It's the
from?
godless. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
Right. No, how do you feel about where you're from? You started answering my question as I asked it. It was great. Go ahead.
Yeah. It's basically sodomy and godlessness. And you ever heard that story called Sodom and Gomorrah? You ever?
Yeah.
Well, let's just say the sulfur hasn't come down yet, and so I'm just kidding. It's not that bad. We're just chilling out here, you know.
Have you been to the Sequoia Forest?
No, I haven't. Is that in
Sounds
California?
lovely.
Yeah, it's in California. I believe it's in California. Yeah,
Is it
and
a redwood forest?
yes, they're massive, massive trees. I believe, yeah, they are redwoods. I want to go there.
Nice.
So cool.
Hey, Redford
Yeah.
Bear or anybody else, does anybody in here have the Sun and Moon app?
Yes, I do.
No.
You're talking about
Hey,
David Weiss app?
is there a referral code or something? They're asking me for a referral code. Does that help at all or with anything, or do you have one? Or
A referral code? What are you trying to do?
well, it's just asking me when I first opened it. Like I thought maybe that'd give me some kind of I don't know. I have no idea
Well,
what
that's
that would.
free, bro. Shouldn't be asking you
No,
that.
I know. It
Well,
says
did you?
it just says no. It gives you an option to say no referral code, but I thought I'd maybe find somebody that has it and they could give me a referral code, or if they had one, or knew what they.
Are
made a
you
difference.
Android or iPhone?
Android.
That's weird. Referral code, because I know that you used to be able to gift the app, but did you pay? You bought the app already? Like you paid
Yeah,
for it?
I just thought that maybe the
Hmm.
referral code would help with something if they're asking for it, and maybe I'd find a flat earther that has one or knows what that's about. But it's no
Well,
big deal. I'll just say I don't have one.
I'll open my app and see if something. I don't ever remember that. I've had the app for a long time though.
And then
Seems
the
like a
whole
weird
service
way
where
to.
where you get to see other people like that. That's not included in the original purchase. Is that something you buy once you get into the app? Like then you
Yes.
upgrade it to that or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, okay, you can find people, but if you want
Right.
to message them, that's when you have to pay. Because I think I
Right.
went on in and somebody started messaging me, and I'm like, oh, sorry, I can't message you back. I should probably just buy it. Actually, I don't think it's that. I think it's like $10 maybe. I don't think it's
Mate,
that.
don't go spending $10 for just DM somewhere else. Like fuck.
Right.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, I get support like David Weiss in the app, right?
Oh, it's David
Necessarily
Weiss's app.
mean I
All
have
right.
Oh, you're
to
Okay.
talking that app.
some random. It could just be like whatever, right?
Well, I
All
just
right.
wanted
It's
to see
David
because
Weiss.
there's
That's
people
cool.
like that. There's a guy that traveled out here that said he just used that app to go like across the country by being able to message people. And you don't, not all the flat earthers are in here, or you can't really find out who they are. So if there's like people right around me, I wouldn't be able to message them unless I had that, I guess.
Because it has their username or whatever name they put. And then you
Yeah.
can have like your actual location or just like general where you are kind
Yeah.
of thing.
General would make more sense, right? Yeah.
General relativity.
But have you ever thought about the idea that that name could actually be the name of an army general? Like Mr. General Relativity is like the actual name of a military general, you know? I never actually thought of that until now. I don't know why. I just call it flativity, you know. I just replace everything that they just say, like gravity, I just say flativity. If they say what else? Yeah, relativity, I say flatitivity. It's just like, oh man.
Flatosphere.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. Instead of instead of atmosphere, or no, you just say
Flatmosphere.
flat. Atmos flat. Yeah, that's the right one.
Atmos flat. Okay, that's the other way
Yeah,
to do it.
yeah.
Beer without a head. Flat this beer.
Flat the sphere.
That's kind of a contradiction, though. Now you think
What
about
about
it, right?
like just letting people say it's a cylinder and you could just come to a compromise. You could just say it's a cylinder, it's flat and or
Nah.
actually the compromise is that the people who think that there's a container, they'll just say, oh, that's what's round, but not the earth. So you know.
I think I know people that'll be more willing to die than to allow them to have a cylinder. Yeah.
I mean, it's a cylinder would be actually, now that I think about it, a cylinder would be kind of crazy because like that means it is definitely an edge because you know a cylinder is like you know it's a finite shape, but that would be kind of crazy.
Well, the edge would be everywhere on the cylinder, and then on the ends, if it was a hot dog, I guess, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
You could have rounded ends, right?
Oh yeah, because we're technically standing on an edge because it's like the outside limit of the object.
Same as a globe, right? Everywhere that you're on a globe is the edge of the globe.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I remember that. It's been a while.
When was the last time you were like involved in hearing like the flat Earth stuff?
Bro, I just remember hearing what's his name? Nathan Oakley. I just remember like a while ago I one of his debates and then
Hey, Redford Bear, don't worry about the referral code thing. That's probably just so people that like refer it can get some points with Dave or maybe some credits or something like that, you know, just because it came from their site or something.
oh wait, sorry, it wasn't
Right.
like Nathan Oakley, it was Owen Benjamin.
Yeah, no worries. I just wasn't sure if that was like if someone gifted you the app, but yeah, no, that's good to know.
Also, check your DMs. I emailed you, or I mean, I DM'd you some docs, some
Oh,
comps
okay,
I've been making,
sweet.
some
I've
information.
been like doing stuff, so I haven't been checking my messages. Oh, somebody just pinged for a check-in too.
Is that the stuff from
Thanks, new
Renner.
perspective. I'll take a look.
Runner?
Yeah, I'll send them all to you. You might. She slept.
You're gonna have to
Yeah,
she probably did that on accident. It'd be good to turn it into like a little PDF, right? Like a little quick access like Google Drive PDF, you know, some shit.
But yeah, to answer your question, it was Owen Benjamin was the first time I got like introduced to it. The whole
Oh,
thing.
interesting.
Yeah, he said like
Interesting.
something like, "Yo, we're not going anywhere. Like the Earth is not." Well, I wouldn't say he didn't necessarily mention the Earth. He just said like we're not moving or something, and that's when I started to be like, "What do you mean we're not moving?"
What do you mean we're not moving?
It's like we're just yeah. It's like how come I didn't realize it? Like it took me a while to realize, you know.
Not really. Not really. It sounds like you picked up pretty quick. Owen Benjamin was kind of late to the party. Flat Earth. That wasn't even that long ago, and you know it's not moving now, right? So, yeah, it's a pretty quick turnaround compared to some fucking people.
Yeah, it still took me like, you know, it still took me because after you hear it once, it resonates with you, but you don't really I didn't really feel the like wiring in my brain like because after being raised to think it's a globe your whole life, you go through that transition period lasts me so long. It took me so long. And I'm still in it because I'm still learning. You know what I'm saying? It's not like
Definitely. Yeah. It's like you concretely at one time believe your reality to be a globe, you know? And there's a cognitive dissonance sort of delay lag to that whole experience, without a doubt.
Yeah, I never even saw curvature ever. Like I don't even think I've ever noticed it at all. Even when and I've never seen no curvature. Have you guys seen it? Like, do you remember ever like before you were a flat earther? Do you remember like thinking that you saw it ever? Because I actually never had that experience.
Nah, only topography that looked like it could be Earth curve, but was way too drastic to be.
Yeah, it's just...
Some idiots would be like, "Oh, that's curve."
Oh, and you know what the other thing was?
Left
I
to
think what
right.
was holding me back was the fact that the idea of gravity sounded like such a cool idea. That's what I think that was the hardest thing for me to get over because like it sound like the first time you hear about it, it kind of sounds cool, you know? But then it's like, oh wait. It's like, oh wait a minute. It's just sad, man. It's just sad.
It's a cure-all. You know, it's like gravity. Where does that come from? I don't know. Maybe you tell everyone to live on a ball, you then need a way to have an objective direction of down all the way across the face of a spherical ball. And gravity is your
The other
cure-all.
thing too. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm finished.
I was gonna say, what about like before, like way before anyone like Newton or Einstein, before those people existed? What was the reason they thought it went down? Stuff goes down, you know, like before there was anyone even believed it. Before Aristophanes, before all of that, you know, what did they
No
think?
one needed a reason for why things went down, right?
Yeah, I guess
down
they didn't even question it, or maybe they questioned it. They just couldn't think of anything. I don't know. Was there
down
a
is just a objective thing we all experience, right? And without a deviation from that normative vector of down, the moment you start to then tell people it's now an aberration of what you experienced, meaning you experience a flat motionless plane, right? And then you tell people now it's round in motion. Then you need something like gravity to stick you to the ball, and then also so that you have down everywhere across his face. Before that, down was just down.
Yeah, it's such a weird thing because, like, you know, the whole time, like, I was not debating, but like, I was like questioning gravity the whole time. I never really, like thought about, okay, why not up? You know, like why down? And instead of going up, why does it go down instead of going up? Like, I never like had those initial observation, like how would you say it? Syllogism, like logical syllogism.
No, I know what you're saying. Yeah, yeah. It was never like a point of contention in your mind that
Yeah.
okay, if no force to hold things down, therefore things go up. No.
Yeah, no one ever. Yeah, no one ever. I don't think even in school, I don't think anyone ever asked the question, why doesn't it go up? Like, I don't think I've ever heard anyone ask that question at school.
Why would anyone ask that question? Like, you're completely
sounds
right.
crazy.
Like, you're so right as well. Like, that's a really good point to make that kids would never fucking say anything that stupid.
Exactly. It sounds insane just to think about it, and like, but it's like, why hasn't no one asked that? I don't. Have you guys ever heard that question asked when you were learning about gravity? Like, do you remember anyone saying, why doesn't it, instead of going down, why doesn't it go up? You never heard anyone say that. 'Cause I don't think I've ever heard anyone say that.
It just attracts you to where most of the mass is, and unfortunately, for all humans that ever lived, that's been down.
Yeah, they never, but they never asked you, like, you don't remember anyone like bringing up that question of why not up instead.
That's usually the guy in the
Yeah,
class.
people have asked that question. I mean, when I was in grade school,
Says the
kids would ask
Glover.
that question.
Those are the kids. Those are the kids usually facing the corner
Says the
in a
Glover.
chair.
No, I mean it's a normal question. It's not a weird question to ask.
Oh,
It's
come
a
on,
question.
dude. Like,
Even my daughters asked me that question.
Well, you
Why
heard
don't things go up? Why do we stay on the ground?
Sorry, okay. I'm gonna hold
I'm
back my
surprised
comment.
you guys have
Go
never
ahead,
asked that.
Crack Valen, go ahead. I've never, like, the whole time for years, like years of education, I've never heard someone ask that question. So, but
Really?
Yeah, you don't hear it. Not until you start telling people they live on a ball, and then
No, I
someone's
mean
needed to
as a
hold them
kid.
down.
yeah, as a kid, like in
As a
school,
kid, yeah.
I've never heard anyone ask that question. Why not? Why doesn't it go up? You know, I've never
You
heard
guys just wasn't paying attention in school then. I think.
Paying attention to what?
Even
No.
dogs know stuff goes down.
I think you guys were like
Then-
the naughty kids in class, and you wasn't
Wait,
focusing.
but this is a question that would be this isn't a question that this is a question that would be derived based on your own experiences in the natural world. So like
No.
things don't just go up. So kids
Exactly.
don't
They never
really
go up.
wonder why don't things go up all the time. Like
No, but
it's just not like
kids
a
do
thing
see
that
things
children
go
are
up.
going to pontificate upon.
Think about it. It sounds.
That's not true though. Kids see balloons go up. We see birds fly. It's a question all kids ask. Why don't we go up? Why can't we fly? Come on.
Not in right. So the why don't we fly is a different question, right? I'm on about the inverse of gravity, right? That why isn't there a force that is altogether pulling me away from the earth instead of down toward it? The idea that before the introduction of that idea as a pseudo force toward the child, that they for some reason would postulate toward anyone, that why isn't there a magical force pulling me toward the sky? Come on.
Yeah, they wouldn't ask a question like that. I agree, but it
Right,
just
that
sounds
was
like you
what we
guys
were
were
talking
saying.
about.
Yeah, but you didn't say all of that, Crack. You know, you just said kids don't ask, why don't we go up?
Yeah, because we were talking in regard to gravity before
I'm
we
talking
were.
about my own personal
Yeah.
schooling experience.
We're talking in the context of gravity in the classroom, it's not like why isn't there a magical force pulling us up as opposed to down? Like that isn't something that's asked because we don't experience that. That's more. We are talking about it in the vein of gravity from the beginning, believe it or not.
Yeah, all I heard is you guys saying kids don't ask, why don't we go up? But you have elaborated, which is cool.
Maybe I just got unlucky with my my peers. They never, because I never thought of that question. It's a good question. I just haven't thought of it. You know.
No, I think it's not. I think it's an illogical question, and that's why it didn't come up.
Why is it illogical?
Because things don't. Because it's illogical. Because people are just not sat there pontificating upon going up versus going down when all they experience is the fact that they don't go up for no fucking reason.
Yeah, but then you would ask the question, why don't we go up? There must be a reason.
Okay, we're good.
We stay stuck
We
to
can
Earth's
keep
surface.
beating this to death.
Why does there need to be? There wasn't a reason needed for why we stuck on the surface of the Earth until someone then said, "You're on a ball." Now we need a reason for
No.
there to be an objective direction of down all the way across the face of a spherical ball.
No, but that's not true, Crack. Even before the idea of gravity, people were asking that question: why do we stay fixed on Earth's surface? Why don't we float away?
Bunch of
That's
fucking
what
idiots.
led. That's what led to the answers that we got, such as gravity and relativity. But before we had those answers, those questions were being asked. It wasn't stupid to ask that question because no one knew why we stay stuck here.
The ball was
Did
first.
no one say anything as an answer though? Like, what would they? I mean, even if the answer was wrong, according to some people, what did they actually say before?
He doesn't
Before
know.
gravity, there was this idea of gravitas and levitas. You know, it was thought that things just innately behave that way, right? And
they
it was
still have
really
that
more a concept of it's the idea you guys have. Buoyant? No, not
Relative
buoyancy.
density.
relative density.
Relative density. Yeah, that was the prevailing idea.
Oh my god!
That's not an
He's
idea.
having a blast already. You're already
That-
having fun.
That's
I
not
am.
an idea,
This is
though. That's
hilarious.
just
It's just so much entertainment here. This is the gift that keeps on giving.
Now
you guys.
now
Thank
you're
you.
excited.
Yeah, but
I'm
I
always
mean, before
excited.
gravity,
that's his rest state.
off of me these principles and whatnot. That is what most people went along with.
Hey,
Yeah,
hey
yeah.
Nate, did you try explain?
Of course.
Sorry. Go ahead.
No, Nate, did you try explaining the concept of feeling weightless when you were still accelerating relative to the ground?
No, I wasn't trying to explain that to anyone.
No, have you tried? Have you tried to?
No.
Why are you trying to explain that to me? I was like, I quite clearly said to you that yeah, it would be cool if we had, and actually there probably is a way of explaining the phenomena deprived from the idea that without any actual vertical movement of the position of the ground is accelerating up toward myself based upon the space-time being bent underneath my feet with no vertical movement. As it rises up, I also am falling down toward it. That within this same regard, right, I understand that why you state that is due to the fact that on an accelerometer it will read 1g when you're still inertial. Okay, when you are then inertial, but then
And
it will
right,
read
you're kind of
a
mixing up
zero when you
frames.
fall. I understand that though. I
Well, no,
understand.
you're mixing it right
the
there.
point.
You're good up to that point. You're kind of mixing up frames there. When you are not, you're inertial when you're falling. You're not inertial when you're standing still on the
Well, I'm
ground.
just saying it relatively. So when you're stood, that's my point. I'm just saying, like, it's very easy to say that, right? Like earlier on when you said, when you fall to the ground, and I corrected you and said, no, you mean when you hit the ground. And I said, well, no, you mean when the ground hits you. You're like, yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, well, these are the like logical, psychobabble bullshit things we have to say when we have a position that the ground without vertical movement up is rising up toward the person on the ground, that the person that is still is not inertial, which they fucking are objectively.
Well, how could they? Well,
Come
hold
on,
on.
bro.
That's if you say it's objective. Let's take it real slow. If it's objectively still on the ground, then why does that person have weight? How is weight created?
Like I just said, there are phenomena that maybe are not being described by me currently. I'm not making a
Right.
claim to that phenomena, but
It's not easy, by the way. I agree with you.
I understand and I agree, but and like you said, you think it might even be shaky as well, right? I just don't think the idea that the ground is rising up toward the person, and then when that ground, as it rises up, is actually making that person also accelerate up at a speed that's less than that thing as well,
Right.
right? This shit for me is illogical and nonsensical, right?
Well, yeah, the bending of space time is not intuitive. Only these wackadoodles like Einstein and a few others really got a hold of that concept and made a lot of sense. And then they started doing tests of it, and it was really the only explanation for why they could see the things they did. So when you start thinking about it, and I didn't really pay
Yeah,
much attention to it because
freaking,
I'm
bro.
more of a Newtonian guy. Everything I ever did in engineering was all Newtonian. Never got
Newton
into
was
any
right
Einstein.
before Einstein, and I pointed this out earlier, Zanik, and no one likes to point this out. But like, people like Einstein built upon Newton's work, and Newton was correct before Einstein, according to your own
I know,
narrative,
but
right?
that's not my point. I
Newton
wasn't
stated
talking
this
about
shit came up to meet
I'm
you.
just talking about the laws and the equations that are so simple, and it's hold on.
That's
It's
not me.
based
That's
on
a
it's
repeat.
based on the simple. Hang on, is that Nate? Come on.
My
It's
bad.
based
Sorry.
on it's based on a simple concept that mass attracts mass. Now that's not truly accurate in modern physics, post Einstein, but it's good. It's what we all use in aviation, in mechanical engineering. I mean, we don't go into Einsteinian mechanics for all these things. We all just accept that, hey, for some reason, mass attracts mass. Here's the universal gravitational law, and we use that, and that's enough for us because everything has weight that's on the earth.
That's all well and good. Like,
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question really quick?
yeah,
So
please
earlier,
do.
when you were talking about the accelerating ground, so like in that scenario, you think according to that theory, the Earth is moving, like it's not just not moving. I thought because
This isn't my theory, by the way. Just to make it clear, I'm critiquing their opinion of what the Earth is, right?
Well, one thing, Crack, that we have to talk about. I mean, it doesn't matter what I believe in or what I think the Earth is, shape the Earth is, or anything. All we have to do is think, and rectify this in our minds together collectively. Why, when you fall and you measurably see you accelerating from the top of the building to the ground, 9.8 meters per second squared, why do you feel weightless? Once you
Yeah.
once you can come up with your own idea of how that's and by the way, statics doesn't work, static resistance doesn't work, electrostatics doesn't work, magnetism doesn't work, none of that works. Why is your body completely in free fall? Everything, your organs inside are floating, shit in your stomach is floating, saliva in your mouth is floating, everything is floating. Why? When you're accelerating at 9.8 meters per second squared, someone has to have some kind of idea other than bending and warping of space time, and no one has that makes any sense. But I want to hear one. I would love to hear one.
I don't
Do you have
even
one?
necessarily agree that I don't feel this motion. I do agree somewhat to the premise that there will be more felt by the same speed of linear motion. I somewhat agree to that. But
Not
I
the
just
speed, the change of
objectively
speed. The change of speed is what we're talking about.
right. I just feel like if I jump off of a building, I genuinely do feel it, Zanik. I don't feel like I'm free floating in any way. I feel like I'm jumping off a fucking building. I feel my guts rush to my back. Like, I don't know, dude.
Well, like
I
I
don't
said,
know.
if I was to put 1G on you, you could stand on the ceiling, and it would be no different than you standing on the ground. Conceptualize that. You would not know if there's a
I
dark
understand.
box. You would stand on the ceiling. I would accelerate you at double the rate it goes down. So if it's double the rate you're going down, and now you're feeling like you did when you were standing straight up, what the hell happens when you're just falling? It's a crazy concept, right? You're floating,
It
you're free
is,
falling.
of
You think,
course.
yeah, you definitely know the difference, but you're not standing on the ceiling of this box that's falling. You're floating, and everything around you is floating. All
Can
different
I
masses,
help?
all the different densities, water, everything's floating. Why? How is that possible?
Can I help you to make your point like easier for other people to maybe digest something, right? It's like the part that you stated about the accelerometer when you take off at double the speed going up and the reading being 2Gs versus the 0 and then versus being stood still being the 1, that shows the scale linearized across the board in a more like coherent sense, and it illustrates the whole picture overall better.
Yeah, that's a good one too. I mean, all of it is good. The point is, you talk to Witsit or anybody else that thinks they have it down, give an explanation of how that's possible, how everything can feel floaty when you're falling, when you're jumping off, and yet you're accelerating no differently than I throwing that Porsche 600 horsepower, floor it, 1G
Well,
to your seat.
It's because
since the
everything is
falling
falling
part
with
is
you, Zanuck.
subjective,
Everything's
yeah, like,
falling with you. Your brain, your organs, it's all falling and
exactly.
accelerating together.
How's that possible?
Because that's how it is. If you threw a handful of marbles off of a roof or off of a cliff, they would do the similar thing. They would all fall in relation to each other. The marbles might be like, oh, we're floating because let's say they're 5 inches apart and they stay about 5 inches apart or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But they're also accelerating and they're also going to feel that as they're going. But in relation to each other, they're just kind of floating together. Just like your organs and your brain, your body all kind of goes together as well with the whole thing.
But unfortunately, when you are on the ground, they're all floating. But when we have 1G on the ground, everything has weight and different weights based on their mass, proportional to their mass. The weight changes.
You still have weight when you're falling. It's just that you're
I know,
falling, so you're not measuring it.
no, but hold on. But all those items are floating and have no weight. How do they have no weight? All those marbles. I mean, you got to take a step back. I know you're kind of like excited about this new analogy, which is a good one, by the way.
They do have weight.
Hold on.
Do you like it?
No, with respect to one another, they're all floating. If you put scales under all of them, they're all going to rate real 0. Now, if I do the same trick where I accelerate twice as fast as the falling rate, all these marbles would have weight on the ceiling, and it'd be all different for if they're made out of gold or lead or helium balloon. See, this is the problem. This is the conundrum you're going to be dealing with me for the next few weeks here. There's no way you can. Well, you can try to explain it away, but I mean, I want you to really seriously think about it and think why in these scenarios, laterally you feel it, going up you feel it, double the G's I feel it, triple it, feel it even more. When I'm floating, I don't feel anything. I'm still accelerating though. That doesn't make sense with all the other scenarios which have that same rate of acceleration.
But you do feel something. You feel the whole your stomach, all of it.
No, that's not a good answer.
Can I deal with
why do we
very
then let's use
quickly?
the
Zanuck.
You're going to play that game like Jeremy did, and I'm not going to play that game with you right now. I got a headache.
No. We're not going to do that.
You got your phone. You don't
That's
measure
why
any G's. 0 G's.
That's why I was going to say,
good job explaining the 2 G's up. I like that too. That's a good job.
Zanuck, that's what I was going to say, right? That's why I'm saying I'm not agreeing with your postulation, right? What I'm saying is that the falling part, that's maybe a little bit more subjective than what's really okay for a discussion, right? For us to be like a little bit more.
We know we're falling. We can tell the difference between standing and falling. You know that.
I get it. But my point is like, listen, my point is
yes, because you're moving, the ground's not moving towards you.
Can I just finish this real quick? Like, the point is every time you're gonna have this back and forth with people, Zanuck, you have to go through the point where someone jumps off, they're almost still. That's almost like floating. Then they're accelerating as they go down, and I get it, right? The point is that this is something that's more subjective. People are gonna feel like they feel motion as they fall. You're not gonna get many people to agree to it, regardless of what any number says. But what you can point to is the recording. Right, and this is more what I need an explanation on in the long run is an explanation on the number reading, right? The reading numbers that we receive. I need to understand the device, what it's actually measuring, okay? For us, then we receive 1, right? And we're on the ground still, and versus going up and then falling. That's what we.
I always throw the reading in there too. That's a good argument. But the other thing is too, Geo is just being coy. I know, but. Then if you wanted to say, "Oh, I feel I'm falling." Yeah, we can all know the difference between standing on the edge of the fence and the feeling our body goes through when we jump off. Yes, we feel the difference, but what we're feeling is this force, our weight, to not having any weight. So we're weightless, we're floating. If you still don't buy it, if you're still really being stubborn and not trying to think about it very hard, go in the vomit comet. Then we can actually measure a upward acceleration, a peak, which is still acceleration, and a downward acceleration. It's all acceleration on the way up, at the peak, and on the way down. And the entire time, everything is weightless. Everything is floating. Water, helium balloons, rocks, lead, people, everything.
Wait,
so why is that? Why are even though we're under the same acceleration, We are measuring this 9.8 meters per second squared in all cases of that vomit comet. Why are we weightless? We're accelerating, but we're weightless. Why?
Wait, I had a question really quick. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, if anyone wants to
No,
answer.
I was trying to clear it for you. I forget your name. It's Rev, right? Yeah, this is Rev, guys. I think he's new to the forum. This one, some of you may know him. But yeah, no, ask your question. Sorry, dude. I was clearing it for you.
Sorry, you can respond to Zanuck. Zanuck did ask a question right then, so I
Well,
don't want to take.
the question overall, though, the problem is with it is that it's just a restructuring of the very question that we originally started with, that we've been going over, right?
Okay, so I'll just ask mine then, and if that's the case, because I did have another one, but he just asked one, so I didn't want to like skip over it.
No, you're good.
Zanuck.
Whatever's quickest, go.
Okay. So my question is, earlier when you were talking about feeling something, like when you talk about feeling weightless, that actually has to do with the way the human brain sense or your physical senses, right? You're talking about feeling something. We're talking about the human brain, actually. So you're talking. The truth is, you have to analyze brain activity in relation
No.
to falling, because that's how you feel things. How else do you feel things without
Well,
physical senses?
you have to be discernible in your feelings. So you're in a roller coaster that forces you to take a high G, a 2G, negative G type of maneuver. It's really uncomfortable. That's uncomfortable because now things are not floating. You are having blood go to your head. It's going the wrong direction. You're in an airplane. I take you in an airplane. I do an outside loop. That's uncomfortable, man. It's not a good feeling to be in a negative G situation. Positive G's are kind of fun. You feel really heavy and you squaw, you grunt and you try to support your weight. These are all normal feelings. So in aviation, people know weightless. People know. So I know when I'm weightless in a plane. I can point the plane down at an angle and know exactly if I'm going at 9.8 meters per second squared without power.
So it's not about the feeling, then it's about what is objective.
It's
right?
These are objective, and your feelings can be coordinated to these feelings very easily. You jump off a bridge. Yes, there's a difference between when you were standing there, but you're accelerating at 9.8 meters per second squared, but you feel like you're floating because things in your stomach are floating. The saliva in your mouth is floating. You feel weightless. Your hands and stuff kind of are just out there floating. You just hold your hands out. They'll just kind of hang out there until you start getting fast. Well, hold on. You hold your hands out initially, and they're floating until, in fact, right when you leave the springboard, you'll notice this. And then when you start going really fast, the aerodynamics will start dragging your arms with a little drag force. But
would you
see what I'm saying?
have the same experience of like the weightlessness in if you were falling through a vacuum? Would it be the same thing? I'm assuming.
Same exact thing. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. That's
Initially.
all I wanted to say.
Yeah, initially. Except it'll be longer. See, when you're jumping out of an airplane, you got 9 seconds before you reach 9 or 10 seconds before you reach terminal velocity. At that point, you got weight again. You're just flying. It's like you're sitting on like an air mattress. You don't feel much contact because you only have air. But
exactly, you would feel, right. You would feel the air, right? That's
but you feel weight again. Your stomach goes back to position. Your saliva is not floating in your mouth anymore. Your hands are actually kind of resting on the air. That's because your weight is equal to the drag. When your weight equals the drag, that's terminal velocity.
Okay, so, just run one more time. Repeat the question that you asked before. Like you're asking,
so you jump
why
off.
It happens.
Yeah, so we have all these things that we know the forces of acceleration 1G. We feel it in the car, that 600 horsepower turbo that I always talk about. You press in your seat, it's like, here we go. Or I put you up in a rocket or something lifting you vertically 1G. Boom, you feel that as well. When I throw you off of a building, or you jump off of a cliff, or you jump off a diving board, high dive or something.
Honestly, you'd have to test.
Right when you leave, you are floating. Why are you floating there when we've just given you the exact same acceleration rates in every other scenario, and there's completely different forces acting in your body? But when we just jump off something and have the same exact acceleration rate, this change of distance with respect to time, you feel weightless. Why is that happening?
So your question is, why do you feel weightless in that scenario as opposed to other?
With the same acceleration in other directions.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know.
It's a great question. And I didn't come up with it. I'm not that I'm not that I'm smart that I came up with
What
it.
is
It's just
a
it's the eternal question about what gravity is and what causes it.
Oh. Right. Sorry,
Because
gravity. Yeah, it's been a while since. Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, the reason that they came up with it is Einstein was thinking about like I'm talking about. Like, doesn't make any sense. Why would everything? I'm still accelerating. I can measure it. I know I'm 9.8 meters per second all the way squared, and I know when I hit, I'm going to freaking crash. There'll be a lot of pain. But why, when I'm in air, why am I floating? So he said, and of course Newton started out writing letters about how this, even though he had the universal law of gravitation, he thought it was absurd to think that mass could just attract mass magically. This attraction force would seem with no mechanisms to accomplish it, no magnetism, no statics, nothing. It didn't make any sense. So that's when Einstein looked at, he's like watching the guy or standing on a building saying, what if he fell? What would it feel like? Boom. This is the warping and bending of space-time. That's what's causing it. Could be something else, but that's a good answer because that makes sense.
I got a question though. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
It all makes sense. So everything with bending, warping space-time makes total sense. But as Wissett
Not
always
anymore.
likes to say, hold on, as Wissett likes to say, well, it was just like a conjured up, made up thing just to fill the gaps of things they didn't understand. So mathematically, it would all work out, and he's right. That's what they did, and it works out mathematically. So right now, that's the best we got. If you have something better, speak up.
They got something better.
What? Statics, electrostatics.
What, Don, you got to answer his question. He just asked you. Okay, whatever.
What do you got better,
I
Don?
have a question. Okay. So when you talked about floating, when you say the word floating, to me, that implies there is no change in altitude or you're going up or something. Like
no force is acting on you. You're inertial. It means you're inertial. There's nothing acting on you.
I think it's a little bit.
Mic check.
In your example, you're free fall. I mean, your altitude
Free falling.
is changing. Yeah,
Feels like you're floating. There's no forces acting, but yeah, you're free falling. You're in free fall.
Mic check. Mic check.
I think when you we can hear you.
No?
Go ahead. We can hear you.
Oh, okay. Has everyone heard me this whole time and no one said anything? Or is that the first time you heard me?
Only right now. Only right now.
Weird. Okay. Oh yeah, I was just gonna ask Zach. So you're trying to like lead to a baller proof with this, or what is it? Like, with you just don't know yourself why that is, or you're asking if why that is, so that we'll lead towards your proof of why it works, or what? You know why it happens? What's your explanation?
Yeah, that's I think that explanation is quite good. It covers all the bases, but the people like yourself maybe that don't believe that or don't believe in gravity or don't believe in something
Well, give me your explanation first.
Well, that is my explanation. We're bending over space-time. That's the best I have too.
Why are you ignoring text chat, Zanuck?
So
He
do you
basically
think
admits
the
that
reason we don't feel that the reason we don't feel the acceleration is because we're bending space-time?
Because yes.
Yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Why would that be believable in space-time?
Wait, no, Zanuck, you got to be kidding me. No way.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Space-time is bent around mass. Space-time bends space-time is bent by mass and changes the trajectory. So that's why when the visual on this would be hold on.
I'll believe the pretty
Shut
girl
up.
over
Fuck you.
Zanuck.
Hey, don't.
Go
I'm trying
ahead,
to think.
go ahead,
Without you guys talking over me. Hang on. So you got this thing in space and you're floating, really like floating, like you said, floating, and you're just sitting, and all of a sudden you come and you're not even paying attention, and you're coming across. You're just kind of maybe going at a slow rate of speed, and then suddenly you come across this huge, massive planet, and you start going to the planet, and then you start orbiting the planet. The entire time you deviated your direction, started accelerating toward it because you were going slow before, and then had a speed of like 22,000 miles an hour around it. The entire time you were falling, you were inertial. You never knew you had made the turn and sped up. Never. And that is explained in general relativity as the bending or warping of space-time, in that the curvature of the space-time has forced you into this path, but in actuality, you are still inertial. You're not moving. Everything is moving around you. Everything is accelerating around you.
Wait, hold on. When you answered his question, when New Perspective asked you the reason you feel like you're floating with bending space, or you're bending space-time, and you said yes, you can't be serious with that answer, man. You cannot be serious.
Yeah, the bending and warping of space time is a reason that you feel like you're weightless, yet things are moving around you.
Okay, fine. Continue. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
It's okay.
Physical, it's physical attributes
sounds
attributed to, whether it's physical attributes attributed to a conceptual, an abstract concept, basically, right? Yeah.
So insane, man. Just
We
because
couldn't even
you
talk.
feel like
We
you're
couldn't even
floating
talk
doesn't mean
coherently about the Magnus effect, which is truly a
Xanax, did
physical
you not
phenomenon.
hear Rev? I think he was trying to say something.
Go ahead.
Rev?
No, go ahead.
No,
No, I
Xanax
didn't.
over talked you. So
Oh, come on. What are you, the policewoman here?
I'm a moderator, and all you've done is over talk. Xanax, how
All
do
I've done, really? Do you think, Rev? Do you think I've been over talking you the whole time?
It's fine, guys. Don't worry. Just keep
Okay,
going. It's
Xanax,
fine.
you
It's fine.
just had a
Rev.
problem with people over talking you when you were talking. So, Rev, what were you gonna say?
I was just saying it. When you said it, like when basically, okay. So I know I already said this, but when you answered his question, the reason you feel like you're floating is because space time is bending, and then you immediately said yes. That sounds insane to me because it's like imagine. Okay, it sounds insane because like just because you feel like you're floating doesn't mean you're bending time. Like, come on. It's
Well, then
like,
tell me how else.
it's almost like you're assigning God like because bending time is like some like next level, like almost
Right. Oh,
like
you're right.
Because
crazy
Xanax trying to make us.
supernatural.
Xanax,
No, you're kind of right. But I mean, so think about it. You're
That's why
accelerating.
it sounds insane. Go
Well,
ahead.
it sounds also insane to say I can accelerate and not feel anything. Right? If you're physically accelerating and you don't feel it, that's like supernatural also, right?
So what?
Accelerating without feeling anything. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I agree. Sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's
I don't
crazy
know, but
that
bending
you
time. But
when you're.
bending time though, I think bending time sounds a lot more crazy than feeling.
I don't know. They're both pretty crazy to me.
But Xanax, I feel like you're trying to keep it in the like sounding crazy zone, right? Like I don't know why you're doing that. Like I've already given you a way of structuring it where you show the people a scale of effect using equipment that shows more what you're talking about than the subjective idea of feeling being that what causes the bending of space time. And you're not even willing to take the better argument, it seems, right? So just continuing to confound and confuse people as you go
No, I
along,
don't think
merrily
you're.
along your
So
way.
far, I haven't heard of it. I mean, I like that. I mean, I've been bringing that description up several times, and I like that you brought me back on that track because it actually puts things in people's minds graphically, and they can actually kind of think about, well, okay, if I'm accelerating upward, if I have 0 G's on my little gauge or 1 G standing there, and then I accelerate 1 G upward, then I have a lot of force on me, twice my weight and everything. But when it stops accelerating, it's at 1 G again. I'm on the ground, it's 1 G. But when I'm falling off a building, it's 0 G. Why is it 0 G? How am I feeling nothing? How am I kind of floating or just free falling? If I measure the acceleration at 9.8 meters per second from the moment I jumped off this fence or building or whatever.
But Xanax,
yeah.
I'm sorry. I thought you were
So what
done.
you're admitting
Go
is you
ahead.
don't have a reading of 1G at 9.8 meters per second squared. That's what you're admitting, is that you don't have a reading of 1G of movement at
No,
9.8
when you're
meters
standing on the
per second
fence, it's
squared.
0. It's 0 G. Sorry, it's 1 G on the fence. Yes.
Yeah.
That's how do you not when you okay? Let me ask you this.
You
then.
measure it. Why do you have weight?
Hold on,
Why
let me go ahead.
Yeah. So why do you have weight? I mean, we're measuring it. You're looking at this gauge saying it says 1 G because when I jump off and I feel everything's floating, it's and free falling, as you said, it says 0 G. When I hit, I measure mass.
Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
When I hit, I have massive G's because I've just every change of direction is a force. Change of momentum causes a force, requires a force. So we know when we're free falling, we're at 0 G, and every test you can do
Right.
proves
So while
that.
G is acting on you, you have 0 G.
Yeah, that's the conundrum.
Yeah,
Right?
that's really cool.
No, what it is when
We
you're
can measure
not
it. We can actually see it
inertial,
fall, and we can measure it.
Right. So when G is acting on you, you have 0 G. Is that the best way to say it? When G is the cleanest on you, you're at 0. Is that what it is?
You're at 0 G.
Like,
No, it's not the best way to say it. You're in
okay.
free fall. You become inertial when you jump off a building.
Right.
Or you jump out
But
of an
could I ask you
airplane.
this?
you are inertial.
Hey, could I ask you this though? From a greater from a certain reference frame, you could be moving through different amounts of 3D space, um, in exact increments of time, but you would still have the 0G the whole time, right? Like you would be falling and like, you know what I mean? You'd be moving through 3D space at a different rate, but yet you'd be at 0G.
Yeah, remember I told you about
Right.
you're
And
in
G
you're in
would be
space.
acting upon you at different rates as you moved up and down
You
away from a
stopped.
planet or something,
You stopped and
but
let me
you'd
talk, and then you
still
start
be
talking
at
again.
0G.
Yeah, you said that, and I was responding. Then you started
I'm
talking
sorry,
again.
go ahead, Zanny.
Makes me look bad when you do that. So yeah, exactly, Don. So we in space, we're barely moving, going 10 miles an hour, let's say, and we're slowly trucking along, and we start approaching this large Jupiter-like sphere, Saturn, right? And we start bending toward. We're not paying attention. We're just eating and taking care of ourselves. We start bending toward it. We start accelerating to it, and then we rip into an orbit, and we're flying around this thing at 25, 30,000 miles an hour. We don't even know we're doing that. The whole time we're still free falling. And that's due to the bending and warping of space-time.
Zanuck, let me ask you this. When you can you hear me, by the way?
Oh yeah, I hear you clear.
Okay. So when the first time that you learn or you heard of this concept that if someone feels like they're floating, the reason that is happening is because of this. They are bending space-time. The first time you heard that, did you not have a internal reaction, be like, no way, that sounds so insane, there's no way that's real? Did you
Yeah, it was a hard concept to grab because I mentioned even when I understood, even
no, I mean,
after.
did you not believe it at first? Did you not believe it? The question is, did you
No,
not
I don't know if I didn't believe it because I believe a lot of the theories and
even
laws of
initially,
physics.
if someone told you that that let's say a chair that I have next to me, it's bending space-time, you would not believe that, right? If someone told you if someone's floating, likewise, you wouldn't believe that either.
No,
right?
I mean, well, I was going to
Initially,
answer.
I'm talking about.
Let me answer. I can tell you.
Yeah.
So yeah, initially, I mean, I believed it initially because it, I believe a lot of
believed
most
it
of the physics.
initially?
Well, I believed it, but didn't quite understand it. In fact,
Why
even
did
after physics,
you didn't
let me finish my sentence. Hold
Wait,
on.
Rev, please just let him talk.
See, I mean, come on. You see how it's going on?
He's
And I know you don't mean it. I know you don't mean to do it,
I don't
but
want to start muting. Let Zanuck talk. Let him go, please.
So when I started trying, I thought I understood it, and even later I started thinking, yeah, this, gravity, because I'm more of a Newtonian guy, so I kept on saying, yeah, well, if you're falling to the earth, you have a force acting on you, and you're accelerating, and the force is there, and then so many people from anywhere, no, you're weightless. You don't know that this force, you're accelerating, and then I started making some more sense, and then I started referring back to this kind of conceptual, not quite understood, Einsteinian theory of general relativity, and putting the pieces together, and started making more sense. Now, it's still fantastical in my mind. I still think maybe there could be some other explanation about it. So far, I have never heard anything that can compete with it because it has such predictive and quantitative qualities that we have yet to find something, especially like electrostatics, makes no sense at all because it doesn't.
Well, wait.
Work like
Zanuck, couldn't you say the same about the ether? Especially because that includes the electrostatics.
Sure. Well, it's in line with electrostatics because proven electrostatics because that's why I keep on asking Wisket for 3 days, 4 days. He won't answer me. Why? If it's electrostatics, hold on.
Did you just call him Whiskit?
Hold on a second.
What was the question he wanted
Oh
to
my
answer about?
fucking God. Let me finish my sentence. If it's electrostatics, then it would be more like magnetism. And magnetism acts more like real forces. We're talking about being weightless. How can weightless allow you to accelerate? That's my question to you, perspective. What's your idea? How would you think weightlessness be achieved by electrostatics?
Well, the way that which it describes it, as well as the people that he's referring to, is just that it gives a downward bias. It doesn't give this magnetism type effect that you're talking about.
Not a downward bias because you're accelerating 9.8 meters per second, and it's proportional to your mass. So it's crazy to think
Right.
that
Well,
it's
that's
electrostatics.
an agreed upon average, but yeah, but
Doesn't
we have the
that's
two
his,
Gaussian
that's his verbiage.
surfaces.
Don't say
We
his
have two
nonsense. Who
Gaussian
cares?
surfaces.
Who cares?
Well,
Call it 10 meters per second.
regardless,
Call it 10.
I'm not repeating his thing. It's he's
You
getting it
are.
from somewhere else
It's
too.
a
If
non-object.
there's two
It's a
Gaussian
non-object.
surfaces,
It's a non-response. Don't even
but
bring that
these
up.
are concepts that Witch is not making these concepts
No,
up.
no.
These are
You
just
saying it's agreed average. Why would you even say that? That's not an argument.
I've been saying that for longer than Witch.
Brennan drop
a lot
tower.
of people have been saying it's agreed upon average for a long time. Yeah.
Who cares? It's not a point to make. It doesn't have any.
It's just
You
because
made the point.
it's an average. It's not like this
Of
exact
course, it's an
measurement. That's
average,
the
and it
reason.
changes with altitude. We all know that.
Right. Well, why do you
It's not.
keep
It's not a
stating that?
point.
Why are you
It's
stating?
making no. It's a 0 point.
Zanuck, can you
Well, let
please
me ask you this: Why are you
talking?
Why are you stating it so factually that this is the bending and warping of space time? If you're also saying it's a concept and you're still not sure about.
I didn't say it with kind. I said it explains everything, has predictive qualities, and makes a lot of sense to me now.
Okay.
Because I've looked into it.
Okay, but you're not just stating it as that. That's what it is.
I'm not
'cause you
saying there's
kinda
not other
came in saying
possibilities.
It's the bending and warping of space time, as
Well,
if that were a matter
so
of
the
fact.
point. So the point is, how is something accelerating and you don't feel any acceleration in your body? How is that possible? We measure it too, by the way. No
Yeah.
acceleration, but you're falling at 10
Yeah,
meters
I
per
just
second.
don't think time is bending because
Maybe. I mean, what else could cause it though?
that sounds, dude. That sounds like
Is
you. I
time
don't think you need it.
is time a is it physical?
It's
How
not
can
real.
you,
Yeah,
No,
it's not
space
real.
time is
Doesn't exist.
they call it the fabric of space time, but that's not really quite accurate either. But it's
so
Well,
just to
then
give
why would they say
visualizations
that?
of something. Call it
concept
ether then.
of
I don't care. You can call it ether. I don't care.
Can
But
I
it's some.
ask a question?
There we
Ken?
go.
Like, I was in the middle of a question. So the bending and warping of something that's not a physical thing, how is that possible? Like how how does that work?
It
So you
does.
have a
Nobody
background
really
medium.
knows.
Go ahead, Zanuck. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So you don't know. It's just it is that
Nobody
it's
knows.
like a concept that you okay, so
No.
it's a concept that
It's
you
again.
understand.
It's
Zanuck, why do you
no.
Zanuck,
You
why are you
said you
talking?
asked me questions 4 times. And I was trying to
You're
explain
over
what I asked
talking. You're over
or
talking. You're
respond
over
to you.
talking.
like
You're over talking.
No, she says, "How is that possible?" And I started talking, and you kept on talking. You're the
Because,
moderator.
dude,
You
you
should be able
gotta give
to do
a couple
this.
of seconds for people. Like, just
like
because something
yeah,
sounds immediately like a question, you don't just go "Wah!" like
I
that,
didn't
bro.
go wow. You asked me how, and I was going to tell you
You
how. You have more
fucking
to say?
did.
Go ahead, say it.
You
Okay,
didn't let her
so we've
finish.
established that it's you don't really understand, right? Then
I didn't
how
say I don't understand. I say that there could be other explanations. There could be other reasons, but that's the best one that I've heard, and it makes sense because I do understand it.
I thought you
but
said you
you
don't
can't
quite understand
explain
it
it
yet.
though. But
I don't
if you don't
perfectly understand it, but I understand generally.
okay, but if you
What do you
understand it, then
understand?
how come you can't explain it? Like I don't. That's the thing.
I
I can't
can't.
understand how
I
you
did
can't.
explain it. Oh, explain
What do you
what space time
understand then?
is?
Well, yeah.
Yeah. I don't think anyone can really explain other than
Well,
it's.
then how do you validate that it's even there?
Well,
You
that's a
can't
good question, and
understand
the
it.
answer to that is that we can set up experiments and observations that seem to dictate that. For example, why do we have feeling of weightlessness when we're accelerating at 9.8 meters per second squared? At agreed upon average, by the way. But why? How is that possible? So one explanation that solves that problem. Hold on, let me finish. Let me answer. One explanation that solves that problem is that the bending of warping of the fabric of space-time allows for these paths of time and space to divert and create these effects that we have no other explanation for. Now, if you have another explanation, I'm all ears. But so far, these are the best ones that we have that work in all situations.
Okay, so you're saying that because I was kind of listening to you talk about this before. When you're falling, that's what you're saying. You feel weightless. Is that what you're
Correct.
saying?
Yes.
See,
I've got something.
when I went skydiving and I was free falling, I don't remember feeling weightless. I don't.
Well, compared to
I
being on
wouldn't describe that as a feeling that I recall from that. Like I don't
well,
remember.
because you didn't jump out and you pulled your chute immediately, didn't you?
No,
No.
we free fell. We free fall
Okay.
for
So
45 seconds.
the initial 4 or 5 seconds, you feel weightless. Now, if you don't think you feel weightless, very easy to prove it to you by getting back in that airplane and me doing a parabolic flight path where I go up, hit a peak, and go down. And the entire time I am accelerating at 9.8 meters per second squared downward. The whole entire time.
But I still would not describe that as a feeling of being.
Hold on.
No,
You're
but
in the
you
plane.
can't tell me what I feel.
No. Wait, come on. You're smart. I can tell. Listen. You're in the plane. I can put you in the plane right now. We could go for a flight, and I would have you. I would have you pouring coffee or drink, and all the water would be floating around your head. You'd be floating, and in order for that to happen, I would be diving at 9.8 meters per second. So you could be in the airplane with me and have things in you come out of your purse or your pockets or whatever. Your glasses would come off your face. You'd be floating. Your arms would be light. You'd be floating. You would know this. And that's what happens when you skydive for the first 5 or 6 seconds.
Floating.
Did Xanax just
It
ask
is
you out?
floating. My God, everything was
weird.
floating. Your
What
glasses,
I
the change comes out of your pocket. Your arms, the water that you were pouring is now floating around you in little balls. Come
Imagine
on.
you're in a pool. Imagine you're floating in a pool of water. More accurate, I think.
No, it's not more accurate. Because you
Yeah,
still have your
because
weight. You still have
It's
your
more
weight in water.
relatable. It gives me
No, it's not relatable.
It gives
It's
me
not
a
because
point of reference to.
Well, no,
to
it's not
remember
because
what it
if you had
feels
stuff
like
in
to
your
float.
stomach, if you're swimming
Exactly.
face
Let him
down,
talk.
everything in your stomach is pressing against your abdomen. It still would feel that way, like you're laying on your bed, although more comfortable because you're floating.
If you're
But
laying in the pool, if you're laying in a pool of water, okay, that's like float. I can imagine myself. I can remember. I have like real life experiences, right? Like just like how you said about how she talked about skydiving. That was like a real life experience, right? So just like that, instead of that, I just remember floating on a pool of water, right? And so when you say floating up like midair, it's like no, I don't remember. I just don't remember that feeling because it's like I
Look,
was like I wasn't like floating like water, like you know what I'm saying?
it's a silly argument. I understand what you're saying, but when you're floating on the water, or you're floating, it's no different than floating in the water or floating on a air mattress. If you're underwater floating, you're neutrally buoyant. If you had a
You can't
BB
be
in your mouth,
underwater floating.
can I finish? Can I finish? Can I
Oh my
finish?
god.
I heard myself
ahead.
talking. I heard myself talking. So if
Yeah,
you're
but we
floating
just
underwater, you're neutrally buoyant, and then you had a BB in your mouth, and you kind of released it from the top of your mouth, it would fall to the front of your teeth if you're looking down. It would actually now it wouldn't do that if you're free falling. It would float in your mouth, just like the things in your stomach are floating. It's a whole different feeling. You have weight when you're floating because everything is still pressing on the bottom part of your body. All your organs are. It's just the way it is. You may not believe it or understand it or maybe even thought about it, but think about the free fall in an airplane. That weightlessness can only be caused by an acceleration of 9.8 meters per second. And you will float, and water around you will float. Everything in your pocket will come out and float around. There's nothing that was heavy, helium balloon, oxygen balloon. They all will be floating equally, floating.
Okay,
That
wrap it
is
up,
a
Xanax.
free fall. Okay, that is a free fall. Just stop fighting it because it's a silly argument.
No, but hang on. You like said a lot of stuff there. See, I think you do that tactic where like Gio was saying
Yeah.
there, you keep going because I mean, let's unpack some of this. And then when somebody tries to interrupt, you get so elevated, right? Okay, so floating underwater. Pardon me?
Yeah, that was the
floating
first
underwater.
problem. Yeah, that was your.
That was one problem.
Why? When you know what you can do? You can swallow. Swallowing water is not a good idea. If you had the BB, well, no, because it's hard to eat when you eat in free fall. It's different than when you having gravity allowing
When
you
have
to
you
go down your. You usually have the muscles in your esophagus. Oh my God! Why are you talking over me? Seriously, you asked me a question.
Wait, no. When have
BB
you
in your mouth.
eaten?
You have the
Fallen.
BB in your mouth. The BB. Stop it! The BB in your mouth. You look down, the BB goes to your teeth, hits your teeth. Kink, you can feel it hit your teeth. That wouldn't happen in free fall. It only happens when you're floating in water.
All right. When did you
Get
eat
it?
while free falling? A minute ago, you said about eating while free falling. I want to know when you done that.
I would have to try it.
Yeah.
I haven't
No,
tried eating a BB and floating.
but Zanik makes these statements like when you free fall and eat at the same time. Like he acts like everyone has eaten while free falling, right? Like you just puts it out there like a fucking blanket statement.
But hang on, Zanuck, I have another question because you were talking about when you were laying on the water that your organs, you would feel your organs pressing on your body. Again,
Like
I have never ever felt that, nor would like.
Yeah,
That
if
makes
you
out
lay,
of shape.
if you're floating neutral buoyant and you roll on and do on your belly, looking down at the bottom of the pool, you can feel your organs pushing on, just like you when you're laying in your bed. Although the bed's pushing back, the water's pushing back as well, but you still see your organs will have weight, and it is pushing on your stomach and abdomen, your heart, and everything is just like when you're sleeping, just like when you're laying on the cement. You don't have pressure points because of the cement, but you still have weight. Your organs still have weight inside your body. When you're floating, that doesn't happen. When you're free falling, everything is neutrally buoyant in your body. That's why the BB in your mouth is kind of the best way to check. You put a BB in your mouth, put a BB in your mouth. Where does it go? Clink. It clinks on your teeth. If you let
So
go of it,
okay, Zanuck. So when I'm standing upright, are my organs falling to
yes, down
how,
to your pelvic region. If you're underwater, your organs are pressing down in your pelvic region. Yes.
only
No
when I'm in
different.
water. Only when I'm in water.
No, on land too.
You've
Of course. The weight that's why you have all your intercostal muscles and connection tissue. They all support your heart and your lungs and your intestines and your stomach from sagging down and making it really hard to go to the bathroom.
Let me ask you this, Zanuck. Let me ask you this. When you say space time, like, do you really believe space time is real? Like, do you really believe that?
I have my questions.
Of
Very
course he
fantastic.
doesn't believe it.
That's
Like
not
I
a
said,
yes.
Of
I'm
course
a
he
Newtonian
doesn't believe
guy.
it.
I'm a
That's
Newtonian
not
guy.
a yes.
If it wasn't
No one
for,
believes
if
it.
it wasn't for, and you guys should have the problem here too. All of our discussions, if it wasn't for the fact you feel weightless when you free fall and we can measure acceleration, I'd have no problem just being Newtonian and there's no bending of warping of space time. But because that happens, I have to accept it.
Because I need something to
Zanuck,
explain
hey,
away
Zanuck,
the thing that I can't explain with any other explanation. Like you
Zanuck,
need something to explain that right away, but nothing else does. You need something fantastical, right? And you do need something fantastical to explain it, right?
Do you have
Apparently.
any ideas how that happens? I'm listening.
Well, I want to look into maybe
Zanuck.
it being something completely different. Yeah.
Okay, hang on. Rev has a question, then Apocryphon.
Zanuck,
Something coherent.
I was gonna say,
No, Apocryphon, hang on. Rev had a question first. He was trying to, so we got to go in order. If he's still there.
Good, Rev.
all right. Yeah, so he's not going. So let me just jump in real quick.
'Kay.
Zanuck, I've been debating with you for 5 years, and still to this day, you're full of shit. Everything you say is just nonsense. I'll jump out now.
I don't think others would agree with you.
All right.
And why don't you come up with an idea about why we feel weightless if you're accelerating at 9.8 meters per second squared?
We don't feel weightless.
Yeah,
It's not we.
Feel this.
All right. Well,
Have you jumped out of a plane, Zanuck? Have you gone skydiving?
Yes. Yes, I have.
Oh, how
I've
many
jumped
times?
off bridges and I've jumped off really high cliffs. And I've done
Okay.
all these. Yeah.
And skydiving? How many times have you gone skydiving?
Skydiving. A couple times.
Oh, nice. And you feel weightless. Have you tried any of these experiments, like with the coffee and the water droplets and the
No,
purse?
yes, in the
stuff?
airplane. Yes, weightless in the airplane. It's like I
Zanuck
like
has
flying more than I
always
like
got a
jumping.
BB in his mouth. Zanuck's always got a BB in his mouth. You know that.
You go
You
into
know.
a parabolic flight, or even or you not have to do that. You can just dive the plane and be weightless, and then you pour water. It's kind of fun to do in your mouth or in a cup, and you can see that it kind of floats around and makes a big mess because you're floating, you're free fall. You're in free fall, and nothing has any force. It's all inertial.
So the bending of space time explains this, or do you think that there's another explanation?
I don't think there is another explanation, but I'm willing to listen. Like I said.
Okay.
Can't be
Rev,
electrostatic.
sorry.
That's
What questions do you have about space time? What are the why didn't you say yes when I asked you, do you believe it's real? You said I have questions. What are the questions?
Well, because it is fantastic. I mean, the bending and warping of space time. Yeah, I mean, space and time
Fantastic.
warping around mass. How is that possible? But that it does explain why we feel weightless and inertial when we're falling and accelerating, measurably accelerating.
When you
It
say
doesn't, man.
fantastical, it almost like it sounds like insane, right? It sounds
Yeah.
crazy.
Sure, crazy.
Yeah, yeah.
Crazy.
Anyways, keep going. Yeah, yeah, that's all I was just. Anyways,
But it has such
I'm
great
surprised
predictive
you didn't
stuff.
say yes, please, Zanuck. I'm
Why
surprised
did
you
you say
didn't.
what?
Zanuck,
Go ahead.
Surprised I didn't say
Zanuck, you
what?
said you're all ears, right?
Well,
I just want
I
to
didn't hear
read you.
what Rev said. Rev said, I'm
Oh, go ahead.
surprised I
Go
didn't
ahead.
say
Yeah.
what?
I just said I'm surprised you didn't say yes. I do really believe space time is real. I'm surprised you didn't say that.
Oh, okay.
You know.
I get it.
Go ahead. Go ahead. New perspective.
Just being honest.
Okay, I'm going to read you. I'm going to read you a little, just one short paragraph. Please don't interrupt me. Okay, just a critique of the idea. Right? Newtonians make the most fundamental error possible in science, and that is making absence of measurement of force an argument for presence of force. Here is how that goes. Instead of saying we don't have a measurement, therefore we don't have what we aim to measure, the argument is turned around like the cat argument by saying we don't have a measurement, therefore what we aim to measure is everywhere. This
Yep.
will later be the basis for filling all the holes in the Newtonian Einstein universe with unverifiable dark this unverifiable dark. This is this and dark that. Anti this and anti that. Pseudo this and pseudo that without the slightest chance of direct measurements. Inferring is not science. Inferring is theology, a la Newton, physical theology.
Told
Einstein takes a
you.
different approach at the same cup shuffle trick. He claims that the cause is the effect of its effect. The
Can I
effect
ask a
is the
question?
cause of its
Can I ask
cause.
a question real quick?
Wait, you just don't interrupt me. In black
Oh, I
holes,
didn't.
right?
I thought you were done.
So wait,
Sorry.
the
Go ahead.
greatest absurdity in the history of science, right? Gravity as the effect of matter has squeezed its cause out of existence, and by squeezing more and more of its cause out of existence, gets stronger and stronger. All you need is a flashy slogan. Space-time tells matter how to move. Matter tells space-time how to curve. People adore these nonsensicalities, like the worshippers of a dude who gets pissed at a fig tree for not carrying figs, although it was not the time for figs, and then kills it.
How much do you want to bet that I know who wrote that? Michael Brennan?
Well, you know who I like to read.
What?
Well, that's I can read. I by every word you said, I could tell it's him. It's all
But is that,
nonsensical.
if you could
Doesn't make
speak
any
about the
sense.
and
And
he
I would
probably
like to.
haunts you in your
I
dreams.
could comment. Can I finish a sentence? I let you talk the entire time. Then you talk over me. What is wrong with you?
why
I
can't
was
you have
making
back
a
and
joke
forth?
on your behalf.
Oh, okay. Jokes are fine. I don't mind
I
being
said he
joked about.
haunts you in your dreams.
But okay, fine. So if I could, I would be able to hit every single sentence and destroy it along the way because it makes no
With
sense.
sophistry,
First,
yeah.
we're right to the fact that we say we can't see a force, so this force is everywhere. No, that's not what we say. All I'm telling you is once you send an email to him and say, "Man, Michael, I have been thinking about this a long time and I can't figure it out. Why do we see an acceleration of an object yet there's no force acting on that object? There's no acceleration felt by that object. No G meter can detect any acceleration. Why is that? No
Right. You're
force.
saying there's no force, therefore it's space-time, and space-time is everywhere, which is exactly what he's saying.
Yeah, space time is everywhere, even if it's ether.
No, sorry.
Space time
Go
or
ahead.
ether is
Exactly
everywhere.
what he's
Whatever it
saying.
is,
He's saying because there's no force,
whatever it
force
is,
must be everywhere.
if it's bending, that would explain why there's no force.
Right.
Why there's
So
nothing to feel.
that's where you jump to your because there's no force. That means the force is everywhere.
Yep.
No, it
That's
doesn't
his
mean the force is
critique.
everywhere.
You just lived up to
No,
his critique.
That's what you
that's not
just
how
said.
forces work. So that's where he gets himself tied up in a knot on his understanding or use of certain Now he's a mechanical engineer. I don't know how far he got and where he studied from, but things he says are very much off the beaten path. They don't make a lot of sense to
Well, yeah,
me.
because he's not mainstream. He's not going to go along with
Well,
the
he
what you
hasn't
think,
maybe
right?
used it. He hasn't used it in his work. So I'm just saying.
Well, why are you assuming any of that? Vienna University is where he's from.
Because
I
I'm not
thought you were
assuming
actually in contact with
he
him. Why
said
would you not know it's Vienna University?
because he says in his description, in his bibliography, what he does, and he's not in the field of mechanical engineering. He's doing something else.
Well, he says about Newton, he says Newton did not know what a force is, nor what mass is. So he defined both via acceleration. He postulates
No, he
that a
didn't.
force is what
He didn't.
causes mass to accelerate. That is like defining
Whoa,
what a
whoa,
cat is
what
by
did you
calling
say?
it
What did
furry
you?
four-legged
No,
animal.
stop reading. What did you say? Mass is force.
He says no. You're trying to misunderstand it almost.
No, I
He
just
says
didn't hear
force.
you talking
He says
quickly.
Newton did not know what a force is nor what mass is, so he defined both via acceleration. Right? He postulates that the force is
No,
what causes
that's
mass
not
to
true.
accelerate.
That's not. He did not do that at all. That's not true in itself.
Okay, so what causes
Mass
mass
has a
to
mass has
accelerate?
a pro,
Mass
mass has a
attracting mass.
property.
That's the force.
No, mass has a property called inertia. This property of inertia means its resistance to acceleration.
So what's the force?
The force will cause mass to accelerate.
Yeah, but what
the
is
force
the force?
causes acceleration in mass.
What's the force?
Something that causes acceleration in mass. Very simple.
You can't even define it or
Yeah,
name it.
you
I am
can't
defining
answer
it.
what the force is acting upon it. Like, what is this force? That's what he's
Yeah.
asking you. What's the force?
Where's it derived
Force is
from?
anytime you have
Starts with
anytime
a
you
G.
change anytime there's a change of momentum, a force is created.
See, you're doing exactly what he says in the next sentence. He says that is like.
This is what they.
Listen, he
These are
said,
words that have
Zanuck,
meaning.
wait,
These words have specific
Zanuck, wait a
meaning.
minute. This
You
is
can't
funny
do it. You
because
can't
you
talk.
just
You can't.
did what
You
he
can talk
says in the
over
next
again.
sentence. Wait, but I have to make a point because you just did exactly what he's making a point about in the next sentence. He says that is like defining a cat by saying that it has furry, it's furry and it has 4 legs, right? That's what you're doing. You're saying
That's not
here's
what I'm
what
doing.
all the things about it, but I'm
That's
not
not
saying
what
what
I'm
it is.
doing. Well, let me say it again. So mass is any amount of matter. It has a property called inertia. Okay.
It
Acceleration
has
is
4 legs called
no.
inertia.
Okay, fine. No, inertia is an object's resistance to acceleration. That's what that is. Clearly defined. Now,
And
mass.
then
Gave
your
you the definition already.
perspective
Hold
asks
on.
you
I'm
what
almost
is
done. I'm almost done. I'm
Yeah.
almost done, Redford. Redford, why you're
He
doing
just
it
walk
again?
around.
Hey. Now, the last thing is a force. What is a force? A force is something that is caused by a change of momentum or required by a change of momentum, or it causes an acceleration in mass. It's a very specific definition. There's no circle jerk talk on this. It is very, very descriptive.
Okay,
A
you're
force
done.
causes an
You're done.
acceleration in
Why?
mass.
Wait, you always do this,
Zanuck.
Zanuck. You go off
You're
and
done.
start like
Okay,
bragging
so
about all the things that you know about the definitions of things, but you're not answering the direct question of this
I am
force that you're
answering the
talking.
question. I think I am. Anyone here
You're
listening would
walking
know that I'm
around it.
answering it directly.
You're parading around it, saying, I know stuff, except that I'm not going to answer your question, but I know other stuff.
When you fall out of your bed in the morning from drinking too much like tonight, because it
I
sounds
don't
like you've been
drink.
drinking. Well, it sounds like
I
you've been
don't drink.
drinking. You
I haven't
sound
had a
drunk.
drink in years.
It doesn't sound like that whatsoever. You're a liar.
Just kidding. Oh,
That's
you
just
take
an
it
ad
a joke. You can't
hominem.
take it. You can
See
you
this
can dish it
straw
out. You
man
can't take it.
bullshit?
Okay.
Dude,
Now I just
no.
accuse you of
Fall
walking
out of bed.
around and
Fall out of bed.
misdirecting, and
You
you
fall
did
out. No, you
exactly
fall
what
out of bed.
I
Hold
just
on. Hold on.
what I
You
accused
fall
you
out
of.
of bed in the morning.
So
You
crazy,
fall
man.
out of bed.
You're so funny.
God damn it.
You
Perspective.
you're
Shut up.
walking around with
Shut up.
stories, parading
No, I'm
around,
not.
trying to make
You
like
fall
little.
out of bed.
Yeah,
You
you
fall
are.
out
You're
of bed.
proving my
Hold on.
point.
Just let me talk. Redford, would you please mute
Just
him?
let me
He's being obnoxious. You're giving me a headache again. I just got over my
Oh, I'm
last
being
headache.
obnoxious. I think you're
Yes, you
defining
are.
obnoxious
You
right
are.
now.
I'm going
You're
to define
defining
it now.
Okay,
I'm
Wow.
you
giving an
guys,
example.
this is not productive. Okay,
This is
Xanax
wow.
fallen out of bed in the morning, and what
Fall out
happens
of bed
when you fall out
and
of
you
bed?
talking
hit
about
your
projection.
head. You hit your head on the ground. So there was a change of momentum. That change of momentum was caused by a force.
Okay,
How
And
much
stop. So
force?
what is that force? Tell me what that force is. Xanax,
silence.
are you there? What's that
April.
Na
force?
na
Force,
na
yeah.
na na
Force,
na
ready?
na na
For,
na
which
na
force is
na
Can you
na na.
project that? We can't hear him.
the force is what caused the object to stop. It's a force that changed the momentum.
Does it
Gave an
have a
acceleration.
name, Xanac? Does it have a
Gave an
name?
acceleration to
The force is a
mass.
force, of course, of course,
You're
I
of course,
can't
of
explaining
hear
course,
what
of course, of
happened.
course.
You're
you
explaining
You
what
guys.
don't want to.
happened.
You don't
I
want to
know,
listen.
but you guys are just over talking him. I get it. Let
No,
him go.
it's all them.
He's
Redford, it's not me.
he's just
It's them.
waffling.
They're obnoxious.
You're
This is
Wow.
waffling.
helpful, Xanac.
I'm not waffling.
You do
I'm
You're
being
hold
being
very
hilarious.
descriptive what a
on
force
to
is.
you
It
guys.
has a descript meaning. A force imparts an acceleration on mass. You're not saying, what is that for? What is it? Well, it can be a change of momentum. You could have some mass is going at a velocity and then stops. That creates a force. What is a force? It's a force that can cause an acceleration. Well, it means it'll accelerate something else? Yes. It just causes
But why all the
acceleration
could
of
be?
mass.
Why all the could be's instead of what is?
That's what it is. It causes
Oh, okay. So
acceleration.
why'd you say it could be?
Well, it might not cause an acceleration. It might just cause a distortion in heat and energy to be released. This
So how does
change of
space time have
momentum
anything to do with
doesn't have to be. Hold on. It doesn't have to be a change in direction or the mass accelerated. It can be energy. The change of energy it's energy. And this energy could be a force that accelerates something, or it could be the energy that goes up in heat. So it's very descriptive what a force is, but you're just not
When
willing
they
to
ask,
accept it.
when they asking you
No,
what
we're not willing.
force,
We're not
they're
willing to
looking for a
accept you
one-word
walking
answer.
around it, acting like you know what you're talking about, but not ever
I do
saying
know
what
what
you're
I'm
talking
talking
about.
about.
You guys just both overtalked Rev.
Where
You're
did
a little
space time come into all
quiet.
this?
I wonder if that's maybe the problem, Rev. I don't know if you can turn your mic up a bit, but you can
Sorry.
ask your question.
I'm
It's
so
all
glad
right.
I'm louder than him.
Yeah, I know. Usually the quiet one, hey?
Sorry, my bad. Yeah, I was just gonna say, Zanuck, when they were asking you what force, they're looking for like a one-word answer. You know, like the G word.
I don't think they were.
Okay, but I mean
You-
that would
I
be
didn't
very
take it as such. So
okay.
there's
Did you-
several different forces in the universe. You know what those forces are?
Well, no, wait a minute, Zanuck. Don't start doing that. And you want to parade around talking about how much you know about stuff
No,
to
I'm
make
not.
sure
I'm
that
really not.
everyone
It's
looks
not
at
a big
you as the
deal.
source of knowledge. You want to know what the forces are? I got knowledge on other stuff, but I'm not going to answer your direct question about this force.
That is no. That
But it's
is.
so funny.
I didn't know if
You
that's what
called
you wanted
yourself
to
a
hear.
Newtonian just a minute ago. Did you say
Okay,
you're a Newtonian?
Rev. See, why I didn't want to tell him anything because he didn't
Wait,
want
real
that.
quick. I have to just continue because this is hilarious.
So Rev, you heard me
So he
right?
says
That's why I didn't
Newton.
answer.
Okay, wait. So he talks about the cat, the cat that has. Okay, you're not going to say what the force is. You're going to say the force is furry and the force has 4 legs, but you're not going
No,
to say what the force is. You're going to say all these things about what the force could be and what it has and all the properties and all the things you know, but you're not going to directly answer what this force is. And you're not going to relate it to space time
all
the
right. What
way
is
you
a
just
cat?
did.
Tell me what a cat is.
So the way he goes on to this.
What's the
Right, he
cat?
makes the
Go ahead, tell me what a
example
cat
that
is.
by
Stop
saying that a cat has 4 legs
Mute
and is
him.
furry,
What
right?
is a
So
cat?
then on top of that, real quick, Zanuck, let me just finish this. So he says this would work out all right until you turn it around and then claim that all furry 4-legged animals are cats. Newton fell into this trap, or rather, he remained vague, so you would fall into it.
Still reading
He
from Brennan.
remained
Go
vague,
ahead.
so you would fall into it. Sound familiar? And thus
No,
made you believe that all accelerations must ergo be caused by a force, although he, as well as you, must have jumped off something or fell off the bed sometime in your life and felt the absence of a force during free fall. Being at rest, being in constant rectilinear motion, and being in free fall are all the same experience, as well as having the same experimental outcome. No measurement. Thus, a system would not be able to tell whether it is at rest or moves uniformly along a rectilinear trajectory, just like you were talking about, or free falls toward another system. Newtonians make the most fundamental error possible in science, and that is making the absence of a measurement of force an argument for the presence of a
there's
force.
no force in a free fall. He's wrong. He's always wrong. The guy. You should stop reading his crap and posting it. It's just
No,
nonsense.
you're saying space time is everywhere.
No. You can make whatever theory you want out to what causes this.
Bending and warping
No
is space
force.
time. That's what
You
he
are
said.
inertial. You know what inertial means?
Yes.
No, you don't.
You know what non-inertial means?
You know what inertial means? Yes or no?
Yes. You know what
What
non-inertial
is
means?
it? I know what
There's inertial
non-inertial
and
means.
non-inertial reference frames. Is that what you're talking about?
What is a non-inertial reference frame?
It's the one that's in reference to the inertial one.
That's circle talk right there. No, that's
Well,
not the answer.
that's what it is.
No,
We're
it's not.
talking reference
What is
frames.
a
We have
non-inertial
one
reference?
moving
What is
body.
it?
We got one
It
moving
has a
body, and then we
specific
got
meaning.
one that's not.
It has a
We got
specific
one
meaning.
moving body, and then we got something moving in relation to a stationary body.
No, that's not inertial.
Okay, you define inertial and non-inertial for us right now.
No problem. Inertial
Go
reference
ahead.
frame is one that is not. What did you say right there?
Yeah.
Why did
I
you
just
say
said
that?
that. You said I was wrong. You just want to say
You
something's
are
wrong
wrong.
and then correct him and
Listen,
say the same thing
I
they
said
said.
5 words and you interrupted me. Let me speak, and I'll tell you what an inertial reference
The
frame is.
inertial is the stationary reference frame, and then something's non-inertial in
Stationary?
reference
No,
to
it's
the
not
inertial.
stationary. It's not stationary. Let me answer you. You
What
might learn
did you
something.
just say?
This sounds like you
Go
don't
ahead.
know. So
You just
inertial
said the
reference.
same thing I did.
Are you guys listening to this guy? Every time I have one letter in my
Go
word, and
ahead,
he's
man.
talking over me.
I'm listening. Go
Just
ahead.
shut up, please. Thank you. An inertial reference frame is a reference frame that is either is not accelerating or motionless.
That's what I just said.
No, you said you said motionless.
Yeah, and you just said
Still
the same thing.
Still be moving. It can still be moving as long as it's not accelerating. So you're wrong about that. Number two.
No, because I didn't include not accelerating.
Yeah, moving.
Because I didn't include not
You
accelerating
specifically
as
said not.
motionless.
You said it can't be moving. It can be moving.
I didn't say it can't be moving. I said it's motionless.
Motion. How can it be moving and not be motionless?
In relation to the motion. The
No,
reference
it's
frame
not
is
relation to
moving.
anything. You can be moving.
No, you wanted to say I'm wrong,
You
but you're
can
going
be
to say
moving
the
in
exact
relation
same
to
thing I
anything.
just
It
said
doesn't
again.
matter. It's not about moving or not. It's about being
challenge
inertial.
over definitions.
Yeah,
that you
he
know better.
actually
What's not
said
inertial?
that
What's
in
not inertial?
reference to the reference
What's not
frame.
inertial? Perspective. What's not inertial? You
So
brought it
you're
up.
the one defining the shit. He already defined it, and you refuted it. So carry on with what you're doing. Does that make sense?
So
Yeah,
what's
say
not
the
inertial?
exact same thing I said and make
No, I
me
didn't.
wrong
You said it
again.
couldn't be moving. You said no motion,
I didn't
and
say
you were
couldn't
wrong.
be. Now you're repeating the same thing that I said
You
I didn't
said
say before.
motionless.
I didn't say
said
it couldn't be
could
repeat.
motion.
I didn't say it couldn't be moving.
You said motionless.
So did you.
No, I didn't. I said it would
Yes, you
be.
did.
I said it could be motionless or it could be traveling at a constant velocity.
Right, but because I didn't add the constant velocity
So you're half right. Okay,
part,
I'll give
I'm
you half
wrong,
credit.
right?
You got 50%.
No, it's not
You're
about
still
being
gonna
half
have.
right.
Right, you
that
got a half
can,
right. So what is
right.
non-inertial?
I know about
Hey,
the fact that it could
what is
be in
non-inertial?
constant motion. I
What is
understand that.
non-inertial?
Talking about the Earth moving and all of that. I
What is
understand all of that.
non-inertial?
You know how many times we've been through this, Danik?
What
You and
is
I have had this argument
non-inertial?
100 times. Why do you have
What
to go through the
is
details of this? Your
non-inertial?
tactic. No, I'm not going to let you do it. Your
Okay,
tactic
I'll tell you what it
is
is.
to try to quiz
You asked me
people
anyway.
and be the
So
teacher, and then you
non-inertial.
get the upper hand.
Can
Then you feel like you get the
mute
upper hand, but you just repeat what
Red
they
Bear, he
said.
just won't stop talking. It's like a broken
Everyone
record.
else can hear it.
Yeah.
I'm going to go on mute. You talk for 5 minutes.
Can you please mute him? God, he's so obnoxious. So a non-inertial reference frame is one that is either accelerating or rotating. It's very specific. Accelerating or rotating. That's non-inertial and inertial reference frames. What we're talking about is something in free fall. It is inertial. Could be going at a constant velocity, but it's not accelerating and it's not rotating. That's how hard was that? If you would have talked nonstop,
It wasn't hard because I would have said the exact same thing and you would have said I'm wrong because I didn't include a detail that you decided to make me wrong, right?
All you do is
I know all
you have
those
more.
details
You're a mouth.
already. So why
You're
is
a
it
mouth.
you're like, why are
Stop
you
talking.
playing teacher all of a sudden? Why are you playing teacher? What does that prove to
You
anybody?
need to be taught. You need a spanking
No,
too.
that's your thing. You come
You
in here
bent over
thinking
my knee and
everyone needs
whacked
to be
that
taught.
fucking.
I'm right. I'm never going to change my mind. No one can teach me anything. That's how you are. That's a tactic, bro. And it doesn't work because you were totally saying the same thing I was saying, and then acting like you're correcting me. So it's lame, dude. It's really lame. It's the definition of arrogance.
Dishonesty. Yep.
Okay. Anyways, yeah. So what were we talking about? Oh yeah. So really quick, just name the force. No, I'm just kidding. Let's not do that again. let's move on.
We're talking
We
about
can
forces.
talk about something
Can I
else.
explain what a force
Forget
was?
it, Zanuck.
Like
Forget it. Forget it. Forget
What the
it.
cat?
Did I
He
ask
couldn't explain what a cat was.
Just forget
A
it.
cat's just not
Forget
four legs
it.
and furry.
Forget it.
You
Zanuck.
tell a
Don't
cat
worry.
by a further
Zanuck, now
description, which
you're
I did.
becoming
I gave them the definition of a force and all the aspects of it, all the properties, and you're still talking.
I can't do this. Okay. Anyways, so we got past. Okay, he's all right. So did anyone else have a question or something to say before we go on to a completely different topic? Any closing thoughts?
No, just say what you want to say, because otherwise Danik will come in with tons of closing thoughts, I'm sure. I just muted him so you could move on to the next subject you like to talk about. I'll unmute him. I'll unleash the bear.
Yeah. I think okay, really quick, is Redford Bear, are you still there? I have a question actually what was the name of that thing that you were trying to get him to say? Like what was the what were you thinking of when you asked the question? I don't know if you had an answer in mind, but does anyone know? Like does that
what
do you
were we thinking of? What the other topic we were going to move on to?
Oh, I was gonna ask what because I never actually heard the answer to her question. I never heard the answer what was the force? You know what I'm
Oh,
saying?
no, then we're gonna get Zanuck back in here saying that it's the force that has 4 legs. But let's talk
No,
about cats
I
and
know,
how
but
much I know about cats.
The point was is there was no force in mind, buddy. It was just to show that Zanuck didn't have a way of describing the force itself. He's describing the
Oh,
effects, but isn't able to show whatsoever what the cause
okay,
is or define the cause itself.
there we go. Okay, that's okay.
Causes
Thanks.
the effect of
I
the
just
cause.
wanted to know. Okay, so there was no answer. Okay,
Circular reasoning, yeah.
all right, yeah, we could move on.
Richard Bear, are you still here? She dished out. She's
I
like, too
imagine
much
she's
over
left.
talking. I'm out of here.
No, I'm in the kitchen. I just have to walk over. What's up? Yeah, sorry.
Where you belong.
Yes,
We're looking to you for
exactly. I gotta do my
you
dishes.
for a new topic.
Oh, I don't even know.
How about
What
this?
are we gonna
I
talk
was gonna say
about,
we haven't
eh?
talked about Star Trails for a while. Oh, frick, that went on for a long time though.
Star Trails. You know what? I'll put some pics that I usually post when people bring up Star Trails. It's something I like to always kind of make a point about because a lot of flat earthers, insist that the southern star are just the southern star trails like a manifestation of the northern star trails or a reflection, or they just don't exist and they're kind of like a denial thing going on sometimes. But the guy that I think knows the most about stars that I've talked to is very positive that there's 2 star trails, right? 2 sets of star trails. One's over one side, and then there's another set of star trails on the other side, adjacent to each other over our stationary plane. And then they meet through the celestial equator. And then if we could get far enough past Easter Island with a telescope that could see where they separate, because the Milky Way stretches out, and then he thinks that it separates completely, goes off in its own direction, 180 degrees away from each other, then meets up completely in sync with the other side, and then comes through the celestial equator complete. And the Orion's belt goes right through the middle of the celestial equator. He says those are the only 3 stars that he can't see that actually go one direction or another, because he can't follow them in their trail around the whole circle. And then they just kind of pop up on the other side at the same exact time, like almost like a Pac-Man, or like if this was a disco light type thing, like a double disco ball effect, then we would just have this light show going on. And these things are just, consistent with each other because the pattern is locked. Isn't that interesting? I'll put the pics that of his map and the
Definitely.
concept in the live stream.
That's the same concept that I came to myself, bro, like pretty much.
And his map is also based on something I sent him about the Orion's belt also lining up not only with the pyramids in Giza, but all these other monuments that have that exact same 2 with 1 off to the side block. Very, very distinct. Some of them are like, kind of faded at this point, or maybe even covered up on purpose. But there's all these continents that have those exact markings, right? So he thinks that what they did that for was so that they could, not only is Orion's belt the 3 stars you can see and from anywhere on the known Earth, that area that we're in, but then because of that, they used the Orion's belt as a way of knowing where you are on Earth, because if you knew where Orion's belt it was in relation to where it would be over which monument, you would know exactly where you are in relation to that monument. And if that's correct, then we have the correct area to put the continents in, because it matches up with where Orion's belt is still in sync with those areas.
And this is all from the stars. This
Yeah, isn't that funny? Because flat earthers usually say the stars can't tell you anything about the land, but in this way, the stars would tell you exactly where you are on the land. And if they haven't changed over all this time since those structures were built, then what does that tell you? No parallax whatsoever since those
There's
things
no
were built.
parallax.
No parallax in the movement of the Orion's belt through the celestial equator. Because they meet, like you can see with the star trails, you can see both patterns. Like there's 2, and they go counterclockwise and clockwise, just like we observe. But the ball makes you have to believe that the only reason the southern stars look like they're going counterclockwise or clockwise compared to the northern stars is that you're upside down, right?
I actually
But if you
heard
see
there
them
was
both at the same
sorry, go
time, how
ahead.
could you be upside down and right side up at the same time?
Yeah. I actually heard okay, I don't remember I don't know if this is true, but I heard that there was actually no detectable parallax from any star. I don't know if that's I don't think that's true, but I remember
It
I don't know, I
depends what
remember someone
method you're
telling
talking about. Depends what method you're talking about, really, as well, right? Like,
Okay.
I think,
So there
be
is
perspective. What's the normative mechanism for parallax? What's the first stage? Do you remember?
For parallax within the globe model,
Yeah, let's not say we're taking a reading of how far away the moon is. Let's say we're taking a reading of how far away a different star is in a different galaxy, even.
in relation to our sun,
Yeah.
or are you talking about the
What?
way they measure it?
Yeah, the way they measure it. What has to happen? You guys think about it, like it's a
There has to
reification,
be a
right?
shift. There has to be a shift in the relationship, the angle.
Yeah.
And just to be clear on the definition, when you say parallax, the effect whereby the position or direction of an object appears to be different when it's viewed from a different position, for example, through a viewfinder and the lens of a camera. Is that accurate? Or is
Yeah.
that
Yeah, well,
okay?
put simply, like think about it. Like
Basic concept.
you've seen the
Finger in front
you've seen
of
the
face.
you've seen the Big Dipper and the Little Dipper and everything ever since you were a kid, right? You know that they're always the same, right? They're fixed, right? All
Yeah.
those stars are fixed in relation to each other, and their rotation above us is always going to be consistent in relation to us, right?
Yeah, it's almost like the Earth is not moving.
Yeah, it's almost like that, right? Because it's the only way it would work. unless by their excuse or their explanation for this is that they're so infinitely far away. That's why they have to be trillions and trillions of miles away, so
Right,
that they can
totally.
get you to believe that those stars are so far away that we can't notice this infinitesimal parallax that they've measured, which actually tells them the distance that they're away, right? Which is hilarious because these measurement tools that you have to see these incremental little changes, like in King's Dethroned talks about, where they said, well, we just make the stars this far away, and then we have all of our reasoning and all of our angles and all of our measurements acceptable because you can't fathom to even calculate what the angle would be. And no matter what, it's going to be this negligible result that they need, which is how they can say that we'll still get star trail pictures when we have one stationary camera with the stars moving. And the only other way to do that is to have the camera doing one perfect rotation, right? One perfect rotation. So they say it's the rotation or the spinning of the Earth on its axis that causes the star trails. But they're not accounting for the 400. Like if you did an 8-hour star trail time elapse, over that 8 hours, you're going to be moving over 430,000 miles in your orbit as well as moving along with the sun. Now they can say the rest of the galaxies are swarming with our sun, but those galaxies aren't moving with our planet that's orbiting around our sun.
Yeah.
So that there should be a change there. But they say because the stars are so far away, that angle change of 430,000 miles as compared to the 8,000 miles causing this actual effect, right, is negligible. But you
But
know, if you
wait,
just
hold
bump
on.
the camera,
Sorry, go
your
ahead.
whole shoot is fucked up, right? So how can they say 430,000 miles of orbit doesn't equate to at least a bump in the camera? Because it's a different vector, different direction. It's all about this infinite star distance that makes it seem like it's negligible. It makes it plausible that you could imagine that it's negligible according to maths. That's how they get away with it. And I would argue
So
that's ridiculous because these stars don't move in
yeah.
relation to each other. They're supposed to be suns of their own galaxies. How are you saying that all that movement? I mean, our sun over a day's period is going to move our planet 12 million miles out of its original place in space and time. So 12 million miles a day, just add that up, 360 days a year. I mean, it's unthinkable, that number alone. And that number alone makes no difference in our relation to those stars. Are you kidding me? Really? You got to really have some faith.
Okay, wait. I got a question, real quick. So, as soon
You
as
talk
when you
nonstop for
say
15
it's
minutes.
going infinite,
Yeah,
yeah.
you love
Sorry,
it, don't
sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay,
No,
okay. I
you-
got a question. So, when you said their excuse was that it's infinitely or infinite, there's the distance is the excuse. So all you have to do is just challenge that and ask them, okay, how did they physically measure the distance? Right? So
Well, yeah,
so how
they'll
did
tell
they
you the
measure
angles.
it? Okay.
They'll tell you that they have
Yeah,
observations.
parallax is all fake. It's all made. It's all CGI.
I'm not saying no.
Parallax.
See, now you're gonna straw man me, right?
Okay, so you're using
It was meant to be a straw man.
I know.
okay, so like let's say you wanted to find the distance to, I don't know, pick a star, it doesn't matter. Any star. Let's say the North Star, right?
Alpha Centauri.
What's the first thing you would do? What's the first thing you would do if you wanted to find the distance to the North Star?
Measure
Like
it
to
in
get
spring.
parallax,
Measure it in the fall.
Okay, so what would you use? Like, how would you measure it? Go ahead.
basically assume that the Earth's a globe. Originally, is the first thing you need to do. That's what I was trying to bring up earlier. You first
Yeah.
need to presuppose sphericity. Okay. They need to presuppose that the Earth is also rotating as well as a sphere, right? Then, after doing that, theoretically, within the side of that concept, then you take a reading from one side of the orbital path of the sun to an antipodal position halfway across the year. Then, using background cosmic radiation, you take your measurements and your readings. After this, then you would take the
What are you
parallax
measuring
angle.
though? What are you measuring when you say
I
measuring?
don't fucking know. This is a load of sophistry. What are you talking about? Nothing.
But the thing is, like, when they say
Load of
parallax,
bollocks.
are they talking
We're
about like an
measuring the change
angle?
over 6 months period of time, right? The
Change of
star's
what?
here 6 months, and then like they're going to say, okay, now we're aiming our telescope in the exact same position where that star
Okay.
should be, and we see that it's shifted just a little tiny bit, but it's so far away that little tiny bit can be seen as a lot because infinite stars and
So wait, hold on. So let me ask you
Fair
this:
enough. I
when
shouldn't
they
joke. Like, I should be more serious. Sorry about that, dude. I
so
shouldn't joke.
so when they okay, hold on. When you said telescope, right? So okay, so let's say they're looking at the star with the telescope, right? Now, when they see it again in a different position, when you say measuring, I'm assuming they're like writing something down, right? So are they looking at the
an
telescope
angle
and
change.
then okay, so they're writing down the angle of the telescope, right?
The angle compared to its original angle.
Okay,
Like
okay.
one
So
point,
that's
you
so
have 2
they're
points, and you draw like a line to both those
okay.
points, and then you measure the angle change, right?
Okay, that makes sense. So they're just writing. So they think. So after you get the angle, let's say you have the two different angles. Okay, now angles are not distances, right? So how did you get the distance from the angle?
Well, that's that's crazy about it. Can you imagine 6 trillion, like coming up with the number of 6 trillion miles for 1 light year, and then timesing that by
Yeah.
430? Can you even draw? Can you even write the number of zeros? Can you even say what that number is? Zanik, can you tell me what 430 times 6 trillion actually equals? Can you say the number? No, you can't. Can you write? Can you
On
count the
top of
zeros?
copper, is.
Like let me give you an example. Like what if you had angle that said 30 degrees yesterday, now it's 20 degrees today, okay? And let's say you wanted to use those two numbers to find the distance to the star, right? Because you're using parallax, right? Okay, so what will be the next thing that you would do? Because obviously angles are not this. I know I already asked this question, but angles are not distances, right? So what's the next thing after you get the
You
angle?
program your rockets and start a war with Alpha Centauri.
Yeah.
Can you see the chat, Red? Can you see the chat?
Yeah, post it, yeah.
Wait, Zanuck blood.
There it is. Okay, so first of all, angles are not distances, but we all know if we have two angles on a side or two sides of an angle, we can actually fill in the blanks in a triangle, right?
Okay,
So one
so
of the
how'd
things
you
that
get the
parallax
side?
allows it to, well, we get the side because we know that how far the sun is away from us.
How'd you get that distance?
We can
2
measure it by
points, but 2
radio
lines
telescopes.
away.
Radio telescopes are an easy way, but there's other ways we can do it. There's many other ways as well. But let's say you don't like those methods, but we actually come up with a number. You don't like it, but we do have that number. By getting that number, and that number may not be accurate. It may be very inaccurate. In fact, it may be completely fabricated. It may be made up. But whatever the number is, you can use that number to measure the angle from the Earth at one side of the full rotation around the sun.
Hold on.
Hold on. Let me just finish so you can
Go
understand,
ahead.
and then you can ask questions after. Measure the angle to the star in the sky at exactly 1 full 1/2 rotation around the sun, and then measure it again. Take the angle, and I put the here, I'll put it in the chat. There it is. Then you just take you take the theta, and you divide theta by 2, and then you can get fill in the lengths of the triangle. So that's how you get the distance to the star roughly, because it's all going to be as accurate to the distance to the sun. If that distance to the sun is not accurate, then the angle will not be accurate, and then it'll be exactly how far that measurement's off.
Okay, how'd you get the distance to the sun?
Radio telescopes.
Okay, so when you use a radio telescope, are you just writing down the angle again, or are you using a different method?
No, you're using a radio telescope to see how far it is away from the sun.
Okay, so you're not
how far the Earth is away from the sun.
Okay.
How does that work? He's asking this, Zanuck.
Yeah, I'm asking for the mechanical.
Yeah.
So you're obviously using your eye.
We're talking about stars right now.
Ruler in
I
your
don't want to
eye.
talk about how we measure the sun.
I'll say it like this: in your
But it's
eyes,
contingent.
you do not have a ruler in your eyes.
What do you mean, a ruler in your eyes? We're
Yes,
measuring
you
the
do not
distance
have
to the
a way
sun.
to measure using your eyes because you do
Okay.
not. Your eyes are not precise like a ruler is.
Who's saying using your eyes as a ruler? Why are you even saying that?
That's why I want to know the
Using
method.
a telescope. You're using a telescope.
No, I'm not using a telescope. Who said a
A
telescope?
radio telescope. You just said
It's not a telescope that you look at. Are you for real? You don't use your eyes with a radio telescope.
Well, then Zanuck, like usually, wait there, I gotta point something out very quick. Zanuck, you should just tell him then, right? What you think to be true. It's a perfect moment for you, right, to explain something to somebody. Like, don't mock.
Okay.
Come on, dude.
Let's make an easier
'Cause
way.
he doesn't know it.
Maybe people. Let's go easier, because like I said, there's many ways to measure the distance to the sun. Here's another way. So first, we would measure the distance to the moon.
Hold on. We can't just skip over the radio telescope. You got to actually address that first.
Well, no, if the radio telescope is something you don't look at. The radio telescope sends radio waves to the sun, and they bounce back, and we time that to see how long the bounce is.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm not going to play this. I don't have time. I'm not going to go to bed here because I'm tired. I'm tired of this nonsense too. You can't challenge everything because you don't understand it. That's not an argument. I don't understand how radio telescopes. Please help me understand how they work.
No,
they
I don't
work
think he's
because
challenging.
radio waves are real, and they bounce. They have they travel the speed of light, and we know the time between the moment we emit them to when they return, and that signal has a distance, and that's how far the sun is to the moon, and to the Earth.
How'd you know
and
it bounces
changes
off the
throughout.
sun?
Hold on, and it changes throughout the year. So we use that as a basis for the one astronomical unit. Once we have that distance, we can then measure angles to the stars at two different spots in its orbit around the sun. If you don't like that way of using a radio telescope, you can also use Aristarchus had a really good methodology to
Hold
do it.
on. Stop. That's a different idea. Now, okay,
Why is that a different idea?
idea?
Why is that a different idea? Hold on. Why is that a different idea?
Because, Zanuck, it's a different method. Stop,
Why
Zanuck.
do you say it's a different
But
idea?
you just
I wanna know
admitted
why
if you don't. Zanuck, can you hear me? Hello, mic check.
I hear you.
Okay. So, Zanuck, you said if you don't like the radio telescope way, we have another method. Okay, so he's not right. You can't just keep going. You gotta. Did he leave?
No, I'm here.
Well,
I'm here. Don't just Zanuck, just don't gish gallop, okay? Don't jump to
I'm
another
not gish
thing.
galloping at all.
Okay, just stay on one. I'm gonna address that first one, that first idea that you had. Okay, you said it sends a signal to the sun, and my question then, my challenge is, you never verified that signal or that whatever what was being emitted, you never saw or verified that actually hit the sun. You never saw it hit the sun. So that's the problem. The instrument, if you're talking about like radar, like something hitting, and it doesn't work, because you need, in order to verify that telescope is you using the signal that's being emitted. In your own words, you said it was being emitted, and then it's going to bounce off the sun or hit the sun. You never actually saw it hit the sun. That's what I'm getting at. So can you address that?
Radio telescopes work. They can be tested in terrestrial environments. They can be tested in celestial environments, and they work. They can be verified. We verify it with another method. So that's why I rolled into the Aristarchus method, which is very easy to measure. And first, we can use some modern technology to know how far the moon is. That's easy to do with a radio telescope as well, or lasers. Some laser light there and read the reading back. That's easily verified. You don't have to see it, but you don't have to see how images are read on a photo sensor inside your digital camera. It's not like the old days where we're exposing film, which is still exposing things from things you actually can see, but they're doing things using
so
light.
hold on.
So let me finish. I listen to you talk about your objection.
That was
Let me
good.
finish this. Let me finish
Go
this.
ahead, go ahead.
So we can now use a radio telescope or a laser to determine how far the moon is away, and we get a distance of roughly 230,000 miles away. By using that, and then using the angle of the sun that is illuminating the moon, and it's half lit, and the line directly down the middle. At some rare times in the season where the sun is visible and the moon is visible when it's half or truly quarter, but a half moon. We can then assert by the angle from our feet to the sun and our feet to the moon, we get an angle of 89.7 degrees. In the old days, they only could get it close to 87 degrees, and that would only make the sun 20 times further away. Has to be that because it's basic geometry. But because we can measure it more accurately to 89.7 degrees, it is 300 times further away, which gives us roughly the 93 million miles distance to the moon, to the sun. By using anything close to that, it wouldn't take very much accuracy to know how far the star is, because even that accuracy is dependent upon the angle we can measure, which has some inaccuracies because it's so goddamn far away. So we know that it is Alpha Centauri is going to be about 3 light years away.
Okay, here's the problem. When you said we can test it using terrestrial examples, you're basically, my argument to you is that's a false equivalency. First of all, you don't know what medium the sun is in. Okay, so you don't know how that is.
What do we need to know that for?
Okay, hold on. Let me finish, Zanuck. Okay, just let me finish, all right? Okay, so you told me that the way that you know that radio telescope is accurate, that it's working, right? You said that you can test it using terrestrial examples, like on the Earth, right? So here's the problem. You don't know that terrestrial is equivalent, like the properties of that terrestrial and the medium and the properties of that. You don't know that would be in any scenario the same as looking at something that's in the sky that you have no access to, right? So
yeah, we do.
You don't know.
So we test
the problem is you don't know.
Yeah, we do know,
what is
and we can validate it with other
in.
test. Okay, you're going to keep on talking
And
and
you
say the
don't
same
know
thing
what
4
it
more
is
times.
either.
So you said that 3 times in a row, exact same question and statement. And I started talking.
It's
You
not
wanted
the
to say
same.
you want to say it a 4th time. You want to say it a 4th time? Go ahead, say it a 4th time.
Okay, that's not
I don't
productive,
know.
Zanuck. Just continue with the conversation.
No, if he wants to be productive, stop just saying "nuh-uh" for all the things I'm bringing up, because that's what he's saying. Nuh-uh. We can then validate.
Your idea of productive is
okay. I
people
don't want to
listen
talk.
to
Okay, I'm
you
done with
and
you.
feel like
You're
they're
definitely.
being taught.
Okay. Anyways, so
So yeah, we can validate it. We can validate it, and then we can test the validation by measuring a different way, which doesn't involve the radio telescope. And lo and behold, ironically enough, or coincidentally enough, it still works too. We can measure other objects. We can measure the distances to certain planets. We
But
can
you're not
measure
going
the
to defend
distances
the telescope.
to other planets that have moons. We can measure the distances of those moons, revolving around those planets. I mean, there's so many things we can validate with and continually come up with the right answers, because if they're wrong, we wouldn't then be able to predict their orbit periods around us. Whether you think that the Earth is revolving around them or they're revolving around us or whatever, the distances still work out because it's basic geometry.
Okay, so
And you're going to
when
say,
you
nah.
no, hold on. When you
You want to say, nah?
talk, let me finish, Zanuck. Just let me finish. Okay. So when I'm talking about the radio telescope, you actually, in your response to me, you said there was other methods. I'm not on those other methods right now. I'm still challenging you on the radio telescope. So are you giving up on that one, or do you want to? Because I still have more questions on that.
You want to know how a radio telescope works?
No. That's not the. Go
Oh,
ahead.
okay.
Yeah,
So
if
we're
you
not
want
going
to
to talk about how it
explain it
works.
again, go ahead. If you want to
No,
explain it
no.
again,
I don't want to talk about that anymore. I thought we already did.
okay. So you're dropping that. You're not going to
Well, no,
defend that.
you said you don't want to talk about that. So I go, fine.
No,
We don't
no,
want to
no.
talk about
I'm
it.
asked. Okay. I'm gonna. Okay,
You
so
want
I'm
to know
gonna
how a radio
challenge you again
telescope
on
works?
that. No. I'm gonna challenge you on it again. Okay.
Why? How can you challenge me? You don't even know how it works.
I just you
If you
explained
don't
it to me.
understand the model, how do you?
You explained it to me. You told me you told me that signals are something is being emitted and it's bouncing off the sun. That's what you told me.
Right, but you originally said, "How can you trust your eyes like you're looking through a radio telescope?" It just shows me you're not really genuine about understanding this.
No, it's not. I'm not lying to you. I'm telling you the reason I don't believe it is because when you emit something and you think it's hitting the sun, but when I ask you, have you actually seen it hit the sun? Were you there when it hit the sun? Did you verify that it hit the sun? Did you verify that the signal bounced off the sun? You can't answer that. You have no answer
Yeah,
for
you
that.
can, because you can continue to do tests to make sure that you're actually shooting at something, and when it's
Oh,
further
no.
away, it registers being further away, and it just all
Did
all
you
in
see
sync.
the signal
I
hit
mean,
the
Here's
sun?
the dead,
I've been in
five
Texas, and I've
viewpoints,
been to
please.
the Lick Observatory here. We did
Really
the
heavy
retro
button,
reflector,
please.
so
A
we have
little
data on
slow.
that. Are you just talking over me? Okay, someone's
Go
talking
ahead.
over me, I guess. No, let them talk. Obviously, their comments are more important than mine.
No, that's crack villain. You've got a hot
I
mic,
think
bro.
he was top micing, yeah. Did somebody mute him?
Yeah, I just muted him.
Thank you.
Okay. Keep going, Zanuck. I was listening. Go ahead.
So we can they put these radio telescopes in areas like Stanford has one on top of a hill,
Yeah.
and they're these huge, 80-meter cross dishes. There's no telescope. You're not looking through it, like you mentioned. I know you don't know what they are. That's okay, but it's not like this simple like little novice technology that we don't know how to use. We can use these radio telescopes. In fact, some were, I mean, they're
Did you
big and
point
they're
one at the sun?
massive.
Like
What's that? No, I pointed at the moon when I actually looked at it, or
so
I saw
when they
the
measured the
data
distance to
from.
the sun. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
So these guys, so people have, back in the early 1900s, people had them in their backyards. Some of these radio telescopes, and they were able to measure some of these things fairly accurately. I mean, pretty close to the accuracy the data they have today. And they make them bigger and bigger. And pretty soon these things are the size of major craters on the Earth. And they filled it in with these satellite receivers, radio telescopes, with transmitter and receiver, and they can travel and detect distances of objects, very far away. And they use certain frequencies that are immune to certain types of interference, electromagnetic radiation interference, and they are able to measure distances very accurately. And they can validate that these distances are where they are because they can see changes in it and estimate. Okay, well, we saw this change. Here's the angles. Is the distance farther? Oh, it is. Okay, we just validated that we're pretty close. Not perfect, but it's gonna be pretty damn close.
So when you're using that radio telescope, you told me that you use it on the moon. I'm asking you, how did you know the distance of the sun?
They use the same radio telescope to see the distance to the sun as well.
They or you? They or you?
They.
Okay, so somebody else. Did you see them do it? Did you see them do that?
No, I've seen the data from it though.
Okay. Do you know anyone who has a radio telescope that you can use to verify and point it at the sun, like not at the moon, right? Because we're talking about the distance of the sun, right?
No.
So, okay.
Nobody.
Okay, I
So
mean that's
you're
fine.
saying
That's fine.
my
That's
argument
fine.
is appeal to authorities. What you're saying?
No, no, it's fine. It's fine. I'm just saying that would be that in order for like me to just not just rely on it. I would have to do it, right? So I would have to. How would you say it? Like if they give you a distance of the sun, right? And what? Oh, okay, fine. Forget what I said about relying on someone else. Okay, let's just talk about the functionality. So if you're using the radio telescope and you're using it on the sun, you're pointing at the sun, right? Let's just say you get a certain number, right? Now, in order to know that that number is accurate, are you saying you pointed it at the moon to measure something else in the sky, and that's how you know it's accurate? Because I think you said that not only are because terrestrial objects are not going to. There's no reason to believe that those are going to behave the same way as objects in an unknown medium in the heavens. There's no way. So
Why do you say it's an unknown medium?
have you been there?
No, but they have. And they can see
Okay,
through
so
it.
what's the medium? What's the medium?
Vacuum space with atoms that are incredibly far apart.
Okay, so
10 to the minus 17 means that you don't see another atom for another 5 miles. Every 5 miles you see an atom.
Yeah, okay. Wait, okay, so vacuum of space. Okay, so then that brings up another problem because now you have a vacuum next to gas pressure.
Why is that a problem?
Well, every time someone tries to demonstrate an open vacuum next to gas pressure, they always have to have a vacuum chamber, right? So there's never been an open vacuum.
Well, we have an open vacuum. It's called. We have it. We can measure the vacuum at Mount Everest. You can go there, climb it, train a little bit, and then go there, and you'll see there's a vacuum compared to sea level by almost 11 psi. Hold on, almost 12 psi. Difference.
There's no vacuum in Everest, man. For real?
Yes, it's a vacuum. So what we have here is a failure to communicate. A vacuum is only a relative pressure differential between one area to another. So if we have 14.7 psi, when I make for example, it'd be very hard for me to make a vacuum as high as Mount Everest in my garage, in my laboratory.
When
Because
I say vacuum,
that'd be a
I
3
mean,
psi. Hold on. That'd have to reduce the pressure from 14 psi to 3 psi. It's difficult to do. Now, if I want to go down to 1 psi, or how about 0.05 psi, like we measure in a balloon, that is almost an absolute zero vacuum. We measure that. Kindergarten has been part of these balloon launches. Of course, their parents are there doing all the work, but they're there. This is like a kindergarten level experiment. They measure the pressure at 120,000 feet. Thanks for interrupting. They measure the pressure at 120,000 feet, and they measure it to 0.05 psi. That is a vacuum. That is a almost absolute zero vacuum for all practical purposes. It sits on top of our 14.7 sea level pressure. Why does the pressure evacuate like you explained in such general detail? Well, the reason is that air doesn't leave the surface of the earth and go up into the vacuum is really simple. There is a force acting on it. That force can be either a container or it can be contained by, notice the word I'm using, contained by the virtue of that gas having weight. That means, and we can prove this by putting gas in a container and weighing it and saying, well, how does the gas register weight if the molecules or the atoms are going in all directions? Well, they are going in all directions. However, they are going down faster than any other direction. And that's what registers the weight. So there's weight, and the weight acts as the container for the air, for the atmosphere, and it allows us to have a gradient that goes down exponentially as you go up. Now, was that clear enough?
Okay, so my question is, when you said there was a vacuum on
You haven't
Everest,
heard this before? Is this like
hold
news
on,
to
let
you
me
or something?
finish. Let me finish.
It
Let me
very
Because
well
you're
could
either
be,
playing
Xanax.
with
Why are you
me
looking?
or you never
Yeah,
heard of it before.
Stanek, it sounds like, is he allowed to ask you questions? Like, you just, again, dumped a lot of information. So
Like a
Well, I know,
load.
but he's
like, if
I'm
it,
wondering
you
if he's
kept
playing. I don't
going,
want to waste my time. I don't want to waste anyone's time here. If he's playing with me, I
He's
don't want to
not
play. I know
fucking
he's heard this
what
playing.
before.
makes you
He's
think
act
he's playing with you? Zanuck, he
because
tried to ask
everybody
you.
should know this. Everybody
Well,
knows
that's what
You
you
can't just
assume.
assume. Wait. You can't just assume that somebody coming into here knows all of this stuff, Zanuck. Like, you were talking about the bending and warping the space. I mean, you can't even explain it. So, like, not everybody knows all of this stuff. So, cut him some slack and maybe give him room in between the run-ons. Right? There was a lot there.
But he literally joined here today, Zanuck, and he told me earlier he's been a flat earther since the first thing that like tripped his like mind toward this stuff was Owen Benjamin. That's like late FE,
Oh,
bro.
okay.
Like he's not even been
I
in this
apologize. I
for
didn't
very
realize there were
long,
any flat earthers that haven't been up to speed with the current
bro.
rhetoric.
Well, that's what. Yeah, but that's what I
I
mean.
thought I
It's like
recognized his name there. Or I recognized his voice.
you may have, but he's still new to it relatively compared to
I
like
didn't know he's new. I thought he's
everyone
one of the guys
else.
that just comes
Hey,
in
what
like
up, guys?
got like new perspective.
Okay, wait. So really quick, when you were talking about Mount Everest, you talked about a vacuum. When you said the only reason I started
Hold on, Garrett, I got
objecting
you.
to that idea, sorry. The only reason I started objecting to that idea was because when I think of a vacuum, I think of like absolutely nothing. Like there's got to be no air at all, no gas at all. So when you say there's a vacuum on Everest, that sounds insane to me. Like, you get what I'm
No,
saying there?
no, I get what you're saying, but it just comes from a position of not understanding what the word vacuum means. And vacuum just means a differential pressure, the lower of the differential pressure. So when you have a vacuum, and you can look this up, levels of vacuum. Vacuums that are moderate, that are light, that are extreme, that are ultra extreme, though ultra high. All these vacuums, and I've worked in that field before, where we have vacuums on the Earth of 10 to the minus 17, 10 to the minus 10, the
Dude,
highest vacuum can reach.
Yeah, I was gonna
10 to
say.
the minus 10.
every time I go to a store, the only vacuums I can find are like Devil Driver, Hoover, fucking, where are you getting these vacuums, bro?
Wait,
Dixon Butts.
Xanax got a lab.
Dixon
What do
Butts
you mean?
wants to really shit can your conversation. You can allow that if you'd like to, but I don't think I don't waste time talking to someone like that.
Xanax, what level would you say that your lab's rated to? Is it like an ISO level lab, or is it just
What's that?
like a home? Your lab at home.
Oh, it's
Is
like
that what
when
standard?
HP was formed, Hewlett Packard. It's like one of those
Yeah.
garages.
What?
You got to realize I'm building shit. I'm building cars. I'm building engines. I'm working on everything.
No, I don't know. That's
Fixing
what I'm asking.
toasters.
That's always worthwhile.
Yo.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be homophobic. My bitch is gay.
There you go. There's your.
Okay, well, let me ask you another
Your
question.
flagship
Back on,
number right there.
Sorry, go ahead.
Did somebody catch them? Who
I
was
couldn't
that?
tell who it
Please
was. I
refrain
don't
from
know.
outbursts like that. All right.
Dixon Butts. Yeah, there you go.
Anyways, okay, so back to what we were talking about. So the reason that you can have a vacuum on Everest is because it's not it's like not a perfect vacuum. It's like just a small differential, right? It's not
Huge
so
differential. Kidding me? It's almost 12 psi, 11 psi difference in sea level.
Okay.
It's like 80% of the pressure is gone.
Okay. So
anyway, we've measured near perfect vacuums at 120,000 feet, not even coming close to where we are in the levels of space, which is 10 to the minus 10, and then we get into deep, outer space. It's 10 to the minus 17. I've been a part of chambers on the Earth down the street here, 10 miles from my house, where we had chambers that were roughly 10 to the minus 10 for particle vapor deposition systems. But that still means there's still molecules, atoms in there. Very few. In fact, if any atoms touch the thing we're trying to process, it can contaminate it. So the odds are it won't, but occasionally there is a contact with an atom that's still in there. And if you're in space at 10 to the minus 17, you're going to see one atom like every 5 miles. So there's really, between there's absolute vacuum. So you can think of a vacuum as being in space, being absolute, except for a few things that are flying around.
Is there any way to recreate 10 to the negative 17 torr without using a container?
On Earth, why would you be able to do that when you know that the pressure differential is substantial? You're not listening when I tell you that you have a force, the air's weight, which creates this pressure gradient.
Hold on.
That allows this you listening? That allows you to stack all these air molecules up on top of each other so that they exponentially go down until you're in space.
So you do need a container.
You need containment, and containment is done by the virtue of the gas's weight.
No, I mean like in order to recreate a 10 to the negative,
you need a force.
You need
a force. The force of all the air on top of you creates the gradient. If you wanted to create the gradient on Earth, on the surface, you need that same force. That force is cumulative over 50, 60 miles. You want to do it in a short distance, you need a container. It's not that surprising. Don't act like it's a gotcha, because it's not. You just have to understand that pressure is created by virtue of the gas's weight. And you can validate this by weighing gas on a scale and ask yourself, it's in a container, but why is it acting as I can weigh it? Why is it acting in a way that shows that these velocities have to be going down faster than any other direction, showing that they have weight inside that container?
Quick question, Zanuck. How much does a mole of helium weigh? Quick, go.
4 grams per cubic meter.
No, wrong. You're an idiot. Objectively, 4.4 grams per mole. You're wrong. Objectively, you are now.
Yeah, I said 4.
You're
off by
debunked.
1.4.
You're debunked. Right?
I lost by 4.4.
You're an intellectual midget, Zanuck. Right?
Yeah.
That's just been shown there by your 0.4 wrong. Right?
Okay. Whatever you say.
It was good fun though. Right?
So you need do you actually need the force? You don't need the force to be gravity, right? It could be any other force, right?
Gravity causes, technically gravity causes the force, but if you talk to physicists, they'll like laugh at you saying gravity causes a force, is a force, it's semantic. But I like to be, kind of present it in ways that people can think about it. So gravity causes the force.
Okay, so you have this open vacuum next to, you have the 10 to the negative 17 torr outside the Earth next to the gradient, right? So you can have gas next to 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum and no container.
Yep. Just like you have tens of thousands of PSI at the bottom of the ocean and 14.7 at the top. Why doesn't that high pressure water move upward? It can. It's, it could
why
do that
can't you just why can't you just use gravity to like create the recreate a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum on Earth? Why can't you just do that?
Good. You just got to stack it up 60 miles high. Because gas doesn't have a lot of mass. Gas doesn't have a lot of mass. But I'm trying to answer you. I'm trying to answer you.
Yeah.
Gas doesn't have a lot of mass, so you need a lot of it to stack up, and that's how you do it. You got to stack it up 60 miles high, and then it will have 14.7 psi at the bottom, just like we see.
Zanuck, has anyone ever told you that you're the type of guy that, like, in a fist fight would accidentally end up using like a huge samurai sword when there's like no need? Like your rebuttals, reactions, explanations are like fucking not like overkill, but like it's intended overkill. It's like you enjoy it, It's like
No,
It's
I mean, if he's
at the
new,
end, right?
he's got to learn the hard ways. This is like his initiation.
It's like a mag dump into someone, right? Like,
Hey, by the way, I was thinking about our Magnus effect earlier. I had to put it on a piece of paper and think about it a little more. We were a little bit off on all the fourth. The yaw isn't going to affect anything side to side. It's not a side to side yaw. I had it kind of backward at that one.
I did try and tell you that.
Pitch. It's the pitch up and the pitch down.
Yeah,
that will give us
and I told you that the side to side happens more on a rotational basis, seemingly due to the point of your changing.
No, the side to side is actually it falling downward. As it falls, the side to side will be created by it falling downward. That Magnus effect will affect it left or right depending on the rifling direction. Left and right will not be a part of it unless it's falling down.
All right, so if I were to tell you this, right, this is a simple one.
Or pitching
an RPG, right? Why don't you so on an RPG, right? You don't account for wind at all, right? They do rotate, but this is what's interesting, right? I'm just stating if you were to account for something, what would you think it would be? So there is they give you a windage. They give you a windage, right? Like I'm saying, like with an RPG, right? They have no holdover, right? So it's not like a problem where you have to aim above the target or anything like that, right? You have you just have the standardized scope, right? I'm not about the flip up irons. You just look through it, right? I was looking at this in the video the other day, right? And then looking into all the mechanics of it all, right? It's flight, it's path, everything.
It's a trajectory that you're looking about.
Interestingly enough, right? It's just because you mentioned the thin thing earlier, I thought you'd find this cool, right? Is that it doesn't need any a way of accounting for up or down, right? It's a flat, it's propelled, okay? It's propelled, so it keeps its flat trajectory, and it can do so for about a mile, and then it blows up naturally, right? Point being that they account for windage in it, right? But the windage, the way the Russians did it is they backward wired they basically effectively changed the dials so that when you account for windage seemingly coming from the right, that actually the reticle moves the opposite direction, right? And which seems very weird, right? Like an RPG is flying through the air, and if the wind comes from the right and hits the RPG, it will actually steer into the wind, and it will turn right into the wind, right? And this is to do with the fins of an RPG. They do have tail fins. We don't associate them with having tail fins.
And the wind hits the
they
tail
do.
and drives it into the wind.
Exactly.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, but Racky was completely wrong about just the fact by virtue of his spin. He didn't understand the.
No, but he did understand it at the end. Like when we spoke at the end, he understood it. He did understand it. After you left, me and him had a conversation about it. He does understand it.
Okay, good.
You two had a mix up. You two had a mix up before because he didn't hear you say, or you didn't say, or he wasn't here when you stated about relative wind, right?
But even when I started explaining to him, he still thought it's just virtue of the spin.
I'm just saying that
makes it move one way or the other. That's not
the conversation was fucked up. Is my point because of that.
It was horrible.
And at that point, you two become argumentative and vitriolic. It's kind of hard to see objectively what people are understanding. You know.
But the fact that the Magnus only affects the slight angle of pitching up or down for left or right, or the sinking would be a motion down. Still, such a slight. Because you think about the wind that something.
Of course, it's very slight.
When something creates when it falls down.
That's why I kept saying to you it's magnitude. Exactly, but that's why I kept saying to you it's magnitude, right? Like when I was saying because I'm just no, the Magnus effect is happening. It's just insignificant. It's such on it's on such a small level.
We both were saying
that. No, I know. At first, I felt like
there's no force on it. There's no force on it unless it's pitched up or down, or you just based on its falling.
But you know why you're going to have a problem with this one.
If it's got yaw, the yaw will make it go up or down. That's what we had that one backwards.
Yeah.
The yaw makes it go up or
Well,
down.
yeah,
The
you
pitch
kept
makes it go
saying
left or
side
right.
to side or whatever, right? Like, but I knew what you're talking about.
Right. But
It's
he
the
kept on
same.
asserting that it
We've
was due
got
to
the
the
same
spin.
axis,
The spin makes
but
it go one direction, and that's not true at all.
well, no, because this is right. So this is what I was about to say. The reason why you have a problem with this, right, and trying to define this clearly with people, is because we've got a whole buttload of other things that are going on with the projectile as it's in motion, right? We
Oh,
have
hell yes.
right. So that's the problem, right? Is that, and then I know this myself too, and like I'm pretty rigorous when it comes to this shit, right? But and I really do think this shit through. I really try and see it from your guys' perspective. The reason why, as well, because of that, is I don't feel lied to by you guys. I don't feel like you ever taught me the ball, and then I like believed it, and then I didn't believe it anymore. It wasn't like that for me. I didn't really get to the point of believing in the ball in the first place, right? And I loved science when I was younger. I really enjoyed it. And I had robust debates with my teachers about it for much longer than most students. But the things around the projectile that are going on that everyone innately knows about, right? Like, so for instance, right, something's twisting, right, or it's effectively right. So gyroscopic motion and gyroscopic um effects over projectiles, even right. We understand it's not a gyroscope, but there's sometimes a misequivocation with just the nature of something that is spinning clockwise in one direction, right? That there is a, I guess, what motion of weight in some way, especially when there ends up being in any, I guess, even a pitch or a pitch at that point, even in its motion can even have effects on that, I suppose, over distance. We understand that, especially in relation to crosswind, and that's where it gets really confusing because crosswind affects. Crosswind has a magnitude amplifier over the Magnus effect, as well as other things that the bullet's under as well. So it's very hard to define between them.
Does gravity have anything to do about that?
I don't feel like I even need necessarily gravity to describe this at all. Like, I feel like gravity is just. There are too many things attributed to that word, so it's like one that needs to be thrown out entirely. Then it's gonna have a fit. We've got the agreed upon average rate of 9.8 meters per second squared. We have that. What causes it? They don't even know what causes it, right? Doesn't it?
Exists.
Well, gravity?
Yeah.
Well, we know that it's there, but we just can't quite.
Like I said, you don't know what
put
causes
a
it.
bow on it. You know what I mean?
You want to know why? It's because gravity is the assumed cause, not the effect. The effect is what
Yeah.
you don't see the cause. No one can prove the gravity exists.
Well, they even call the effect gravity too, right?
Like, wasn't it Einstein or?
But because if mass attracts mass, then that would also mean if as soon as you move away from mass, right? If you move in the opposite direction,
It doesn't make any sense on a large scale.
Let me finish. If you move in the opposite direction, you need to prove that as you move in the opposite direction, that your mass is trying to pull the Earth. Like, you would literally have to prove that when you jump, that your feet are trying to pull the mass of the Earth upwards. You have to prove that if you believe gravity is real.
Well, and that's effectively the conversation we've been having with Zanuck, right? Is that's what the evidence that he's claiming is that he has. He apparently states that because accelerometers or G readers, right, say when we're stood still on the ground, we're moving at 1G. That when we free fall, we're moving at 0Gs. That when we go up at twice the rate of 9.8 meters per second squared, if that's even achievable in a direct way, we are under 2Gs instead of the rest rate of being still at 1 and 0 when free falling. His claim is that the relationship they're in, they're all accelerating either at the same rate or not moving at 9.8 meters per second squared, right? When you're falling, even it's like he's effectively just stating that, like, what is it that causes that? But like, I don't really see where the problem is to be quite honest. Again, like obviously people laugh when we talk about like relative density, but like we also do have this effect with grounding the Earth. Electrics ground to the Earth. We have an electromagnetic field. We can see it. We can predict things with it. Or we can
Hey,
predict
after
meteorite
my gap,
showers.
man, you got it handled, man. You're doing a good job. I'm proud of you. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. I have to go though. Good night.
Damn.
Yeah,
If
it's
you were
not,
in the weightlessness,
that's not a good thing. If Zanek's saying I'm doing a good job, that's not good. But well, he actually was technically agreeing with a lot of Witz's points. Then he was saying I'm doing a good job. I was about to go into the whole electromagnetic frequency of the Earth, like and how we can correlate that to meteorite showers. These
Please
like
do.
six. So
Wait, do you want
what
to
do you mean,
explain it,
please do?
please? Thank you.
But talk like you're talking to idiots.
I'm not.
No, I'm an
So-
idiot. Talk like you're talking to an idiot.
Oh.
Well, there is the problem with gravity is there's no science. There's no science.
Well, there's too many things ascribed to it that have yet to be validated and verified. That's all, you know.
If there's no science that proves gravity,
Well, we know the effect is we know that
We
the
know the
end result is
effect,
something is
yeah.
happening. We know it's happening. We know gravity
You see
is there.
something
You can see it.
something moving. Just because you see something moving doesn't mean an
Yeah,
imaginary.
but that's what we've explained it as. That's to our knowledge. That's gravity. That's what we're calling. But it's really hard to figure out the effect, like what is actually causing it.
Well, apparently the
We
effect at
agree
this
that
point.
something's moving, right? We can agree
Well,
something's moving.
We thought it was
right?
the mass. We thought it was mass
Well, wait,
slowing
no, we
down,
can't
right?
agree something's moving. What's moving? What's
Well,
moving?
we are moving down. If you throw an
When
object
you
or us on
drop
Earth,
something, when you
Right.
drop something, you can see something moving that doesn't prove anything else.
we can
Gravity
observe.
doesn't
Just
exist
making sure it's clear.
before you prove it, right? So
Wait,
you have to
can I say
prove it
one more
first.
thing? Can I say one more thing? And we also did the experiment inside of a vacuum where they dropped a bowling ball and a feather on camera, and a scientific
without air
experiment
resistance.
where they dropped
Yeah.
them both at the same time and they fell at the exact same rate. So like Einstein tried to say that it wasn't. He tried to say that we're all just in this space, like it's not moving down, like it's it's hard to explain.
Well, according to space time, the ground is actually moving up at the same rate that we're
Yeah,
apparently always
that's what he was
falling.
saying. In a vacuum, it's just there. And so, and they made the vacuum and they dropped the bowling ball and the feather together at the same time. They fell exactly at the same rate.
Yeah, why wouldn't they? There's no
Yeah.
air resistance.
So it means atmospheric pressure. That means it's atmospheric pressure. It's the
But I
atmospheric.
can change vector with other things, though, right? I can introduce energy into a medium, right?
Yeah,
I could
of course.
create. I can put sunlight or heat as denoted under
Anything.
Gay-Lussac gas laws. We could cool certain areas of gas, right? Denoted under Charles's gas laws. Like we could do this, right? And then we could change the vector of something that's falling down based upon that. We can actually make things levitate, move left or right.
Well, yeah.
We can inherently change the vector using
Well, yeah.
electrostatics, and then even just energy input, right? Which again, inherently, those energy input devices that we have, like the sun and the moon, are correlated to the electromagnetic frequency of the Earth, and in some way relational to that already. So that would then be the mechanism of which, affects our medium. We have a constant bias of down that's electronic in nature. Also, things tend to want to go into the ground. This is a fundamental premise within inside of electronics, right?
That would be gravity, right?
if gravity was real and you did drop a bowling ball and a feather, wouldn't the
In a
feather
vacuum, in a
stick
vacuum,
to
in a
the
vacuum.
bowling ball?
In a
Wouldn't
vacuum.
the feather stick to the bowling ball because Cavendish?
Oh, that was an argument. Yeah, that's what they thought in the experiment. They were thinking that because the bowling ball was heavier inside of a vacuum, the feather, as a lighter object, should have stuck to the bowling ball on the way down, but it didn't.
Yeah,
Okay, so let me ask you this.
no Cavendish.
And they also argue that in larger masses, they were saying that Einstein was arguing that in solar and in larger instances, things weren't following that same formula for some reason. Only for some reason on the surface of planets, it follows that formula.
Yeah, that's
And never
Newtonian
seen
mechanics
anything
versus.
stick. I never seen two objects stick together in the ISS either. Just kind of float around. So no gravity, no Cavendish happening.
So I mean, maybe at a I mean, think about how big the Earth is compared to the International Space Station.
It's an unknown size. The Earth has an
Hey
unknown
Godric.
size.
Hey Godric.
Can't be used.
I watched a recent NASA stream, and you can see Artemis approaching the moon. You can see it. There's a live stream. Why won't you
Wonderful.
accept it?
CGI,
Wonderful.
buddy. CGI.
Bro, I saw the movie Gravity, and it looked way better than that bullshit. Than
Hell
NASA
yeah, it did, man. That looked fucking real
Gravity is
life,
fucking.
dude.
I was in space, dude. My head was around space. I was up there floating, bro. I was with it.
It also took us to the fifth dimension too, bro.
And then I saw the NASA stream. I said, "Holy shit, this is bullshit."
Yeah, they needed better funding, man. We need to pay more taxes.
It looks so fake because it's real.
They need better computer scientists, dude. They need a better team.
Hi, bro. You have got to be a flat earther for real. Like, you're just a flat earther laughing as a globe right now.
Mango, go ahead and post that link if you can. But make it a short clip, nothing, 2 hours, no shit like that. Just something I can look at without wasting my time.
Are you talking about the NASA stream?
The one you claim is real, yes.
Yeah, I
Oh,
mean,
you can did
did they actually?
it's on the
Wait,
YouTube channel.
Did they land something? Didn't they land something?
No. So basically, what it is, it's a live stream of Artemis approaching the moon, and it's getting closer and closer and closer to the moon, and you can tell that it's real. It's insane how real it is.
Not
you
interrupt.
can tell, right?
Not interrupt you, but it was in Artemis, the first one. We're sending one. Artemis is supposed to be the one that goes around, and then the next one we're doing is supposed to be the landing party, right?
The landing is going to happen soon, but
Yeah, it was
during
the next.
landing,
It's the next launch, right? This is the one that we were seeing if we can get there.
What are people going?
yeah, people are going to go there, and
Yeah. They're gonna land the first Muslim or something, or
Oh,
gay person or
wow.
something. I don't know.
Mohammed was
Some kind
already
of woke
there,
bullshit.
actually.
They're gonna land some kind of like
Wait,
somebody
there,
of color.
Mohammed was apparently
gonna be
there.
a
According
black
to the Quran.
when they land people on there, are you going to say these people are actors or some shit? Like, come on, man.
According to the
Well, when they
Quran,
land,
Mohammed was already there.
right, and they film it, who's filming it? That's what I want to know.
Like
live on Twitch, baby.
Okay, let's say that they were filming it, right? And you were one of the actors in that. You were an astronaut. How do you think you feel when you go out into the public and tell everyone, "I landed on the moon"? Like, how does that make you feel?
You feel.
Did you say astronaut?
Did you see them?
You feel like shit unless you're a psychopath. You wouldn't have much feelings at all about it, would you?
Wait
And
there.
if
Have you looked at the interviews?
you got paid, stay quiet.
I would feel amazing if I landed.
Don't walk past this point though. Like, have you ever watched the videos of the people that actually were apparently the men that went there? Have you ever watched them?
Yeah, I did, and these people don't look like psychopaths.
Why does Buzz Aldrin say that we never went?
The point is they all say different things about what they observed when they were there. They all look very disheveled. They all look replete. They all look extremely down. They don't look like they just achieved something great, like when they set off, right? And they all said the opposite to their observations of what they saw. Some saw stars. Some were like, no, there were definitely no stars. This has happened between different missions. Even we've had a lot of them even say, no, actually, like Buzz, we didn't go to the moon. So like I don't know. We've got actually the opposite of what you're talking about. I don't know.
But you're forgetting that there was like double digits that went to the moon. Like it was about a dozen people that went to the moon. Are you saying a dozen psychopaths?
26 have claimed. No. Mate, some of the moon.
Like, how do you live your life going around saying, lying to people every day? I've been on the moon. Like, you can't. I can't live with that, dude. Like, it's
Those
insane.
people that would be okay
It's
with
basically like a military. It's a military operation, man. Those guys are under all kinds of signed agreements. They're doing it under military order.
Yep.
So you're saying
probably
military.
also MK Ultra. So there you go.
Yeah, wait. It was Buzz, or who was the other guy that in the interview when he talks about when he goes to the moon and he gets
Buzz.
asked all these questions? Yeah, it's Buzz, right? And he gets all these questions. And he's like, nobody's actually ever been. And he's like, everybody has to like stop him from talking, and he like, no more questions. And every time he like wants to start talking about it, he's like, nobody's ever been, because he's losing his mind. And like, He's not trying to stick to the story no more, and he's trying to tell people.
And that's what he told on the Conan O'Brien show. He said, you went to the moon. He goes, no, he didn't. No, he didn't.
He
Claimed it on the Conan O'Brien show. Flat to
yeah,
your face.
he fucking yells it over and over again. He's like, yeah, nobody's been, dude. I can't take this anymore.
And that's why he starts punching people, because he's fed up with the bullshit.
That or he's fucking crazy.
Surely not.
Have you not seen this? And I'm friends with a couple of people that are like work for NASA, and
Yeah,
like
man,
they're
you've never
flat
seen these
earthers.
videos?
They're flat earthers, and they're exposing NASA. And like people say, why are there no one that works for NASA that are whistleblowers? Where are the whistleblowers? If the Earth was flat, there would be whistleblowers. Hi, here I am. Here we are. Been doing this for a while now. We got
that would
people
probably
at
be the
NASA,
best.
science, everywhere. What the fuck
That'd
is
probably
wrong?
be the
We are
best.
the whistleblowers.
That'd probably be the best whistleblower ever. The guy who actually was supposedly went to the moon is like, no, didn't happen. Why did the videos on the
allegedly went to the moon.
allegedly?
I mean, when we look at the footage of the moon landing, it's very clear that it's fake to me.
It looks fucking fake to me.
Okay, but Geo, NASA is saying that they're gonna land people on the moon very soon. Okay, are you telling me that those people that are gonna go to the moon, they're all actors? This Muslim is an actor?
No.
Really?
I think this time is going to be the first time. I think we actually have the technology now. I think
It
we were
was
hiding it back in
actually-
the 60s, but I think
Come on.
now we actually
Please.
have the technology to go up there. I think we're going to land.
As long as there's no container, I mean, then I agree. Then go. But the problem is you still have to deal with a vacuum, so that's gonna be rough.
Well, no, they moved the moon to within inside of the Earth's atmosphere
yeah.
conveniently a little while ago, so no
there's no
need to be exposed to a vacuum. Yeah.
Okay. Wait, then that means that back then it was also not a vacuum either.
It was a rush. No, well, it was a space race, right? Back in the day, it was all about like who's the bigger power. So like, wasn't
There's
it
a
like
race.
who was that guy that made all the movies? Like the
Stanley Kubrick.
Kubrick. Yeah, didn't Kubrick do the whole fucking moon landing shit? Isn't there like all kinds of like conspiracies about that motherfucker fucking making a fucking?
Yeah, but what are you on about? Actually, people landing on the moon, bro.
Well,
Like, what
I
are you
think
talking about?
the Artemis actually went up there. I think that we have the technology now. I really do. I think back then we faked it. I think we got close and we never landed. And we pretended to look like we got close enough to take pictures to see what it looked like to send back down to make a set. And we were like, this is what it looks like. Let's fucking make a set and let's say we did it. Fucking fuck Russia. We won the space race. Fuck everybody else. But
that
now
race was nothing to do with space, by the way.
yeah, but now it's like I think we're actually trying to actually land.
On the day that on that day when you say it happened, did you look out your window and look at the moon and see? Did you actually see?
Oh, the day Artemis?
Yeah, like
No, I
when it
didn't.
happened-
I'm in California. I didn't see anything.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, because that would be a good way to check, right? Because
No.
if you think about it,
yeah.
if you have a telescope, you could zoom
No.
in.
I have a video. I have a video.
They
I have a
claim they can
video.
shine lasers on it, so anything you see on the moon
Oh.
could be projected.
That's
I
what Big
have a
Bang Theory
video.
said, but is that actually true?
I have a video of
So
a
they
guy
can
on
project
YouTube who recorded the entire thing, and he can see the rocket literally heading to the moon.
I mean, I'm
talking about just looking out your window and seeing someone.
Hey, Mango. Once they get to the moon, can they show us jumping up in the air 12 feet or 15 feet?
Can they do what?
Once they get to the moon, can you show us the astronauts jumping 12 to 15 feet in the air?
That'd be dope.
Yeah, because it's 1/6 gravity, right?
Are you guys really pretending like you're going to be able to see a rocket orbiting the moon or an astronaut on the moon with a telescope?
Yeah, dude,
Is that what you're really saying?
I got the
Really?
Apple 11, bro. That goes like 16 times now, bro. I can definitely see it.
Multiply your jump 6 times.
Don't they have high
1/6 the gravity?
photographs
Do the math.
of the moon? Like, can't you take a telescope and take like?
Don't anybody in this lobby ever say do the math? I don't think any of us in here can do the math.
Math doesn't lie.
The problem is there needs to be radius proof before you can do the math.
The problem with that statement is that math is just a tool, you know. Like, but when you say math doesn't lie, it's like saying hammers don't lie.
Math
Like,
is a
that doesn't make
language.
any sense.
They have the
That's fine.
math for 1/6 the Earth's gravity. They already told us. They already measured it. So now let me see you jump 6 times. And if you want to take off with a suit, say 4 times as high. You won't see it, bro. What you'll see is that the moon gravity looks a lot like underwater gravity. Oh. So you're debunked right there. And if it was 1/6 Earth's gravity, and I can lift 200 pounds.
Well, there you're going with gravity
lift-
again. We don't really know what gravity is.
Hang on. I can lift 1,200 pounds on the moon. Can we show us that? Show me lifting 1,200 pounds on the moon.
Is that what you want to see? That would convince you? If they lifted 1,200 pounds, we just like brought a 1,200 pound weight, and like some guy just like lifted a weight on the moon. He was like fucking flexing up there. They brought like some weightlifter just to lift some fucking.
Oh, they could lift up the landing craft between
Yeah,
like the
there
whole
you go.
group.
He just like lifts it up, and he's like, "There you go, I told you."
Yeah, you know how like four big men can lift a small car. So 4 of those guys can lift up the lander and throw that shit up in space. See that
Dude,
shit?
you should petition that. Then that's what NASA should do. Be like, if you don't fucking lift that fucking that lander up, both of you guys all lift it off the ground. It's fucking fake.
Then they're gonna tell us, well, why is it
Godric.
the astronaut's job to prove? They don't have to prove anything to you.
Hey,
That's why
Godric, how do I know that you live in the United States?
Me? What's my name on here?
You could be lying.
Is my name DeBlaze?
How does
I'm in the U.S. I'll tell you that.
Oh, you're asking him, not me. Oh,
Yeah, but see,
I'm in the US.
The problem with that is, I don't trust the images or video you can send me of you being in the United States. I don't know if you're in the United States. I don't know. So you could be lying to me.
Yeah, Godric, you fake fucking American.
Right.
just
So no proof, Mango.
Hey, you better pledge the allegiance right now.
I don't want any images or videos, okay? Because clearly images and videos are not reliable sources of information. So you have to show me that you live in the United States. How are you going to prove that to me?
What's the Second Amendment, Godric?
No,
The right
don't
to
repeat
bear
the
arms.
Second Amendment.
What?
I don't
What's
care
the
about the
First
Second
Amendment?
The right to bear arms.
The first.
No. I'm asking you to verify that you live in the United States. You can't do that without using
I don't know.
images
Ask
and
him where
video.
he lives, and I'm pretty sure that's pretty easy to verify.
No, because he can just make it up.
I mean, you can make anything up.
Exactly. So
then where do you draw the line when nobody's lying or telling the truth? You got to take a man's word. At some point, you got to believe your fellow man, dude. Like, or else we're all just not going to believe each other, and it's just going to become a goddamn chaos, dude. You got to be able to believe your fellow man at some point.
That's why I trust NASA.
I'll tell you what, Mango. I'll tell you what, Mango. I can prove that I'm in let's say LA, Los Angeles, right?
All right, there you go.
So you pull up Google Earth, right? And pick a place you can see, like in Los Angeles.
Are you hella cool, dude?
Hang on. Use Google Earth. Pick a place in Los Angeles, like something you can identify, like a sign.
No. I'm not using technology. I
And what
can't
I'll
use
do,
technology because
I'll
technology
take
can be
my
tampered with.
my
No.
iPhone.
I'm not
I'll
using
take
technology because technology can be tampered with. So you have to prove me some other way. I'm sorry.
I'll take my iPhone and I'll do a live video and I'll
No,
show
don't
you
do that.
what
Don't do that.
through
Don't
my
do that.
iPhone.
Don't dox yourself.
No,
Don't dox
told
yourself.
you. I just told you I don't trust images. I don't trust video. I don't
Yeah,
trust
don't dox
technology.
yourself, dude. Don't listen to this guy, dude. He's trying to get you to fucking tell this guy to shut the fuck up, man.
No. I'm trying to prove a point here.
You know, your point is what? That he's not proving he's from America? This guy sounds fucking American to me.
I'm saying what I'm trying to prove is that
Don't bring up your fucking location.
My point is that you have to trust these institutions. Just because you don't have access to the moon or you don't have access to these technologies doesn't mean that they're lying, bro.
You don't have to trust anything when you have free will.
Well, who do you trust? You don't trust anybody?
Science doesn't require trust. Science demonstrable, repeatable, observable. Okay?
It's fact. Yeah.
You can't do that with shit that NASA gives us.
What about your senses? Why can't you just rely on your firsthand experience and just your senses, you know? Why not just rely on your senses?
What senses?
Because senses deceive you.
Touch, taste, smell, hearing.
What of those senses can you do in this chat right now?
I can hear your voice, and
So you can only hear. So how many other senses can you get from this?
I can hear. I'm not
Then
saying
that-
what's your argument? I can hear you.
Oh, I don't
That's
know.
good enough.
Yeah.
Do you need more than one senses like for taste? No, right? There's only one.
So you think by
So
hearing,
there's a lot.
hearing is
Hold on.
believing?
I was in the middle of something, buddy. So you
Alright.
can tell a lot by what one sense is doing. Like by hearing, we can distinguish if you're being truthful, your tone of voice, all that stuff. With the eyes, we have perception of distance. Like they're pretty remarkable, man. The senses. I'm sorry that you've been brainwashed to believe that your senses are crap.
I didn't say that. What are you saying? I'm saying of a one sense. He was talking about. Never mind, dude. Never mind.
You
He
need
was talking about.
first-hand experience to verify if something is true. And if you're talking about what you can't prove to me in a conversation over Discord, I agree with you. There's not a lot you can prove because you're not here with me in person.
Yes, exactly.
So yeah, so the problem really is, are you going to test the globe in real life yourself? Now, to be fair, I haven't done that, but that would be the way to know if it's real. So you'd have to do a measurement of
No,
the
man, I'm
actual
too
land.
lazy to do that shit. I let other people do that, and I just argue about it.
Okay, it is, but the fact remains is first-hand experience is the way to go, man. If you don't, because otherwise people would just lie
Well,
to you.
I'm not gonna go to the space station. I'm probably not gonna go on a weather balloon. I'm probably never gonna see a curve. But I do believe there is a curve. So, but am I still wrong?
Why do you believe it?
Science from people who have over time have taken math and have
You've never
figured
seen
out
it? You've never seen
over 1,000 years have proven through mathematical equations over and over again, through star placements, through all kinds of different things, many different fucking venues, many different things, and have proven it over and over again. I feel like arguing flat Earth is just regressing. I feel like we need to argue about other things. Like
Name one measurement. Name up one
who
measurement
cares?
of the
Who
Earth.
cares if the Earth is flat? Like, what would it matter? What would the end
What
goal
you're
be?
gonna do then is go on mute. If you don't want to talk about it, then go on mute.
Yeah. You
No,
don't
go
have
ahead.
to.
I'm listening.
Okay, name one measurement of the land of the Earth that you heard about, because you admitted, we both admit that we haven't tested it ourselves, right? So just name one measurement of the Earth that proves that it's a globe directly. Hopefully, direct measurement.
I don't know a measurement of the Earth. I don't know that. I never said that. I said
Yeah.
pictures. So you don't believe in pictures. So pictures can be. So that's already, you throw that out the door, right?
No, hold on. Okay, so which picture? The blue marble? Are you talking about that one?
Like, how about a satellite picture? A curvature of the Earth.
Okay, so from which satellite?
Which satellite? I don't know. Do I need to know satellite names?
Okay, so you don't know where it's from.
Do I need to know specific satellite? I mean, you want me to fucking Google a
just
satellite
one-
image?
It would help if you knew the name of what you're talking about, right? As an evidence, yeah, it would help.
Oh, okay. Well, next time I'll come in here a little more prepared.
It's fine. Okay, so let's just. Okay, how about the blue marble? You've heard of that one, right? The blue marble.
I've never heard of the Blue Marble. No.
Okay. Do you know who Robert Simmons is?
No, I've never heard of Robert Simmons.
All right. Let's try a different approach. Okay, so all these pictures, every single one of these pictures is from outer space, correct?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. Now
from a satellite, correct? Like you're saying. Okay.
Okay. So
yes.
Let's say here's the problem. Okay, so when
Do you want me to Google a
outer
satellite?
space- no. Listen, just listen. I'm gonna give you the objection that I have. Okay, so the problem with all of these images is that when you are in a medium that is an open vacuum, and when I say vacuum, I mean a space that is devoid of matter. Unlike what someone else would define a vacuum differently. They would say it's just not a perfect vacuum. The problem with outer space, on the other hand, is that it has like no matter, or like virtually nothing, right? No air, right? So the problem is you have that right next to the gas without any container, right? Let me ask you this: what stops the gas?
Well, let me
go ahead.
Let me ask you one question then. Hold on.
Yeah.
Satellites are not floating in outer space. They're floating in the upper ionosphere, correct? Aren't they still technically in the Earth's technical atmosphere?
So they're not in outer space.
They are not. They are. So that's where that whole argument about the whole what's that called, the firmament. So like
No,
technically,
I'm not arguing for the firmament.
Okay. Never mind. That's a different thing. But so technically, when you put a satellite in, it's not in outer space. It is not in outer space.
Okay. So they're not in outer space. Okay.
It's not.
So
No.
satellite...
Neither is the International Space Station.
Yeah,
It
it's
is
in the Goldilocks. It's in
Yeah.
the Goldilocks zone.
It is not in outer
between-
space.
It's in the
Okay, how
Goldilocks zone
far-
between. Wait there. It's in the Goldilocks zone between floating out to outer space and falling back to the Earth.
call
Apparently, it's in a state of free fall. I do
Yes.
not want to be overtalked over and over again by you. It's really getting fucking annoying every time I spoke. You've interrupted me. Okay. So this is what we're to believe, right? That apparently it's falling actually at all times around the Earth at like 17,500 miles an hour. Okay. But it isn't outer space per se as they define it. I don't know where they say space is at this point. According to them, no one's actually ever been to space because technically the furthest anyone's ever actually been is the moon. They extended the Earth's atmosphere to the moon a couple of years ago, conveniently, because it would have been an entropy aiding machine skating along the upper layer of the atmosphere. But the point is that means no one's actually ever been to space because space is defined as a place of privation of gas. The moon they're in is not that. That's the furthest man has been. Thus, no one has ever been to space. Thank you.
But I never heard that they extended it to the moon. I need to look that up later. I have never heard anything about that. You're the first person I've ever heard say that. I will check that in a little bit. I don't think that's true, but I will double check that. But
I promise you it's true.
You
I
did
wouldn't
say
lie.
truth.
You can ask Sanic here, bro.
You did speak truth about how the International Space Station it is free falling. Technically, it's not just rotating. It's kind of like orbiting down, right?
That is true, by the way, and you informed me that you don't know that.
Wait, you're not gonna argue about the fact that he literally just said no one has ever been to space. You're not gonna challenge
Well, he just said the fact that they changed the definition of space. Now, I'm not going to argue with the fact that they changed the definition. So, what do you
Which
call
means it didn't go to space, right?
where does space start? I mean, okay, you want to argue that?
Space is defined as a place as a privation of gas, i.e., without atmosphere. The moon is within the atmosphere. Therein, the furthest place man has been is within the Earth's atmosphere. Therein, we didn't move away from this system, i.e., no space travel.
So,
ipso facto.
Okay, all right. So maybe that for technicalities, they're changing definitions or something, and they're pushing it out. What do you think
Well,
it is?
it's because if the moon, right, with its gravitational magnitude in its location, if the Earth's atmosphere was where they previously hypothesized and told us that it was, the moon in relation to the upper layer of those gas molecules, right, its gravitational force would be far greater than the Earth that's pulling on it to keep the atmosphere there. Therefore, in that one linearized path as it goes around a normal pattern, it would be an impingement point, an entropy aiding machine,
Hey, dude.
where gravity would aid this pressure movement of high pressure on the Earth, this pressurized gas that we have in our environment. The antecedent relationship to that is containment. The point is it would aid in removing your form of containment, which is apparently gravity, right? You have another vector of gravity that's going to help that occur.
Cracklin, stop using, dude. Speak fucking like you're talking to idiots, dude. Stop trying to fucking make everything so mathematical and complicated
I haven't
and
said
science
anything
facts.
mathematical.
Yeah, you are. You talk like you're trying to, everything you try to explain, you try to over explain it to nobody can understand what you're saying.
He's trying to stillman
I'm trying to keep it
He
concise.
is. He tries to over explain everything to make everybody to make him sound like he knows what he's talking about and make it sound complicated. Stop over explaining everything and talk about it in layman's terms.
No, it's layman's
Oh
terms.
no.
That was not layman's terms.
Are you new in this
That
conversation,
was
bro?
layman's terms, man.
Yeah,
That
I'm
is
new. I'm
simple.
new to the server. Yeah.
Oh no, man. You're gonna find out real quick that your own side doesn't like that. What you're asking right now.
What's my own side? What side do you think I'm on?
What you're asking him not to do, like use big words and
Over
stuff like that.
explain and use big words to sound like you're smart, to over explain
Yeah,
things,
your
to make
own
other people
side doesn't
sound
like
dumb
that.
because they looked
Yeah.
up on Wikipedia and they looked
Yeah.
up
That was
yesterday
not
what
my
it meant
intention.
and they want to
Yes.
fucking regurgitate it back to the fucking
Yes.
mass. Yeah, that is so ridiculous. Stop.
You
This guy
can't
acts.
find
This guy
my.
acts like. Hey,
Wait
this
there.
guy acts like he's a fucking. This guy acts like he's a physicist. Dude, talk like you're
No,
normal people in
no,
a
dude.
Discord
No,
chat. You're in a Discord chat.
dude.
Talk to me like you're in a Discord chat.
Okay, wait there a
Getting
second.
triggered.
For one, wait there. I'm gonna respond to this. The problem is is that this is just genuinely the best way to come to put these points across, right, as they stand. Okay,
Is to throw
these are
facts
the
that nobody can
defined
understand.
terms. They're all facts that nobody. Just because you're having a lacking of understanding, and the problem is you're attributing my motive to that as to being apparently to try and make you look stupid. That is in no way my intention. As I explain these things, it's merely to convey the point. You could ask me, I don't quite understand the way that you're saying it. Could you change that, please, a little bit so I can help me understand it instead of attributing some sort of
I said that in more words.
some evil sort of attempt that I'm trying to put over you. Like
Well,
that isn't really
you
going to
came
get
at
you
me
anywhere.
earlier and said you can never talk, and you were talking. So all right, I'll calm
You
it down a
keep
little bit.
talking
I'll calm
over
it down a
me.
little bit.
You every time I've spoken, you have talked over me. That's why I
Well,
said,
talk
can
to
you
us.
stop doing
Do me
that?
a favor then, sir, as a gentleman. Do me a favor and speak more plainly.